Chapter 1, Under the Distant Starry Sky. In the year 101 of the Leaf, on a planet far from the ninja world, the man with amethyst vertical pupils gazed at the gaunt face illuminated by the dim candlelight, faintly recalling the spirited youth of yesteryears. As the candlelight flickered, his deep, hoarse voice resonated. Sasuke-kun, your time is running short. On the sickbed, Sasuke had become a mere shadow of himself, emaciated and entwined with various medical apparatuses sustaining his life. He tightly closed his eyes, which no longer had the strength to open, and smiled with a sense of profound melancholy. I never imagined that the final moments of my life would be spent in your company, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's calm and soft-spoken words belied an indescribable weight. It is an unavoidable circumstance, after all. Aside from you and Sasuke-kun, everyone else perished in that battle. As the candlelight danced violently, Sasuke's thoughts spiraled back through time like a revolving lantern. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, he and Naruto united to seal Kaguya, only to be defeated by Naruto in their clash at the Valley of the End. In that battle, he opened his heart and resolved to become the guardian of Naruto's ninja way. Yet the threat of the Ōtsutsuki clan did not cease with Kaguya's sealing. 15 years after the war, he and Naruto joined forces again to vanquish Kinshiki and Momoshiki, alongside Boruto, the past Jiraiya, and Naruto to defeat Urashiki. However, in the subsequent battle against Ishiki Ōtsutsuki, he and Naruto paid a grievous price. After that battle, Sasuke, having lost his Rinnegan, and Naruto, stripped of the Nine Tails, officially retreated to the shadows. Fortunately, the next generation, represented by Boruto and Kawaki, emerged, and a scientist named Amato, hailing from the Kara organization, unveiled the formidable secrets of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Ōtsutsuki Shinjutsu, as Amato described, had devoured numerous chakra fruits and mastered divine techniques that transcended ninjutsu and sage arts, coming closest to the existence of gods. With merely the remains of Shinjutsu, Amato extracted genes to create terrifying androids represented by Ada and Damien, as depicted in Boruto manga, Chapter 75. At that time, both Sasuke and Naruto were astonished by Shinjutsu's existence. But upon learning that Shinjutsu was likely deceased or had ascended to a higher dimension, posing no threat to their world, they found solace. Yet the reality was that Shinjutsu was still alive. He had forsaken his corporeal form, feigning death merely for the final leap before becoming a god, lying in a prolonged slumber. On the day Shinjutsu awakened, through a divine technique known as Shinra Tensei, he glimpsed the existence of the ninja world and launched an assault on the planet where the ninja resided. Thus commenced the defense war of the ninja world. That battle, no, perhaps it could hardly be termed a battle, was more akin to a one-sided massacre. Sasuke's dearest friends, his beloved, his daughter, his cherished student, and the ninja world he had silently protected for years were all shattered by Shinjutsu's overwhelming power. Sasuke should have perished, but to preserve the last glimmer of hope, he resolutely invoked Izanagi, using the right I inherited from his deceased brother. Though he narrowly escaped death through Izanagi, he sustained irreparable damage. In that critical moment, the other survivor, Orochimaru, rescued the gravely injured Sasuke, fleeing from the ninja's planet aboard a ship left by the Kara organization. Knowing all this, Shinjutsu did not pursue them, perhaps dismissing the notion, as he replanted the god tree on the ninja planet, siphoning the life energy of the entire planet to nurture brand new chakra fruits. It was that very fruit that allowed Shinjutsu to make his final leap, ascending to become the supreme Ōtsutsuki god. Having become a deity, Shinjutsu transcended to a higher dimension, leaving behind a desolate ninja planet and interrogating the only two survivors. Returning to reality, Sasuke, with one arm tearing away the tubes attached to him, sat up, uttering his final wish in his waning moments. Orochimaru, I wish to see my homeland once more. Orochimaru nodded with a smile, wielding the countless cloned Sharingan from Uchiha Shin. With his skills, he could restore Sasuke's sight at any moment. Yet Sasuke had been evading this for years, evading the might of his enemies and, more importantly, the depths of his own heart. The transplant operation was swiftly completed. Supported by Orochimaru, Sasuke emerged into the outside world, and upon lifting his gaze to the starry sky, he immediately spotted the dead star that was once his homeland. What was once a vibrant blue had morphed into a haunting shade of deep gray, marred by craters. Sasuke couldn't help but feel wistful had it not been for that calamity. He and Naruto would have already retired, wouldn't they? Sarada would have taken up the mantle of Hokage from Naruto, and Boruto would have inherited his ninja way, walking the path of quietly safeguarding the ninja world, their families truly becoming one, relishing the joys of grandchildren surrounding them. What a heartwarming scene it would have been. Yet ultimately, there were no ifs. The reality was that he could only stand beneath the distant starry sky, reminiscing about his homeland transformed into a dead star, harboring unfulfilled resentment towards an unreachable foe. Tears slipped down his cheeks. Gazing at his profile, Orochimaru gently remarked, "Are you still unwilling to accept it, Sasuke-kun? Weeding? How could I possibly be at peace? Yet what can I do with this unwillingness? The very thought of overcoming such a being is arrogance itself. How can the accumulation of thousands of years of genes yield to our mere decades of guarding the ninja world?" Sasuke clenched his withered right fist. "I have reflected countless times, ultimately arriving at a conclusion I despise. Only Ōtsutsuki can defeat Ōtsutsuki." Orochimaru lowered his gaze in contemplation. Perhaps it is somewhat futile to speak of such matters now. Excluding the Ōtsutsuki factor, Sasuke-kun, your growth trajectory since the Fourth War has somewhat been akin to pulling up seedlings to hasten their growth. Had you not received the Sage of Six Paths gift at the age of 16, perhaps you would have become even more formidable. Sasuke turned his gaze towards Orochimaru. The latter continued, "This is a conclusion I derive from repeatedly studying the evolution of the Uchiha's ocular powers. Every ocular technique necessitates a transitional phase during your eternal Manjiki Sharingan period. You were supposed to nurture a brand new ocular technique, but before that technique could awaken, you prematurely activated the Rinnegan. While this granted an astonishing boost in power in the short term, it greatly limited the ceiling of strength you could ultimately attain in the long run. Additionally, Madara, also a reincarnation of Indra, managed to awaken the Rinnegan in both eyes by transplanting Hashirama's cells just before his demise. You, too, could have awakened the Rinnegan in both eyes, but you only inherited a fragment of Hashirama's chakra. The union of Senju and Uchiha is the Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths is indeed a descendant of Ōtsutsuki. When we compare the genes of the Sage of Six Paths remains found in the ruins of the land of hot water with those of pure-blooded Ōtsutsuki, we discover that both lacked a specific gene fragment derived from the Ten Tails and the Feathered Village. With my current technology, it is possible to supplement that gene fragment based on the Six Paths, thereby restoring the power of the Ōtsutsuki. In other words, as long as Sasuke can become one with the Six Paths, I can transform you into a true Ōtsutsuki. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke's gaze dimmed, and he let out a long sigh. Hope appearing at a twisted juncture only leaves me with regrets. The people I wish to protect have long since found their eternal rest. However, Orochimaru's subsequent words ignited a sudden brilliance in Sasuke's downcast eyes. "Sasuke-kun, if I could make it happen, would you be willing to start anew?" Sasuke, gazing with eyes that did not belong to him, looked intently at Orochimaru. Despite having an inkling of what was to come, he still asked for confirmation. "Start anew? What do you mean by that?" Orochimaru smiled and replied, "It means going back to the past. You can truly do such a thing? Come with me." Returning indoors, Orochimaru retrieved a long, dusty wooden box, unsealing the protective talisman atop it, revealing a uniquely shaped turtle within. Even after many years, Sasuke recognized that turtle at a glance. Ryu? Years ago, it was a treasure carried by Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, capable of traversing time as long as sufficient chakra was provided. Knowing he could not defeat Naruto and Sasuke, Urashiki had returned to the past, attempting to seize the Nine Tails within the young Naruto. Sensing the conspiracy, Sasuke and Boruto followed, joining forces with the past Naruto and Jiraiya to defeat Urashiki. After vanquishing Urashiki, Sasuke and Boruto used Ryu's power to return to their original time. However, Ryu, possessing self-awareness, chose to embark on solitary time travels, and was never heard from again. Little did he expect that this artifact would eventually find its way into Orochimaru's hands. Sasuke inquired, "Where did you acquire it?" Orochimaru replied, "That's a long story. Upon learning of the existence of the Ōtsutsuki god, I predicted that the ninja world would eventually face this calamity. Unfortunately, Naruto's vigilance over me was too stringent back then after obtaining this treasure. I had no choice but to keep it hidden. Sasuke, do you intend to harness the power of Kiri to transport us back to the past? Kiri's time travel entails the complete transmission of our present selves back to a former moment, which means that two versions of us would coexist at the same time. At this stage, I am aged and frail. Even if I were to return to the past, my only option would likely be to entrust the future to my past self. Yet, I fear that may prove unfeasible." Orochimaru, feigning ignorance, chuckled. "Oh? And why would that be impossible?" Sasuke turned away, concealing the expression of his aged visage from Orochimaru. "Alas," he sighed after a prolonged silence. "Naruto has been powerless against my past self. What can I possibly achieve in this state?" Orochimaru relished the moment. Indeed, it is quite amusing to witness Sasuke flustered after all this time. Sasuke turned his face, his demeanor grave. "So you have devised a solution, haven't you?" "Indeed," Orochimaru replied earnestly. "There exists another method of utilizing Kiri, which involves merely transporting your soul back into your past body. Essentially, it would be as if the current you were reborn within your former self." "However," Sasuke interjected, "what are the conditions?" Orochimaru continued, "There are two significant drawbacks. First, the user cannot choose the moment of rebirth that will second. Only one person can be sent back, and once activated, Kiri will be irrevocably destroyed." Sasuke's expression darkened. He fully understood the implications. He would be reborn at an unpredictable moment, which was secondary. The gravest concern was that he would bid farewell to Orochimaru, who had been his companion for many years. This individual had once been both his nemesis and mentor, akin to family during the last decade of his life. Such a profound bond transcended mere words. Orochimaru raised his palm, manifesting a sphere of white light. "Sasuke-kin, this is a chakra entity containing all my knowledge, memories, and emotions. It is my gift to your past self, destined to dwell within your soul. When you meet my past self, do not hesitate to feed him and impart this sphere upon him. He will comprehend everything, inherit all my research, and become your ally." Sasuke did not extend his hand to accept it. Orochimaru smiled. "Do not display such an expression, Sasuke-kin. You have someone you wish to protect once more, do you not?" Sasuke replied, "And what of you? After I depart, you will truly be alone, won't you?" Orochimaru responded, "I am accompanied by the truth. I shall not feel solitude." Sasuke still refrained from taking it. He was no longer the selfish youth he once was. "This journey is perilous. The might of Shimi is such that even if I were to reincarnate as a member of the Ōtsutsuki clan, I lack the confidence to alter the future." Orochimaru chuckled. "Thus, should you truly succeed, remember to return and share the news with me. It would give my solitary existence some semblance of hope, would it not?" These words finally resonated with Sasuke. "Then let's make this pact." He reached out, accepting the sphere, which dissolved in his hand, merging with his soul. With a swish, Orochimaru's long hair billowed as chakra surged into Kiri. With a crackle, Kiri's eyes ignited with golden light, and a radiant beam descended from the heavens, carrying Sasuke's soul away from his aging body and into the unknown past. "Orochimaru, you have toiled for many years, therefore, await my good news." Orochimaru smiled, watching Sasuke's soul vanish into the vortex of time and space. Whoosh! Crack! The light dissipated, and Kiri exhausted its power, the shell now riddled with cracks. Crack! Orochimaru's form similarly revealed fissures leading to destruction. "Sasuke-kin, forgive me, I did not disclose that the cost of activating this technique is the annihilation of both the user and Kiri. Thus, I shall inevitably await your tidings in vain. Please carry my final wish forward into the future." Humph! In the end, I have become the very figure I once loathed the most, yet perhaps this isn't so bad after all. Orochimaru's body disintegrated into a shower of ash. The dragon returns to the sea. The white serpent ultimately turns to dust. Orochimaru's tale, not merely that of a hero, but one surpassing the notion of heroism, thus drew to a close alongside the apocalypse. Then, from the end of the world, the soul traversed time, returning to a youthful form, opening his eyes to behold. Rain? Chapter 2. Upon returning once more, Sasuke, in a daze, lowered his head. In his unfocused gaze, the blurred visage nearby gradually sharpened as thoughts intertwined with reality, revealing a face that was both familiar and dear to the reborn Sasuke. Naruto, lying quietly upon the water's surface, battered and bruised, his orange attire soiled. Is it that time? In the 61st year of Konoha, Sasuke had forsaken his home, seeking the power to avenge Itachi, allying himself with Orochimaru. Naruto had relentlessly pursued him, leading to a confrontation at the Valley of the End. After the clash of their convictions, Naruto fell. I truly have been reborn precisely 40 years back in time. Looking back over half a lifetime, it is you, Naruto, whom I first encountered. Sasuke smiled, tears streaming down his face. He had longed for another meeting with his cherished friend, once believing it a mere fantasy, yet now, his dear friend stood alive before him. He reached out to touch his dear friend's face, reminiscing about the bonds that had once flourished and now faded away, bonds he felt powerless to save. Surviving to this day, he pleaded with the heavens for a second chance, vowing before his friend, "I swear I shall never allow that future to repeat itself." Deep within his soul, emotions of love and separation, suppressed for decades, surged forth with a force far more potent than the mere shock of witnessing a loved one's demise. Special chakra surged within his mind, affecting his optic nerves. With a flicker, the concealed three-tomo Sharingan manifested, spinning within his eyes, completing its transformation into a hexagram. Reborn from a future 40 years hence, Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan. The rain continued to fall, rippling the water's surface. Returning from the joy of rebirth and reuniting with his friend, Sasuke rose, bearing a mission that would lead him to his first critical choice. Should he return to Konoha alongside Naruto, slowly plotting their course, or once again become a rogue ninja, aligning himself with Orochimaru? Though reluctant to part ways with Naruto, he swiftly made his decision. Orochimaru was the key to altering the future. Kaguya would awaken in 30 years, and he must bridge the vast chasm of time and knowledge within that span. From this moment forth, every second counted. It seems I am destined to become a rogue ninja. Naruto's path as a shinobi is a beacon of hope in this era, one that Sasuke has never outright denied. Yet, the facts have proven that Naruto's way cannot save the shinobi world from the impending threat of the Ōtsutsuki. Sasuke gazed upon the serene face of his dear friend as he lay in slumber, once more placing the forehead protector, a symbol of a renegade shinobi, upon his chest. Yet, unlike before, this time he gently clasped his friend's hands, resting them evenly atop the protector. Leaping onto the head of the statue of Hashirama Senju that rose from the water, he cast a backward glance at his companion. He understood that the day he chose to forsake Konoha once more, the battle at the Valley of the End would inevitably be reenacted. However, the conviction and aspirations that filled his eyes this time were of an entirely different caliber. Naruto, this time it is my turn to bring about your transformation. Await my return. Sasuke resolutely set forth on his journey. 4 days later, he arrived at Orochimaru's lair, adorned in a pure white kimono and deep blue trousers. With a purple obi cinched around his waist, he approached Orochimaru under the guidance of Tobi. Though merely 4 days had passed, it felt as if he were meeting after 40 years. 4 days prior, in a farewell beneath the distant stars, Orochimaru's wise visage lingered in memory. Yet at this moment, illuminated by the dim candlelight, Orochimaru's face, exuding an alluring malevolence, rendered Sasuke as if he were traversing time itself. Sasuke was acutely aware that the figure before him, Orochimaru, was merely exploiting his desire for vengeance against Itachi, regarding him solely as a vessel for reincarnation, rather than the mentor and kin he once revered. His objective was to vanquish Orochimaru and implant a chakra entity, imbued with the knowledge and memories of the future Orochimaru, into the latter's being. During the Konoha assault, he had been sealed by the third Hokage using the Reaper Death Seal, rendering his hands incapable of performing jutsu. Merely days prior, he had successfully completed a reincarnation using a test subject. Orochimaru greeted him with a smile. "Sasuke-kun, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Sasuke remained silent. His head bowed. Beside him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and encouraged, "Lift your head. Let Lord Orochimaru see you." Slowly, Sasuke raised his downcast gaze, locking eyes with Orochimaru, evoking a visceral chill in the latter that stirred from the depths of his soul. Orochimaru's pupils constricted in surprise. Sasuke's gaze was utterly transformed from what it once was. Unbeknownst to him, Within the youthful vessel of Sasuke resided a powerful soul that once rivaled the Sage of Six Paths, though he was unaware of the full extent. An instinctive sense of foreboding warned him that this Sasuke was exceedingly perilous. Kabuto, depart from that Sasuke immediately. What? Kabuto, momentarily taken aback, found himself confronted by a dark purple entity that emerged ominously in the backdrop of his mind, a massive hand seizing him with a vice-like grip. Genjutsu? But what manner of chakra is this? Thud. Kabuto's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Sizzling. Sasuke's eyes had transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru immediately understood. So it was, that pair of eyes. It seems you personally eliminated Naruto, acquiring eyes akin to Itachi's. This indeed takes me by surprise. Sizzling. The cursed seal's power released at the nape of his neck, and Sasuke unleashed a bolt of lightning from his palm, launching a surprise attack on Orochimaru. Swish. Although Orochimaru's hands were incapacitated, his movements remained swift. He glanced at Kabuto before vanishing from his seat. Boom. With a thunderous crack, the two found themselves outside. At this moment, Sasuke had fully liberated the second state of the cursed seal, his form cloaked in ash and black hues, wings resembling hands sprouting from his back. Hovering midair, Orochimaru stood amidst the biting wind, his long hair billowing, his form encircled by a colossal serpent, and with a gaze turned skyward, he proclaimed, Sasuke-kun, your growth in such a brief span has indeed surpassed my expectations. However, what puzzles me is that you seem intent on gaining greater power through me. Do you not wish to exact revenge on Itachi anymore? Sasuke's response was to soar down with wings spread wide. Orochimaru chuckled coldly. Indeed, you remain naive after all. As Sasuke plunged forward, his right hand, enveloped in the Chidori, extended with purpose. Once accustomed to wielding his left hand, he adapted after losing his left arm during the battle with Naruto, living for decades with his right. Thus, in his rebirth, he found greater comfort in using his right hand. With a crackle, the lightning surged unexpectedly, piercing the unguarded Orochimaru with an icy stab. Blood spewed from Orochimaru's mouth. His vertical pupils wide with disbelief. He had only just mastered the Chidori during the Chunin exams. How could he possibly master such a complex transformation in such a short span of time? While physical limitations may confine chakra and muscle strength, the memory of ninjutsu is embedded in the soul, effortlessly summoned in this moment. Orochimaru unleashed his signature shedding technique, opening his mouth to reveal a brand new self. The reborn Orochimaru transformed his legs into a serpent's tail, swiftly retreating from the confrontation. Sasuke relentlessly pursued Orochimaru, cornering him against a rocky cliff. Orochimaru turned back, crouching low to the ground. Serpent's formation, the 10,000 snakes, he exclaimed. With a swift motion, he unleashed a multitude of serpents from his mouth, their jaws agape, each spitting forth the razor-sharp Kusanagi sword. The serpents intertwined, their blades stacking upon one another, surging upward in a grand display of chaos and fury. In that moment, Sasuke dramatically swept his sleeve. Chidori Senbon. With a resounding cry, a torrential rain of piercing lightning needles descended, engulfing the serpent horde. Following this onslaught, the devastating dragon fire technique incinerated the serpents, reducing them to mere ashes. Boom. The explosive flames were violently dispersed by the expanding white serpent bodies, and even the cliff behind them crumbled under the immense strain. As the flames and dust settled, a monstrous creature with 8 serpentine heads stood defiantly before Sasuke. Sasuke gazed intently. So soon, you have unleashed the 8-headed serpent technique? At that moment, the hexagram in Sasuke's left eye suddenly focused on the colossal form of the Yamada no Orochi. Amaterasu. With a swift motion, black flames ignited the serpent's body. The Yamada no Orochi writhed in agony as the black fire consumed it. Yet, from the center of the serpent's head, Orochimaru emerged, laughing maniacally. Humph, truly a brother. Even the Amaterasu technique is identical. However, it is regrettable that Amaterasu is utterly ineffective against my immortal form. As his words echoed, the Yamada no Orochi rapidly shed its ignited scales. Witnessing Sasuke's remarkable growth in such a short span of time, Orochimaru increasingly placed his hopes for the future upon him. Thus he endeavored to win back Sasuke's allegiance. What say you, Sasuke-kun? With your current abilities, you cannot slay me. Though you have grown stronger, you still fall short of Itachi. Yet, if you remain by my side, in no more than 2 years, no, within a year, I can grant you power that surpasses Itachi. At that moment, Sasuke revealed his right hand, concealed behind his back, where the white orb entrusted to him by Orochimaru during their farewell glowed, enveloped in the lightning of Chidori. Sasuke feigned indifference, saying, "Is that so? If you can withstand my next move, I might just consider it." Orochimaru chuckled. What a relentless child. Very well, come forth. Sasuke soared into the air, his right hand wielding Chidori, aimed directly at Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru exclaimed, "So, it is Chidori." Sasuke, even underestimating others should have its limits. Yet, in that fleeting moment, as the lightning pierced through his chest, Orochimaru's expression suddenly froze. What have you done? Sasuke gazed intently and remarked, Orochimaru, at this moment, you are indeed youthful. The arrogance bestowed upon you by your immortal form is what has allowed you to fall prey so easily. His expression softened as he continued. However, perhaps this is for the best. With a surge, the white orb concealed within Chidori merged with Orochimaru's very soul. The knowledge and memories from a future Orochimaru flooded his consciousness. This is... Boom. The colossal serpent of Yamada disintegrated, and Orochimaru fell amidst the ruins of black flames and shattered stones. Crackling sounds echoed as the cursed seal was lifted. Sasuke descended before Orochimaru, acutely aware that processing such vast information would demand time. In the fleeting minutes that followed, he foresaw the experiences of decades yet to unfold. He came to comprehend the end of his own path, as thoroughly illustrated by Kabuto. The turning point arrived prematurely, even more so than anticipated. Perhaps Sasuke's spiritual elevation could not immediately align with the future, yet the profound truth of this revelation profoundly impacted Orochimaru's narrow worldview, catalyzing a transformation of his very persona. Is it truly so? When Orochimaru rose from the ruins, his gaze had transformed entirely. Uchiha Sasuke, shedding his previous dominance, knelt solemnly before Orochimaru, stating, "Orochimaru, I implore you, I wish to alter the future. Assist me in becoming the sage of six paths." Orochimaru approached and helped Sasuke to his feet, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Sasuke-kun, to resort to such measures is indeed a challenge for you. However, I shall be in your care moving forward." Chapter 3. Sasuke-kun, I am no longer the person I once was. In the dim cavern, the candlelight flickered back to life, and Orochimaru was content to become Sasuke's staunchest ally. The immediate necessity was to reclaim his hands from the clutches of death. As a witness to Orochimaru's mastery of the reanimation jutsu, Sasuke was well versed in the entire process. Thus, he voiced his concern, "If I recall correctly, you recently completed the reanimation. How will you escape becoming a sacrifice for the Shinigami?" A mysterious smile graced Orochimaru's lips as he replied, "I am no longer the person I once was. Therefore, I possess my own means. Once Kabuto awakens, we shall embark." Reassured, Sasuke turned his gaze toward the still unconscious Kabuto, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. Kabuto was an unstable variable. Even if Orochimaru elucidated the truth, Kabuto lacked the visceral experience to ascertain his own path. Orochimaru's perspective was thus: this child merely requires a place to belong. He is indifferent to the destination as long as he remains by my side. However, the disparity is shockingly profound, and for him to accept it in a short span is no simple task. Moreover, having been raised as a spy amidst an environment rife with deceit and betrayal, Kabuto had cultivated a means of survival while harboring a deep-seated hatred for such treachery, particularly when it originated from those close to him. Consequently, to gain his willing cooperation, it is imperative to reveal the unvarnished truth and allow him to confirm it with his own eyes, thus preventing him from veering toward extremism once more. What are your thoughts, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke reflected on the life and experiences of Orochimaru, pondering the words of the serpent sage, ultimately arriving at a similar conclusion. Indeed. Let us proceed in this manner. Kabuto awakened, recalling that Sasuke had ensnared him in a genjutsu before he succumbed. "Ah, this is dire. Lord Orochimaru. You are awake, Kabuto." "Ah, that voice. Lord Orochimaru." Upon turning towards the sound, he found Orochimaru seated calmly before him. To Kabuto's astonishment, Sasuke, who had just attempted to resist Orochimaru, was sitting nearby, serenely sipping tea. What on earth transpired? Could it be that Sasuke has been subdued by Lord Orochimaru? Regardless, my unseemly behavior before Orochimaru is an undeniable truth. He prostrated himself on the ground, confessing, "Lord Orochimaru, I apologize for my indiscretion. I was caught off guard and defeated by Sasuke." Orochimaru replied with calm authority, "Lift your head, Kabuto." Meeting those profound, slitted eyes, Kabuto felt a surge of trepidation. "Lord Orochimaru." The serpent sage spoke in a low voice. "Kabuto, what I am about to say may be hard for you to believe. Yet I grant you the right to question my authority." Kabuto, eager and anxious, implored, "Lord Orochimaru, please do not utter such words. Your words represent absolute truth and authority to me. Listen to me fully before drawing any conclusions." After hearing Orochimaru's account, Kabuto stood there, utterly dazed. "Sasuke, have you returned from the future? Moreover, is Lord Orochimaru the mastermind behind this event?" What astonished Kabuto was not merely this absurd tale, but also the fact that, upon hearing such a thing, he found himself questioning the very faith he held in Lord Orochimaru deep within his heart. No, it cannot be. This is too preposterous. Orochimaru, Kabuto's reaction was entirely anticipated by Orochimaru, who glanced sideways. "Sasuke, you should employ Genjutsu. It would be more intuitive and convenient." Sasuke set down the teacup and said, "D, look into my eyes." D met the gaze of the Sharingan. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Thud. D collapsed onto the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face. Incredible. Is this the future? The true future? Orochimaru gently urged, "D, first accept reality. Not the reality of the future, but the reality of your doubts towards me. Only then can you liberate yourself from this unease." Huff. D gasped for breath, striving to calm his tumultuous heart. At last, his once trembling pupils regained their composure. So it is, even though I hold an unwavering faith in Lord Orochimaru, I too harbor doubts. Yet the source of this doubt lies in. Orochimaru continued. Your skepticism stems from the moment you lost consciousness and missed the interaction between Sasuke and me. Deep within, you cannot dismiss the possibility that I may have been swayed by Sasuke or influenced by Jinjutsu, can you? The medicine master D confessed, yes. That is precisely my concern. Forgive my impertinence, but you were sealed by the third Hokage, rendering all your jutsu ineffective. Under such circumstances, the possibility of losing to Sasuke is not negligible. Therefore, I must ascertain the foundation of your belief in the existence of that future. Orochimaru replied. The foundation is that I have inherited knowledge and memories from my future self. Gathering his courage, D confronted Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, forgive my disrespect, but can you prove this? A knowing smile graced Orochimaru's lips. All previous discussions had been leading to D's inquiry. When I reclaim the soul of my hands, I shall provide evidence. You see, by then, I shall respect your choice to stay or leave. D declared with conviction, if what you say is true. Then I shall do all in my power to follow you and Sasuke. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke beside him. Sasuke, D speaks thus. Sasuke rose steadily, declaring, let us depart. The road is familiar. 5 days later, atop the lofty mountains of the Land of Fire, one could gaze upon the magnificent view of the Hokage Rock. The most intricate emotions belonged to Sasuke. After 40 years of rebirth, he returned once more to his homeland. The adage the closer one is to home, the more trepidation one feels encapsulated his sentiments perfectly. The Shinigami mask, sealed alongside the corpse spirits, resided at the far end of Konohagakure, within the Uzumaki clan shrine. Thus, to achieve his goal, passing through Konoha was unavoidable. During his previous visit, he encountered the tumult of the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Konoha's forces were deployed en masse, rendering the village almost unguarded. Yet now, under the leadership of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, Konoha was fortified and vigilant, making the procurement of that mask an endeavor fraught with challenges. The one who best understood Sasuke's turmoil was undoubtedly Orochimaru, who kindly inquired, Sasuke-kun, do you require my assistance? However, this time, Sasuke graciously declined Orochimaru's offer. No, some battles must be faced head-on. With a swift motion, the mountain winds howled, and clad in white, Sasuke moved like lightning towards the encircled town of his youth. Chapter 4. Kakashi, please convey my message to Naruto. Familiar with the secret codes of Konoha's barriers, Sasuke effortlessly infiltrated the village, employing a transformation technique to conceal his identity, strolling leisurely towards the Uzumaki shrine at the village's periphery. The air was familiar. The streets were known. The crowd was reminiscent. Yet Sasuke felt utterly out of place. Was this disconnection merely a consequence of the long passage of time? Sasuke pondered the answer. No, during that period, my mind was consumed by vengeance, utterly indifferent to my surroundings. By the time I regained my senses and truly immersed myself, the village had already transformed beyond recognition. Thus, it is only natural that I feel a sense of unfamiliarity with everything before me. To speak candidly, the rogue ninja known as Uchiha Sasuke is scarcely a topic of conversation for the majority of those residing in this village. He exists solely in the hearts of a select few who genuinely care for him. Had it not been for Naruto and Sakura back then, I would likely have been forgotten by the village long ago. Sasuke smiled nostalgically as he traversed the lengthy alley at the heart of the village. His gaze fell upon a bench where a girl with pink hair was weeping, her face concealed by her hands. Sasuke halted his steps. The girl before him was his wife from a past life, Sakura Haruno. With a heavy heart, Sakura confided in Kakashi, who stood beside her. Kakashi-sensei, if I hadn't asked Naruto to bring back Sasuke, it wouldn't have turned out this way. My stubbornness has caused everyone pain. Kakashi gently reassured her. This is not your fault, Sakura. You merely acted as a true friend should. As for Sasuke, his situation is the culmination of many unresolved conflicts, beyond the realm of human control. Have faith that one day, he shall return to us. With tears glistening in her eyes, Sakura implored, is that truly so, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke's expression remained calm and unperturbed. Indulging in past sentiments will only hinder the progress of one's journey. In this rebirth, Sasuke carries with him the determination that failure is not an option. The notion of reconstructing a family had never even crossed his mind, not for lack of desire, but rather from an unwillingness to entertain such thoughts. With the landscape irrevocably altered, how could one ever consider the concept of home? It seems that both of us have a long journey ahead. Sakura, will you still be able to keep pace with me this time? Concealing the remnants of past emotions deep within, Sasuke swiftly passed by the bench, advancing towards his destination. Immersed in sorrow, Sakura remained entirely oblivious. Yet the astute Kakashi detected a familiar scent. Could it be? He silently followed suit. At the far end of Konoha village, the Uzumaki clan's noodle shop lay in disarray. Shrouded in dust and cobwebs from years of neglect, Sasuke stood before the wall of masks, guided by the memories of his past life, and from the myriad of masks, he found the one known as the Hanya mask of corpse sealing. At some point, Kakashi leaned against the aged doorframe. one hand cradling a book and the other tucked into his pocket, casting a sidelong glance. Sneaking back into the village. Shouldn't you greet your teacher? Kakashi's presence did not surprise Sasuke. He tiptoed to retrieve the mask, nonchalantly placing it behind his head before turning around to dispel the transformation technique. Sasuke, it truly is you, Kakashi remarked, turning the page of his book, his voice low. Your ability to infiltrate the village without detection indicates that you must have Orochimaru's assistance. Where is he now? What is the purpose of your infiltration? It must be related to the mask you specifically came to retrieve. What secrets does that mask hold? Speak the truth. Sasuke calmly remarked, Kakashi, I do not wish to engage in combat with you. Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Engage in combat with me? My dear disciple. You are rather naive. Perhaps Naruto, but do you truly believe you possess the capability to challenge me at this level? Sasuke spoke with a calm demeanor. I am serious. Kakashi. Kakashi's expression suddenly turned grave. Such confidence. Could it be that Orochimaru is nearby? He closed the book, tucked it away, adjusted his forehead protector, and activated his Sharingan. Fully alert to his surroundings. Sasuke, rest assured, Orochimaru did not infiltrate alongside us. Upon confirmation, Kakashi found no trace of Orochimaru. Sasuke's confidence did not seem like mere bluster. He appeared genuinely transformed from his past self. However, Kakashi remained unconvinced that the Sasuke who had only recently mastered the Chidori could act with impunity before him. Kakashi spoke coldly, Sasuke, as your mentor, I cannot allow you to fall back into the clutches of a dangerous figure like Orochimaru. Therefore, I shall forcibly restrain you, even if it means breaking your limbs. With a crackle, blue lightning erupted from Kakashi's right hand as his left eye locked onto Sasuke's form, the Raikiri lunging forward. Boom. The wall of his mask shattered, but the Raikiri was forcefully halted. Kakashi stared in astonishment at the purple skeletal barrier that had obstructed his attack. What technique is this? He wondered. At that moment, he caught sight of Sasuke beneath the purple bones. His eyes were not the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, but bore the pattern of a six-pointed star. Having battled Itachi once before, Kakashi's realization dawned swiftly. Could it be the Manjiki Sharingan? You have awakened eyes akin to Itachi's. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Sasuke's gaze shimmered. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. This is bad. Sensing the impending doom, Kakashi attempted to withdraw, only to find himself ensnared by the illusion, as the fist of Susanoo closed in. The fist tightened gently, and the excruciating pain coursed through Kakashi, nearly rendering him unconscious. The wheel of history does not turn without reason. By allowing Kakashi to approach, Sasuke aimed to cast a stone into the serene waters beneath the surface. If only this could slightly influence Naruto's growth. Sasuke understood well that Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki was not a foe to be vanquished alone. At the very least, Naruto needed to mature to a level where he could stand alongside him, which seemed a daunting task. Yet, nudging him in that direction was a necessity. Orochimaru's techniques would inevitably be applied to Naruto or other promising talents in the future. However, Naruto would not readily accept that now. Sasuke had his own plans regarding this matter. Naruto would strive to grow stronger to reclaim him. Let him cling to this false purpose and endeavor to draw closer to his power, even if just a little. In the following 3 years, Naruto would train under Jiraiya. If Kakashi could inform Jiraiya that Sasuke had awakened this eye's power, adjustments to Naruto's training regimen would surely follow. At the very least, 3 years hence, the disparity would not be so vast as to evoke despair, or so Sasuke hoped. At this stage, this was Sasuke's plan. Kakashi, convey to Naruto that if he wishes to stop me, he must come prepared. He cannot approach me half-heartedly. In the throes of agony, Kakashi's gaze became unfocused, and the Raikiri dissipated from his hand. The commotion had also alerted the nearby leaf ninjas on patrol. Whoosh. As Susanoo faded, Sasuke, accompanied by Orochimaru, once again sought the mask required to challenge death, successfully retreating. Upon returning to the mountain, Orochimaru remarked with intrigue, Sasuke-kun, you've kept me waiting. Sasuke casually remarked that he had briefly reminisced with an acquaintance, but this time he intended to witness the performance in a different location. The place where the ceiling of the corpse demon was once lifted was the Uchiha South Shrine. However, it was evidently not suitable at this moment. Orochimaru glanced towards the Valley of the End and said, I am aware, there exists a hidden place. Sasuke turned with the wind, emulating Orochimaru's trademark phrase, let us depart before this gust ceases. Orochimaru replied with poise, I shall not allow this wind to cease. Kabuto pondered, to where shall this wind carry us? And what path must I tread? Chapter 5, Orochimaru, the Man of Miracles. Sasuke, accompanied by Orochimaru and Kabuto, arrived at the outskirts of the Valley of the End, specifically at an abandoned underground experimental facility. Orochimaru remarked, after the conclusion of the great battle at the Valley of the End, the second Hokage secretly constructed this underground facility to conceal Madara's remains. Without the knowledge of the first Hokage, once Madara utilized Izanagi to escape, this facility fell into disuse, making it an ideal location for us to conduct our ritual. Sasuke handed the mask to Kabuto, instructing, in my illusion, you have witnessed the process. Kabuto, holding the mask, hesitated, saying, Lord Orochimaru, I still cannot place my trust in Sasuke. Therefore, allow me to serve as the offering to the Shinigami. If I fail, you will remain unscathed. If I succeed, you shall reclaim your soul in its entirety, and the only cost will be my life." Orochimaru replied earnestly, "Kabuto, your spirit is commendable. But this ritual cannot be initiated by me personally. You will soon understand why." Kabuto, feeling an unprecedented gravity, responded, "I am aware that you possess knowledge from your future self, knowledge unattainable in this present world. However, how can you be certain that this future self is genuine? If it is merely a fabrication by Sasuke, or if he himself is under the influence of some unknown entity, can you entirely dismiss such possibilities?" Kabuto appeared overly cautious. Yet given the stakes concerning Orochimaru's safety, he had to exercise utmost prudence. He even contemplated, as a last resort, to destroy the mask, ensuring that Orochimaru would not bear any unwarranted risk. The sagacious Orochimaru did not dismiss Kabuto's concerns. "Even so, my curiosity compels me to seek personal verification of the truth, even if it costs me my life." Kabuto, once more, offered, "In that case, allow me to satisfy Lord Orochimaru's curiosity with my life." Orochimaru refrained from further explanation, instead wearing a gentle smile as he uttered words that pierced the soul. "Let me rephrase, Kabuto, your life is, to me, immeasurably precious. Even more so than the answer itself. Do you understand?" Kabuto, with tears welling in his eyes, stammered, "Lord Orochimaru, I am unworthy of such regard." Orochimaru chuckled. "Can you assist me now?" Kabuto removed his glasses, wiped away his tears, cleared the fog from the lenses, and donned them once more upon his nose. He stepped forward with solemnity, declaring, "If you fail, I shall accompany you to the netherworld." He personally adorned Orochimaru with the mask to summon the Shinigami. Just as before, Orochimaru ignited his entire chakra. Boom! A white tempest erupted, revealing the Shinigami behind Orochimaru. Kabuto gasped in awe. "Is this truly the Shinigami?" Orochimaru commanded. "Let us begin, Kabuto." Gritting his teeth, Kabuto placed a kunai in Orochimaru's hand, assisting him in maneuvering his arm to thrust the kunai into his abdomen, while simultaneously, the Shinigami behind him mirrored the action with a katana aimed at the same target. Orochimaru stated, "Unlike before, this time I merely need a small opening to liberate my hands from the Shinigami's belly, thus a passage that permits only my hand souls to escape will suffice." Kabuto understood. So, a minimally invasive approach. Whoosh! Through the minuscule incision in the Shinigami's abdomen, Orochimaru's hand souls barely slipped out, transforming into a flowing light that coursed into Orochimaru's arms, restoring his soul to wholeness. Sasuke clenched his fists, his gaze heavy with foreboding. The magnitude of the wound is of no consequence. The price for lifting the corpse demon seal is the soul of the practitioner. In the past, Orochimaru narrowly escaped the catastrophe by employing the reanimation jutsu, yet this time, the reanimation is rendered unusable. This indicates that the true drama is yet to unfold. Ha. Behind Orochimaru, the Grim Reaper cackled ominously, his hand piercing through the prayer beads, poised to extract Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru commanded, "Enough, Kabuto, step back." Kabuto retreated to Sasuke, his expression fraught with anxiety. A smirk curled upon Orochimaru's lips as he formed an unprecedented series of hand seals. Forbidden technique, soul concealment jutsu. Whoosh! At that moment, the Reaper's soul-devouring hand halted its advance, and a bewildered expression emerged upon the grotesque visage of the Grim Reaper. Kabuto, astounded, exclaimed, "Lord Orochimaru, what have you done?" Orochimaru explained, "The soul concealment jutsu allows one to hide their soul. I have concealed my own soul, rendering it undetectable to the Reaper, thereby eliminating any possibility of sacrifice." "Ah, now it becomes clear." Sasuke smiled and said, "Once we remove that mask and make the Grim Reaper vanish, everything will be perfect, right?" However, Orochimaru's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "That may be true, but it does not satisfy my desires." With a swift motion, his long hair billowed, and his hands continued to weave intricate seals. Sasuke, astonished, inquired, "What do you intend to do next?" Orochimaru replied, "Hiding the soul is not merely to evade the Reaper's sacrifice. Rather, it is to prepare the groundwork for the Reaper to inhabit my body." Sasuke suddenly realized something. "Could it be that you intend to?" With a swift motion, the final hand seal was executed. Orochimaru declared, "Indeed. This is a sealing technique specifically devised to confine the Shinigami of the corpse demon. The Six Paths Shinigami Seal. Although it bears the name of the Six Paths, it is in no way related to them. It is merely a gesture of homage from the future Orochimaru, a ninja, to the progenitor of ninjutsu. The Sage of Six Paths." Boom. An astonishing gravitational force erupted from within Orochimaru. Crack. Crack. At that moment, cracks appeared on Orochimaru's mask, and the Shinigami, sensing impending danger, attempted to forcibly sever the connection with the medium. Yet, the sealing technique had already been initiated. The white stream of energy transformed from the Shinigami was relentlessly drawn into Orochimaru's being. Orochimaru-sama. The scene unfolding before him had surpassed Kabuto's understanding. Sasuke had witnessed a broader world, Thus he was not so overwhelmed as to lose his composure. Instead, his astonishment stemmed from profound emotion. He realized that Orochimaru's research had not reached such a pinnacle until now. It dawned on him. During the 10 years I barely escaped death, lost my will to fight, and languished in despair, he had steadfastly pursued his path, merely to allow me the opportunity to challenge the divine once more. Before him, having absorbed the essence of death, Orochimaru's form had metamorphosed entirely. Symmetrical horns sprouted from his head, and he donned an ethereal white robe adorned with fluctuating black sigils that danced across his skin. An ancient prayer bead hung around his neck, and a sword was sheathed at his waist. The bell-shaped artifact in his hand bore a striking resemblance to the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, though the aura of chakra emanating from him was distinctly different. With a resounding crack, the mask shattered completely, revealing Orochimaru's slitted eyes transformed into a deep gray hue, and upon his forehead rested a shaped seal. Undoubtedly, this was the Jinchuriki of the god of death. Orochimaru spoke in a grave tone. In this state, I can wield all the powers of the god of death, including the strength of the four within him. Kabuto, do you now believe in Sasuke-kun? Having witnessed such a miraculous phenomenon, Kabuto was devoid of any doubt. Adjusting his glasses, he bowed in reverence. From this moment forth, I offer all that I am to serve Lord Orochimaru and assist Lord Sasuke in fulfilling his aspirations. Sasuke assisted D to his feet. It is my honor. Orochimaru replied, Sasuke-kun, I shall now aid you in taking the first step towards becoming Ōtsutsuki. This is also one of my paramount objectives in seizing the mantle of the Grim Reaper. With his right hand grasping a sacred artifact, he extended his left arm, and a serpentine apparition, white as snow, slithered forth from his sleeve, lunging towards Sasuke's neck. I intend to transfer the chakra of Senju Hashirama to you in its entirety. Given your tender age of merely 13, it is, of course, unfeasible for you to bear this power all at once. Thus, Orochimaru smiled. There is no more fitting method than to rely upon the curse seal. As the chakra of Senju Hashirama coursed into him, the pitch-black curse seal gradually transitioned to a pristine white. Chapter 6. The White Curse Seal Revealed. The Ten Tails Battle Plan Whoosh. Once the chakra of Senju Hashirama had been fully transmitted, the curse seal on the nape of Sasuke's neck had transformed entirely into a pure white. Sasuke could no longer perceive the consciousness harbored within the curse seal. He had his own interpretation of it. The technique known as the curse seal bore a striking resemblance to the wedge utilized by the Ōtsutsuki for reincarnation in later generations. The wedge is divided into black wedge and white wedge. The former conceals the consciousness of the Ōtsutsuki, while the latter is merely applied for the delegation of power. During the era of Boruto, Ishiki had imposed a black wedge and a white wedge upon Kawaki and Code, respectively. Hence, Sasuke concluded that the white curse seal was developed by Orochimaru through the principle of the white wedge, thereby entrusting the power of Senju Hashirama entirely to me. Sasuke immediately attempted to liberate the white curse seal. White patterns emanated from the seal, which enveloped his left arm, then gradually spread to his left chest and back. Alas, he found himself unable to further release it, and the left side of his body, covered by the curse, ached to the point of near insensibility. Was the chakra of Hashirama Senju truly such a heavy burden for me at this moment? The pain of first wielding Susanoo paled in comparison to this. The mere state of the curse seal was already so excruciating. What lay ahead was beyond comprehension. Orochimaru remarked, do not reference your past experiences with the black curse seal. The black and white seals are not merely a change in hue. Their fundamental principles have undergone a transformation. The former black curse seal was solely an external source of power, while the white curse seal serves as a vessel for storing the power you are temporarily unable to bear. This power will inevitably become a part of you. As the white curse seal is liberated, your body will gradually assimilate the strength of Hashirama Senju contained within it, transforming both your physical cells and chakra to reflect his essence. Therefore, Sasuke, what you must do now is to maintain the cursed seal's activation in your daily life. The reason for this should be clear to you. Sasuke pondered thoughtfully. It's akin to the weighted training practiced by physical combatants, is it not? Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Indeed. The foundation of absorption lies in adaptation. Initially, it may prove arduous, yet once your body acclimatizes, the pace of absorption will experience exponential growth. However, your current physique is still quite juvenile, and the power of Senju Hashirama is overwhelmingly vast. To fully absorb the white curse seal, you shall require a minimum of 3 years. Sasuke's gaze was heavy with contemplation. Is it truly necessary to invest 3 full years merely to acquire the power of Hashirama Senju? To surpass the millennia of disparity that separate us from the likes of Yamato, 30 years would be required. Although every journey begins with difficulty, 3 years seems an interminable stretch. Orochimaru responded. Thus, we must adopt extraordinary measures to expedite our progress. Sasuke, an extraordinary method? Orochimaru, nothing can foster the growth of power more than battle, especially a life-and-death struggle. When confronted with an overwhelmingly formidable enemy, being pushed to the brink of one's physical and mental limits truly unleashes one's potential. Indeed, this is so. Sasuke wholeheartedly agreed. The reason he and Naruto were able to surpass the accomplishments of Madara and Hashirama by the age of 16 was not only due to their inherent capabilities but, more importantly, because they had engaged in life and death battles against formidable opponents within an exceedingly brief period. Orochimaru then remarked, "Therefore, I have devised a 10-man battle plan, which, if executed successfully, could reduce the original 3-year timeline to just 1 year. However, 1 year is the absolute minimum. Should the process be expedited further, it may inflict irreversible damage upon your body, thereby limiting the heights you might achieve in the future." Sasuke inquired, "Please, enlighten me." Orochimaru responded, "In the preceding 2 months, you have maintained a constant state of liberation from the cursed seal in your daily existence, be it in your movements, rest, or actions, allowing you to gradually acclimate to this power and absorb a modicum of Hashirama Senju's chakra. Commencing from the 3rd month, you will be required to endure a life and death battle each month for the next 10 months. Remarkably, this duration coincides with the gestation period of an infant within the womb. Following the 10 battles, you shall undergo a profound transformation." Sasuke listened intently, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "I see. Then you have already considered the opponents for the 10 Tails battle, have you?" Orochimaru chuckled and replied, "Actually, I have not, for fixed opponents lack comparative value. I will flexibly select your adversaries based on your growth after each round of combat." Sasuke's gaze was somber. "So, are you saying that for the next 2 months, I will be utterly powerless?" Orochimaru responded incisively, "Sasuke-kun, I comprehend your fervent desire to grow stronger after your rebirth. However, haste can lead to folly. An excessive pursuit of immediate results may yield detrimental effects. Therefore, it is best to patiently await the passage of these 2 months." Sasuke felt the excruciating pain coursing through his left half, rendered rigid by the curse mark's influence. Indeed, in this moment, even the act of movement posed a challenge, let alone engaging in battle. A 2-month buffer period was still tolerable. I shall utilize this time to recalibrate my mindset. Fortunately, I am not alone in this struggle. Orochimaru, let us proceed as you suggested. With a swift motion, Orochimaru withdrew from the manifestation of the Shinigami, returning to his original form, his expression tinged with fatigue. Sasuke inquired with genuine concern, "By the way, the power of the Shinigami must be quite a burden for you, is it not?" Orochimaru replied, "Indeed, fortunately. Unlike the 10 Tails, the oppressive force of the Shinigami is predominantly borne by the mind. Without the protection from my future self, I would truly be unable to withstand it. Nonetheless, maintaining the state of Shinigami release for even 5 minutes is already at my limit." Contemplating the impending 10-man battle plan set to commence in 2 months, he picked up the shattered Shinigami mask from the ground. As the trio emerged from the underground base, the hour had deepened into the night. Standing amidst the biting cold wind, Orochimaru reflected on their forthcoming actions. "First and foremost, we must establish ourselves. The mission we bear cannot afford the slightest misstep. The past stronghold is no longer viable. We must seek a location that remains utterly undetectable, serving as a long-term and stable base of operations." Sasuke gazed at the serene moonlight in the sky. "I happen to know of a destination. An island situated beyond the borders of the ninja world, adjacent to the land of water. Due to its unique magnetic field, ships lose their direction upon nearing it, rendering it undiscovered. A phantom island that does not appear on any map, isolated from the world. I once stumbled upon it through the space-time abilities of my Rinnegan, and subsequently disowned a way to reach it. I have named this island Sonyue Island because the moon observed from there is a deep azure." Orochimaru nodded. "Very well. Let us designate Sonyue Island as our stronghold. However, before we proceed, we must visit another location, for it is imperative that we obtain a certain good eye for ourselves." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his gaze somber. "Does Lord Orochimaru refer to the Kekii Eye?" Chapter 7, Prelude. The origin of the eye. The destination of this journey is a stronghold housing a unique experimental subject of Orochimaru. Kabuto is responsible for rowing the boat. Sasuke sat at the stern of the boat, maintaining the state of the white curse mark's release. Uchiha Shin, with whom Naruto and I had previously engaged in battle, was entirely augmented with dozens of Manjiki Sharingan. His ocular prowess allowed him to mark and manipulate objects. However, strictly speaking, the caliber of his eye technique did not meet the standards of a genuine Manjiki. Orochimaru occupied the bow, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Sasuke. After all, Shin's eyes were the product of cloning and mass production. Furthermore, Shin did not precisely qualify as a true member of the Uchiha clan. He was born of the Waima clan, possessing a constitution that seamlessly integrated foreign bloodlines without rejection. He harbored an intense admiration for your brother Itachi, which led him to assume the Uchiha name and willingly become my test subject. Sasuke, so, as the prototype for your cloned eyes, it was not activated by Shin himself. Was it? Orochimaru, indeed, you never inquired. And I did not divulge that Shin's clone Manjiki Sharingan was derived from the right eye of the Manjiki Sharingan awakened by Uchiha Kagami. Sasuke lowered his head in contemplation. Kakashi, that name seems familiar. I believe I have heard my father mention it. He was one of the heroes who perished during the Second Shinobi World War. Orochimaru smiled as he unveiled a startling truth. Kakashi is, in fact, the father of Uchiha Obito. Sasuke, after a moment of astonishment, suddenly understood. So it is, no wonder. Orochimaru explained. The Kiki Genkai of the Manjiki Sharingan. Its true power is a space-time ocular technique known as Butodaoming, which allows for the seamless interconversion between marked objects. Although it lacks the spatial transition capabilities of Kamui, it possesses certain conveniences that Kamui does not. The ocular power wielded by Uchiha Shin, which manipulates objects, is merely a degraded product of Butodaoming. Sasuke, I never expected that I to possess such significance. Orochimaru, indeed. That eye is far too precious to be squandered on mere usage. The Manjiki Sharingan, after all, carries the peril of blindness, while the cells of Hashirama can counteract the adverse effects of a single Manjiki. Therefore, to harness the potential of that eye, I meticulously created a miniature human using Hashirama cells, serving as a vessel for the continuous utilization of its ocular power. Upon mentioning that miniature being, a fleeting look of reminiscence crossed Sasuke's face, for it was that tiny entity, crafted from Hashirama's cells, along with the right eye of the Kodoame Tsukumi, that had been obliterated by a single punch from his daughter, Sarada, guarding the cherished memory of Sarada's visage deep within his heart. Sasuke did not dwell on the past. Your left eye is under your control, isn't it? Orochimaru chuckled. Of course. Like Kamui, the ocular technique of Kodoame Tsukumi exists in pairs. And in terms of combat efficacy, the left eye's capabilities are far more formidable. Sasuke pondered thoughtfully. Might it be the father of Obito? Perhaps that pair of eyes holds immense potential for the future. The vessel approached the shore and docked. The three of them disembarked onto the nameless island, making their way towards the cave that served as Shin's lair. Along the way, Orochimaru inquired, Sasuke-kun, what method do you intend to employ to seize that eye and eliminate Shin? To take it by force would be the most straightforward approach. Yet it ultimately hinges on your decision. Sasuke spoke calmly. Allow me to converse with him. It is not merely about those eyes. There are certain matters I must clarify with that individual face to face. Upon arriving before the cave, a youth with an onion-shaped head appeared against the rock wall, his youthful kaleidoscope Sharingan glaring intently. An intruder? I am all too familiar with him. It is none other than a clone of Uchiha Shin. Sasuke confirmed the number. Only 12 individuals, a stark contrast to the hundreds that once existed, yet their presence still commanded significant weight. Orochimaru remarked at this juncture. Shin lacks the capability for independent cloning. These limited clones are the result of Mai and Kabuto's efforts, yet they appear to be unaware of our identities. Protect father. With a swift motion, Shin's clones, who revered him as father, leaped down from the rocky walls, prepared to fight for their progenitor. Do not be disrespectful. Within the cavern, a short-haired young man, clad in Orochimaru's fire cloud robe from the Akatsuki era, strode forward with confidence. 18 years had passed since their last encounter, and at this moment, Shin was no longer bald, nor was he adorned with an array of Sharingan. The clones of the esteemed father Shin knelt in reverence. Orochimaru stated, Shin, it is good to see you well. Shin approached and offered a slight bow, saying, Orochimaru, I apologize for not greeting you properly. Your grand entrance suggests you have urgent matters to discuss with me. Even in the presence of Orochimaru, Shin did not bow in deference. In his eyes, there was only one deserving of such veneration, Itachi Uchiha, who, after the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, had become a member of Akatsuki. Orochimaru continued, Indeed, I seek your counsel, but before that, I must introduce you to someone whose name you should recognize. Shin coldly regarded the approaching youth. Who are you? I am Sasuke Uchiha, the boy declared. Shin's expression turned menacing. Ah, you are the sole failure of Itachi's legacy. Sasuke Uchiha, as Itachi's younger brother, you owe your survival to his mercy. Yet instead of gratitude, you aim to slay him. Truly, you are a fool who knows neither heaven nor earth. Sasuke's expression remained impassive. He was no longer the naive child he once was. Having endured the vicissitudes of life, his eyes had seen too much. He spoke calmly. Faith, much like the brother I once despised, Itachi, is merely an illusion you have crafted in your admiration. The Itachi you revere is a facade, not the true essence of who he is. In other words, your blind adulation serves as a profound insult to Itachi. Uchiha Shin, incensed, retorted, Huh? What are you talking about? You, who have never even faced the trials of war, act as if you possess an intimate understanding of Itachi. Sasuke raised 2 fingers of his right hand before his chest, declaring, Words are futile. Let us speak through our strength. Xian, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh heartily, responding, Are you implying that you wish to engage in combat with me? Do you truly comprehend your own capabilities? Sasuke, if you emerge victorious, you may do with my life as you wish. However, should you be defeated, you must relinquish your obsession with Itachi's name. Furthermore, return to us the eye that served as the template for the clone. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shin, in a fit of madness, laughed. Excellent. I shall not spare anyone who dares to speak ill of Itachi. As the last of the Uchiha, I will cleanse the clan in Itachi's name. Do, with concern, asked, Sasuke, are you truly all right with this? Sasuke, it matters not. I have gradually acclimated to the pain inflicted by the white curse mark. And this level of combat serves as an excellent prelude to the 10-man battle. The eyes of Shin shimmer with brilliance, the triangular shape of his Manjiki Sharingan glistening. Uchiha Sasuke, allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Manjiki Sharingan. With a resounding flourish, countless blades cascade from his sleeves, soaring into the air under the manipulation of his ocular prowess. Perish! With a sinister grin, Uchiha Shin sweeps his sleeve, sending the blades hurtling forth. Sasuke's eyes, adorned with the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, swirled as he formed a single-handed seal, unleashing a pillar of pitch-black flames. Fire style, great fireball technique. The astonished Kabuto exclaimed, to wield Demitarasu's black flames as mere fire ninjutsu. Orochimaru smiled, remarking, the ability to freely utilize fire style is a hallmark of the eternal Manjiki era. Yet Sasuke employs it with such ease. It seems he has adapted far more swiftly than I anticipated. Chapter 8. Uchiha Sasuke, what exactly are you? Whoosh. The black flame ball surged forth, incinerating the blade along with its ocular markings. Sasuke, enveloped in lightning, enhanced his body flicker technique, closing in with astonishing speed. What? Shin's eyes perceived the impending threat, yet his body could not keep pace. He received a powerful knee strike from Sasuke to his chest. Boom. Aya! He cried out, crashing helplessly into the mountainside. How could this be? He is merely a child. Uchiha Shin extended his hand, marking the entire boulder, shattering it with brute force, and directing the fragments towards Sasuke. Crack! Unfazed, Sasuke unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, skillfully slicing through the incoming debris with a flurry of strikes. Even after being cleaved, the marked stones retained their guided trajectory. With a sinister grin, Uchiha Shin pulled back his hand, commanding the shattered fragments to pivot and return. Sasuke, acutely aware of the sounds behind him, swiftly formed seals with his right hand while striking backward with his left palm. Wind release, gale palm. With a resounding clap, a fierce gust extinguished the scattered stones. Sasuke executed a transformation technique. Earth release, lodging rock collapse. Boom. The rocks upon which Uchiha Shin relied detached from the hole, causing him to lose his footing and plummet. Sasuke adjusted his hand seals with his left hand while wielding a knife with his right hand, summoning a torrent of water to swirl around the blade. In a swift motion, he unleashed his attack, water style, water dragon slash. With a whoosh, a flat and razor-sharp water dragon surged forth along the path of the blade. In a desperate instinct for survival, Shin narrowly evaded the fate of being cleaved in two, twisting in midair just in time. Crash! The water dragon struck the mountainside, and upon its explosion, a cascade of water descended from the newly formed fissure. It was evident that after the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, both he and Naruto recognized their inadequacies. Thus, they dedicated a considerable span of time to the comprehensive enhancement of their ninja skills. Sasuke's repertoire had long since transcended the realms of fire and lightning styles. He had mastered the 6 elemental natures, wind, earth, water, lightning, fire, and Yin techniques with effortless grace. Gasping for breath, Shin found himself sprawled on the ground, his heart racing as he gazed at the advancing Sasuke, urgently signaling to the surrounding clones. Whoosh! 12 of Shin's clones, armed with enormous shurikens, surged protectively in front of him, prompting Sasuke to halt his approach. You dare question my intentions, Shin? Kabuto inquired, a hint of reproach in his voice. Rising to his feet, Shin boldly proclaimed, they are my children. Thus, they are undeniably a part of me. Familiar with Shin's audacious nature, Sasuke's gaze remained composed and unwavering. In an instant, the 12 clones of Shin charged fearlessly forward. Sasuke, calm and collected, formed another set of seals. Jinjutsu, technique of the dark passage. Whoosh! The clones were engulfed in impenetrable darkness, their senses thrown into disarray as they wandered aimlessly. Thud! 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 Sasuke launched his assault from the depths of darkness. The clashing sounds of combat intertwined with the anguished cries and the thud of shurikens hitting the ground. In mere moments, all 12 adversaries lay defeated, stripped of their ability to fight. Although Shin was not ensnared by the illusions of the dark path, he witnessed the grim harvest unfolding before him. No, I shall never concede. Retreating, he drew forth a scroll, unleashing a torrent of blades in a desperate attempt to mount another offensive with his ocular prowess. Sasuke stood resolute, his left arm enveloped in the white curse seal, extending forward as he formed hand signs. Would release, the technique of the great forest, from the tip of his palm. Robust and vigorous roots of trees emerged, entwining around the body of Uchiha Shin. Kabuto was taken aback, exclaiming, what is that? Orochimaru smiled, intrigued. Oh, can you already wield wood release? Uchiha Shin struggled to break free, yet the tenacity and binding power of the trees exceeded all expectations. What exactly are you, Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke's arm propelled the massive tree, hurling it in the opposite direction. Wood release, over the shoulder throw. Boom. Xion was ensnared by the tree, swung through the air, and crashed heavily to the ground, spewing forth a torrent of fresh blood. Boom, boom, boom. After being battered repeatedly, Uchiha Exine felt as though his body had been shattered. His fire cloud robe lay in tatters. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the mountaintop above. There, the Blade of Fate minifigure was poised, grinning wide. Its singular eye emanating a black vortex, ready to transport Uchiha Exine away. But how could he escape Sasuke's keen perception? In his right hand, a sphere of purple chakra ignited, transforming into a fully realized Susanoo miniature, which he hurled towards the mountain peak. Mini Susanoo. Whoosh! The mini Susanoo arrived in the blink of an eye, striking just before the spatial transfer could complete, its miniature blade slicing through with precision. The timing was impeccable. Although the minifigure was vanquished, the eye remained unscathed. The mini Susanoo, after delivering the fallen figure to Orochimaru's hand, dissipated into nothingness. Uchiha Exine was utterly exasperated. How on earth had he acquired such formidable power? Crack! Sasuke retracted the trees that extended from his left arm. You once remarked that peace would halt human evolution. Broadly speaking, there is some truth to this assertion. However, your belief lacks the support of tangible experience, rendering it somewhat superficial. It is those who have truly endured the ravages of war who possess a deeper understanding of the value of peace. Reflecting on the climax of my previous life, when I confronted Shin, I recall the moment when the children, influenced by his ideology, turned their weapons against him. Sasuke advised, Shin, no longer consider yourself a member of the Uchiha clan, nor should you continue to idolize Itachi. While your children have not yet turned against you, reclaim your true self. With these parting words, Sasuke turned to leave. Beneath the cold, luminous moon, Shin lay on the ground, the echoes of Sasuke's farewell resonating in his mind. His children had awakened, surrounding him with their innocent gazes, reminding him of his former self. To reclaim his true self? On the journey back, Orochimaru smiled gently, remarking, I never anticipated that Sasuke would do something like this. Sasuke chuckled to himself, reflecting, I merely wish to attempt to salvage those who are not entirely beyond redemption, much like him in the past. However, I am acutely aware that this may well be the extent of my capabilities. Once the vessel had docked again, the trio returned to their former stronghold in the land of rice, compelled to reorganize their invaluable experimental apparatus in preparation for their journey to a new base. Within the confines of the stronghold, Orochimaru retrieved the remains of the miniature human and solemnly handed it to Kabuto, stating, Kabuto, this eye, which harbors the Kodo Amitsukami, shall be implanted into your right eye. Furthermore, this set of Hashirama cells should also be integrated. Once completed, we shall proceed to Tsuki no Shima. Kabuto, with an air of assurance, responded, would it not be more beneficial for Lord Orochimaru to utilize this eye himself? To which Orochimaru articulated with reason, during the release of the Shinigami, I can employ the Flying Thunder God technique from the 2nd and 4th Hokage. This eye holds little advantage for me now, therefore, it is more fitting for you to wield it. In the near future, your influence will spread across the shinobi world, and the ability to manipulate space and time will afford you immense convenience. Kabuto hesitated, revealing his uncertainty, yet, I lack confidence in my ability to control such power, especially that of Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru responded with a smile, trust me, you are capable. Do not doubt your potential. Have you forgotten the reflection of your former self that Sasuke glimpsed in your eyes? To achieve our objectives, the strength of the three of us is indispensable. Kabuto, with a wry smile tinged with confusion, admitted, to be honest, I still have no tangible sense of how formidable my past self truly was. Orochimaru chuckled, well then, let us use this to confirm it. What do you think, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke jested, I have no objections, however, let me state this clearly, D. You may not be suited to become the director of the orphanage. For this time, your destiny surely awaits greater endeavors, such as creating a world devoid of orphans. Realizing his inescapable fate, D replied, I truly admire you both, gentlemen. Well, should misfortune befall me, please bury me before the gates of the Konoha orphanage, allowing me to transform into a blade of grass, watching over the place cherished by the director. Orochimaru shrugged, rest assured, I will reincarnate you through impure resurrection, enabling you to continue serving me. D chuckled bitterly and shook his head, it seems I am destined for a life of toil. Despite his words, a warmth of being needed and valued nourished D's heart, reaffirming his resolve. In this life, he would stand alongside the esteemed Orochimaru, becoming the mightiest support for Sasuke-kun. Chapter 9. All set after encountering danger in the Naminori Hall, Kakashi was promptly taken to the Konoha hospital upon being discovered by the arriving Umbu. That night, as Kakashi awoke, the news of Sasuke's return to Konoha reached Tsunade's ears. While Kakashi recuperated in bed, a particularly notable visitor arrived. This individual, a white-haired youth, sat gracefully at the window's edge, enjoying the night breeze as he listened to Kakashi recount the harrowing events of the previous day. Kakashi, still shaken, remarked, that is how it unfolded. Although I admit my negligence, I do not believe Sasuke's current strength is beneath mine. Jiraiya, not hastening to a conclusion, stroked his chin thoughtfully before slowly responding, I have heard rumors about those eyes. It is said that one must kill their closest friend to awaken them. Yet Naruto is still alive, indicating that something unknown must have transpired with Sasuke. Can you recall any overlooked details? Even the smallest of things may matter. As Kakashi reflected on their brief encounter, he mused, "While I am uncertain, Sasuke's aura seems to have changed." Aura? Jiraiya pondered. It is quite an abstract concept. Generally, strength can be enhanced over a short period, yet aura requires years to cultivate. Do you believe Sasuke remains himself? Kakashi replied, "If he is not Sasuke, then who could he be?" Jiraiya stated solemnly, "The worst possibility is that Orochimaru has taken possession of Sasuke's body." Kakashi clasped his hands together, repeatedly confirming his impressions in his mind. Perhaps I have been biased, but if it were Orochimaru, I cannot shake this sense of dissonance. Moreover, was there truly a need for Orochimaru to convey that message to me for the sake of obfuscation regarding the body theft? It seems unnecessary. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded. That reasoning has merit. This matter requires further deliberation. I shall seek a suitable opportunity to meet him personally. Perhaps I can uncover the truth. Kakashi concluded, in any case, Sasuke's strength has undergone a profound transformation, and if Naruto is truly determined to reclaim Sasuke, the prospects appear bleak. Jiraiya chuckled. It is impossible to expect him to give up. Kakashi sighed. That is indeed the case. Jiraiya smiled. Do not worry. I shall ensure he does not perish in vain. At that moment, Kakashi retrieved a scroll from his robe and tossed it toward the window. Jiraiya caught it, recognizing it as a visual projection scroll designed for ninja to restore mental images. Upon unfurling the scroll and channeling chakra into it, images imprinted directly within Jiraiya's mind before the scroll disintegrated. The image projected in his mind was that of a mask. This is the mask Sasuke specifically came to Konoha to retrieve. I sketched it based on my recollection. The Naminori Hall was recently involved in sealing away Orochimaru's hands using the bodies of the Uzumaki clan. It is hard to believe there is no connection here. Following this lead could potentially unravel the mysteries surrounding Sasuke. Indeed, this information is immensely valuable, Jiraiya affirmed, producing a blue-covered book from his robe and tossing it into Kakashi's hands. This is the concluding volume of my intimate series. It has yet to be officially released. But consider it a special gift for you. Kakashi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Oh. Now, savor its intricacies at your leisure. Jiraiya chuckled, leaping from the window, his wooden clogs sinking into the soft earth below. Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi called out, reaching the window to earnestly entrust him. Please take care of Naruto from now on. Jiraiya waved with a smile, leaving behind an imposing silhouette. Outside Konoha, in a dimly lit area, Naruto stared intently at Sasuke's rogue forehead protector. The sound of wooden clogs approached, casting shadows that danced in the light of the street lamp. Naruto's heart ached, perverted sage. Sasuke has been officially classified as a rogue ninja by Granny Tsunade. The village will now pursue him relentlessly. Previously, although Sasuke had defected, he had not been placed on Konoha's wanted list due to Tsunade's special consideration for Naruto. However, with Sasuke infiltrating the village again and injuring Kakashi, the higher-ups deemed him a significant threat, leaving Tsunade no choice but to withdraw her protection. I see, Jiraiya said, his gaze slightly dimmed. Do not blame Tsunade. She has her own difficulties. Naruto gently placed the forehead protector on his lap. I understand. Granny has already informed me of everything. Jiraiya spoke earnestly, so you realize. Do you? The current Sasuke is no match for even Kakashi, and he may well surpass me in strength. Even so, do you still intend to bring him back to Konoha? Naruto clenched the forehead protector tightly, rising abruptly and waving his fists with fervor. Of course. It has nothing to do with how powerful he is. He is my most cherished companion. Even if I must shatter into pieces, I will bring him back to Konoha. This is my promise to Sakura. It is also my responsibility to my dear friend, and nothing can shake my resolve. Very well. Then you must be prepared for the corresponding challenges, Jiraiya stated. I will condense the 3 years of training originally planned for you into 1 year. After 1 year, I will assess whether to take you to that legendary sacred place to undergo training akin to what I experienced. Naruto's excitement surged. Huh? The sacred place? Training like the perverted sage. It must be incredibly powerful jutsu. I can hardly wait. Please tell me what kind of jutsu it will be. Jiraiya laughed. At your current level, it is still too early for you to know these things. Naruto circled around Jiraiya, playfully pleading, perverted sage, why are you like this? Just tell me. Jiraiya bore a smile upon his face, yet within him resided an indescribable bitterness. He had originally intended to dedicate more time to accompany Naruto during their 3-year journey, aiming to compensate for the childhood Naruto had missed and to enhance his qualities as a ninja. However, it was becoming increasingly evident that this journey would not be as tranquil and effortless as he had hoped. Yet, there was little that could be done about it. The streetlights elongated the shadows of the master and disciple as they departed without bidding farewell to familiar faces. Jiraiya, burdened by a colossal scroll, and Naruto, with a satchel slung over his back, embarked on a path destined to be anything but ordinary. 3 days later, at dawn, in a subterranean lair of the land of rice, hidden from the sun's rays, Kabuto endured a profound metamorphosis, overcoming the excruciating pains of rebirth. Throughout this ordeal, he narrowly escaped the backlash of Hashirama's cells multiple times, relying solely on his indomitable will and exceptional aptitude to survive the harrowing experience. In the aftermath, Kabuto couldn't shake off the lingering dread, remarking that such agony could only be likened to that of childbirth. He truly wished never to endure it again. Orochimaru chuckled, stating that the power of Senju Hashirama was not easily mastered. More cruelly, any transplant of Hashirama's cells was destined to converge towards his essence without ever rivaling the original strength. Madara was a testament to this truth. The white curse mark I meticulously crafted for Sasuke is unparalleled. After the Ten Tails battle, he shall, as an Uchiha, attain the complete power of Senju Hashirama, laying the most solid foundation for him to transform into the most exceptional Ōtsutsuki. Next, Kabuto proceeded with the transplantation of his right eye, with Hashirama's cells. This was a mere formality. Once the optic nerve was connected, his right eye blossomed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, nurturing the knot of fate. All was in readiness. Sasuke, let us embark towards Crescent Moon Island, preparing for the first battle of the 10-man war. Orochimaru, Crescent Moon Island lies off the coast of the Land of Water. Thus, departing from the harbor of the Land of Fire would prove more efficient. Do, with his right hand slightly covering his right eye, allowed a glimmer of light to escape through the slit. The spatial markers left by the Blade of Fate do not seem to vanish with transplantation. Remarkably, the markers from the past can still be utilized directly. One of them is not far from our destination, allowing us to significantly shorten our travel time. Blade of Fate. Whoosh. His right eye unleashed a swirling vortex of darkness, drawing Sasuke, Orochimaru, and himself into its depths. Chapter 10, Crescent Moon Island, Preparations for the 10-Man War. Following Sasuke's memories from a previous life, the trio drifted across the seas of the ninja world for nearly a month before finally arriving at the elusive island known as Crescent Moon Island, a land that does not exist on the maps of the ninja world. This territory has remained undiscovered for centuries, boasting exceptional concealment. Enveloped by a dense fog with a radius of several hundred nautical miles, even navigational instruments would falter within its depths. Had it not been for Sasuke's previous life, where he forcefully recorded the spatial coordinates with his Rinnegan, locating this place would have been impossible. The island spans an area roughly equivalent to 3 hidden leaf villages and is surrounded by towering mountains. Approximately 80% of its expanse is cloaked in dense forest, interspersed with numerous natural inland lakes, ensuring ample food and water sources. Gazing up at the azure moonlight above, Sasuke reminisced. Just as I came here in my past life. Orochimaru, with a profound gaze, remarked, this place is isolated from the world, yet it is not an alternate dimension. Thus, the azure moon is a sensory projection rather than a reality, akin to the principles of illusion techniques. Crescent Moon Island must harbor truths yet to be unveiled. Perhaps it can serve as a subject for my leisurely research. After a brief pause, the three established several wooden huts in a clearing within the forest of Crescent Moon Island, creating a sanctuary for rest. Sasuke inquired, Orochimaru, do you not intend to relocate the experimental apparatus scattered across various outposts? Orochimaru replied, the experimental equipment of the past is no longer suitable for my current technology. Relocating it would serve no purpose. As for new equipment, I will find a way to procure it. You, Sasuke-kun, should focus on your own matters. In the days that followed, Sasuke engaged in daily training to adapt to the white curse mark, with Kabuto naturally becoming his sparring partner. Initially, Sasuke was apprehensive about harming Kabuto and approached the training with caution. However, after acquiring the cells of Hashirama, Kabuto experienced a significant enhancement in chakra and physical capabilities, complemented by medical ninjutsu that allowed him to effortlessly heal ordinary wounds. The ocular technique of the Kenjutsu also granted him overwhelming agility. Once the training intensified, Kabuto was able to exert some pressure on Sasuke, allowing Sasuke to gradually loosen his restraint. On the 27th day of their settlement on the island, their training approached its midpoint. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. With a thunderous roar, a colossal fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, dramatically extending skyward in a cylindrical shape. Kabuto gasped in astonishment. Such a transformation in form. Sasuke, my current jutsu, Kaguya's command, not only allows me to manipulate black flames but also ordinary fire. Boom. In the sky, after the eruption of fire pillars, countless meteor-like flames cascade down. Kabuto, this magnitude. Sasuke, unless you employ the technique of the cloth blade to escape the battlefield directly, you cannot evade this meteoric fire rain. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile. Is that truly the case? Cloth blade. Whoosh. His right eye unleashed a whirlpool, astonishingly transporting Sasuke before him from a distance. The cloth blade, as the foundational technique of the Uchiha Shin's ocular prowess, enables the mutual transfer between marked objects, allowing not only the remote projection of oneself but also the ability to draw a target closer from afar. However, despite its convenience, the cloth blade harbors numerous vulnerabilities. The ocular mark must be made by physical contact and is visible, thus susceptible to erasure by tangible means, rendering it significantly inferior to God's might and heavenly manipulation. Sasuke, once again with this technique. I distinctly removed the markings from my body before bed last night. Did you reapply them without my knowledge? Kabuto chuckled. There are no markings on you, but the meal you consumed this morning was prepared by me. I have tested it, and mere gastric juices cannot eliminate the markings. Boom. Being within the blast radius, Sasuke was compelled to redirect the fiery rain from its course as explosions erupted around him. He sighed. Kabuto, you remain as delightfully twisted as ever. Kabuto took this as a compliment. You flatter me, Sasuke-kun. At this moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Toby, it seems you have misunderstood something. You have marked the food, not me. If you employ the cloth knife to reverse my fate, shouldn't you be extracting the remnants of food from within me? This astonishing revelation struck Toby like a bolt from the blue. Could it be that you, Sasuke? Indeed, I had long sensed your underhanded manipulation of the food. After consuming it, I discreetly expelled it. Moreover, I deliberately carried a kunai marked by you, solely to lead you into transporting me here. Kabuto, you. This is what one might call being ensnared by one's own cleverness. Swish. Wood release. Hidden shadow snake hands. Sasuke extended his left hand, and from the sleeves emerged a serpentine hand crafted from wood release, binding itself around Kabuto's form. This technique was an innovative modification of Sasuke's wood release. Great forest technique, Kabuto exclaimed. The wood is actually absorbing my chakra? After a moment's hesitation, he realized he had lost the initiative. Had this been a real battle, Sasuke would have had ample opportunity to vanquish him thrice. Observing from the sidelines, Orochimaru found it quite delightful. Although Sasuke's current mastery of wood release is limited, accomplishing such innovation in a brief period is truly remarkable. He applauded and approached, declaring, "Let us conclude today's training here." Kabuto sighed, with today included. I believe this marks my 27th consecutive defeat. Kabuto, possessing considerable strength, was not inferior to the Akatsuki members. The true reason he could not pose a threat lay in their familiarity, which inevitably hindered his resolve to strike seriously, creating an atmosphere devoid of gravity. In 3 days, the decisive battle would commence. As night fell, Sasuke purified himself in the lake. Under the moonlight, Kabuto conversed with Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, the date approaches. Have you decided on Sasuke's opponent for the upcoming battle? You should be familiar with this individual. He is now a formal member of the Akatsuki. Are you referring to the Akatsuki's jewel, the Scorpion of the Red Sand? During Kabuto's tenure as a spy in Sunagakure, he had fallen victim to a brain manipulation technique cast by Scorpion, a jutsu that Orochimaru later unraveled. At this moment, Scorpion remained blissfully unaware. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto chuckled. It seems I hold a personal grudge. Orochimaru replied, not entirely. Scorpion is indeed formidable, and since Sasuke has never encountered him, there exists an intelligence blind spot that makes him a fitting opponent for this battle. What intrigues me more is that Scorpion has always held back. Even during the Akatsuki's assessment, he was defeated by Konan without resorting to his 2 secret scrolls. I am perpetually curious about the unknown. Kabuto acknowledged, understood. I will ensure Scorpion takes the bait. Now, where shall we choose the battleground? Orochimaru gazed at the moon, his expression tinged with nostalgia. After a prolonged pause, he slowly declared, the bridge of heaven and earth. Chapter 11. The Bridge of Heaven and Earth, a battle of cataclysmic proportions. Sasuke was reborn from the future, akin to a stone cast into the waters of the ninja world, creating ripples that eventually faded, restoring tranquility to the surface. Before the arrival of a new turning point, the world would naturally continue to operate according to the prevailing trends. Tick-tock. In the depths of a cavern adorned with stalactites, members of the Akatsuki organization gathered in the form of illusions. The dark curtain woven from 9 cloaks of fiery clouds, under the dim hues, exuded an aura of solemnity, menace, and enigma. Even though their identities, strengths, and past were no longer secrets, in this era where the 6 paths were still revered as ancient myths, the shadowy stage still had a place for them. Jay-Z. Humph. Everyone is present now. The last gathering was 7 years ago when Orochimaru left the Akatsuki. Deidara. I hear that Orochimaru has acquired the Sharingan. Itachi, is he your brother? Itachi's Sharingan calmly observed the darkness, remaining silent. Sasori, do not be hasty. We will eventually eliminate Orochimaru, though I can hardly wait. Speaking of which, there are only 3 years left. Can everyone meet the minimum standards? Pain's renegades swept over the crowd. Indeed, our objective is to capture all tailed beasts, including the 9-tailed fox. After the illusions dissipated, a figure clad in a cloak of fiery clouds and a straw had emerged from the sand dunes of the Land of Wind. It was none other than the Akatsuki's jewel, Sasori, along with Deidara and others. The current objective of the Akatsuki was to amass wealth. Before formally commencing the hunt for the tailed beasts, members were to undertake high-paying missions in pairs. At the conclusion of the previous meeting, Pain had assigned them a task, to annihilate a small nation located in the southern desert of the Land of Wind. The duo set forth towards the desert south. Orochimaru, a name that evoked displeasure. Sasuke's true self was concealed within the puppet Hiriko, his voice tinged with resentment. Deara inquired, Sasori, I'm curious. What grudge do you hold against Orochimaru? Sasori replied gravely, it is an irreconcilable feud. His attempts to extend life indefinitely through his research is a blatant desecration of my eternal art. How could I possibly tolerate his existence? This sentiment, incomprehensible to most, resonated with Deara. So he is a heretic of eternal art. However, in my view, eternity cannot be considered art. Only the explosive moment can truly be called art. Sasori humph. In any case, Orochimaru and I cannot coexist in the same era. It must be he who falls. Deara, indeed. Orochimaru is insignificant. Yet, that Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi's brother, I am eager for him to experience the art of explosion. You're simply seeking revenge for Itachi, aren't you? Hiriko remarked, as he glanced at the messenger bird overhead. It is my informant left behind near Orochimaru. The messenger bird landed on Hiriko's arm. After unrolling the scroll, Sasuke's gaze sharpened. I've caught him now. Deara, what is the situation? Sasori, Orochimaru will arrive at the land of Grass Heaven Bridge tomorrow. Deara, wait, does that mean? Hiriko clenched the scroll tightly. I have awaited this opportunity for a long time. Deara, Uchiha Sasuke must be accompanying him. Sasori, perhaps, but I have no interest in that brat. Deara, a brat is a brat, but he is Itachi's brother. I can't wait. Let's hurry. Sasori stated, no need. I will proceed to the Heaven Bridge myself. The mission of the Akatsuki cannot be delayed. That small nation can be easily obliterated by you alone. Deara complained, damn it. Leader, why must you assign this cursed task at such a crucial moment? Old man, can't you wait here for me while I make a quick trip? Not a chance. I despise waiting for others, and I loathe making others wait. Let us meet at the designated place after we have completed our tasks. With that, Sasori turned back. Deara shouted, hey old man, leave Uchiha Sasuke alive. That guy is my target. The winds and sands swirled as Sasuke's figure receded into the distance. It was uncertain whether he had heard. Deara chuckled helplessly, lowering his hat. Boom. He mounted a white bird made of clay, soaring toward the southern desert. Feel honored. O chosen nation, you shall be elevated within the art of explosive moments. 3 days later, at the Heaven Bridge in the land of grass. Whoosh. The swirling vortex of the blade signaled Sasuke's arrival, accompanied by Orochimaru and Kabuto, in the dense forest at the northern end of the Heaven Bridge. He had only learned from Orochimaru the night before about his opponent for the upcoming battle. Sasori, whom he had never met, was known only through the words of his past wife, Sakura. It seemed he, like Kankuro, hailed from Sunagakure and was a member of the Akatsuki, codenamed Jewel. As for Sasuke's specific abilities, Sasuke had no knowledge. After all, who would be intrigued by the capabilities of someone who had completely exited the stage? However, the 10-man battle was to accelerate the absorption of the white curse mark, personally sanctioned by Orochimaru. And those deemed worthy opponents must certainly pose a life-or-death challenge to Sasuke, based on his current strength. Sasuke, harboring no inclination to underestimate his circumstances, stood resolutely prepared. This rebirth held but a singular purpose, to attain unparalleled strength, surpassing all others. While the objective mirrored that of his previous life, the essence had transformed. No longer was it a superficial desire for vengeance, but rather a profound commitment to safeguard this ninja world from the grasp of deities, ensuring that the future he envisioned beneath the distant stars would materialize into reality. Orochimaru, Kabuto, I implore you, in the battles that lie ahead, regardless of the circumstances, even in the face of certain demise, do not intervene. The intensity of Sasuke's awakened fighting spirit radiated a heat that rendered the surrounding air scorched. Sasuke's awakening is far more profound and resolute than I had anticipated. Very well, I promise you. Kabuto's gaze sharpens. Here he comes. As the swallows soar and the grass flourishes, a man shrouded in darkness emerges slowly from the distant woods. Crack! Sasuke, brandishing his sword, surged forth with astonishing speed, reaching the bridge's apex in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, the 3 tomo in his eyes activated. This unexpected turn of events compelled Hiryu to halt midway across the celestial bridge, while Akasasa no Sasori exclaimed in shock. You, Uchiha Sasuke, I challenge you. There was no need for superfluous introductions beyond that. Sasuke leaped gracefully onto the head of the crimson flow, wielding a blade imbued with lightning, and struck down with unparalleled speed. Within the mechanisms of the crimson flow's tail, a steel scorpion's tail suddenly lashed out. Clash! The fierce battle between Uchiha Sasuke and the crimson scorpion erupted with intensity. Chapter 12, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Crimson Scorpion. Clash! The Kusanagi sword met the stinger of the crimson flow, sending sparks flying in every direction. The stinger retracted slightly before delivering a powerful counterattack. Clash! Sasuke executed a deft somersault, landing on the ropes of the bridge, and with a single hand formed a series of seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. With a resounding roar, a magnificent fire dragon erupted, crashing onto the bridge where Sakura stood. As Sasuke swiftly performed a hand seal, He unleashed a powerful technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind surged forth, not only intensifying the flames but also delivering a fierce impact to the internal structure of the crimson flow. As the flames dissipated, the bridge lay in a battered state. Through the gap in the fiery robe, Sasuke discerned the intricate puppet design of the crimson flow, his gaze sharpening with realization. So, this is how it is. Hiding the true essence within the mechanics of the puppet? The medicine master D had informed me that Orochimaru would appear on the heavenly bridge. Yet standing before me was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, who launched an immediate assault. The Scarlet Scorpion concluded, I understand now. This is a trap set by you to lure me here. Where's Orochimaru? Sasuke let go of the bridge, his voice resonating with conviction. Your opponent is me. Such audacity. With a swift movement, he activated the mechanism of his crimson flow, unleashing a barrage of densely packed poison needles and barbs towards the enemy. Clang, clang, clang. Sasuke swiftly wielded the Kusanagi sword, deflecting the poison needles that were shot towards him. With his Sharingan, he perceived the situation with clarity, akin to a tale. Were all the needles laced with poison? Indeed, this was a cunning tactic employed by a puppeteer. This time, I did not acquire resistance to toxins from Orochimaru. Thus I must not be struck. Crack. With the Kusanagi, he successfully blocked the initial wave of poison needles, while channeling lightning chakra into his tibia, evading with remarkable speed. The crimson stream pursued him relentlessly, adjusting its angle of attack, the poison needles following closely like a shadow. Clang, clang, clang. Sasuke wielded his blade deftly amidst the chaos of battle, yet the onslaught of poison needles was overwhelming in its speed and density. Consequently, he simultaneously executed a single-handed hand seal while abruptly halting his steps, stomping his right foot upon the bridge's surface. Earth release, earth flow wall, with a resounding crash. As Sasuke's foot struck the ground, a formidable earthen barrier arose, effectively blocking the barrage of needles. The scorpion within the crimson stream finally showed signs of concern. He realized that Sasuke was entirely different from his preconceived notions. After employing lightning release, fire release, and wind release, he had now showcased earth release. Within such a brief skirmish, he had demonstrated 4 distinct nature transformations of ninjutsu. Was it truly possible for one of such tender years to possess such a vast repertoire of techniques? Even more astonishing was his extraordinary agility and the impeccable timing with which he unleashed his jutsu, exuding a maturity and composure that belied his age. So, this is Itachi's younger brother. Behind the wall of earth, Sasuke's mind raced with thoughts. The layer of puppetry encasing his opponent was remarkably sturdy, capable of flawlessly defending against ordinary ninjutsu. He needed to devise a method to shatter it. However, despite his burdensome puppetry, his movements were surprisingly nimble, and the myriad mechanisms made capturing him no simple task. Perhaps he should employ that technique. The scorpion launched another assault. With a sharp crack, he raised his left arm, and from the sprouting apparatus of his hand, a cloud of toxic smoke erupted. The force generated by the smoke propelled a cylindrical mechanism, launching it diagonally upward, where it hovered ominously above Sasuke's head, behind the earth flow wall. Puppet technique, 100 poison needles. With a cacophony of sounds, the mechanism unleashed a multitude of cylindrical projectiles that scattered in all directions, each releasing a torrent of poison needles. Though it may have seemed slow, the interval between the launch of the mechanism and the downpour of needles was scarcely a second, unlike the linear attack of the previous needle barrage, which allowed for evasion. The assault of the 100 poison needles struck with a spread that rendered prediction of the needles' trajectories nearly impossible, making evasion an unattainable feat. This was the inherent advantage of the 100 poison needles design over other puppet mechanisms. Theoretically, one could only rely on rapid defensive ninjutsu to withstand it, or utilize space-time ninjutsu to evade successfully. Sasuke remained utterly oblivious to the intelligence regarding Scorpion, leaving him vulnerable to the hidden intricacies of his puppet mechanisms. In an instant, the earthen wall transformed into a hell of needles. Swiftly, Scarlet Flow leaped onto the earthen barrier, naturally observing Sasuke lying motionless below, having become akin to a porcupine. Scorpion scoffed, "Humph, even with the Sharingan, you cannot evade this puppet trap. You shall lament Orochimaru's recklessness for placing you at the forefront." Suddenly, the Sasuke on the ground transformed into a puff of white smoke. A clone? Indeed, when faced with an opponent shrouded in mystery, one cannot rely solely on immediate defenses, but must also prepare in advance. Just as Scorpion was taken aback, the earthen wall beneath Scarlet Flow revealed a concealed technique. His expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the trap, a water prison technique. Even such a sophisticated water release could ensnare him. In the next moment, the earthen barrier collapsed with a thunderous roar, exposing a void beneath the bridge as the river surged upwards, materializing into a solid water prison that ensnared Scarlet Flow. What a clever ruse. This kid anticipated my leap onto the earthen wall to verify his demise. With a sudden movement, Sasuke, concealed beneath the water's surface, leaped onto the bridge's edge, his right hand gathering lightning chakra, emitting the shriek of Chidori as he launched a full-speed thrust towards Scarlet Flow, trapped within the water prison. Do not underestimate me. This water prison may confine scarlet flow, but it cannot restrain me, Scorpion declared, unleashing his secret technique, 100 Dispel Techniques. Just as Sasuke approached, the water prison erupted with a deafening explosion. Scarlet flow swiftly retreated. Regrettably, your calculations have failed, Scorpion remarked, but at that moment, Sasuke's left hand surged forth. Poised for action. Would release. Great force technique. Trees with powerful roots surged forth, ensnaring scarlet flow and pulling him back. Scorpion's face paled in shock. What kind of jest is this would release? In a desperate maneuver, Scorpion directed Scarlet Flow's venomous tail to strike at Sasuke. However, the Sharingan granted Sasuke the ability to evade danger at high speeds. As he dodged the tail, Sasuke thrust his right hand forward. Chidori. The lightning pierced through Scarlet Flow's chest armor. Simultaneously, a shadow detached from Scarlet Flow's back, escaping through the open panel. With a swift motion, Sasuke withdrew his right hand, while the trees from his left ensnared the defeated Scarlet Flow, casting him into the turbulent waters below the bridge, before retracting out of sight. Observing this from the forest, Orochimaru chuckled. It appears their warm-up exercises have concluded. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and urged, next will be the battle for survival. Sasuke let out a soft breath, raising his gaze towards the figure that had descended in the distance. I can see now, you are indeed the one sent by Orochimaru to kill me. The voice, imbued with a delicate softness entirely unlike that of the Crimson Stream, belonged to a person who removed the hood of the fiery cloud cloak, revealing their striking red hair and refined features. Sasuke focused his gaze. Is that the true form of the scorpion of the crimson fabric? It appears somewhat different from my imagination. That lightning-style thrusting technique, it must be the one imparted to you by Kakashi Hitaki, the child of the White Fang. A sinister intent flowed through Scorpion's words as he leisurely retrieved a scroll. Allow me to send you on your way with my most esteemed creation. Crack. As the scroll unfurled, the character 3 was prominently displayed. He formed a seal with his fingers before his chest. The Human Puppet, 3rd Kazekage. Chapter 13. Blind spots and breakthroughs. Scorpion summoned the human puppet of the 3rd Kazekage, standing behind it with 10 chakra threads connected to its joints. His center of gravity slightly lowered. He entered a poised stance of anticipation. Sasuke's Sharingan intently scrutinized the puppet before Scorpion, and he was astonished to discover that chakra was flowing within it. Could it be that Scorpion's soft-spoken words carried an air of pride? The puppet crafted by the 3rd Kazekage is, to date, my most cherished possession. Rest assured, Uchiha Sasuke, after I have slain you, I shall transform you into a collectible as well. With Orochimaru included, I will have precisely 300 pieces in my collection, Sasuke declared in a low voice. I fear I cannot grant you your wish. Let the performance begin. The scorpion of red fabric tugged at the chakra threads, forming seals with his hands before his chest. Crack. The mechanism at the mouth of the 3rd Kazekage opened, accompanied by a rustling sound. The embedded talismans unleashed waves of iron sand into the air. The well-informed Sasuke instantly recognized the technique. Magnetic release. Iron sand. So, this puppet can utilize the bloodline limits of its former life? Magnetic release. Iron sand rain. The iron sand, akin to ocean waves in the air, instantaneously transformed into countless fine needles, swiftly shooting towards Sasuke. Faced with the formidable magnetic force of the iron sand, Sasuke could not defend himself with the Kusanagi sword as he did against the needles of the 8 waves. He stowed the Kusanagi sword away, drawing the white cloak from behind him before his eyes, forming a seal with 2 fingers. His arm propelled the cloak into a rapid spin. Wind release. Raging cloak technique. Whoosh. As the cloak whirled, powered by wind chakra, it generated an immense suction force, drawing all the incoming fine needles into its depths. Sasuke, with his tattered cloak, forged ahead against the onslaught of sand and iron rain. Your mastery of ninjutsu is truly remarkable. Upon witnessing this, Scorpion increased the frequency of his sand and iron needles, causing Sasuke's cloak to swirl with greater velocity. The formidable white cyclone even created a vortex of wind in front of the cloak, drawing in more sand and iron. However, this was already the limit. As the amount of sand and iron increased, the weight of the cloak also surged, necessitating an immediate counterattack. Transforming the defensive wind release into a powerful strike required but a spark. Fire release. Whirling tempest. Boom. On the trajectory of the dispersing air currents, crimson flames erupted fiercely. Scorpion exclaimed in disbelief. Truly astonishing. Magnet release. Sand and iron wall. Boom. A vast quantity of sand and iron formed a solid barrier before the 3rd Kazekage, perfectly shielding against the furious assault of wind and fire. Understanding the properties of sand and iron magnetism, Sasuke tore off the sand and iron-laden white cloak and hurled it into the rushing waters beneath the celestial bridge. At that moment, the sand and iron wall reassembled, transforming into a terrifying sand and iron pyramid, poised to strike. Sasuke's gaze was resolute. He recognized that this was a genuine weapon of death, impervious to conventional means of defense. The time had come to get serious. With a swift motion, his eyes transformed into a brilliant 6-pointed star adorned with 3 tomo. The scorpion of the red sand regarded him with solemnity. Those eyes are truly astonishing. You possess the same Mangeki Sharingan as Itachi. And with your prior use of wood release, has Orochimaru conducted a transplant of Senju Hashirama cells on you? It seems that treating you as a mere child would only lead to my own humiliation. With a fierce flick of his fingers, the scorpion unleashed his attack. Magnet release, sand iron triangular prism. Boom. The magnetic guidance rendered evasion futile, and Sasuke had no intention of dodging. Boom. The skeletal frame of Susanoo rose to meet the onslaught, bracing itself against the impact of the prism. The scorpion of the red sand exclaimed, that ability is Susanoo? So it is not merely Itachi's exclusive power. Boom. 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 Under the scorpion's manipulation, the sand iron triangular prisms shifted in position and angle, relentlessly battering against the skeletal structure of Susanoo, causing cracks to form, yet it remained unbroken. Within Susanoo, Sasuke concentrated his chakra, and as another prism hurtled towards him, he met it with the fist of Susanoo. Boom. In a clash of strength, Susanoo's fist ultimately prevailed, shattering the prism into a scattering of sand iron. The scorpion's expression darkened. Though I am reluctant to admit it, Susanoo's defense cannot be easily penetrated by mere sand iron. However, if his Susanoo is akin to Itachi's, then the lower part must be its weak point, correct? Crack. The scattered sand iron reassembled, morphing into a cylindrical form, sacrificing piercing ability for a far more formidable impact. Boom. The sand iron cylinder thundered down. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Was the target not Susanoo? Had it missed, or was it? Boom. The iron sand cylinder struck the bridge with tremendous force, causing the entire structure to tremble violently, with the surface sinking at the point of impact. Scorpion once again manipulated the descent of the cylinder. The already damaged bridge could no longer withstand the assault, and shattered abruptly in the middle. Sasuke and Scorpion landed simultaneously upon the surface of the water. With a resounding splash, a cylindrical formation of sand and iron emerged from beneath the waves, dispersing into a state of flux before converging once more above the head of the third Kazekage. Following Scorpion's hand seals, it morphed into a formidable triangular prism. Terrifyingly, this prism was endowed with immense rotational force, greatly enhancing its piercing power. Sasuke observed the unfolding scene in silence, as a colossal sword materialized in the grasp of his Susanoo. At this juncture, the struggle for survival required no further words. Scorpion was the first to strike. Magnet release, sand iron gyroscope. Boom. Sasuke's Susanoo, poised with a sword. In that fleeting moment, a barely perceptible smile graced the corner of Scorpion's mouth. With a sharp sound, the separated iron sand surged from the water beneath Sasuke's feet, ensnaring his ankles. As Scorpion pulled with his arm, Sasuke was forcibly extracted from the confines of Susanoo. Now is the moment. Simultaneously, the iron sand gyroscope, which was about to collide with the sword swung by Susanoo, suddenly altered its trajectory and shot directly towards Sasuke. Danger. Sasuke. Observing Sasuke in peril, Kabuto instinctively reached for his blade to intervene, but Orochimaru promptly restrained his shoulder. Do not fret. Sasuke's combat experience transcends your imagination. Yet, in the instant Sasuke was drawn out, another hand of Susanoo unexpectedly reached out, grasping Sasuke from the outside. At the same time, the sword of Susanoo veered off course, producing a resounding clang as it shattered the iron sand gyroscope. Has he truly seen through it? Scorpion's gaze darkened. Indeed, the deliberate destruction of the bridge transformed the battlefield into one over water. Yet the subtle change in volume before and after the cylindrical body submerged did not escape Sasuke's Sharingan's keen insight. Utilizing the iron sand gyroscope to divert attention while launching a surprise attack with the separated iron sand from beneath Susanoo, what appeared to be a flawless killing move was deftly neutralized by Sasuke's formidable combat awareness. Swiftly, Susanoo enveloped Sasuke once more in its protective embrace. Orochimaru's eyes were solemn. This is not merely a matter of experience. Scorpion's myriad of puppet mechanisms is still overwhelming. Scorpion's lips curled upward, but what follows is the true killing strike. Magnetic release, iron sand wings. The iron sand transformed into wings behind the third Kazekage. As Scorpion's fingers danced, the third Kazekage soared just above the water's surface, extending his left palm, and from the sigils on his left arm, thousands of mechanical arms surged forth like a torrential flood. Sasuke's brow furrowed as he wielded the colossal sword of Susanoo, severing the approaching arms with precision. Yet, the sheer multitude of limbs proved overwhelming. The great sword could not provide complete protection. The escaping arms ensnared the exterior of Susanoo's skeletal form. The scorpion revealed its hidden dagger. Susanoo was not impervious. Thus, you cannot defend against this puppet mechanism. Whoosh. The mechanical arms entwined around Susanoo erupted with a noxious cloud of poisonous smoke. The toxic mist seeped through the crevices of the skeletal exterior. Although Sasuke held his breath at the first moment, he still inevitably inhaled a mouthful. With a sharp sound, Susanoo broke free from the restraints with sheer force, swinging its great sword to disperse the poisonous mist. However, the effects of the poison manifested instantaneously, accompanied by excruciating pain and paralysis of the central nervous system. Sasuke crouched upon the surface of the water, struggling to maintain the Susanoo. His puppet mechanisms were insidious, and he had fallen victim to them. In the midst of battle, the two confronted each other. Kabuto remarked, "The venom of the scorpion is formidable, Sasuke-kun. I fear you are in grave danger." Orochimaru interjected. The body of Shinju Hashirama inherently possesses resistance to toxins. However, at this juncture, Sasuke's transformation into Hashirama cannot confer immunity against poisons. Therefore, in this dire situation, accelerating the absorption of the white curse mark is his sole path to survival. On the water's surface, the indifferent scorpion declared, "You must be in excruciating pain. Barely able to stand. Worry not, for your life has entered the countdown. Even without my intervention, in 3 hours, the poison will claim you. Yet, I shall not allow you to perish so easily." Before the scorpion, the third Kazekage summoned the gathered iron sand, transforming it into sharp needles that flew forth. Magnet release, iron sand ring. Sasuke clenched his teeth, dragging his partially paralyzed body, evading with great difficulty as he relied on the returning three-tomo Sharingan to dodge critical blows. Crack, drip, drip. Wounds continuously blossomed upon him, blood staining the water beneath his feet. Scorpion, like an observer relishing the plight of a dying insect, taunted. "You truly are tenacious." Unbeknownst to Scorpion, the subtle white curse marks on Sasuke's pale skin were swiftly vanishing, not disappearing, but rather being absorbed. As the white curse seals on his skin were drawn in, a new white curse seal emerged, liberated from the one at the nape of his neck. With the acceleration of Shinju Hashirama's transformation, Sasuke gradually felt the effects of the poison dissipating. Scorpion spoke somberly, "If memory serves me right, your aim is to exact revenge upon Itachi Uchiha, is it not? To perish at my hands must be a bitter pill to swallow, but such is reality. Bow to fate." He then initiated a cruel series of hand seals. Magnet release, Iron Sand World technique. Sasuke's somber gaze slowly lifted, revealing the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan once more. This was not a quest for vengeance. Rather, I refused to bow to fate. In his murmurs, there was no youthful fervor, only the weight of countless tribulations. With a sudden clap, Sasuke brought his hands together before his chest. Wood release, Birth of the Trees. Chapter 14, Intensification. Magnet release, Iron Sand technique. The iron sand exploded in the air, transforming into numerous long, sharp spikes that intertwined relentlessly, vowing to annihilate the enemies ensnared within the technique without mercy. The attack, range, and density converged into their most formidable form, a true testament to the deadliest killing technique of magnet release, Iron Sand. At a critical juncture, drawing upon the power of the white curse mark and overcoming the effects of poison, Sasuke unleashed the sublimated power of wood release from within him through a series of hand seals. Wood release, Birth of the Trees. Though the caster stood upon the water's surface, the technique had its own grounding force. Boom. From the riverbed's mire, trees erupted, their vines climbing and intertwining, surging forth through the water's resistance, instantly forming a towering presence upon the surface. The scorpion of the red sand wore a fierce expression. This would release. Had he concealed his power before? No, his strength had surged in an instant, overcoming the poison's effects and manifesting a wood release capable of contending with the iron sand technique. What kind of foul play had Orochimaru employed on him? He commanded the iron sand technique, declaring war upon the forest. Yet, no matter how the iron sand pierced and probed, it could not penetrate the layers of protective trees. As the forest expanded, the scorpion found himself forced to retreat from the battlefield's core. Do not push too far. The scorpion barked, his 10 fingers weaving through puppet strings. The third Kazekage maneuvering with the iron sand wings, darting effortlessly between the iron sand and the trees. Crack, crack, from the mechanisms in the puppet's left arm. A venomous greatsword sprang forth, aiming to execute Sasuke. Sensing the scorpion's intent, Sasuke immediately commanded the surrounding trees to intercept. Outside the forest, the scorpion's deft fingers danced in an intricate ballet, so swift that they left afterimages in their wake. Under the influence of 10 leaping chakra threads, the third Kazekage unleashed a flurry of blades, and in an instant, shattered wood flew in all directions, an unstoppable force. Yet, the forest might was such that for every tree felled, 10 more rose to take its place. Crack, crack. With sheer force, the tip of the venomous blade shattered. But the scorpion remained unfazed, his afterimages becoming ever more elusive, and the third Kazekage's assault grew increasingly fierce. With the puppet's impeccable mechanisms and the puppeteer's unparalleled skill, he truly carved a path through the forest with a single blade. As the obstructing trees fell, the blade was ground down to naught. Whoosh! The scorpion's hands joined together, unleashing the myriad mechanisms of the third Kazekage's puppet once more. But this time, it was not toxic mist that emerged from its arms, but a deluge of shuriken. Sasuke's eyes ignited. The skeletal form of Susanoo rose once more, blocking the onslaught of shuriken. However, this time it was not mere defense, but an offensive strike. Crack! Beyond the skeletal frame, muscles intertwined, flesh and bone united, as Susanoo entered its second form. From the periphery, Orochimaru observed that form of Susanoo. The third Kazekage chuckled with nostalgia. Is it coming? The long-awaited heavenly bow of Kagura. Whoosh. In Susanu's right hand, a longbow materialized, while arrows took shape in its left. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, its sharp gaze was directed at the third Kazekage's puppet, 20 meters away. Damn it. Outside the forest. The scorpion cursed under his breath. From the gaps in the now dormant trees, iron sand surged forth, unreservedly pouring into the protective barrier forming before the third Kazekage. Divine artifact, heavenly bow of Kagura. Boom. The arrow released from Susanoo shattered the previously impenetrable iron sand barrier, leaving the third Kazekage with nowhere to flee. Indeed, the iron sand's defense proved formidable. Sasuke's gaze was enigmatic. So, what will you do about the second arrow? As he spoke, Susanoo once again drew its bow and knocked an arrow. Boom. Before the sand iron could reassemble its defenses, the second arrow swiftly followed, shattering the third Kazekage's puppet. Now devoid of its sand iron shield, into countless irreparable fragments that scattered across the water's surface. The masterpiece of Scorpion was thus ruthlessly concluded. The cascading waters sank to the depths as Sasuke maneuvered Susanoo forward. In the distance, Scorpion bowed his head, murmuring, "So it is. Uchiha Sasuke, I must concede. Among all the ninjas I have encountered in my lifetime, at this age, your caliber is unparalleled." He slowly extended his hand towards the collar of his crimson cloud cloak. After joining the Akatsuki, was he finally going to engage in combat with his own body once more? With a swift motion, he ripped off the crimson cloak and cast it into the river. Sasuke's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Anyone who was not previously aware of Scorpion's true nature would instinctively react this way upon encountering that form for the first time. Sasuke is no exception. Has he truly transformed himself into a human puppet? Sasuke, with a Sharingan, scrutinized the puppet body of Scorpion, instantly discerning its most critical secret. The mass upon his chest exhibited a living chakra response, distinctly different from that of a mere puppet. Thus, it appeared to be the core of the puppet. Akin to the modifications I had encountered in the cyborgs created by Amato in the later years. I had not anticipated that Scorpion's consciousness would be so advanced. Perhaps Amato was indeed inspired by him. Simultaneously, a new query arose in Sasuke's mind. The cyborgs of the Shell organization merely incorporated a movable regenerative core within their bodies, still reliant on organs to sustain bodily functions. Yet, aside from that mass, Scorpion had truly hollowed out his own organs, including his brain. Could that singular mass genuinely endow the puppet with the capacity for human thought and action? Perhaps, his puppetry possessed an additional enigma. He naturally contemplated the soul possibility. Could it be the soul, or perhaps a formidable belief, that allowed his spirit to inhabit the puppet? That would be a remarkable achievement, surpassing the mere chakra core. Did Sakura, in her past life, truly contend with such an entity? In essence, that mass must represent the Achilles heel of the Scorpion's puppetry. With a swift motion, the steel cables coiled within Scorpion's abdomen, resembling intestines, pierced the water's surface. Each foot of Scorpion rested on the curved segments of the cables, while a pair of spiral blades emerged from his back. The stance was identical to that faced by Sakura and Chiyo in the past, yet his mindset was entirely transformed. He had come to regard Sasuke as a formidable rival, capable of standing alongside him. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, the weakness of my core was laid bare, and his myriad of ninjutsu and offensive techniques rendered close combat overwhelmingly disadvantageous for me. It appeared that adhering to conventional tactics would not suffice. I must exhaust his strength to the utmost, ensuring he could not utilize Susanoo or would release. That would be the key to my victory. With a swift flick of my fingers, I summoned the third scroll from the array on my back. Orochimaru's expression shifted. It seems Scorpion is not entirely inflexible. He intends to employ that technique here. How shall you respond, Sasuke? In an instant, shadows surged forth from the open scroll, transforming into a vast array of puppets that filled the skies. Sasuke gazed intently. Such an overwhelming number. Scorpion brushed aside his bangs. You must feel honored, Uchiha Sasuke. For this is the puppet mechanism that once annihilated a nation. Secret technique. 100 machine manipulation. Chapter 15. Scorpion, your prowess must extend beyond this level, mustn't it? With a snap, Scorpion unveiled the panel on his right chest, unleashing a torrent of chakra from the regenerative core, transforming it into hundreds of chakra threads that connected to the multitude of crimson-clad puppets descending from the heavens. In an instant, those diverse puppets drew forth an array of weapons, rushing down with the distinctive clattering sounds of their movements. It was as if a crimson cloud had descended upon the battlefield. Sasuke's gaze was icy and penetrating. Do not concern yourselves with the hundreds of puppets in the sky. Focus solely on the master of the technique. With a decisive snap, Susanoo drew its bow, disregarding the descending barrage of mechanized threats, intent on eliminating the puppeteer, Scorpion. Having previously experienced the devastating power of the arrows, Scorpion remained unfazed, calmly raising a finger to unearth the first scroll concealed behind him. Upon activation, 2 black tubes emerged from his palms, aimed directly at the river below. Scroll, Inferno Prison Formation. With a rush, 2 pillars of fire erupted, instantly boiling the river water, and a veil of steam enveloped Scorpion's figure. With a furrowed brow, Sasuke decisively raised his bow, aiming at the oncoming swarm of mechanical puppets. Given their close formation, a single arrow could potentially eliminate several of them, couldn't it? Yet, almost simultaneously with the release of his arrow, the puppets in the sky suddenly dispersed. The arrow pierced the air, managing to destroy only 3 of the puppets. In the face of nearly 300 in total, this was utterly insignificant. Clack, clack, clack. The dispersed puppets approached with cunning maneuvers. Within the Susanoo, Sasuke's Sharingan keenly observed the unfolding scene, his heart racing in astonishment. Despite being controlled simultaneously, each puppet appeared to possess its own consciousness and intent, coordinating flawlessly with one another. What an extraordinary display of microcontrol. It was unfathomable that a single puppeteer could orchestrate such intricate movements. The mechanical puppets surrounded the Susanoo, launching a relentless barrage of attacks under Scorpion's command, as if subjecting it to 1,000 cuts. Clack, clack, clack. Fortunately, these scattered assaults were insufficient to breach the defenses of the Susanoo. Nevertheless, Scorpion remained undeterred in his assault, intent on forcing me to maintain the Susanoo, thereby hastening the depletion of my chakra. Sasuke is acutely aware of Scorpion's intentions. In a previous life, during his battle with Danzo, he employed a similar strategy, maintaining a relentless assault that compelled Danzo to refrain from releasing Izanagi, thereby achieving the goal of depleting Danzo's Sharingan. Sasuke mused that, in retrospect, what he had employed could hardly be deemed a brilliant strategy, yet it proved effective. Very well. Let us engage. With a swift motion, the arrows vanished, and Susanoo materialized dual swords, initiating a grand offensive in a dynamic clash. The sound of metal echoed as the blades sliced through the puppets with ease. Noticing Susanoo's counterattack, Scorpion smirked and swiftly recalibrated his approach. The threads on his right chest began to twitch, signaling the puppet army to receive new commands. They deftly evaded direct confrontation, instead executing a feint to the east while launching a deceptive assault from the flank, creating an intricate tug-of-war. While Susanoo boasted formidable offense and defense, it lacked agility, rendering it vulnerable to such underhanded tactics. Hidden within the veil of mist, Scorpion utilized sensory techniques to ascertain Sasuke's chakra state. Surprisingly, there were no discernible signs of chakra depletion. It appeared that the power of Hashirama Senju and his Sharingan abilities complemented each other harmoniously. With this realization, Scorpion's lips curled into a smirk. Let us escalate the stakes. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned a scroll from the second row of his back compartment. Upon activation, he directed both hands through the dense fog towards Susanoo. Scroll, water-severing wave. A torrent of high-pressure water blades erupted from Scorpion's hands, piercing through the mist and striking Susanoo head-on. The force of the water forced Sasuke to stagger back 3 steps. Has the true form finally revealed itself? Scorpion taunted. The water-severing wave is a technique so powerful it can even obliterate clouds in the sky. Your Susanoo shall be no exception. With a twist of his hands, Scorpion intensified the concentration of the water blades to their utmost limit. The sound of slicing echoed as the exterior armor of Susanoo's second form was forcefully cleaved apart. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. I have underestimated him. This water release possesses the power to destroy Susanoo. Scorpion, Susanoo, a flaw has emerged. The crimson-clad puppet in the sky is poised to strike. Sasuke confronted the divine. However, your position has been revealed due to the recent water release. Whoosh. An arrow coalesced, as Susanoo swiftly unleashed a shot. Oh no. The Scorpion sensed the impending danger and immediately lowered his hands. Swish. The water blade struck the surface, utilizing the recoil to propel his body sideways. Boom. The arrows, shot forth with explosive force, stirred the waves, although the Scorpion evaded in haste. The manipulation of the 100 puppets inevitably experienced a moment of vulnerability. Disregarding the need to repair his Susanoo's armor, Sasuke resolved to condense another arrow and launched a pursuit against Scorpion. Yet, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced through his eyes, causing him to stagger backward. Could it be that the white curse mark fails to completely alter the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan? The arrow vanished, and the Susanoo reverted from its second form. Sasuke lowered his hand, which had been shielding his eyes, revealing his bloodshot Manjiki, maintaining the Susanoo in its skeletal form. It was truly a precarious moment. Fortunately, your ocular power appears significantly diminished. It seems that at least that troublesome arrow shall not be utilized again. I shall not grant you a moment's respite. As the mist dissipated, Scorpion's puppet mastery regrouped. Sasuke silently gazed at the crimson clouds above, suddenly intertwining his 4 fingers across his chest. Ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the white smoke, Sasuke's shadow clones emerged, yet there were only 10. The medic Nin Kabuto, witnessing this scene, was left perplexed. Multiple shadow clones. Scorpion's intention was evidently to exhaust Sasuke's strength, and it was proving effective, yet Sasuke chose to employ such a chakra-dispersing technique. Orochimaru, however, wore a smile. Since Sasuke is acting contrary to expectations, he must have discovered a breakthrough. The Red Sand Scorpion coldly remarked, do you intend to counter quantity with quantity? Yet your numbers are rather meager. After all, you are but a child. When faced with an unfavorable situation, you lose your discernment. Sasuke was rendered speechless as dozens of shadow clones initiated a frenzied assault with a multitude of puppet masters, launching themselves in a suicidal charge. Kabuto, utilizing his Sharingan, observed with astonishment. Ah, that is Orochimaru. Oh. Sasuke's shadow clones launched a self-destructive assault against the legion of puppets, which numbered in the dozens. Utilizing the Sharingan, Orochimaru discerned an undisclosed detail. Ah, could the wires carried by the shadow clones be? In an instant, Orochimaru grasped Sasuke's intent, genuinely admiring his ability to extract the highest reward at the lowest cost. Even with a power that starkly contrasts his former self, he remains unchanged in essence. Indeed, this is the true advantage of Sasuke, a strength far more admirable than the power of Hashirama or the Ōtsutsuki. It was during the deadly forest of death in the Nin exams that I first witnessed the potential harbored within his immature Sharingan through the technique Sharingan, windmill 3 blades. Now, what feats can those weathered eyes accomplish? Boom. In less than 10 seconds, the shadow clones were obliterated by the relentless onslaught. It was over. Yet, amidst the tranquility of assured victory, Sasuke maneuvered the skeletal arm of Susanoo. Those 10 shadow clones, through their sacrificial attacks, had left imperceptible wires on each puppet, all of which were tethered to the palm of Susanoo. Susanoo, Sharingan windmill 3 blades. Crack. As Susanoo's palm pulled, the red cloud formed by the scarlet-clad puppet army abruptly contracted. The Scarlet Scorpion gasped in astonishment. What? Whoosh. At that moment, Sasuke, wielding Susanoo, leaped into the air, his left eye bleeding as he focused on the red cloud. Amaterasu. Whoosh. The black flames ignited, rapidly spreading, transforming the red cloud into a dark shroud. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Amidst the explosion, the puppet army was engulfed in flames. Wow. Sasuke descended upon the surface of the water, and with that, Susanoo flickered out. His gaze penetrated deeply into the melancholic visage of Scorpion. Scorpion, your prowess must surely exceed this mere threshold, must it not? Indeed, it is the final scroll, the one never employed in his past life, as spoken of by Orochimaru, that constitutes his true ace in the whole and the genuine crux of this fierce confrontation. Everything that Sasuke has previously laid out was to compel Scorpion to utilize this scroll, granting him a battle of life and death in the truest sense. Maximizing the absorption of the white curse mark. Sasuke spoke in a low voice. If you possess any hidden powers, feel free to unleash them without hesitation. After a prolonged silence, Scorpion finally extended his hand and retrieved the 4th scroll, which he had resolutely refrained from using until now. This is a power I have never employed before, and it represents the ultimate purpose of my joining Akatsuki. Chapter 16, Scorpion, the unused final scroll. With a swift motion, Scorpion unfurled the scroll, revealing 10 summoning techniques elegantly aligned upon its surface. Forming hand seals with 2 fingers, he channeled an overwhelming surge of chakra into the first technique on the left. As my mastery of the human puppet technique reached its zenith, I gradually recognized the limitations of crafting puppets from human bodies. My dissatisfaction grew, and a new vision began to take shape in my mind. If I could fuse the power of tailed beasts with the mechanisms of puppetry, I could undoubtedly elevate my art of puppetry to unprecedented heights. Upon the completion of this technique, it would undoubtedly become a puppet capable of annihilating great nations. The leader of Akatsuki acknowledged my vision, promising that once the organization fulfilled its grand mission of collecting tailed beasts, my dream would be realized. At this stage, through the chakra of Shikaku that I had gathered in my earlier years, I completed a prototype. Although I still had a considerable distance to traverse before achieving my ultimate dream, it was indisputable that this creation could rival the lethality of a true tailed beast. From the vast white smoke, a colossal figure descended upon the surface of the heavenly bridge. It bore the same appearance and size as Shikaku, entirely enveloped in high-strength puppet armor. Its interior filled with powerful puppet mechanisms, driven by the chakra of the one-tailed beast. Puppet Colossus, Sand Shikaku. Sasuke, is this colossal puppet, inspired by the tailed beasts? The ace in the hole of the Scorpion of the Red Sand? Orochimaru. I see. So Nagato's original plan for tailed beast weaponry was indeed influenced by Scorpion. Naturally, Obito, who yearns to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi, would not want that to come to fruition. Thus, shortly after Akatsuki began collecting tailed beasts, Scorpion became one of the first fallen members. Subsequently, Obito replaced Scorpion, assuming the identity of Tobi, and took his place prominently within Akatsuki. Thereafter, Scorpion's final scroll vanished without a trace. With a swift motion, Scorpion stowed the scroll and leaped atop the head of the colossal puppet, the steel cables of its abdomen embedding into the slots of the giant's forehead. Puppet technique. Pretend sleep. The eyes of Scorpion's puppet closed, while the starry gaze of the Shikaku giant illuminated with a metallic sheen. Even the method of manipulation emulates the pretend sleep technique of the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. It seems this will undoubtedly be a profound trial. Sasuke once again activated the skeletal Susanoo, standing poised for battle. Crack. The colossal Shikaku opened its mouth wide, unleashing a formidable suction force from its wind-style puppet mechanism. Whoosh. The river surged, and the immense form of Susanoo was firmly anchored to the water's surface by the opposing winds. Sasuke. This is akin to the wind release technique utilized by Danzo's summoning beast, the Dream Taper. The torrents of water are swept up by the wind, converging towards the gaping maw of the colossal Shikaku. Sasuke. Moreover, since the battle takes place on water, the methods I previously employed using fire release are rendered ineffective. However, such a mere reversal of wind power ultimately cannot inflict any substantial harm upon Susanoo. Crack. The colossal guardian, Shikaku, raised its left arm, and the grappling hook concealed within its wrist was unleashed, ensnaring Susanoo's ribcage with its foreclaw. Sasuke. I see, the wind release is intended to immobilize Susanoo, allowing this claw mechanism to ensnare it. Whoosh. Susanoo surged forward with the retracted claw. The opposing wind force came to an abrupt halt, and from the mouth of the colossal Shikaku, a concentrated wind release projectile erupted forth. Wind release, vacuum sphere, boom. This dual impact generated an immense destructive force, shattering Susanoo to pieces, and Sasuke tumbled helplessly into the water. It effortlessly broke through the first stage of Susanoo's defense, transforming him into a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, this is precisely what I desired. Crack. Sasuke rolled on the water's surface, clasping his hands together. Would release, birth of trees. The surface of the water erupted with a forest of trees, ensnaring the colossal Shikaku. Snap, snap, buzz. Hundreds of spinning blades erupted from the armor of Shikaku, rapidly rotating and slicing through the encroaching trees with ease. The mechanical eyes of Shikaku locked onto Sasuke. Were those spiral blades detached from the Shikaku's exterior, hurtling towards Sasuke, now bereft of Susanoo's protection. Crackle. Sasuke enveloped his ankles with lightning release and sprinted across the water, only to find that the spiral blades were swirling in midair, shadowing his every move. Is this a guided attack? Clang, clang, clang. Sasuke wielded the Kusanagi sword to deflect several spiraling slashes. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he noticed that the gaze of the Sandame's puppet remained unyieldingly fixed upon him. Realization dawned upon him. So it was, those spiraling attacks would alter their trajectory in accordance with the puppet's line of sight. In such a case, as Sasuke sprinted forward, he continuously hurled ninja smoke bombs, creating a thick veil of smoke that obscured Shikaku's line of sight. Deprived of its target recognition, the spiraling slash could no longer pursue, splashing against the water's surface in a series of rippling waves. Whoosh! Sasuke emerged from the veil of smoke, poised to mount a counterattack, only to witness a terrifying scene. From the gaping maw of the Shikaki puppet, a dreadful black light was coalescing ominously. Could it be that even the tailed beast bomb was within its grasp? At last, beads of sweat appeared on Sasuke's brow. The current wood release I wielded was insufficient to counter that attack. Only the third form of Susanoo possessed the might to engage in battle. However, my ocular power had already been depleted, and should I force its use, these eyes might not endure a second confrontation. No matter, Orochimaru would devise a solution for me. Boom. Susanoo once again stood tall, to guard against that hooked assault. Sasuke swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance. Susanoo transitioned rapidly from its skeletal first form to the fleshy second form, as my ocular power was further unlocked. The surging violet light transformed into an imposing armor that enveloped Susanoo's exterior. The third form of Susanoo, resembling the mythical Yatagarasu, is thus referred to as Yatagarasu Susanoo. Sasuke, with his eyes slightly closed, reflected on the form he unleashed after vanquishing Danzo, a manifestation only revealed in the presence of Kakashi. This ultimate incarnation of the Susanoo, wielded through the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, embodies a cataclysmic brilliance. To be candid, I remain perplexed as to how Itachi activated this form of Susanoo, allowing the light to persist through our fierce confrontation. Boom. The celestial Magatama bow re-emerges, but this time, the arrow is the black flame arrow of Kaguya. Before Shikaku the One-Tail, the tailed beast bomb has coalesced, and the immense pressure from the concentrated chakra causes the water's surface to dip 10 meters. Boom. The tailed beast bomb is launched with a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, Kaguya's arrow is loosed. Crash. The two collide, generating a ferocious whirlwind of explosive flames above the river's surface. The heated winds swirl, causing the river to churn violently. Snap. Snap. The bridge cables of the heavenly bridge are severed, and the entire bridge is swept away by the tempest and roaring waves, while the surrounding forest is mercilessly uprooted by the gale. Reluctantly, Orochimaru and Kabuto retreat to a distant cliff to observe the battle. Kabuto, in awe, remarks, "This truly is a clash of titans. I never anticipated such intensity in a single confrontation." Orochimaru smiles into the wind, stating, "The strength of a ninja is not defined by their destructive capability, but rather by their ability to effectively incapacitate their opponent. The next battle will undoubtedly lack such grandeur. Yet the trials Sasuke will face may be unprecedented." As the tailed beast bomb detonates, black flames swirl around the riverbank, dancing exuberantly. Whoosh. Shikaku's puppet releases its left arm's grappling hook. With a swift motion, the black flame greatsword ignites in Susanoo's right hand, severing the grappling hook along with Shikaku's left arm. From the severed limb pours forth an immense torrent of sand, some transforming into sand bullets, inundating the area to repel Susanu's advance. In Shikaku's right hand, the sand coalesces into a colossal sand spear, known as the Spear of Shikaku. Clang, clang, clang. Within the fiery arena formed by the black flames, these two colossal entities engage in a titanic clash. While the offensive power of the black flame sword is superior, each time it nears its target, the sand instinctively forms a massive defensive shield, safeguarding Shikaku from the onslaught. Sasuke had to acknowledge that. With merely a fragment of Shikaku's chakra, he had managed to replicate the formidable power of the original Shikaku through the puppet mechanism. The red sand scorpion was indeed unparalleled in the art of puppet mastery. If he were to craft a complete tailed beast weapon for Akatsuki, the annihilation of a great nation would be well within his grasp. He resolved silently. Thus, it is not merely for the sake of battle. I must eradicate this latent threat from the ninja world entirely. In the sky, dark clouds loomed ominously, suppressing the heavy rumble of thunder. Atop the mountain, Orochimaru gazed upward and remarked, "Look, the weather is changing." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and solemnly stated, "That technique should be lightning release." Kirin. Orochimaru, filled with anticipation, noted, "Merely relying on Kirin is evidently insufficient to obliterate the colossal Shikaku. Sasuke-kun is well aware of this. What will he do next?" Boom. Following yet another clash, Sasuke, wielding Susanoo, retreated to the mountainside, extinguishing the black flame sword in his hand and concealing his trembling eyes. This third form had truly reached its limit. Through the recent skirmish, he had gained an understanding of the defensive capabilities of that Shikaku puppet. To utterly destroy it, he would indeed require that technique. Swish. Susanoo raised its hand high. Boom. The lightning that had coalesced in the sky transformed into the fierce-eyed Kirin. Yet, rather than striking outward, the Kirin converged within the palm of the crow Tengu Susanoo. Kabuto marveled. He is utilizing Kirin through Susanoo as Chidori. Orochimaru smiled. Not only that, he aims to merge Cursed Seal with Susanoo. Zzzzz. Sasuke tore open the collar of his white kimono, the intricate white Cursed Seal patterns radiating from his being, enveloping the exterior of his Susanoo. Orochimaru marveled. I had anticipated witnessing the application of such a white Cursed Seal only during the third battle. It seems that Sasuke's growth in this confrontation has surpassed my expectations. Crackle. Infused with the power of the white Cursed Seal, the Kirin formed from the Susanoo's palm transformed into a brilliant white thunderous light. On the other side, before the mountainside, atop the head of the Shikaku puppet, the scorpion in red gauze opened his faint, slumbering eyes, gazing at the extraordinary phenomenon with a startled expression. Was that his full power? Truly a monster. If he continues to grow at this rate, he may indeed possess the capability to eliminate Itachi. Whoosh. The Shikaku puppet gathered tailed beast bomb energy once more, the spear of Shikaku thrusting horizontally into it. Boom. Amidst the river between the towering cliffs, two colossal beings launched their final assault. Shikaku giant black sand spear. Susanoo white Kirin. Chapter 17. The first battle comes to an end. Boom. The white Kirin collided fiercely with the black sand spear, the spear shattering and triggering an explosion of the tailed beast bomb atop it. The white lightning surged forward, penetrating the flames unleashed by the explosion, breaking through the defenses crafted from sand, ultimately piercing through the formidable armor of the Shikaku puppet with a thunderous might. Roar. With a thunderous roar, Sasuke unleashed a devastating attack. The Susanoo arm of the Tengu, Kuro, plunged deep into the core of the Shikaku puppet, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of lightning as the condensed Chidori surged forth, wreaking havoc within the puppet's intricate structure, ultimately obliterating it. The ground trembled with a resounding crash as the colossal beast, the Shikaku, shattered into countless fragments. Amidst the chaos, Scorpion found himself surrounded by debris. Momentarily distracted by the defeat of his most powerful weapon, he had not yet surrendered. As the Susanoo dissipated, Sasuke disregarded the excruciating pain coursing through his eyes and lunged forward in pursuit. He had not yet triumphed. Faced with the relentless Sasuke, Scorpion stubbornly resisted. Scroll. Inferno prison formation. The flames surged forth, potent enough to vaporize rock and steel instantaneously. A scorching wave enveloped Sasuke, causing the six-pointed star in his left eye to bleed. Amaterasu. With a crack, the black flames ignited from the void, devouring Scorpion's once proud fire entirely. The kaleidoscope in his left eye dimmed, unable to sustain even the three tomo. With a swift adjustment, Sasuke's right hand crackled with lightning, his right eye barely holding onto the kaleidoscope as he launched his final Chidori thrust. The Scorpion could not simply await his fate. Scroll. Devouring flow. A high-pressure water blade, capable of slicing through the clouds, surged towards Sasuke. In a blur, Sasuke narrowly evaded the attack during his high-speed dash. The water blade cleaved through the river, now devoid of the celestial bridge, splitting the mountainous terrain where Orochimaru and Kabuto observed the battle, erasing the blood-red sunset on the horizon. As Scorpion's strike missed its mark, Sasuke closed the distance. This proximity was advantageous. Two spiral blades whirled rapidly from Scorpion's back, while steel cables coiled around him with alarming speed. Chidori sharp spear. In an instant, Scorpion's expression froze. His puppet-like eyes widened in shock as they beheld Sasuke, now merely 5 meters away, with a lightning spear poised in his hand. The spear's tip had precisely pierced the vital core of his left chest. That lightning technique possesses such transformative prowess? A gasp escaped him as blood flowed from the corners of the puppet's mouth. The lightning spear retracted, and Sasuke's kaleidoscope faded. Though Scorpion was undeniably a formidable adversary, Sasuke understood that he lacked the charisma of Naruto to turn enemies into allies. Thus, he resolved to extinguish the threat decisively. Scorpion sank into the water, serenading the imminent arrival of death. This sensation of life ebbing away filled him with a strange joy. Was he finally stepping towards the true eternity, a state named silence? As foes entwined in a life-and-death struggle, Sasuke afforded Scorpion the respect he deserved. Scorpion, do you have any final words? Scorpion replied, let Orochimaru come forth. I have questions for him. Sasuke glanced back. Suddenly, from the swirling black vortex, Orochimaru arrived, accompanied by Kabuto. Scorpion, your capabilities have genuinely surprised me, Orochimaru remarked. Scorpion replied, ah, so you are indeed here. You lured me here with such intent. If you wish to kill me, you may do so alongside Sasuke. It was during our battle that I discerned your true purpose. You intend to use me as a training tool for Uchiha Sasuke, do you not? Indeed, Orochimaru acknowledged. Scorpion inquired, what kind of being do you wish to forge him into? What is your ultimate aim? An existence capable of contending with the divine. My objective, if I may say, is perhaps protection, Orochimaru replied. Scorpion scoffed, protection? You, who can so freely toy with the lives of others, speak of protection? Orochimaru smiled. Perhaps there is an unexpected truth in that. Scorpion retorted, ah, what a century's joke this is. Driven by his obsession with eternity, Scorpion despised Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality. Yet, in his final moments, he yearned to uncover one answer, and only Orochimaru could provide it. With utmost seriousness, Scorpion asked, Orochimaru, answer me this. What is eternity? After a long contemplation, Orochimaru responded solemnly, in my past, I viewed immortality as eternity, pursuing an everlasting life at the cost of my soul's reincarnation, replacing my corporeal form. Conversely, you regard non-existence as eternity, willing to destroy your body and transform yourself into a mere shell. Yet, both interpretations of eternity lead to the same ultimate failure. Scorpion pressed on. Then what, pray tell, is true eternity? Neither born nor perished. That is true eternity, Orochimaru replied. Neither born nor perished? Scorpion echoed. To be not born does not mean never having existed, but rather never having vanished. To be not perished does not imply never having decayed, but rather to decay without destruction. Orochimaru elucidated. Scorpion questioned, does such a state truly exist? It does, and the answer is singular. It is the heart, Orochimaru declared. The heart? Scorpion inquired. Orochimaru continued, Scorpion, have you erased your heart? I possess no heart, Scorpion answered. Then your lack of a heart is, in itself, your heart, Orochimaru stated. Is this a mere wordplay? Scorpion challenged. Perhaps. But consider this. In your quest to obliterate your heart, you transformed yourself into a puppet. Ironically, your ability to act as a puppet stems from the profound will residing within you, which animates the puppet. The core of rebirth is your source of life, yet it is not the foundation of your heart. So, where does your heart truly reside? The answer lies solely within you, Orochimaru mused. Scorpion closed his eyes, and childhood memories flooded his mind, fixating on the embrace of his mother and father. He was loath to admit that those who understood him best were the very ones he harbored hatred for and sought to eliminate. Upon opening his eyes, Scorpion self-mockingly sighed. Orochimaru, indeed, I cannot coexist in your era. Would you do me a favor? Speak, Orochimaru urged. Please convey to Chiyoba of Sunagakure, before her passing, to pass on the puppets of father and mother, Scorpion requested. Orochimaru nodded. It shall be my pleasure. In his final moments, having discovered the true art of eternity, Scorpion peacefully closed his eyes, as if returning to the embrace of his parents. Kabuto stepped forward. Do you not intend to reincarnate Scorpion using the impure world reincarnation? Orochimaru shook his head. There is no need. He has fulfilled his lifelong wishes. Such a soul cannot be bound by the impure world. He bent down to retrieve the last scroll left by Scorpion. Within it, there appeared to be designs for other tailed beast weaponry. Sasuke, would you be intrigued? Sasuke pondered. The tailed beast weapon can dominate the ninja world, yet it cannot contend with the gods. My sole purpose for returning is to become a god, and then surpass the divine. Orochimaru smiled. His palm ignited with flames, incinerating the scroll. Before those individuals confirm Scorpion's demise, we must depart from here. Whoosh. Within the swirling vortex of the blade's aftermath, Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Kabuto retreated successfully. The battle came to an end. In the desert of the Wind Country, after the extermination mission, Deidara, having waited long for Scorpion's return at the rendezvous point, urgently contacted the leader of Akatsuki. Whoosh. At the ruins of the Earth Bridge, a dark vortex swirled, and a masked man surveyed the devastated battlefield as night descended. His Sharingan fixated upon Scorpion's lifeless body, and he fell into silence. Chapter 18. the news of Scorpion's death and a new turning point. The identity of the masked man was Obito, who arrived at the ruins shortly after. The closed aloe leaves floated to the surface, revealing the figure clad in a fiery robe. The leaves parted, unveiling a face of black and white, representing the essence of Ōtsutsuki's Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu refers to the collective of black Zetsu and white Zetsu, one embodying Kaguya's will, the other representing Kaguya's army. Of course, that was a secret not to be spoken of at this moment. Upon witnessing Scorpion's tragic fate, white Zetsu remarked, "Oh dear, how dreadful. Look at the fine work Orochimaru has done." Black Zetsu interjected, "No, it was not Orochimaru." White Zetsu replied, "Oh, then what do you see?" Following Black Zetsu's gaze, White Zetsu noticed the blazing black flames on the water's surface. "Hey, is that Amaterasu? Could it be Itachi's doing? He has betrayed Ōtsutsuki." At this moment, Obito, speaking in Madara's tone, stated, "No, anyone could betray Ōtsutsuki at this time, except for Itachi." White Zetsu pondered, "If not Itachi, then it must be his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. This information is quite significant. My mind is spinning." Black Zetsu noted, "The Mangekyou Sharingan? Indeed. How did he awaken it after sparing Naruto at the Valley of the End? Did he experience some other stimulation?" Obito replied, "Regardless of the circumstances, Sasuke has awakened his eyes. That is an undeniable fact." White Zetsu continued, "However, I still do not believe that newly awakened Mangekyou Sasuke could defeat Scorpion alone. He must have teamed up with Orochimaru." Obito stated, "No matter what, Sasuke can no longer be underestimated." White Zetsu questioned, "And what of Scorpion? Did he just die in vain?" Obito gazed up at the cold moonlight, his words heavy with contemplation. "Nagato's tailed beast weapon plan contradicts my Eye of the Moon plan. Scorpion, who provided technical support for the tailed beast weapon plan, was also a thorn in my side. I intended for Ōtsutsuki to begin hunting tailed beasts 3 years from now, allowing Scorpion to demonstrate his value before being dismissed. His premature exit has indeed saved me some effort, but in the short term, finding a replacement for Scorpion will be challenging." Obito bent down, removing the Ōtsutsuki's gem ring from Scorpion's left thumb. Black Zetsu remarked, "Oh, are you stepping onto the stage now?" Obito's gaze darkened. In truth, with Ōtsutsuki's current configuration, they were fully capable of launching a tailed beast hunting operation immediately. The delay until 3 years later was due to the ideological differences between Nagato and Obito. Initially, Nagato and Konan supported Obito's Eye of the Moon plan, but as Nagato's power and experience grew, he began to develop his own ideas. The persistent inequality and oppression of small nations by large ones was a source of pain for Nagato. Therefore, he sought to gather the power of all tailed beasts to create tailed beast weapons, elevating Ōtsutsuki into a superpower that would surpass the 5 great nations, which is the final step in Nagato's trilogy of Ōtsutsuki's ambitions, conquest. Hence, Ōtsutsuki's plan necessitated wealth accumulation. In contrast, the Eye of the Moon plan merely required sequentially feeding the tailed beasts into the Geto statue's mouth to resurrect the Ten Tails and forcibly draw everyone into the illusionary world of the infinite Tsukuyomi. There was no need for superfluous wealth accumulation. However, whether manipulating the Outer Path statue or executing the Rinne Rebirth, Nagato could not be circumvented. Obito could not afford to sever ties with Nagato over ideological differences. He could wait 3 years. In any case, both the tailed beast weapon plan and the Eye of the Moon plan required sealing the tailed beasts within the Outer Path statue. After completing this crucial step, dealing with Nagato, whether through negotiation or conflict, would be trivial. The death of the critical figure in the tailed beast weapon plan, Scorpion, made Obito realize this could be an opportune moment to intervene in Ōtsutsuki and expedite the advancement of the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito donned the ring on his left thumb. Stepping into the spotlight would facilitate direct control over the situation. White Zetsu cautioned, "However, you must carefully consider your identity. You cannot simply declare yourself Uchiha Madara." Obito responded. Only a few days had passed since the last gathering when, deep within the cavern adorned with stalactites, the members of Ōtsutsuki assembled once more. Only Deidara was present in person. "Scorpion is dead," Pain announced, and aside from Deidara and Zetsu, who were already informed, the other members of Ōtsutsuki were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Scorpion supposed to be eternal? How could he be killed? Who did it? Pain replied, "Uchiha Sasuke. Possibly with Orochimaru's assistance. That brother of Itachi again? Did he not just join Orochimaru, seeking revenge on Itachi? How could he target Scorpion? Scorpion had embedded spies beside Orochimaru, learning of Orochimaru's plan to go to the Earth Bridge, and he had set an ambush on his own. However, this was a trap laid by Orochimaru to lure Scorpion in. Humph, it was merely a lack of strength. He was defeated by that inexperienced brat, even with Orochimaru's help. It only proved Scorpion was too weak. Not so, Pain countered, Uchiha Sasuke has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. What? The same eyes as Itachi's. Pain glanced at Itachi's projection. Itachi, the current intel indicates that one of his abilities is Amaterasu. Although we are uncertain of Orochimaru's involvement, Sasuke is now capable of battling Scorpion. You must exercise caution. Itachi remained silent, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion as he stared into the darkness. Pain spoke gravely. Orochimaru was once a traitor to Akatsuki. This action against Scorpion can be seen as a provocation to Akatsuki. From this moment forth, we will mobilize all our forces to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts. Once discovered, he is to be executed without mercy. Kisame remarked, Leader, I must say, that guy's greatest strength lies in his ability to hide. Pain replied, Thus, I have other arrangements. Black Zetsu added, During my reconnaissance, I inadvertently discovered Orochimaru's northern stronghold, which serves as a critical site for his cursed seal experiments. Pain concluded, Very well. Akatsuki's retaliation will commence with the destruction of Orochimaru's northern stronghold. The executor shall be. Deidara eagerly volunteered, Then it goes without saying. I shall go personally. Haiden. Ah, Deidara, you seem remarkably motivated this time. Deidara. Although I have my differences with Old Man Scorpion regarding our artistic philosophies, as fellow artists, I feel compelled to protest his demise. At the very least, allow me to obliterate Orochimaru's hideout in his memory. Kisame, you merely seek to create an explosion. Don't you? Pain. Very well, you shall carry out this task, Deidara. Additionally, a newcomer will be joining us shortly. Kisame, a new member? Will you not introduce him to us? Leader? Pain. He is merely an intern. If he manages to survive this mission, he may qualify to succeed Scorpion as an official member of the Akatsuki. At that time, a formal introduction will not be amiss. Kisame. Very well. I hope he proves to be an interesting fellow. Whoosh. The shadows faded one by one. From behind Deidara, a man with an orange mask timidly stepped forward. Excuse me, is this Deidara-senpai? Deidara regarded him with disdain. You are the newcomer? The masked individual immediately stood at attention. Yes. I am called Toby, and I have long admired the esteemed Deidara-senpai. From today onwards, as an intern of the Akatsuki, I shall follow by your side. I humbly request your guidance. Chapter 19. The Akatsuki's Revenge. Deidara bombards the northern base. On Crescent Moon Island, Sasuke soaked in a natural hot spring, washing away the fatigue of battle. Orochimaru, clad in a loose white yukata, sat on a stone by the spring, admiring the azure moonlight above. As he splashed water over his shoulders, Sasuke inquired, Are you truly going to fulfill your promise to convey Scorpion's message to Granny Chiyo? Orochimaru, of course, Kabuto has already undertaken this task. Having once served as a spy for Tsunagakure, such matters are well within his expertise. Sasuke, is that so? Regarding my second battle opponent, whoosh. Just as he spoke, a black vortex swirled, and Kabuto returned. Orochimaru turned his gaze. Have you finished? Kabuto, however, wore a grave expression. I apologize, Lord Orochimaru, but the matter concerning Granny Chiyo may need to be postponed. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. What has happened? Kabuto replied earnestly. I have just received a report from our northern informants. Deidara of Akatsuki, along with another masked member of unknown identity, has been spotted near the northern stronghold. Orochimaru pondered. A masked member of Akatsuki. Has Obito ascended to the forefront of Akatsuki ahead of schedule? It appears that Scorpion's demise at the hands of Sasuke has altered Akatsuki's trajectory. Sasuke ceased his exorcism. The northern stronghold. I recall that Jugo is there. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, Not only Jugo, but also Karen and Suigetsu are presently there. After all, during this period, the Cursed Seal remains a significant research project for Lord Orochimaru, which undoubtedly warrants heavy guarding. Orochimaru spoke in a low tone. There is a time lag in witnessing and relaying information. I'm afraid the northern stronghold has already. Sasuke emerged from the bath, neglecting to dry himself, and hastily donned his attire. Orochimaru inquired, Are you going? Once dressed and equipped with the Kusanagi sword, Sasuke declared, They are all dear to me. Both sentiment and reason compel me to rescue them. Kabuto added, Fortunately, the northern stronghold bears the mark of the fabric knife reversal. Orochimaru leaped down from the stone spring. Landing beside Kabuto, let us proceed. As the trio emerged from the vortex of the fabric knife reversal, the stronghold known as the Northern Bastion had been reduced to ruins. The earth marred by terrifying signs of explosion, with the very terrain altered. Orochimaru remarked, Such power, is this the C3 of Deidara? Kabuto exclaimed, Damn it. We have arrived too late. Sasuke. Karen possesses an unparalleled sense of perception. There is no reason for her to be oblivious to the approach of formidable foes. If she recognizes her inferiority, fleeing is her customary response. Therefore, let us employ the perceptive abilities of the second Hokage, embodied within the Shinigami. Orochimaru immediately raised 2 fingers, and with a swift motion, the Shinigami's cloak enveloped him, replacing the hastily discarded yukata. The scope of perception expanded, rivaling that of Naruto's Sage Mode in later generations, rendering all chakra signatures visible without concealment. Karen is indeed alive, situated at the 9 o'clock position, 20 kilometers away in the woods, where she has deliberately masked her chakra. Deidara and Obito are hovering above the forest, seemingly in search of Karen. Sasuke's expression shifted. Where are Suigetsu and Jugo? Orochimaru lowered his hands from their seals, shaking his head with regret. I cannot sense any trace of their chakra. Sasuke understood all too well what that implied. He clenched his fists, his heart bleeding. There was no time to lose. He must rescue Karen. High above the forest, riding on the back of a C2 dragon, Deidara searched for the trace of the crimson-haired figure through a miniature telescope affixed to his left eye. Alongside him, the ever-familiar Haydn flattered enthusiastically. Your explosive artistry is truly magnificent, senior. With a bang, you sent the stronghold soaring into the air. Deidara relished the praise. Of course. No one in Akatsuki excels at demolishing strongholds like I do. By the way, have you dealt with the other two who fled? Haydn, pointing his thumb at himself, grinned. Senior, don't let my appearance fool you. I'm quite capable. Deidara, adopting a senior-esque demeanor, replied. You still have a long way to go. Haydn patted his chest. I will certainly follow in your footsteps and strive to become a new member of Akatsuki soon. After searching in vain multiple times, Deidara grew increasingly agitated. Damn it, where has that red-haired woman run off to? Come out and experience my art already. Hidden among the dappled shadows of the trees, Karen pressed her back against the trunk, peering through the gaps in the leaves at the massive bird hovering in the air, her heart racing with fear and anxiety. Damn that relentless bomb artist. Why won't he give up? What kind of calamity has Orochimaru summoned? Forget it. I won't search any longer. Deidara plunged his hands into his ninja tool pouch, making a squelching sound as he chewed on clay. I'll use C3 once more to level both that woman and this forest to the ground. Yes, that's the plan. Before long, a postmodern clay figure took shape in his hands. Deidara turned his palm downward, allowing the figure to fall, forming a seal with his fingers, with a boom. The figure grew to a colossal size. C3, number 18. Is that another bomb meant for destroying strongholds? Karen's mind exploded with terror at the sight. She clutched her head, despair and helplessness overwhelming her as she cried out. Why must I die in a place like this? Save me, Karen. At that moment, a calm voice resonated from above. Karen looked up to see a white-clad youth perched atop the treetops. A gust of wind swept by, instantly pulling her thoughts back to a familiar figure. The silhouette above her began to merge with the memory of the boy who had saved her from the jaws of a beast in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams. 6 months prior. You are. Do not fear, I am here to rescue you. Sasuke reached for the Kusanagi sword. Karen, that's a bomb. Even you will die. Run away. Fear not, I shall not perish. Crackle. Lightning coiled around the Kusanagi, hurling towards the descending clay puppet. Lightning release. Void blade. Deidara's explosive clay would fizzle out upon encountering lightning. Aside from its self-destruct mechanism, all of his tactics were mere child's play against the current Sasuke. Thus, Deidara was no match even for a sparring partner for Sasuke. Art is an explosion. As Deidara's exclamation echoed, the lightning from the Kusanagi precisely pierced through number 18, silencing the explosion while cleaving the puppet in two. What? Deidara glimpsed the boy in the tree through the gap of number 18. That kid knows the greatest weakness of my explosive art. Who is he? Obito, Uchiha Sasuke. Overwhelmed with shock, Deidara failed to register Obito's suddenly serious tone. So that's Uchiha Sasuke, the one who defeated Old Man Scorpion. No wonder, those eyes, the Sharingan, carry the same disdain for my art as Itachi's. Damn it, I must eliminate him here. Crack. Once again, Deidara plunged his hands into his ninja tool pouch. Karen, be careful, he's about to attack again. Enough. Zing. Sasuke's eyes transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. Boom. The Yatamura Susanoo was unleashed. A black flame arrow was drawn back on the bowstring. Deidara gasped, what is that? Susanoo, Kagutsuchi. Boom. The black flame arrow, accompanied by a wave of heat, soared through the air. Deidara exclaimed, this is bad. Underneath the mask, Obito's eyes darkened. I'm truly astonished. Who would believe he could grow to such an extent in such a short time if not witnessed firsthand? Crack. The black flame arrow pierced through the colossal dragon beneath Deidara, triggering an explosion. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After the explosion, the sky bore no trace of Deidara and Obito. Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan faded, obscuring his eyes, and his gaze became momentarily unfocused. Has the ocular power expended in his battle against Scorpion not yet recovered? Are you all right? The concerned voice of Karen echoed from behind. I am fine. Sasuke subtly brushed away Xianglin's hand from his shoulder. Orochimaru and Kabuto appeared before him. Kabuto inquired, have you eliminated them? With a swift motion, Sasuke sheathed the Kusanagi sword and replied in a low voice, with Obito around. It is unlikely they will perish easily. Let South take Xianglin to Crescent Moon Island. This debt shall be settled in due time. Chapter 20. The Second Battle, Establishment. Within the cabin of Crescent Moon Island, Sasuke placed a steaming cup of tea before Xianglin. Do not be afraid. You are safe now. Thank you. Xianglin cradled the teacup, the warmth radiating from it transforming her into a fragile woman. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she set the cup down, and, unable to restrain herself in front of Orochimaru and Kabuto, she embraced Sasuke tightly. Whoa, I am so frightened. Hey, please don't do this, Sasuke said, clearly troubled. Xianglin replied, Sasuke, I swear I will never leave you again. Sasuke pondered. How strange, at this hour, she should not yet be acquainted with me, should she? In the Forest of Death during the Chunin exam, he had once saved Karen's life, and from that moment, she had indelibly etched his visage in her memory. For Sasuke, it was a distant past, one he had not allowed to weigh upon his heart. Yet for Karen, it was merely a matter of half a year ago. As she gazed up at the silhouette of the young man, once more among the trees of the northern stronghold, she resolved that she was destined to belong to Sasuke for eternity. After much persuasion, Sasuke finally managed to soothe Shikamaru. Sasuke wiped the lip print off his face and solemnly said, "Please recount the events." Kuko once again lifted the teacup, her heart still trembling as she recounted the harrowing experience of the previous night. Before the enemy arrived at the northern stronghold, I sensed their formidable chakra. I immediately alerted Mizuki, urging him to take Rengu and flee. Mizuki was reluctant, wishing to save himself. Understanding the significance of Rengu as an experimental subject to Lord Orochimaru, I threatened Mizuki, stating that if Rengu perished, even if we escaped the enemy, we would not face a favorable outcome. It was then that Mizuki begrudgingly agreed to take Rengu away. We divided our forces to escape. The bomb demon pursued me, while the masked man chased after Mizuki and Rengu. Later, I sensed the chakra of Mizuki and Rengu vanish. They had been eliminated by the masked man. A wave of fear washed over me, and I felt the inevitability of my doom, prompting me to flee into the woods where I concealed my chakra. You all know what transpired thereafter. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, stating, "Did they not perish directly from the explosion?" To this, Orochimaru and Sasuke exchanged glances, and Orochimaru replied, "Kabuto, the life essence of Mizuki and Rengu has a backup. Retrieve it so we may confirm." Kabuto responded, "Understood. Shall I also bring the living sacrifice for the Edo Tensei?" "No need for a living sacrifice," Orochimaru replied. Kabuto paused momentarily but refrained from asking further questions. Half an hour later, Kabuto brought forth the life essence of Mizuki and Rengu. The four gathered in the external world. Kuka then beheld the azure moonlight above, her youthful heart swelling with emotion. "How beautiful. It feels wonderful to be alive. I wish to live here with Sasuke forever." Kabuto placed the life essence of Rengu and Mizuki on the ground and stepped aside, with a swift motion. Orochimaru's long hair billowed as he entered the Death God release mode. Kuka was astonished. What is that posture? Orochimaru's chakra is entirely different now. What transpired during his absence after failing to attack Konoha? Orochimaru cast the prayer beads, a tool of the Death God, encircling the life essence of the two. These beads could summon the souls of the deceased through their life essence. As the life essence of Rengu and Mizuki ignited into ashes, their souls did not materialize. Orochimaru remarked, "The summoning was unsuccessful. Thus, it can be concluded that Mizuki and Rengu still exist in the realm of the living." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Sasuke, there can only be one explanation. Suigetsu and Jugo have been drawn into the space-time continuum by Obito." After retracting his beads, Orochimaru exited the Death God unbinding mode. That seems to be the case. At this stage, we cannot save them. Their survival will depend on their ability to adapt. Fortunately, they are not absolutely loyal to me, so they are unlikely to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their position. Karen's thoughts raced. Not only is it chakra, but Orochimaru's temperament and past are also entirely different now. He would never have tolerated the betrayal of his subordinates before. Yet now he not only overlooks my mistakes but also hopes that Suigetsu and Jugo can betray him to survive against our enemies. My heavens! Could the apocalypse be upon us? With Suigetsu and Jugo's survival, Sasuke's heart finally eased. He rubbed his eyes to relieve the pain he had endured for too long. "My eyes are somewhat uncomfortable. I shall rest for now." Sasuke wished to follow Karen but was mindful of Orochimaru until he saw the latter's approving smile, which prompted him to proceed. "Orochimaru, to prevent a recurrence of the situation at the northern base, Kabuto, aside from your intelligence network, we should disperse all our bases and extraneous personnel." Kabuto struggled to hide his reluctance, but that took us a considerable amount of time. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Orochimaru gazed into the distance. They have already fulfilled their purpose long ago. We must now proceed with a light burden. Kabuto, understood. I shall take care of it immediately. Orochimaru, conveniently, I have another matter to attend to. I have already identified the opponent for Sasuke's second match. Kabuto, so soon? Isn't it dependent on Sasuke's absorption of the curse seal? Orochimaru, regardless of the absorption extent, it does not affect those two as opponents for the second match, and the current situation is most suitable for them to be used as pawns. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and solemnly inquired, "The two you speak of, could it be?" Orochimaru, precisely, the infamous immortal duo of Akatsuki, Haiden, and Kakuzu. Kakuzu is a key figure in Akatsuki's financial scheme, possessing wealth rivaling nations, which is essential for the advanced equipment I require for the Ōtsutsuki project. Haiden, being one of the four earth gods, alongside the Shinigami, is also a crucial material for my other four pillars project. Rather than letting them roam freely, it is more prudent to secure them early. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Kabuto felt the weight of responsibility. "Understood, Lord Orochimaru. I will ensure it is foolproof." Within a cavern adorned with stalactites, the members of Akatsuki gathered once more. Kakuzu expressed his dissatisfaction. "Hey, isn't this recent assembly a bit too frequent? Do we have nothing else to do?" Wah! Haiden collapsed onto Deidara, weeping uncontrollably. Beside him lay Deidara's severed hand, tongue lolling. Deidara-senpai, I failed to protect you. Your demise is truly tragic. Pain, Haiden. Cease your tears and recount the events. Haiden, sobbing, exclaimed. Deidara-senpai completed the bombing mission at the northern base, but subsequently encountered the ruthless Uchiha Sasuke. He summoned a terrifying chakra giant and shot black arrows. Deidara was caught off guard and his bird was shot down. I barely salvaged his corpse. Damn it. It hurts so much. I can't feel my right hand. Where is that scoundrel, Uchiha Sasuke? At that moment, the seemingly deceased Deidara astonishingly opened his eyes and sat up. Haiden, covering his mask, screamed in horror. Deidara-senpai has risen from the dead. Help. Pain. Do not fear. Haiden, Deidara was never truly dead. Haiden. Is he still alive, albeit as a cripple? Pain remarked. Deidara, it was Haiden who saved you. Deidara regained his senses. Damn it, that scoundrel Sasuke. When we meet again, I will not let him escape. Itachi, your brother is quite remarkable, just so you know. I have reserved his life for myself. Itachi's Sharingan gazed deeply into the darkness, remaining silent. Pain, Deidara, you should rest and recuperate from your injuries. Kakuzu. Go and assist Deidara in reattaching his arm. Kakuzu grumbled. How much time will this waste, and how much profit will I lose? How shall we settle this account? Deidara replied. Humph, let us settle it with Uchiha Sasuke's head, Kakuzu. I will ensure I present it to you. Kakuzu reluctantly agreed. Then it is settled. If you fail, your head shall be the price. Haiden quipped. By the way, Deidara-senpai's head isn't worth much, is it? Deidara retorted. Hey, Haiden. Don't think that just because you were lucky enough to save me, you can speak so casually. Leader, you ought to discipline him. Pain glanced sideways. Haiden. Always show respect to your seniors. Haiden stood at attention. Yes, I shall carry on the will of the late Scorpion Senpai, ensuring he reunites with Deidara-senpai soon. Deidara, hey. Pain. Haiden, your efforts to protect Deidara are commendable. From this day forth, you shall inherit the title of Akatsuki's maiden and become a formal member. Haiden leaped for joy. Hooray. Hooray. Kisame chuckled. Ha ha, where did this gem come from? Pain surveyed the assembly. Then it is decided. During this time, let us all act discreetly, as I do not wish for another gathering before the tailed beast hunting operation in 3 years. Chapter 21. The second match, Sasuke's astonishing resolve. In the majestic mountains of the land of fire, a tall man clad in a robe of fire cloud strode forward. His gray hood obscuring his face, yet failing to conceal his stern demeanor. His emerald green eyes sparkled with intensity. Similarly garbed in a robe of fire clouds, a man with slick silver hair and a blood-red three-bladed scythe followed behind, exuding a carefree aura. They were the infamous immortal duo of Akatsuki, Kakuzu and Haiden. At the recent Akatsuki assembly, Pain had ordered Kakuzu to travel to Deidara's hideout to reattach his severed arm. Kakuzu begrudgingly traversed mountains from the land of commerce. After a lengthy journey along winding mountain paths, he finally stopped at the cave marked with sealing symbols. Kakuzu skillfully performed hand seals. Boom. The seal was broken, and the massive stone rose. Kakuzu entered, displeased. Deidara, get out here now. Deidara emerged from the darkness. Kakuzu, you finally made it. My arm is practically decomposing. Humph. Why not use that bizarre mouth of yours to devour it? Oh, come on. Spare me. I'm not a cannibal like Orochimaru. My craft is dedicated to the art of explosions. Kakuzu, unwilling to engage in further banter, immediately unleashed the black threads of the Earth Grudge Fear technique to stitch Deidara's severed arm. The stitching process went smoothly, and Deidara moved his arm. Kakuzu, thanks. I owe you one. Kakuzu, don't mention it. Just fulfill your promise and bring me Uchiha Sasuke's head. Deidara, you don't have to remind me. Once I develop a new technique specifically for that guy, I will settle the score. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly. A new technique? Can your explosive clay manifest even more wonders? Deidara replied with confidence. Of course. Art possesses boundless possibilities, and I already have an idea. As long as I can overcome the only weakness of art, lightning release, that mere brother of Itachi is no match for me. Haiden, cradling the back of his head, strolled over nonchalantly, glancing around. By the way, where's that Akatsuki member? Haiden? Deidara shrugged. Responding helplessly, I heard that Haiden was frightened into hiding after learning that Kakuzu had killed a comrade. What a pitiful individual. Haiden raised his hands in resignation. Well, I feel that guy and I could get along unexpectedly. I'll invite him to join the cult of the evil god next time. Time is money, and Kakuzu was unwilling to squander it further. Haiden departed. Deidara pleaded. It's rare for us to gather. Can't we chat a little longer? Kakuzu's silhouette remained cold. I am busy. Leaving Deidara's hideout, Kakuzu headed north. Haiden looked around. This doesn't seem like the way back, does it? Kakuzu, valuing wealth above all, replied. This is the path to the Temple of Fire. The temple's host, named Jur, was once one of the 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire, with a bounty of 30 million ryo on his head. Since I came to the Land of Fire for Deidara's sake, I might as well seize this opportunity for a significant gain. Haiden, bloodthirsty as ever, exclaimed, a temple? The deities and their ilk are heretical in the eyes of the evil god. Their blood will surely please him. Thus, the Temple of Fire would meet its doom 3 years ahead of time. In the aftermath, the Land of Fire trembled. The news reached Kabuto, who returned to the Crescent Moon Island. Upon discovering Kakuzu and Haiden's whereabouts, he learned they had attacked the Temple of Fire, slaying the host Jur, and were now en route to the southern gold exchange of the Land of Fire with Jur's corpse. Orochimaru sighed. They are being rather ostentatious, are they not? Do they fear we would struggle to locate them? Kabuto replied. However, while I was tracking those two, it seems White Zetsu also detected my presence. Orochimaru's gaze darkened. White Zetsu. Those ever-present beings with formidable reconnaissance abilities. Previously, they used your identity to lure Scorpion. In the future, dealings with Akatsuki will inevitably require direct contact with these manifestations of infinite Tsukuyami. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto expressed his concerns. If they inform Kakuzu and Haiden beforehand, altering their plans, our endeavor may be in vain. Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. Obito held a higher priority in the command of White Zetsu than Nagato. Thus, White Zetsu would notify Obito first, and only with his permission would they inform Nagato. Kabuto's gaze sharpened. Could it be that Obito has a motive to withhold information? After all, the lives of Akatsuki members are intrinsically tied to his interests, are they not? Orochimaru's eyes glowed with depth. Obito and Nagato harbor fundamentally different objectives. The greatest divergence lies in the functions of Scorpion and Kakuzu. The pattern of past Akatsuki members' deaths reveals clues. Furthermore, Obito has long been scheming to exploit Sasuke's hatred for his own purposes. So there certainly exists a reason to conceal information. Yet, I cannot be entirely certain. For now, we shall adopt a strategy of maintaining the status quo. Understood. Kabuto inquired. How is Sasuke's preparation progressing? Orochimaru smiled. Let us go and see. Beneath the grand waterfall of Crescent Moon Island, Sasuke sat shirtless, immersed in the cleansing cascade. Karen sat on the riverbank, propping her chin on her hands, gazing at Sasuke in a trance. Orochimaru approached. Karen, do you wish to jump in and engage in a fierce battle with Sasuke? Karen, caught off guard by his words, stood, adjusting her glasses. Her face flushed. I do not. Don't make it sound as if I am only enamored with Sasuke's physique. Orochimaru smiled non-committally, standing alongside Kabuto. At that moment, the white curse mark had already enveloped Sasuke's skin. Kabuto activated his Sharingan to confirm. Ah, this must be State 1. Orochimaru replied with a grin. Indeed. Achieving State 1 indicates that he has absorbed 10% of Hashirama Senju's power. The results of this endeavor have far exceeded our expectations. Karen, through her interactions with Orochimaru over the past month, had learned some information regarding the white curse mark and the plan for the Ten Tails. However, she remained unaware of Sasuke's rebirth and his true motives. Yet, the heaviness, weariness, and oppression emanating from Sasuke's chakra suggested to her that he was concealing something significant. Karen was a perceptive woman when it came to crucial matters. She understood that if Sasuke wished to share, he would do so in due time. Therefore, she refrained from questioning him, choosing instead to observe silently from behind, steadfastly watching over him. Beneath the waterfall, Sasuke opened his eyes, aware that the second battle was imminent. He articulated a carefully considered decision. I have decided to attempt not using the power of the Sharingan in the second battle. Orochimaru was taken aback. Aren't you going to inquire who your opponent is first? Sasuke rose, declaring, regardless of who it may be, to conquer one's adversary, one must first conquer oneself. Such a formidable resolve it was. Orochimaru, filled with admiration, remarked solemnly, if you refrain from utilizing the Sharingan, your signature technique, Chidori, would be rendered inapplicable. You must have devised a countermeasure, have you not? Sasuke raised his palm. Whoosh. The azure chakra surged forth from his hand, swiftly released, swirling and compressing into a perfectly formed sphere of chakra. Kabuto felt a sudden pang in his abdomen. Could it be this technique? Oh, the Rasengan, is it? I am indeed looking forward to it, Orochimaru said, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Let the battle commence at the Southern Exchange of the Land of Fire, Round 2. Chapter 22, The Southern Exchange of the Land of Fire, Round 2, Explode. Kakuzu, carrying the crate of money exchanged for land, strolled out of the Southern Exchange with a sense of satisfaction, while Haiden, seemingly oblivious to the wealth, sauntered behind him. Whoosh. From a distance, a black vortex swirled as Obito descended slowly, with Zetsu rising from the ground beside him. Has Orochimaru truly set his sights on Kakuzu and Haiden without notifying them? Obito adjusted his clothing and sat down, responding with silence. Zetsu shrugged helplessly. Well, it doesn't matter. They might not even come. My clones have yet to detect their approach. Rustle. Soon, movement could be sensed from the forest below, revealing Orochimaru and his 4 companions. White Zetsu remarked. They really have come. How eerie. My clones left midway and detected nothing. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. Obito's gaze, shrouded beneath his mask, darkened as he fixated on Kabuto's right eye, his thoughts unknown. Kagura's Byakugan. After sensing, Karen's expression turned grave. 2 formidable chakras were approaching from this direction. And in the 9 o'clock position, there were 2 more individuals. One of them, I recognize, is the masked man who accompanies Deidara,
the Obito you speak of. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. He has indeed arrived in person. Lord Orochimaru, what do you think? Orochimaru pondered briefly. As long as they do not make a move, we shall act as if we have not seen them. What do you think, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke remarked. I never intended to conceal anything from his gaze. The immense power held within his eyes will undoubtedly be an indispensable force in the future. When the time is right, I shall endeavor to win him over. However, for now, I prefer that he does not become a distraction. Orochimaru responded. If Obito intervenes, I too shall take action. Go forth, Sasuke-kun. With no lingering concerns, Sasuke hastened towards the exit of the forest. Outside the woods, Kakuzu paused, his dark green pupils fixated on the forest threshold. There, a youth clad in a white kimono ambled leisurely forward. You must be members of Akatsuki, Haiden, and Kakuzu, he observed. Kakuzu adjusted the money pouch in his hand and inquired suspiciously, Who are you? Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Kakuzu inquired with an air of nonchalance, Oh? The recently infamous Uchiha brat. What wisdom do you impart? With a swift motion, the Kusanagi sword was unsheathed, and Sasuke calmly declared, I merely wish to ascertain my own capabilities through both of you. Oh, this unprecedented declaration of war caused Kakuzu to furrow his brows slightly. He gently placed the money box on the ground and instructed his partner behind him, Haiden, keep a close watch on this box for me. Should anything within it be damaged, I shall puncture you with 3,000 holes. Haiden grumbled, Hey, must I always be the one to do such tasks? Can't we just store the box in a scroll? Silence. If we place it in a scroll and accidentally toss the money away during use, what then? Kakuzu strode forward, his mind filled with numerous questions. Why did Sasuke seek him out? How did he uncover their whereabouts? What confidence did he possess to believe he could single-handedly defeat 2 members of Akatsuki? Yet he kept these inquiries to himself, for he was resolute in one notion. Sasuke's actions must undoubtedly hold some advantage. As Kakuzu advanced, he spoke solemnly. A ninja must be accountable for their words. Each utterance carries immense weight. Uchiha Sasuke, what is the worth of your life? Sasuke, I too wish to know. Kakuzu, you possess no bounty in the black market, yet your eyes could fetch a handsome price. Your youthful heart would also serve well as my spare. Sasuke, is that so? If it pleases you, then so be it. Kakuzu, furthermore, it appears you have vanquished Sasori and wounded Deidara. May I presume that you possess the worth to warrant my utmost effort? With a swift motion, Kakuzu loosened his robe. Crack! Dark tendrils erupted from Kakuzu's back, extending menacingly towards Sasuke. Kakuzu's murderous intent was palpable. I have always welcomed those who present their heads on a silver platter. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. This technique is something I have never encountered in my previous life. With no knowledge of his opponent's intelligence, Sasuke dared not let his guard down. He wielded the Kusanagi sword with the swiftness of the wind, cleaving through the encroaching darkness. Too inexperienced. Crack! Another strand of darkness, released from Kakuzu's back, stealthily burrowed into the ground. As Sasuke dealt with the threat before him, it emerged from beneath his feet, coiling around his ankle. Sasuke, Jigaku no Envy, Tentacle Fist. With a decisive crack, after ensnaring his opponent, Kakuzu detached his wrists and arms, unleashing a barrage of dense black threads that pierced Sasuke's chest. Kakuzu, utterly disheartened, muttered, It's over. This is truly exasperating. Jigaku no Envy, heart extraction. The black threads burrowed deep, intertwining closely with Sasuke's flesh, as they simultaneously stripped away his heart along with the chakra pathways. Sasuke, I see. Utilizing those dark lines as a means of attack, while simultaneously severing the opponent's chakra and heart. Is this his ability? Crackle. Suddenly, Sasuke's form shattered into a brilliant azure lightning. Kakuzu's emerald eyes narrowed in shock. Lightning release shadow clone? Crackle. The lightning generated by the lightning release shadow clone coursed along the black lines of the earth grudge fear. Ugh. Kakuzu was immediately paralyzed in place. He began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The lightning release shadow clone is a technique second only to the wood release clone in terms of sophistication. This brat, employing it merely as a feint. Crack. The ground fissured as Sasuke's true form surged forward. Rasengan. Boom. The Rasengan struck Kakuzu squarely in the chest. Kakuzu, to think you would underestimate me, even without resorting to the Sharingan. Crackle. As the Rasengan detonated, Kakuzu's body disintegrated into the earth. Sasuke gazed intently. Upon realizing it was a lightning release clone, did he immediately activate this earth substitute? Indeed. It is quite difficult to detect without the use of the Sharingan. Boom. Kakuzu's true form unleashed another surprise attack with his tentacle fist. Sasuke, relying on his acute hearing, astonishingly dodged the powerful punch without resorting to his Sharingan. With remarkable agility, he seized the tendrils trailing behind the fist and executed a forward throw. Uchiha shoulder throw. Boom. Kakuzu, caught in the grasp of the tendrils, was lifted into the air and then forcefully slammed onto the ground. In Sasuke's left hand, a wooden spike emerged and was forcefully hurled forward. In the valley, White Zetsu was taken aback. What was that technique? The gaze beneath Obito's mask gradually narrowed. I see. Crack. At the moment the wooden spike pierced through the chest, Kakuzu's pupils dilated in shock. This is Sasuke. With a chilling demeanor, formed a series of hand seals. Wood release, insertion technique. Crack, crack. The protruding thorns mercilessly pierced through the front and back of Kakuzu, leaving him in tatters. Thud. Kakuzu fell to his knees, collapsing onto the ground, utterly motionless. Sasuke's expression was tinged with suspicion. How could his opponent in the second battle be vanquished so effortlessly? Haiden exclaimed, "Hey, Kakuzu, what are you doing? Get up." To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly defeated Kakuzu rose, his dark green eyes laced with crimson veins. "Have you implanted the cells of the first Hokage, you little brat?" Obito's gaze deepened with intrigue. "No. It is not the cells of the first Hokage that have been transplanted. Rather, it is the subtle white patterns on his body, the cursed seal of Orochimaru, which can actually harmonize with the power of Hashirama." As Kakuzu regained his footing, he methodically extracted the wooden spikes embedded in his body, and with a flourish, a black monstrosity, masked and shattered, oozed forth from the wound. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smile. "An immortal body, is it? That's the only way it can be." Crack, 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 crack. Kakuzu removed his fire cloud cloak, and from his mouth, shoulders, and back surged forth the black threads of the earth grudge fear, transforming into a monstrous entity adorned with masks of 4 distinct colors, clustering around Kakuzu's figure. Earth grudge fear mode. With his full power unleashed, Kakuzu distinctly morphed into a beast. He coldly proclaimed, "Uchiha Sasuke, your wood release pales in comparison to that of the first Hokage." Sasuke responded calmly, "Of course I am aware of such matters, but how can you assert that?" Kakuzu replied emphatically, "Because I have once battled the first Hokage." This shocking revelation caused Sasuke's pupils to contract. "Therefore, I cannot tolerate your flaunting of that man's wood release techniques before me." With a crack, the red mask of the earthbound creature on Kakuzu's right shoulder opened. Fire release, head hardening. Chapter 23, A Splendor of Blossoms. As the creature of Earthgrudge fear unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth, the ground erupted in a magnificent display, transforming the earth into a stunning sea of crimson lotus fire. Sasuke's expression was as still as water. He had endured countless battles, and such a scale of fire release was no longer a novelty to him. He possessed the remarkable ability to discern blind spots that eluded the eyes of ordinary individuals. Kakuzu claimed to have fought against the first Hokage, which suggested that he was a ninja born around the Warring States period. Given the ceaseless conflicts that ninjas faced, their physical capabilities would typically decline rapidly with age. Yet, Kakuzu, at nearly a century old, could wield such formidable fire release. Therein lay the crux of the issue. It seemed that the technique known as Jiangu was a rare art capable of directly altering one's physical form. Boom. As the relentless sea of flames surged toward him, Sasuke faced the scorching winds and formed the U-hand seal. Fire release, Crimson Dragon. Boom. From Sasuke's mouth, crimson flames coalesced into a majestic dragon, slicing through the inferno before him and advancing forcefully toward Kakuzu. In the forest, Kabuto marveled. What kind of fire release is that? Its scale may not match Kakuzu's, yet it holds an overwhelming advantage. Orochimaru observed with delight. Sasuke has transcended the stage of merely pursuing the scale of techniques. He values casting efficiency even more. He releases the same amount of fire release chakra as Kakuzu, but in a highly refined form, making their strengths unmistakably clear. Could it be that the chakra of Shinja Hashirama was amplifying the fire release capable of suppressing Kakuzu's? Crack. Kakuzu's left shoulder, adorned with the wind mask of Jiangu, unleashed a tempestuous gale that instantaneously elevated the heat of Kakuzu's inferno, noticeably obstructing the advance of the Crimson Dragon. Sasuke did not hasten to retaliate. Rather, he meticulously analyzed the situation. The mask on his left shoulder harnessed the power of fire release, while the one on his right wielded wind release. His back bore 2 additional masks, complemented by the chest mask that had been damaged by the impalement technique. In total, his D-Jutsu mode featured 5 masks, each capable of executing a unique nature of ninjutsu. Furthermore, the masked creature appeared to possess a death substitution effect. What, then, is the principle behind this substitution? Oh, when he ensnared my lightning clone with black threads, he attempted to extract my heart. This implies that each masked creature harbors a heart within it. 5 hearts signify 5 lives. Thus, this reveals the true nature of Akatsuki's Kakuzu and his immortality. In a swift motion, Sasuke altered his hand seals. The flame serpent, previously subdued and oppressed, suddenly opened its mouth wide. Waishu devour. Whoosh. The flames from the head of the creature surged ferociously into the serpent's maw, causing it to swell and size rapidly. Kakuzu was aghast. What nonsense is this? That technique is actually absorbing my flames. Boom. The now augmented Waishu broke through with overwhelming force. Water release. Water curtain jutsu. Crack. Crack. Reluctantly, Kakuzu activated the water release mask on his back, unleashing a powerful water cannon to collide with the Waishu. Despite the elemental disadvantage, the power remained insufficient. Lightning release. False darkness. Crack. Finally, the last lightning release mask activated, and a sharp spear of lightning merged with the water cannon, ultimately halting the Waishu's attack. Kakuzu's dark green pupils widened in fury. What a joke. One fire release technique compelled me to employ 4 masks. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. During the battle with Scorpion, I did not witness Sasuke-kun exhibit such astonishing fire release. Did he learn it on the spot? Orochimaru gently shook his head. No, that technique was created by Sasuke-kun a long time ago. It is a genuine S-rank fire release. During his fight with Scorpion, his chakra was insufficient to unleash its full potential, but now, with the unsealing of the white curse mark, Sasuke's mastery extends far beyond this singular technique. As his power continues to ascend, you shall witness even more. Nearby, Karen pondered silently. Sasuke was only 13 years old back then, wasn't he? Why does it sound as if they are speaking of him like an old man? But honestly, even if he were an old man, he would still be well-liked. He. On the mountaintop, Black Zetsu inquired solemnly. Obito, what is your perspective on Sasuke's performance? White Zetsu playfully replied. What else is there to see, but with one's own eyes? Black Zetsu, displeased, retorted. Silence. This question is of utmost seriousness. White Zetsu, realizing the futility of his jest, conceded. Fine. After all, we share the same mouth. After a prolonged contemplation, Obito spoke gravely. If he can survive, one day, he will surpass Nagato. Black Zetsu chuckled inwardly. Surpassing Nagato? Your ignorance limits your imagination. As the reincarnation of Indra, surpassing Nagato is inevitable. I have been discreetly observing his trajectory since the massacre of his clan. How could that boy suddenly grow so powerful? Could it be that Yui has meddled with him? The discourse among the observers did not sway the tide of battle. With 4 hearts remaining, signifying 4 lives, and 4 masked creatures as protection, a feigned attack was indeed essential. As Sasuke surged forward, he rolled up his right sleeve, allowing his left palm to glide over the inscription of summoning technique etched upon his right arm. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted, materializing a wind demon shuriken into his grasp, which he hurled directly at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, with a nonchalant demeanor, evaded the attack and remarked, just when I began to find you somewhat formidable, you resort to such laughable tactics as a feint. Sasuke's lips curled slightly upwards as he raised 2 fingers. Secret technique, shuriken shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. From the summoning technique inscribed with wind demon shuriken, an overwhelming barrage of shuriken was summoned forth, with the nearly imperceptible steel wires gripped tightly in Sasuke's hand. Crackle. Lightning chakra coursed along the shuriken's body as Sasuke's palm was suddenly yanked downwards. Uchiha-style shuriken formation, thunderlight ring. Instantly, the lightning surged alongside the shuriken, enveloping the area and completely sealing off every escape route for Kakuzu. Kakuzu's eyes widened with fury, the ominous black threads desperately releasing their malice, forming a shroud that engulfed his entire being. Crack, 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 crack. The shroud was mercilessly ravaged by the shuriken. Sasuke, having utilized the shuriken as a shield, has surged forth with fierce determination. The wooden stake in his hand is unleashed once more. Damn it. Sensing the impending peril, Kakuzu swiftly forms hand seals. Earth style, earth spear. Crack, crack. His skin hardens in response to the undercurrents, yet the impaling technique, designed to yield maximum lethality upon penetration, fails to breach his exterior. Kakuzu exclaims, do not presume that the same tactics will prove effective against me. Sasuke was taken aback. Altering the strength of one's skin should fall within the realm of earth release. Yet his earth release heart should have been destroyed, shouldn't it? Swiftly. Unable to launch a successful attack, Sasuke quickly retreated to evade the approaching dark lines. Indeed, he had just performed the hand seals with his own body. That technique for hardening earth release did not belong to the domain of the earth grudge fear, but was rather a manifestation of his own abilities. Kakuzu gazed at the scattered lightning arc still flickering from the shuriken in F's hands, a chill coursing through his heart. Merely the feigned attack with those shuriken was sufficient to eliminate the majority of ninjas. Who exactly is this young prodigy? If the same tactic proves ineffective against you, then so be it. Sasuke clasped his hands in front of his chest. Wood release. Birth of the tree world. A thunderous roar erupted as the earth trembled. The soil fissured, and trees entwined with vines surged forward, rolling and crushing ahead, far surpassing the battle against the red sand scorpion. Kisame, help me out. Chapter 24. Explosive Confrontation. Uchiha Sasuke versus the immortal duo. Kisame, lend a hand. Faced with the onslaught of the tree world, Kisame called for his partner's assistance while the black lines of his cursed energy flowed ominously throughout his body. Wind, fire, and lightning, 3 masks, converged with the swirling black lines into his right arm. In response to the looming threat of the tree world, he contemplated unleashing the ultimate technique of the cursed energy. Cursed energy, final shot. Whoosh. The chakra, embodying wind, fire, and lightning, transformed into a terrifying chakra cannon, sweeping forth. Boom. As the chaotic explosion erupted, the forefront of the tree world was obliterated, while the rear surged onward. In that moment, discarding his money box, Haiden entered the fray unencumbered, wielding his 3-bladed crimson scythe. Charging towards Kisame, frantically slashing at the encroaching trees. Kisame managed to catch his breath, reconstituting his chakra, and unleashed another final shot of cursed energy. Finally dispelling the tree world. He glanced at the dark green glimmer of the money box that Haydn had carelessly tossed aside and remarked, "This time, I shall forgive your sacrilege against money." Haydn, resting the scythe upon his shoulder, remained lost in his own world. "Watching you two fight is making me feel constipated, Kisame. This isn't your style?" Kisame had entirely set aside his prejudice against Sasuke. Though reluctant to admit it, the boy's power was indeed remarkable, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, he had yet to utilize his Sharingan. Kisame pondered whether Sasuke was unable to use it for some reason or simply chose not to. Regardless, they must join forces to eliminate him. Haydn, with a bloodthirsty grin, declared, "I've been itching to turn him into a sacrifice for Lord Jashin." Boom. Kisame produced a scroll, summoning a broad-bladed sword from within. "This time, I shall feign an attack." Whoosh. Kisame charged forward towards Sasuke, with Haydn trailing closely behind, scythe in tow. Had the two finally decided to collaborate? Clang. Sasuke drew his Kusanagi and engaged in battle with the two, employing his masterful swordsmanship. The clash of blades resonated, as Sasuke held his ground against both adversaries. The more they fought, the deeper his inner doubts grew. From a somewhat metaphysical perspective, those who acted in pairs tended to possess greater strength. Yet, this Haydn fellow, aside from his mediocre taijutsu and the wild swings of his scythe, exhibited no extraordinary abilities. Could it be that the scythe bore some hidden poison? Observing the duo struggle to gain the upper hand, Kisame felt a pang of apprehension. Is their taijutsu and swordsmanship truly that formidable? This guy is indeed a freak. To expect Haydn to draw blood alone is sheer folly. Regardless, at this point, I must resort to any means necessary to create an opportunity. Whoosh. Just then, the black lines of cursed energy ensnared, while the trees sprouting from Sasuke's shoulder obstructed the attack. Kisame's gaze flickered as he retreated, his arm thrusting forward. Cursed energy, tentacle fist. Sasuke, having anticipated the assault, severed the trees from his shoulder and shifted his body aside. Whoosh. The tentacle fist swept past Sasuke. But within its grip was a ninja smoke bomb. Sasuke was taken aback. Such a move? Suddenly, a smoke bomb detonated, and in that brief moment of distraction, Haydn lunged forward, his scythe slicing through the air. Sasuke, while evading the onslaught, was still marked by a shallow crimson line etched across his cheek by the elongated blade of the scythe. Haydn exclaimed triumphantly, "I've succeeded." Kakuzu, with a barely perceptible smile, remarked, "The most crucial step has been accomplished. Now, it is time to witness your performance, Haydn." The expressions of the onlookers shifted subtly, with the exception of Karen. Swiftly, Haydn withdrew from the fray, dragging his scythe behind him. Sasuke, sensing something amiss, pursued him with his blade drawn, only to be intercepted by Kaku, who charged forth to block his path. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes, the clash of their weapons ringing out in the air. The scar on Sasuke's face healed with the warmth of the smoke, yet an unsettling apprehension lingered in his heart, an instinct honed through countless battles. That individual named Haydn must be plotting something. Sasuke accelerated his assault, yet Kakuzu recklessly engaged him in combat, disregarding even the vulnerability of his exposed heart. The unease within Sasuke intensified. Meanwhile, Haydn, retreating to the outskirts of the battlefield, wore a sinister grin as he licked the blood from his scythe with his tongue, his entire skin taking on a metallic, obsidian sheen. Suddenly, he retrieved a crimson spike from the base of his scythe, slashing his wrist and allowing his blood to flow at his feet. Then, he began to inscribe a mysterious ritual circle upon the ground with his foot. Sasuke's expression changed drastically. That body, and that ritual, he was indeed about to unleash some kind of technique. This is bad. I have an extremely ominous premonition. Crack. The heart of Kakuzu's earth grudge fear was pierced directly by Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. With a powerful thrust, Kakuzu's entire left arm flew into the air, breaking through successfully. Sasuke rushed straight towards Haydn. Kakuzu watched Sasuke's retreating figure, akin to gazing upon a corpse sent to the cold storage of a gold exchange. It's futile. No matter what you do, it's too late. In the forest, Orochimaru clenched his fist tightly, speaking in a low tone. "D, hold down Karui for a moment." The medicine master D's heart raced. "I'll try my best." Karui's heart raced. What is happening? Orochimaru and D's chakra suddenly became tense and uneasy, while the enemy's chakra was filled with a sense of victory. Could it be that Sasuke is in danger? Use your blood to offer a tribute to the dark god. Haydn, in the meticulously drawn ritual circle, excitedly raised the sharp cone and thrust it into his own heart. Sacrifice. Death god s right with blood. Snap. Thud. Sasuke, who was running, suddenly fell heavily to the ground, clutching his heart, his face contorted in pain. This long-lost sensation, could it be? Ugh. He spewed a mouthful of blood, which gushed from his chest, turning the ground beneath him into a pool of crimson. So this is how it is. He finally understood why Haydn and Kakuzu, these seemingly mediocre fighters, were chosen by Orochimaru as opponents for the second round. Kakuzu's immortality was merely a bait. Haydn was the hidden ace among the Akatsuki. If one was unaware of the intelligence beforehand, Even the mightiest ninja could face fatal peril. Is this truly the life and death trial of the second round? With his heart suffering a grievous blow, Sasuke's consciousness began to fade. His chakra rapidly dwindled. This is bad. Karui dashed forward recklessly but was forcefully held back by D. Karui, this is a challenge Sasuke must face alone. He doesn't permit any of us to intervene. Karui's face twisted in rage. That's your concern. I only know that if I don't go, Sasuke will die. With my healing abilities, there is still time. Let me go. D's voice trembled. Be sensible. Do you think the current Sasuke would accept your help? Karui grabbed D's arm and bit down hard. D winced in pain and released his arm. Just as Karui was about to charge forward, Orochimaru ensnared her with his serpentine hand. Karui, this is the tribulation Sasuke must endure. You cannot save him. His only chance of survival lies in repairing his heart with the power of the white curse seal before the enemy strikes. Finally, the situation was resolved. Kakuzu stood up again, using the earth grudge fear to stitch his severed arm. Haiden, you have Hashirama's cells. While I do not believe you can heal a mortal wound to your heart, for safety's sake, you should stab yourself a few more times. The dark god indeed desires this. Snap, snap, snap. Haiden raised the cone and began to stab at his own chest. White Zetsu. Oh dear, this is truly heartbreaking. Black Zetsu. Hee, is it finally over? Obito, hidden beneath his mask, gazed with deep eyes. Orochimaru has not informed Sasuke of Haiden's intelligence, which means the intention is not to hunt the Akatsuki members. What could his true purpose be? Crack. Haiden continued stabbing until not a single part of his chest remained intact, before discarding the sharp cone and sitting on the ground, panting with exhilaration, gazing at Sasuke, whose entire body was drenched in blood. Two streams of tears flowed down Karui's face. Why go to such lengths to fight? Kakuzu had already approached the now silent Sasuke. It seems your heart can no longer serve as my substitute. As compensation, let your eyes serve as Uchiha's double vision for restitution. He leaned down, reaching for Sasuke's tightly shut eyes. However, at that moment, the corner of Sasuke's blood-stained mouth suddenly twisted as he questioned, Kakuzu, do you believe the value of a ninja can be measured in money? Could it be that you? Kakuzu's emerald pupils suddenly constricted. Whoosh. The white curse seal enveloping Sasuke surged inward. Chapter 25. The second round. Dust settled. Sasuke struggled to rise before Kakuzu. As the rising heat and smoke healed his battered chest, he slumped his shoulders, head bowed. Swaying unsteadily yet resolutely straightening his knees. I am not one to fall in a place like this. Kakuzu felt a chill within as he grasped the large sword behind him, wielding it with both hands, aiming for Sasuke's neck with all his might. If I can decapitate him, even Shinja Hashirama shall perish. But you cannot even cut off Hashirama's head. White curse seal, hardened. Clang. The large sword was blocked by the back of Sasuke's neck. At that moment of shock, Sasuke formed a Rasengan in his palm, which unexpectedly turned white upon release. Crack. The Rasengan struck Kakuzu's chest, breaking through his earth-style hardened defense, and with a terrifying spiral, the deadly wooden spikes erupted from Kakuzu's body. Kakuzu screamed in agony, curling up on the ground. D exclaimed, that kind of Rasengan, when did he master it? Orochimaru replied, as far as I know, Sasuke has yet to grasp the nature transformation of the Rasengan. It's likely that he subconsciously infused the power of the white curse seal, granting the Rasengan the effect of the impalement technique. Truly terrifying, a single strike shattered two of Kakuzu's hearts, while one heart remains barely alive. Such injuries are beyond even Earthgrudge Fear's ability to heal. Sasuke was also quite surprised by this subconscious prowess. He gazed at his palm, reminiscing about the wondrous sensation he experienced when using the Rasengan moments ago. At that moment, Kakuzu's frantic shouts jolted Sasuke awake. Haiden, quickly cut off your own head. Not far away, within the ritual circle of the death goddess right, Haiden exclaimed, my head, hey, this is too much. How can I cut off my own head? Kakuzu shouted, hurry, or we will all die. And just to be clear, you must be responsible for stitching me back up. Haiden picked up the sharp cone from nearby and stood up. Whoosh. Seeing this, Sasuke charged forward at full speed. You want to get away with this. Kakuzu's severed arm unleashed black lines of Earthgrudge Fear, entangling Sasuke's ankle. Crack. At this moment, Haiden stabbed the sharp cone into his own neck. Crack. Ugh. Sasuke clutched his painfully wounded neck, blood gushing through his fingers, as the carotid artery was struck. This blow was enough to be fatal. However, after further absorbing the curse seal's power, he could even heal his heart injury. Thus this wound was not beyond his capabilities. But just as Kakuzu stated, if his head were severed, he could not survive. Haiden desperately twisted the cone embedded in his neck, determined to forcibly detach his own head. Crack. Sasuke severed the black threads binding his ankles with his grass-cutting sword and charged toward Haiden with all his might. His throat was ravaged by excruciating pain, yet he paid it no heed. Life and death hung by a thread. Whoosh. Sasuke. Haiden. In that fleeting moment, the sounds of the wind, the calls of Karui and the others, the urgings of J-Go, and Haiden's roars all faded from Sasuke's senses. Only his consciousness spun rapidly. His technique was a sacrificial ritual designed to create a mutual killing effect against me, with the medium being blood. Furthermore, it appeared he needed to be within the ritual circle beneath his feet to perform the technique. Thus, if I could force him out of the circle, the sacrifice would lose its efficacy. However, if I were in his position, I would certainly not overlook such a weakness. Adhering chakra to the ground would be a fundamental strategy. Therefore, to expel him from the ritual circle would necessitate a powerful attack, which would inevitably rebound upon myself due to the technique's intricacies. More importantly, no one could guarantee that the ritual circle was indispensable. If I made a mistake, I would be doomed beyond redemption. So what path exists to break this deadlock with my current means? Setting aside blood for the moment, the essence of this sacrificial principle is, in essence, to establish a connection between him and me, a connection that is, in its core, a form of contract. Thus, the optimal solution must be of this nature. I fervently hope my deduction is correct. In an instant, having completed an analysis of Hayden's intel and identified the theoretically optimal solution, Sasuke had already closed the distance to Hayden. He discarded his grass-cutting sword and, amidst the agony of impending separation from his neck, maintained his composure, firmly placing his palm upon Hayden's chest. Contract seal. ZZZZ. The contract established between him and Hayden through death's embrace with blood was unilaterally severed. ZZZZ. The inky darkness that only manifested in Hayden while in a sacrificial state swiftly dissipated. How could this be? Thud. Hayden's head tilted and rolled away from his neck, coming to a stop beside the discarded treasure chest. Plop. Then, Hayden's headless body collapsed. I have won the gamble. Sasuke sat on the ground, nearly exhausted, utilizing the power of the white curse mark to mend the wounds on his neck. Hayden's face was pressed against the treasure box, obstructing his vision. His expression twisted with fury. Damn it. What cursed thing is blocking my sight? Move it away. Although the contract of the death god had been sealed, Hayden's immortality remained intact, indicating that his connection with the so-called evil god transcended mere contracts. With a swift motion, as the wounds healed, Sasuke's destroyed throat regained its ability to speak. He approached Hayden's head, a tinge of unease in his voice. If the sacrificial tool you had used was a blade instead of a stake, it would undoubtedly be my head rolling on the ground at this moment. Aw, how infuriating. You heretics who desecrate the lord of the evil gods. I will ensure your demise is far from peaceful. Hayden, brimming with unexpressed rage, could only gnash his teeth against Kakuzu's treasure box. Kakuzu, distraught, exclaimed, "Hey, do not desecrate my precious item with your filthy teeth." Sasuke shook his head in despair, two deluded individuals in the forest. Kokono and Kabuto sat helplessly on the ground. Kabuto wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "This life and death battle has been excessively intense. I feel as though my heart might stop." It seemed that in the second round, the victor had been determined. Orochimaru's clenched fist finally relaxed. Despite his composed demeanor, he felt a sense of anxiety for Sasuke deep within. Fortunately, it was Sasuke who triumphed. Otherwise, the need to resurrect him would complicate matters and jeopardize the achievements of the first battle. He stepped from the forest to greet the gravely injured Kakuzu, saying, "Kakuzu, you appear to be well." Kakuzu's dark green eyes glinted with malice. "Orochimaru, it was indeed you orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes." Orochimaru replied, "Perhaps. But had your companions not stood idly by, the outcome might have been different." Kakuzu questioned, "Are you implying they are also involved?" "Look beyond the mountains, you will be surprised." Struggling to shift his gaze, Kakuzu was taken aback to discover, illuminated by the light of dusk, two figures clad in fire cloud robes. The haunting memories intertwined with enduring resentment made the nearly century-old veteran Kakuzu let out a long sigh of despair. Damn it, once again. This accursed betrayal. Chapter 26, The Fall of the Northern Dipper. As the Warring States era drew to a close, the defeated Senju clan established Takigakure. As one of the promising youths of Takigakure, Kakuzu was tasked with assassinating the first Hokage, aware of the perilous nature of his mission. His only wish was for Takigakure to care for his wife and children. When the mission failed, Kakuzu was captured. Senju Tobirama aimed to make an example of him, but was stopped by the benevolent first Hokage Hashirama. Kakuzu was ultimately imprisoned in the ghostly city of Kusagakure. Years later, after the first Five Kage summit, as the five great nations divided the tailed beasts, the first Hokage, in a gesture of goodwill, gifted the seven tails to Takigakure to mend past grievances with the Senju clan. By chance, Kakuzu escaped from the ghost city, returning to Takigakure. By then, the first Hokage had passed away, and the stern Tobirama had become the second Hokage. The village's higher-ups, wary of harboring a man with a criminal past, offered Kakuzu a generous reward to leave the village. For the sake of the village, Kakuzu accepted their terms. However, the village leaders' intentions were merely for show. As soon as Kakuzu departed, they dispatched Takigakure's Umbu to hunt him down. After a fierce battle, Kakuzu narrowly escaped, but his wife and children tragically perished. Their deaths plunged Kakuzu into despair, igniting a thirst for vengeance against Takigakure. He murdered the village leaders who had ordered his assassination and seized the village's most guarded secret, the Doton, Yomi Numa. This act of revenge revealed a brutal secret. The assassination plot against the first Hokage had been a trap. The original clan leader of the Shinju was a cunning manipulator, fully aware of the first Hokage's character. The more he acted contrary to expectations, the more attention he garnered, ultimately allowing Takigakure to carve out a share from the five great nations. Kakuzu realized he had always been a mere pawn in their game. Having suffered the deepest betrayal, Kakuzu came to view money as his only faith. After giving his wife and children a proper burial with the rewards from Takigakure, he transformed into a ruthless opportunist. Years later, he was summoned by Nagato and joined Akatsuki, not due to submission to Nagato's formidable power, but because of the resonance he felt with Nagato's words. Only those who have endured profound betrayal understand that human relationships, like those between nations, are merely driven by self-interest. Whether in conflict or camaraderie, the five great nations are all sophisticated egotists. They inflict suffering upon the weak to maintain the faade of peace. Kakuzu, in my eyes, you shine like gold. We shall never betray one another, for we share an everlasting common interest. Kakuzu asked, do you know what I truly desire? Nagato, through pain, proclaimed, a world that will never be sold out by self-interest. As long as you sincerely ally with Akatsuki, we will never betray your expectations. Kakuzu, fight for Akatsuki, and also for yourself. Yet at that moment, the cold, unfeeling reality struck Kakuzu once again. Betrayal, once more, that wretched betrayal. But why? I still hold value for Akatsuki. They have no reason to abandon me now. Orochimaru's voice took on a somber tone. Your value is merely a means to Nagato's ambition to conquer the shinobi world. But do you know that the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, is but a puppet being manipulated, and those controlling him are also puppets of others? Do you know who the true mastermind is? You could never imagine. It would completely overturn your century-long understanding. Kakuzu felt disheartened. Indeed, in this world, the only thing one can truly trust is money. Though money is cold and often tainted, at least it will never betray my expectations. Orochimaru queried, would you desire your wealth to fulfill your expectations after your death? Kakuzu shot a cold glance. Are you also coveting my riches? I advise you to abandon that thought. Aside from the box I cannot touch, you shall not take a single coin from me. Orochimaru smiled. Even if you are on the brink of death, you refuse to relinquish your wealth? Kakuzu replied, yes, and what of it? Orochimaru commented, Kakuzu, at least in my view, you are not a miser. For someone capable of amassing wealth understands the balance of investment and return. You simply dislike investing without returns. Kakuzu retorted, then what can you offer this dying man in return? Resurrecting me is out of the question. I have long grown weary of this world. Orochimaru proposed, what if I could reunite you with your wife and children in the afterlife? Kakuzu's pupils widened. You, Orochimaru replied, I have comprehended the mysteries of life and death, possessing the ability to reunite you in the cycle of reincarnation. But there is one crucial condition. Sasuke must awaken the Rinnegan. Kakuzu questioned, what reason do I have to trust you? Even if I have no choice, I can at least choose to be stubborn. Orochimaru said, you need not believe me. High returns entail high risks. You have meticulously calculated your life. Why not take a gamble before death? Kakuzu could no longer feign defiance, for the stakes were irresistible. His greatest regret in life was the guilt he felt towards his wife and children. With a decisive motion, Kakuzu plunged his hand into his last heart, extracting the scroll he had hidden there, which he intended to hand over to Nagato 3 years later. Prior to Akatsuki's tailed beast hunting operation, go to the location recorded in this scroll. There lies all my wealth, a secret even the leader of Akatsuki is unaware of. Orochimaru solemnly took the scroll. I shall not express gratitude, for this is an equitable exchange. Hearing this, Kakuzu felt a sense of reassurance. His eyes slowly closed. If only it were possible to witness that world untainted by self-interest. Alas, we are all inevitably ensnared in the pursuit of profit, deceiving one another. In the realm of the North Star, the curtain falls. Upon the mountain hollow, White Zetsu remarks, hey, it seems that Kakuzu has handed over the results to Orochimaru. Aren't we going to intervene? To which Obito replies, this is for the best. It completely severs Nagato's aspirations for wealth accumulation. He should focus on gathering tailed beasts with utmost sincerity. The supremely noble Eye of the Moon plan should remain untainted by the stench of copper coins. This world has already decayed, and the addition of another rotting soul matters not. Black Zetsu adds, it is a pity, though, that Kakuzu and Haiden, two formidable forces, particularly Haiden, he is a trump card. If utilized wisely, eliminating anyone would be effortless. Obito responds, as long as the Eye of the Moon plan can be realized, their combat strength is of little consequence. I am prepared to supplement their capabilities. Black Zetsu comments, oh, are you plotting before taking action? That is indeed your style. It is time to depart. Obito slowly rises, casting a lingering gaze upon Sasuke. Sasuke, continue to grow. One day, your strength will serve my purpose. With a whoosh, he vanishes, drawing himself into the vortex. Zetsu gradually sinks into the earth, each embodying their distinct thoughts. White Zetsu muses, with the money gone, will Nagato not explode with rage? Black Zetsu retorts, Uchiha Sasuke, continue your observation. If Hikuri has indeed meddled with him, I shall spare no effort to eliminate him. After the distant observer departs, Kabuto exhales in relief. Finally, they are gone. With them watching, I could hardly utilize the power of my right eye. Shine approaches her beloved with concern. Sasuke, how do you feel? Sasuke picked up the Kusanagi sword and sheathed it, exclaiming, "Ah, that's a relief." He cast a subtle glance over his shoulder and added, "And thank you, Karen." Karen replied, I didn't do anything, really." Sasuke smiled faintly. As he fell, Karen rushed forward without a second thought, and he observed it all. "Hey, Jago? Where are you? Quickly sew my head back on. I shall offer them all as a blood sacrifice to the Dark Lord." Hayden continued to scream hoarsely. Sasuke remarked, "By the way, what shall we do with this head?" Orochimaru smiled faintly. "Well, I can only say, please stay tuned." Chapter 27. The Reappearance of Miracles, the Shrine of the Evil God. With the conclusion of the second battle, Sasuke and his companions returned to Crescent Moon Island. In the tatami room crafted using the techniques of the Uchiha clan, the four took their seats on the cushions surrounding the offering table. Hayden, whose body was dismembered, was brought back as well. His body was laid on the tatami, while his head was displayed on the offering table, with Orochimaru using tape to seal his mouth, which spewed forth words like a machine gun. Thus, the summary meeting of the second battle commenced, with the subject being Hayden. Orochimaru provided an explanation regarding the unbroken connection between Hayden and the evil god, despite the sealing contract. This connection was a familiar relationship, a level above a mere contract, established through a specific ritual by the cult of the evil god, transforming Hayden into one of the evil god's familiars, granting him immortality and the privilege of sacrificing to the evil god. Kabuto inquired, "Can anyone become a familiar of the evil god after undergoing the ritual?" Orochimaru replied with a smile, "Certainly not. Otherwise, everyone in the cult would be a familiar. To become a familiar, one must satisfy three conditions. Firstly, one must possess the ability to bear a portion of the evil god's power, which is the most crucial aspect. Despite Hayden's current state, his chakra is remarkably abundant." Karen nodded. "Indeed, in my perception, his chakra is several times stronger than that greedy fellow." Orochimaru continued, "Secondly, one must genuinely worship the evil god from the heart. Lastly, after becoming a familiar, one must regularly perform the ritual of the death deity's blood offering to sustain the evil god. Otherwise, the evil god will retaliate." Sasuke nodded gently, realizing, in essence, that both body and spirit had become puppets of the so-called evil deity. Orochimaru, with a solemn expression, stated, "In a distant past, I once explored the ruins of the cult of the evil god and discovered pertinent texts. Through specific rituals, if the followers are sacrificed, one can summon the evil deity's descent." Inwardly, Kaguya scoffed, pondering just how long he had truly lived. Sasuke and Orochimaru simultaneously directed their gaze towards the altar, where Hayden's helpless head lay. It was evident that Orochimaru intended to sacrifice Hayden in order to summon the malevolent deity. The concern, however, lay in the events that would unfold thereafter. Sasuke naturally remarked, "You don't intend to seal the evil deity within the Shinigami by utilizing the corpse demon technique, do you?" Orochimaru chuckled in response. "That does sound intriguing, but if we were to pursue such an action, it might be somewhat sacrilegious, wouldn't it?" Sasuke remarked coolly, "In my opinion, the Grim Reaper has been utterly desecrated by you, stripped of all dignity." Orochimaru responded with a noncommittal smile, "In any case, I have no intention of doing so." Rising from the cushion, he retrieved a pair of porcelain vials from his robe, within which lay a pair of blood-red eyes. Sasuke leaned forward, fixating on those orbs. "This is from the clan of the Blood Pool." Indeed, those eyes were not unfamiliar to Sasuke. Following the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War in his previous life, Konoha had once faced an assault from human bombs. Sasuke investigates the incident of human bombs and ultimately discovers that the instigator is the Blood Pool clan of the Land of Lightning. This tale stretches back further than the clashes between Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The daughter of the Blood Pool clan married into the noble family of the Land of Lightning as a secondary consort. This young woman, possessing a gentle disposition and exquisite beauty, fell victim to the jealousy of the primary consort. Shortly after the nobleman's marriage to her, he succumbed to illness. The primary consort slandered her, suggesting that she was involved in the nobleman's demise, leading to the exile of the Blood Pool clan to the Valley of Hell. At that time, the Uchiha clan was responsible for overseeing the Blood Pool clan. The connection with the Uchiha extends beyond the grievances of the Valley of Hell. It also involves a rivalry over ocular prowess. The Blood Pool clan possesses the Blood Dragon Eye, which can rival the abilities of the Uchiha clan. It is said that once ensnared by their ocular techniques, escape becomes utterly impossible. They can utilize blood to execute a variety of techniques, transforming enemies into human bombs by inflicting wounds upon them. Orochimaru shares a personal connection with the recent clan leader, Uyaj-in, who engages in activities reminiscent of Itachi's. Thus, it is no surprise that Orochimaru could acquire the Blood Dragon Eye. Once Orochimaru revealed the Blood Dragon Eye, Sasuke fell into deep contemplation. Orochimaru remarked, "Sasuke-kun, do you not perceive that the power of the Blood Dragon Eye bears uncanny similarities to Hayden's sacrificial rites to the evil god?" Sasuke, indeed. The medium is blood. Could it be that Orochimaru has presented an authoritative conclusion? Yes, the clan of the Blood Pool possesses the bloodline of the malevolent deity. The Blood Dragon Eye is yet another manifestation of the power of this dark god. Thus, Let us boldly speculate that the blood dragon eye may also serve as a shrine to the malevolent deity. Sasuke sighed. I believe I have grasped your intentions. You consistently surpass my expectations. To call you a miracle worker would be an understatement. You are truly a person of divine wonders. Thank you for the compliment. Orochimaru replied with a smile as he rose to his feet. Sasuke cradled Haiden's severed head, while Kabuto withdrew the offering table. Although Kei-Rin was perplexed, she sensed that Orochimaru was about to engage in something sinister, prompting her to gather the surrounding cushions and distance herself. Orochimaru meticulously inscribed intricate seals upon the tatami and walls, derived from the teachings of the cult of the evil deity. This elaborate task consumed an entire hour before he deemed it complete. Haiden's body was positioned at the center of the seals. Orochimaru placed the porcelain vial of blood dragon eye upon the altar and inscribed another seal around the offering table. He then turned and formed hand seals, his long hair moving as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Sacrifice, the descent of the evil deity. With a sudden crack, Haiden's body disintegrated into a pool of blood, seeping along the intricate patterns of the seals. As the entire formation transformed into a deep crimson hue, a wave of terror surged forth, casting everything in sight into a bloody shade. In the corner of the room, Kei-Rin curled up, trembling in fear. This malevolent chakra was unbearable. She could not bear to remain in this room for another moment. Fear not, Orochimaru is here. No calamity shall befall us. Sasuke gently comforted Karen, placing Haiden's head upon the tatami mat and removing the tape from his mouth. Haiden, this is your moment of farewell. Speak your last words. Haiden, staring into the void 3 feet above, uttered with trembling fervor, offer the highest praise to the Lord of the evil gods. Sasuke complexly inquired, is this your last testament? You have devoted everything to the deity of your faith. I find myself at a loss whether to pity or admire you. With a swift motion, the intricate patterns inscribed on the tatami and walls contracted rapidly, converging into Haiden's head. As the sacrificial rite reached completion, the immortal power of the malevolent deity dissipated. Haiden's eyes rolled back, devoid of any vibrancy, save for the fervent madness that remained etched upon his visage. Boom. A sanguine light coalesced above Haiden's head, manifesting into a deity that rivaled even the Grim Reaper, its grotesque visage shrouded in a cloak of crimson. Orochimaru remarked, is this the malevolent deity? One among the 4 great earth deities, alongside the Grim Reaper, Quetzalcoatl, and Inari. With a swift motion, he entered the Grim Reaper's unbound state, his hands weaving an intricate series of seals. The ensuing technique, unrelated to the doctrines of the malevolent cult, was solely his own creation, the sealing technique against the malevolent deity. Death, seal of the malevolent deity. The ritualistic patterns at the altar radiated with a pitch-black hue, swiftly enveloping the deity's garments. Sensing impending doom, the malevolent deity's blood-red eyes glared menacingly at Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru raised the Grim Reaper's bell-shaped artifact, shaking it vigorously. As the chime echoed, the malevolent deity's countenance contorted in agony, ultimately succumbing to the encroaching patterns that ensnared it, pulling it towards the altar's inscriptions. Despite its fierce resistance, the malevolent entity was gradually subdued by Orochimaru's powers, drawn into the sealing technique, which coursed back into the shrine of the blood dragon eye. With a sigh of relief, Orochimaru exited the Grim Reaper mode, feeling a sense of accomplishment. There, the shrine of the malevolent deity is complete. While it may not be the most ideal utilization, it allows the deity's sacrificial power to be wielded through the eye techniques. Kabuto's expression grew solemn. But who shall inherit these malevolent eyes? Orochimaru's gaze turned contemplative. Utilizing these eyes does not necessitate faith in the malevolent deity. One merely requires an overwhelming constitution capable of withstanding the deity's essence and the burden of the blood dragon eye. Additionally, lacking the immortal body of the malevolent deity, one must possess a restorative power to counterbalance the sacrificial essence. Few in this world meet such criteria, as I embody the Grim Reaper. Employing the power of the malevolent deity would yield detrimental consequences. Thus, with the authentic Uzumaki lineage coursing through you, kin, none are more suited than you to harness these eyes. Chapter 28. Past lives and present hearts intertwined. Faced with a momentous decision impacting her life, Kin hesitated to accept the eyes, burdened by thoughts of the unknown and the forbidden power. She stated her intent to deliberate, and Orochimaru did not press her further. Later, Kabuto undertook the solemn task of interring Haiden's severed head, while Sasuke called Orochimaru to the secluded mountainside. In the stillness of night, beset by tumultuous thoughts that hindered her sleep, Kin stepped outside, wandering through the forest bathed in the soft, azure glow of the moon. She was the last unscathed girl of the decimated Uzumaki clan, having fled with her mother to the village hidden in the grass. Due to her unique healing abilities, she was taken in by the village, yet those same powers rendered her vulnerable to cruel torment until her mother perished protecting her. In a bid for survival, she chose to align herself with Orochimaru. Her unparalleled perception swiftly garnered Orochimaru's favor, entrusting her with significant responsibilities. However, what truly solidified her loyalty to Orochimaru was his unwavering obsession with Sasuke. During the Chunin exams in Konoha, while participating as a ninja from the land of grass. She became separated from her companions and was subsequently attacked by bears, only to be rescued by Sasuke, marking their first encounter, the inception of her profound emotional connection across lifetimes. Perhaps, by remaining loyal to Orochimaru, she might one day reunite with her beloved Sasuke? The young girl, whose affections ran deep, harbored such pure and weighty thoughts. Unlike her past life, Kin's current existence saw a reunion with Sasuke amidst the chaos of a northern stronghold under siege. Unbeknownst to her, devoid of memories of her previous existence, she was unaware of the harrowing future Sasuke had endured. Yet, this did not imply she lacked understanding of him. On the contrary, she had learned of Sasuke's tragic origins through Orochimaru's accounts. She envisioned Sasuke as a tormented youth, consumed by a thirst for vengeance against his brother Itachi. Yet, Sasuke's chakra was not the cold essence of a vengeful spirit. It was profound, sorrowful, and stifled, yet brimming with a flicker of hope. Furthermore, she discerned a shift in Orochimaru. Months prior, he was a mad and indifferent to life in pursuit of knowledge, yet upon their reunion, he appeared transformed. Now, Orochimaru was entirely anchored to Sasuke, demonstrating that this transformation stemmed from his connection to Sasuke. Additionally, Sasuke exuded an aura as if they had known each other for an eternity. What could this possibly signify? Kin, feeling a tumult of emotions, kicked a pebble into the lake and noticed, in the distance, the silhouettes of Orochimaru and Sasuke standing side by side. Under normal circumstances, Kin would have been apprehensive, especially towards Orochimaru. However, her inner yearning to uncover the truth about Sasuke compelled her to follow. Her strengths lay in perception and chakra concealment at that moment. Orochimaru was not in his Grim Reaper mode, and Sasuke lacked potent sensory abilities. Moreover, isolated on the moonlit island, there was no need for heightened vigilance, allowing her to remain undetected nearby. The sounds of their conversation drifted toward her. Orochimaru, to be honest, I would prefer that Kin does not inherit those eyes. Oh, and why is that? Do share your thoughts, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke gazed at the shimmering waters of the lake below, slowly sitting down and speaking with a complex expression. I owe an immense debt to Karin from my previous life. The term previous life alone carried such profound implications that it left Karin momentarily stunned. Sasuke's voice resonated once more. In my past existence, I exploited her and inflicted pain upon her, yet she unwaveringly followed me without complaint, ultimately choosing to spend her days in solitude for my sake. Such loyalty is far too weighty. I cannot in good conscience allow her to tread that same path again. Since my rebirth in this era, I have pondered extensively. Beyond safeguarding the shinobi world from the Ōtsutsuki, I am determined to rectify the regrets of my past life. Regrets of Itachi, of Naruto's mentor Jiraiya, of Obito, of Madara, and, of course, those of Karin. Orochimaru inquired earnestly. So, what is your chosen method to amend Karin's regrets? Sasuke remarked, I wish for her to cease her attachment to me. I am baffled as to why she would harbor such feelings for someone like myself. However, as long as I maintain my distance, she should have no reason to be enamored with me. Yet history, it seems, is destined to repeat itself, albeit in a most twisted manner. Our actions concerning Akatsuki have prompted them to mobilize against the northern stronghold. I cannot stand idly by while Karin faces peril. Thus, our paths have crossed once more. Fortunately, I find myself not yet ensnared too deeply. There remains a chance to win Karin back to her senses. But I must ensure she does not further involve herself in my affairs. Upon hearing this, Karin clutched her shoulders tightly, exclaiming, Is it truly so? Orochimaru, his gaze solemn and penetrating, responded, Sasuke, I fear that Karin's feelings for you may not be as straightforward as you presume. Sasuke furrowed his brow and inquired, What do you mean? Orochimaru replied, Allow me to reveal to you a hidden truth that you do not recall from your past life. Sasuke, hidden motives? Orochimaru, are you aware of why Karin chose to pledge her allegiance to me? Sasuke, is it not because she could not survive in the hidden grass village? Orochimaru shook his head. That was merely the impetus for her to seek refuge with me, not the primary reason for her allegiance. Thus, Orochimaru revealed to Sasuke the concealed truth from the Chunin exam forest. Upon hearing it, Sasuke was taken aback. What did you say? Yet, he calmed himself and exerted all his efforts to recall, and indeed, faint memories surfaced regarding this matter. Orochimaru, now you comprehend, that sentiment was planted long ago. Regardless of whether you reunite this time, it will not alter her feelings, unless the moment you were sent back is prior to the Chunin exam in Konoha, a time when you truly had no intersection. However, even if you were transported back to that moment, your growth would inevitably lead you to me. When the Chunin exam arrives, I will likewise convey to you, following the memories of your past life, the peril that Karui will encounter during the exam. Sasuke-kun, at that moment, will you choose to stand idly by? Sasuke shook his head, asserting that this matter required no contemplation. If I cannot save her, I shall inevitably make another attempt. Orochimaru chuckled. Indeed, your bond with Karin can never be severed under any circumstances. Therefore, Sasuke-kun, your method of atonement is fundamentally flawed. Sasuke found himself in a state of utter disarray, forcing a bitter smile as he concealed his visage. After regaining a semblance of composure, He spoke earnestly. At the very least, I cannot allow her to inherit those eyes. It is all too clear that she would recklessly throw herself into danger for my sake. And I truly do not wish to witness her engage in combat with formidable foes in such a self-destructive manner. Orochimaru's gaze was distant and contemplative. Sasuke. There is a saying that concern breeds chaos. Perhaps, inadvertently. You have committed the same error as Itachi did in the past, imposing your own desires upon another for the sake of someone. Indeed, Itachi's spirit was noble. Yet there exists a more commendable approach. Sasuke lowered his head. Orochimaru remarked, in his previous life, Itachi must have sensed it before his demise. Thus, he repented and earnestly offered his apologies to you. As someone who has experienced it all, do you wish to repeat Itachi's tragic fate? The destiny of those eyes does not rest upon you or me, but rather upon the will of Kaguya herself. Alas, Sasuke sighed and remarked, if Kaguya refuses, do not force her. Orochimaru chuckled. Of course, I am determined to tread a path starkly different from my past. Around the corner, Kaguya, fully aware of everything, was already in tears. Chapter 29, Suigetsu, Jugo, An Unforeseen Path. Witnessing Sasuke's second battle, Obito and Zetsu split into two groups. Zetsu reported to Nagato the deaths of Kakuzu and Haiden, along with the fact that Orochimaru had plundered the accumulated wealth. Meanwhile, Obito returned to the underground lair where Madara once resided, ready to initiate a new scheme. With the loss of Kakuzu and Haiden, Akatsuki was in need of new recruits. Swish. He released two disheveled figures from the space-time continuum. They were none other than Suigetsu and Jugo, who had gone missing during the assault on the northern stronghold. Obito remarked, after being confined, have you become a bit more compliant? Jugo appeared dejected, while Suigetsu was seething with anger. He had been enjoying a peaceful life at the northern stronghold when suddenly a demolition man appeared, leveling the place. Under Kaguya's coercion, he was forced to flee with the potential killer Jugo, only to be captured by the masked man accompanying the demolitionist, and had been locked away for several days, nearly starving to death. However, fully aware of the masked man's formidable strength and his ability to confine them again, Suigetsu, despite his rage, dared not act recklessly. Who are you? I don't recall provoking you, he asked. Obito replied, we are Akatsuki. Akatsuki, the notorious organization that Orochimaru once served. Suigetsu's heart sank. He had heard that Akatsuki was composed of monsters on par with, or even surpassing, Orochimaru. Suigetsu rubbed his hands together and immediately donned a fawning expression. Ah, so you are the esteemed members of Akatsuki. I am, but a mere pawn. By the way, that should be settled with the rightful parties. If you wish to kill or maim, why not go after Orochimaru? I can lead you to him. Obito's tone darkened. The Orochimaru you speak of recently eliminated 3 of my companions. Upon hearing this grim news, Suigetsu felt his heart plummet. Cursed Orochimaru, what havoc have you wrought? While you wreak chaos outside, at least clean up after yourself. He racked his brain, pondering how to find a way out. At that moment, Obito leaned against a nearby stone platform, raising 2 fingers. Thus, I present you with 2 choices. First, become my subordinate. Without hesitation, Suigetsu exclaimed, I choose one. Obito slowly lowered his fingers, a glimmer of amusement in his gaze hidden beneath the mask. I have heard that Orochimaru's subordinates are utterly devoted. How is it that you so readily betray him? Suigetsu hastily clarified, do not compare me to those brainwashed fools. I was captured by Orochimaru after escaping the blood mist. He valued my abilities, and rather than face the pursuit in the blood mist, I thought it better to enjoy a few good days under his command. It was merely a mutually beneficial relationship, not loyalty or betrayal. Ah, you are quite candid, Obito replied, shifting the conversation. Kisame Suigetsu, you are the brother of Kisame Hashigaki. Correct? Suigetsu was taken aback. You know my brother? Obito's gaze turned nostalgic as he recalled his time controlling the Mist Village. The boy who dared challenge Yagura and ultimately lost his life rather than submit. I suppose we are acquainted. Suigetsu quickly sought to establish rapport. Oh, so you are an old friend of my brother. What a coincidence, a family feud indeed. Obito's cold smile offered no further explanation. Suigetsu tentatively inquired, does becoming your subordinate mean joining Akatsuki? Obito replied, joining Akatsuki might be beyond your current qualifications. Suigetsu stammered, well, Obito continued. But you could be considered a reserve member of Akatsuki. I refuse, Jugo interjected, breaking his silence with a cold rejection. Obito frowned. Why? Jugo stated, although I do not truly ally with Orochimaru, my closest friend, Kimimaro, genuinely admires him. If I were to oppose Orochimaru, it would be tantamount to betraying Kimimaro. Suigetsu was speechless. Hey, doesn't this inflexible guy understand the need to adapt? Obito pondered briefly, then remarked, Jugo, you are Orochimaru's cursed seal experiment, are you not? Jugo nodded, yes, but I volunteered to be his test subject. I hope he can find a way to curb my murderous impulses through his research. Obito asked. And have you found a solution? Jugo shook his head, not at this stage. Obito queried, so, you have been living under the torment of uncontrollable murderous impulses. Then I ask you, can you kill? Jugo replied, killing is not difficult for me. I am a ninja after all. I just do not wish to harm the innocent in a state of loss of control. Obito smirked. Well then, if I can suppress your murderous impulses, would you be willing to become my subordinate? Jugo frowned. Is this something Orochimaru could not accomplish? Obito's eyes gleamed beneath the mask. Do not underestimate the Uchiha clan and the power of the Sharingan. Suigetsu was astonished. This guy is an Uchiha? Aside from Itachi and that little brat Sasuke, aren't all the Uchiha dead? Could he be Itachi? But he claims to know my brother, which clearly rules that out. Jugo said, if you truly have a way to suppress my murderous impulses, I may consider your proposal. However, there is one condition. I will not become an enemy of Orochimaru. If you wish to eliminate Orochimaru, I will not participate. That will not be necessary. Come with me, Obito instructed. Swish. Obito led Suigetsu and Jugo into the space-time continuum, but not to the original place where they had been imprisoned. Instead, they arrived in a specially designated room within the space-time continuum, where dozens of cabinets lined one wall. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, Obito, as Itachi's accomplice, had slain his clansmen and obtained a significant number of Sharingan. He approached the cabinet labeled and opened it. Retrieving a porcelain vial containing a pair of eyes, Jugo exclaimed, "This is the Sharingan?" Obito confirmed, "Indeed, the Sharingan, the eye awakened by the Uchiha, grants its host immense in-release chakra. In-release represents the manifestation of mental energy, which can effectively suppress the murderous impulses brought on by your cursed seal chakra." Jugo inquired, "You intend to transplant this eye into me?" Suigetsu interjected, "Hey, I have no desire for such grotesque eyes." Obito ignored Suigetsu and continued, "A complete pair of Sharingan is necessary to unleash its true power. Since you do not possess the Senju physique, it would be best for each of you to hold one eye." Suigetsu asked, "So I have no choice?" Obito clarified, "If Jugo's Sharingan cannot effectively suppress his murderous impulses, you will serve as a second layer of assurance, thus ensuring success. Do you have any objections? I despise those who take advantage and then act innocent." Suigetsu relented. "All right. Since I have no choice, I choose the right eye." Zhongwu, with a profound gaze, Obito remarked, "Let us commence the transplantation of the eyes." Chapter 30. The calm before the storm. Having returned from the realm of time and space to the underground lair, both Mizuki's right eye and Zhongwu's left eye have now transformed into 3 Tomo Sharingan. The new eyes bring forth novel sensations. "Zhongwu, I feel an unprecedented sense of tranquility. It seems your words were not in vain. The Sharingan indeed possesses the ability to suppress cursed seals." Mizuki, moreover, the images perceived are remarkably vivid, capturing even the slightest movements of dust upon the ground. In the heat of battle, such an advantage could be monumental. Tell me, have you Uchiha always possessed such seemingly unfair ocular prowess? To Obito, their astonishment seemed somewhat exaggerated, though it was entirely understandable. The power of the Uchiha could only be genuinely appreciated through first-hand experience. This was also the reason for Orochimaru's profound admiration in a previous life. Seizing the moment, Obito continued, "The Sharingan can evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan, which requires specific conditions to awaken. While the hope may be faint, should you truly awaken your eyes, I have additional gifts for you." Mizuki, taken aback, inquired, "Does that mean?" Obito, with an authoritative demeanor, declared, "As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not treat you poorly. However, should you betray me, no distance on this earth will spare you from my grasp." Mizuki scratched his head. "I have a small request. Might you fulfill it?" Obito, "Speak." Mizuki, "I desire a fitting ninja blade." With a disdainful glance, Obito replied, "A ninja blade is not difficult to procure, but what do you define as fitting?" Mizuki cautiously suggested, "Perhaps something akin to the beheading sword wielded by the former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi?" Obito chuckled lightly. "A beheading sword? Is this all you aspire to?" Mizuki, suddenly enthusiastic, exclaimed, "Is the sword Kubikirib CH available?" Obito's expression darkened. "Kisame Hashigaki is also one of my subordinates. I shall introduce you. You may negotiate amongst yourselves." The still youthful Mizuki, momentarily disheartened, replied, "Then perhaps a beheading sword would suffice. I recall Zabuza was defeated by Uchiha Sasuke, and that sword is still in the land of waves. Shall we retrieve it?" Obito pondered for a brief moment. "Wait." Whoosh. He vanished into the vortex emanating from his right eye. Mizuki, witnessing this, settled onto a stone chair, adopting a serious tone. "Zhongwu, did you observe his abilities? He traverses effortlessly. We may truly be unable to escape his clutches." Zhongwu, concealing his newly acquired left eye, responded, "If it proves true that I can control my murderous impulses through his gifts, remaining by his side may not be so bad. Furthermore, he has promised not to pit me against Orochimaru, which provides some assurance regarding Kimimaro." Mizuki shrugged and smiled. "You are rather easy to please. This alone satisfies you." Zhongwu inquired, "What about you?" Mizuki scoffed, "I am not one to be trifled with so easily." He mentioned that Orochimaru eliminated 3 Akatsuki members. Yet he took us in. Anyone with a modicum of thought would realize. At that moment, Mizuki's right eye caught a glimpse of a white shadow emerging from the wall. And he raised his voice. "It is evident he intends to spare us and bestow great responsibilities. What tremendous grace." If we do not pledge our lives in gratitude, can we still call ourselves human? The white Zetsu watching from the wall remarked. Oh, it seems this fellow is somewhat perceptive. I shall refrain from reporting him just yet. Whoosh. Shortly thereafter, Obito returned, but instead of the beheading sword Mizuki yearned for, he presented a large scroll. This is the ninja blade summoning scroll that your brother, Mangetsu Ōtsutsuki, once wielded. Among the swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen, aside from the beheading sword and Samahata, the other 4 blades are contained within this scroll. Mizuki stood frozen in shock. His brother, Mangetsu Ōtsutsuki, was the second wielder of the twin blades, Ōtsutsuki. He possessed the ability to command all ninja blades, and after the deaths of his contemporaries in the 7 ninja swordsmen, he collected their blades using this scroll for future summoning. It is the scroll once used by my brother. Mizuki, overwhelmed, was flooded with countless questions. How could it be that after his brother's death, the twin blades were reclaimed by the Mist Village, and the scroll vanished without a trace? Where could this fellow have found it? Bang! Obito tossed the scroll before Mizuki, stating solemnly, "It belongs to you now." Mizuki knelt, trembling as he grasped the scroll. Obito looked down and asked, "Do you have any other requests?" Mizuki, lowering his head and clutching the scroll tightly, replied, "None." Obito then declared, "I have expressed my sincerity. Now it is your turn." Mizuki lifted his gaze, his face alight with fervor. "I shall brave fire and water, my lord. May I inquire how I should address you?" Obito, finally revealing a satisfied expression beneath his mask, remarked, "In the presence of Akatsuki members, you may call me a Fei." Mizuki, catching on slightly, asked, "And in private?" Obito responded, "Call me Madara." Mizuki, while not fully grasping the significance of the name Madara, nonetheless stood resolute. He placed the scroll beside him and knelt on one knee. "Understood. Lord Madara, from this day forth, I shall be your loyal follower." Obito turned his attention to Zhongwu. Zhongwu rose and bowed deeply to the man before him. "Now, I shall take you to meet the leader of Akatsuki. He will conduct an assessment of you, so do not embarrass me." Whoosh. He absorbed Zhongwu and Mizuki into the realm of time and space, and then vanished into the vortex. In the rain village, amidst the chilling rain cascading down, the cold-colored buildings formed by pipes stood starkly against the backdrop of a menacingly carved sculpture, enveloping the area in an atmosphere of oppression, foreboding, and solemnity. Atop the highest tower of the rain village, Pain and Conan awaited. They had just received the grim news from Jay-Z regarding the deaths of Kakuzu and Haiden. Along with another dire report, the wealth amassed by Akatsuki over the years, managed by Kakuzu, had fallen into Orochimaru's hands. The failure to gather resources signified that Akatsuki's ambition to establish a superpower that would dominate the 5 great nations through tailed beast weaponry was nearly extinguished. To conquer the 5 great nations had always been Nagato's ambition, a goal he was willing to pursue at the expense of defying Madara's Moon Eye plan. One could only imagine Nagato's fury. The body of Pain, crafted by Yahiko, bore a pallid visage devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Boom. The thunder roaring in the rain village was a manifestation of Nagato's wrath. The members of Akatsuki fell silent, aware that a visitor was imminent. Whoosh. A mysterious and enigmatic vortex materialized within the tower. Chapter 31. The arrival of Akatsuki. As the vortex swirled, Obito descended upon the tower of the rain village, standing before Pain and Conan. "You have heard of the incidents involving Kakuzu and Haiden, I presume?" Pain and Conan remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Obito. He strode past them, heading towards a corner seat, lifting the hem of his Akatsuki cloak as he settled down. Pain and Conan took their respective seats. Obito propped his hand against the side of his mask, tilting his head slightly. "I express my regret over the loss of the fruits amassed by Akatsuki over the past decade. However, we cannot afford to stagnate. Perhaps we should expedite our plans for the tailed beast hunt." A rumble echoed from the sky outside the tower, a flash of lightning illuminating the scene. Conan coldly interjected. "Zetsu discovered that Orochimaru has set his sights on Kakuzu, yet failed to report it to us in a timely manner. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation?" Obito cast a sidelong glance at Conan, countering, "Are you questioning me?" Unflustered, Conan replied, "How could I? I merely seek to clarify the vulnerabilities within Akatsuki's intelligence network to prevent further oversights." Obito averted his gaze, delivering the prepared statement. "Kakuzu seems to have disregarded Nagato's directive to act with discretion. He entered the Land of Fire's base to assist Deidara with his arm, but then what did he do? He brazenly attacked the Fire Temple. Nagato, this surely wasn't your suggestion?" Pain responded, "No, it was not my directive, nor did Kakuzu seek my approval beforehand." Obito remarked, "It was precisely Kakuzu's reckless advance that exposed their whereabouts, directly leading to Akatsuki's losses. The fault lies with them." Conan argued, "Regardless, Zetsu's actions were considerably slower than anticipated." Obito retorted smoothly, "Zetsu's abilities are not infallible, and Orochimaru possesses a formidable intelligence network. Furthermore, while this remains mere speculation, I suspect they possess an eye imbued with space-time dojutsu, controlled by Orochimaru's trusted subordinate, Kabuto." Conan interjected, but Pain interjected, "Conan, that is enough. The incident has occurred. We must now focus on mitigating the damage rather than casting blame." Conan slightly inclined her body, her demeanor regaining its icy composure. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Obito, sensing the shift, replied, no matter, you act in the interest of Akatsuki. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Pain inquired, Obito, may I share my thoughts? Obito replied, speak. Pain stated, it is premature to abandon our pursuit of wealth. The riches seized by Orochimaru can be reclaimed. Obito acknowledged, that is a valid point. However, making the search for Orochimaru our primary objective would be counterproductive. Pain continued, additionally, the deaths of Kakuzu and Haiden have left a gap in our combat power that must be filled swiftly. Obito responded, I already have candidates in mind for this. Pain inquired, oh. Obito explained, they are located beneath the Rain Village Tower, former subordinates of Orochimaru, captured at our northern base. They possess considerable potential, though still inexperienced. With some training, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of Akatsuki. Pain acknowledged, as they are your recommendations, I shall accept them without question. However, this matter is of great significance, and I would like to confirm it myself. You wouldn't mind, would you? Obito replied, of course not. Akatsuki will always adhere to the principle of meritocracy. Those without strength are unworthy of donning the cloak that symbolizes the bloodshed of war. Obito rose and strode towards the observation deck in front of the tower. Uchiha Sasuke had effortlessly destroyed 2 of Kakuzu's hearts, and, even without prior intelligence, swiftly discovered a method to counter Haiden's curse. More importantly, he had acquired the power of the Senju through Orochimaru. Does he aspire to replicate my strength as Uchiha Madara? Yet, he is still far from achieving that level. A thunderous roar filled the air. At the observation deck, he raised the hood of his Akatsuki cloak and slowly turned. The Sharingan beneath his mask glowing with a captivating light. The power of the Sharingan embodies my strength as Uchiha Madara. With a swish, a black vortex emanated from his eyes. Before departing, Obito issued his final ultimatum, Nagato, at Akatsuki's next meeting. I expect to hear news of the official commencement of the tailed beast hunt. In a swirl of space-time, Obito vanished. Pain rose, gazing out at the rain-soaked expanse. The flashing lightning casting a cold light on his expression. Conan approached Pain from behind, her eyes glimmering with concern. The sky mourns once more, Pain. Pain's deep voice resonated. The deaths of Kakuzu and Haiden were certainly not mere coincidences. He was dissatisfied with my failure to fully comply with his arrangements and, leveraging Orochimaru's actions, chose to confront me. As for the 2 new members he intends to introduce as replacements for Haiden and Kakuzu, it signifies his further infiltration into Akatsuki. Does he wish to wrest control from us? Conan questioned. So, we are to be led by him? Pain replied, now is not the time to sever ties. After all, he has rendered me a favor. For the time being, let us acquiesce to his desires. Sealing the tailed beasts into the outer path statue is, at least, a mutual necessity. Conan clenched her fists, and what of the subsequent matters? Pain stated, we shall address those later. He is correct. Akatsuki must adhere to the principle of strength supremacy. The authority will always rest in the hands of the powerful. In that moment, Conan made a silent resolution. It seems I must prepare for the eventuality when we must reveal our true intentions. Pain's gaze shifted to the base of the tower. Let us see the 2 newcomers he has brought. Conan offered, shall I test them? No, I shall do it myself. With a swoosh, Pain leapt from the high tower. The Akatsuki cloak billowing as he landed in the muddy ground below. Waiting there were Suigetsu and Jugo, both on high alert as they regarded him. Is this the leader of Akatsuki? He appears much younger than I expected. Pain slowly rose, his Rinnegan sweeping over Suigetsu and Jugo, murmuring, both of you have implanted a Sharingan. It seems that individual has taken a keen interest in you. Suigetsu greeted him with a smile. Ah, are you the leader? I'm Suigetsu Hozuki, a new member recommended by Zetsu. I look forward to working with you. Pain, in his calm demeanor, remained indifferent. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, dojutsu, secret techniques. Forbidden techniques, ninja tools, poisons, utilize all means at your disposal. If you can touch the hem of my cloak, you will be deemed worthy of joining Akatsuki. Otherwise, you shall reside in the Rain Village indefinitely. The smile on Suigetsu's face gradually faded, while Jugo clenched his fists tightly. What is he saying? There should be limits to such arrogance. Chapter 32, Suigetsu and Jugo's Trial for Akatsuki. Pain's haughtiness ignited the youthful competitive spirit within Suigetsu. Touching your cloak is the benchmark for qualification, is it not? He unwrapped the scroll gifted by Obito, revealing it as the summoning scroll of the sword-wielding Hozuki. It contained 3 treasured blades, Dull Blade, Dikatsu, Explosive Blade, Hibana, and Long Blade, SG. As an admirer of the 7 ninja swordsmen, although Suigetsu had never wielded them, he was well versed in the characteristics of each blade. With a loud crash, he summoned the explosive blade, Hibana. Hibana boasted a massive double-edged blade. One side was razor-sharp for slaying, while the other was intricately linked to an explosive scroll designed to annihilate foes with blasts. The 7 hidden blades each possess unique characteristics, with Fei Mo being the one with the most extensive attack range among them. Its explosive properties pose a significant risk to the user, making unskilled handling tantamount to self-destruction. Yet, Driven by fervor, Shueyu pays no heed to these dangers. Armed with the explosive blade, Fei-mo, he charges towards Pain, shrouded in a curtain of rain. Fei-mo offers 3 flexible modes of attack depending on the target: a simple slash, a combination of slashing and explosion, or an explosion triggered by a detonation scroll. Shueyu opts for the combined slashing and explosive method, where the power is contingent upon the wielder's strength. With a fierce cry, water release, great water arm technique. Shueyu closes in, his arms bulging with newfound strength, channeling his enhanced might to cleave Fei-mo towards Pain. Pain, observing with a cold gaze, remarks, "Youth is not the issue, rather, it is your naivety." In the instant before the explosive blade strikes, he unleashes Shinra Tensei. A force field devoid of blind spots repels the explosive blade along with the ensuing flames, sending them back toward Shueyu. Shueyu, caught off guard, exclaims, "What?" The rain of explosions disperses, hurling him backward through the muddy ground for several meters until he is caught by Zhongwu. With a face of bewilderment, Shueyu wonders aloud, what did that person just do? He merely stood still, yet it felt as though an invisible wall forcefully pushed me away. As the rain curtain cloaks Pain once more, his deep, indifferent voice echoes, "Your slashing power is commendable, and your resistance decent. But alas, such prowess is unworthy of an Akatsuki member." Furious at the insult, Shueyu attempts to rise, supported by his explosive blade, but Zhongwu intervenes, saying, "You were shaken quite badly. Allow me to take over." A seal spreads across Zhongwu, his right arm swelling with grotesque growths, his demeanor shifting to one of aggression. Is that Orochimaru's cursed seal? Shueyu observes as Zhongwu's chakra visibly intensifies. Pain raises his left hand, declaring, "Bensho Tenin." The irresistible gravitational pull draws Zhongwu towards him. In a swift motion, a black rod slips from Pain's sleeve and plunges into Zhongwu's shoulder with a sickening crack. Zhongwu collapses, attempting to rise, but is rendered immobile as a powerful chakra flows from the rod into his body. A fleeting glimpse of the Rinnegan flashes in his mind. The cursed seal on Zhongwu dissipates rapidly, his heart racing as he realizes, the chakra flowing from this black rod is even suppressing my seal? Who is this person? Yet, he retains his composure. Aware that Pain's condition for passing is to touch his clothing. Thus, lying at Pain's feet, Zhongwu steels himself against the black rod's interference and shakily reaches out to grasp the hem of Pain's robe. However, such a feeble maneuver does not escape Pain's keen perception, and he swiftly kicks Zhongwu away, dismissing his cleverness. "Save your trivialities," Pain states coldly. He leaps into the air, his sleeves sweeping out, sending multiple black rods raining down upon Zhongwu. Shueyu dashes forward, swinging his explosive blade with ferocity, clearing the descending rods. "Hey, Zhongwu, get up." Zhongwu groans. This rod is pinning my body down. Help me remove it." "Is this it?" Shueyu bends down to extract the rod. Zhongwu cautions, "Be careful, otherwise, you might also be affected. Such a nuisance." Shueyu mutters as he pries the rod free with the blade's edge. Zhongwu, clutching his shoulder, struggles to his feet. "Shueyu, if he truly intended to take our lives, it would be a mere blink of an eye." Bearing a grudge against their prior failures, Nagato is determined to make Obito, who facilitated their predicament, uncomfortable. "You recommended these two to me, yet I shall deny them entry based on their incompetence. They have no one to blame but themselves." Pain coldly issues an eviction order. "Your abilities are insufficient. Return after practicing for another 2 years." Zhongwu advises, "Give it up, Shueyu. If he is intent on preventing our passage, we will only humiliate ourselves." Shueyu clenches his blade, his youthful face marked by an unprecedented seriousness. "I am fully aware of this. Truth be told, falling into the hands of the Akatsuki and being coerced into joining while having the Sharingan affixed to me leaves me utterly baffled. I initially intended to steal a ninja blade and make my escape, yet that man, claiming to be Toby, brought my brother's scroll. My brother was reclusive and would never entrust such an important item to a mere friend. There can only be one possibility, that Toby is the one responsible for my brother's demise. I can overlook what that man has done to me, but my brother was my only support. This rare opportunity to be near him cannot be squandered." Shueyu declares, "Now is not the time to surrender." Zhongwu questions, "You wish to continue fighting? Have you not noticed, Zhongwu? That man's abilities likely pertain to attraction and repulsion." Zhongwu replies, "Such a realization is not difficult. The challenge lies in how to respond." Shueyu asserts, "Attraction and repulsion surpass the realm of ninjutsu. If he could wield such power freely, he would have long dominated the ninja world rather than merely leading a notorious organization." Zhongwu inquires, "What do you suggest?" Shueyu muses, "This is merely my conjecture. There must be a release interval to his abilities. Identifying the precise usage interval and formulating an appropriate response could be our breakthrough." Zhongwu acknowledges, "Theoretically, that seems plausible, but in practice, it may be as difficult as climbing to the heavens." Shueyu chuckles. "That fellow named Toby once said that the Sharingan's true power can only be unlocked when two are united. What we cannot achieve alone, we shall accomplish through collaboration." Honestly, I never imagined I would utter the word cooperation one day. This sentiment stirs forgotten memories of his dearly departed friend, Kimimaro, within Zhongwu, reigniting his fighting spirit. "Very well. but I doubt we will ever be friends. Shuei Yu grins, revealing his sharp teeth. Humph, spare me your delusions. We are merely teaming up to survive in this perilous organization. With that, Shuei Yu and Zhong would charge forward side by side. Pain observes, oh? Even after witnessing the overwhelming disparity in power, you remain undeterred? Very well, let me see your true abilities. Chapter 33, The Ōtsutsuki Assembly, a resolve to alter history. The duo, revitalized, maneuvers around the battlefield for another assault. Pain's gaze sharpens as he notes, realizing my capabilities, you no longer charge recklessly. Shuei Yu, in full sprint, unfurls the detonation scroll for the explosive blade. Explosive blade technique, detonation. The scroll rapidly spreads, encircling Pain. Pain, unfazed, retorts, no matter how many detonation symbols you bring forth. They do not instill fear in me. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force drove back the approaching explosive talisman, simultaneously triggering its detonation. A deafening roar echoed as the explosive flames surged, isolating the battlefield. Shuei Yu retrieved the long knife, seam needle from the summoning scroll. True to its name, the seam needle resembled a slender, elongated needle, with a razor-sharp steel wire tied to its handle. Shuei Yu hoisted the flying mist upon her shoulder, grasping the seam needle in her hand, reminiscing. I have only seen my brother wield the seam needle once. The essence of the seam needle lies in the steel wire, which requires an extraordinarily delicate touch to manipulate. I do not believe I can match my brother's finesse right away, but at least with this Sharingan, I may be able to imitate him to some extent. Just before the explosive flames dissipated, the long knife, seam needle vanished from Shuei Yu's grasp. Pain revealed himself, unscathed, yet he remained oblivious to Shuei Yu's preparations. At that moment, Ju Wu unleashed a curse mark once more, charging at Pain with all his might. Pain remarked, it seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Shinra Tensei. The overwhelming repulsion mercilessly hurled Ju Wu away. Upon hitting the ground, Ju Wu struggled to rise but collapsed again. His bones felt as if they were dislocated, even in his cursed form. Enduring another blow would undoubtedly result in severe injury. Shuei Yu, it's up to you now. With a swift motion, Shuei Yu wielded the explosive knife, plunging into the fray, while Pain deftly evaded. Indeed, your abilities have a cooldown. Oh, have you realized? But how many times can you withstand it? Pain raised his palm. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Shuei Yu, along with her knife, was sent flying. Yet, she confirmed the interval of Shinra Tensei. 5 seconds, truly a narrow window. But you ask how many times I can endure. Suddenly, Shuei Yu's form transformed into liquid, greatly mitigating the impact of Shinra Tensei. Pain exhibited a hint of surprise. I see, the hydration ability of the Ōtsutsuki clan. This must be why Orochimaru chose you. However, the knife in your hand is another matter. Banch Tenin. Whoosh. The explosive knife, flying mist, was drawn through the air. Pain swung his arm, and with a clang, the mist embedded into the pillar of the Rain Village Tower. Now, can you still make a difference? Clatter. In front of Ju Wu, Shuei Yu's hydrated form reassembled, and she formed hand seals. Long knife ninjutsu. Earth spider stitch. Crack. The steel wire, previously buried underground, sliced through the soil, rapidly forming a web-like array at waist height, converging towards Pain's feet. Pain immediately discerned. The explosive distraction was intentionally created to bury these steel wires underground, targeting the gaps in my abilities. He braced against the steel wire with his black rod, halting its advance, seizing the opportunity to withdraw his foot and leap into the air, using the intertwined wires as footholds. Shuei Yu altered her technique. Crack. The long knife seam needle shot from the ground, aimed directly at Pain's chest. Shinra Tensei. Clang. The downward repulsion sent the long knife flying, shattering the web-like array of steel wires. Shuei Yu exclaimed, now is the moment of that fellow's vacuum period. Roar. Ju Wu let out a fierce roar, activating a second state of his curse mark, chakra jets erupting from his elbows. He lifted Shuei Yu with his immense arm, the jets unleashing a powerful stream of chakra, propelling Shuei Yu forward with all his strength. Boom. Shuei Yu surged forth like a tempest. Pain genuinely admired. An impressive collaboration. I have gained a newfound respect for you. 5 seconds is sufficient. As Shuei Yu's palm neared Pain's attire, he ultimately underestimated Pain's foundational combat prowess. Pain executed a mid-air spin, delivering a powerful kick directly to her chest, sending her flying away. In the following moment, Pain flicked his sleeve, launching a black rod. Shuei Yu's Sharingan detected the incoming black rod, realizing she could not evade it. In the midst of her backward flight, she formed her palm into a gun shape, hastily aiming, unleashing a water iron cannon, a secret technique of the Ōtsutsuki clan, at the rapidly retreating Pain. This was her only means of resistance. Crack. The next instant, the black rod pierced Shuei Yu's abdomen. She crumpled to the ground, completely devoid of combat capability. The chakra seeping from the black rod ravaged her insides, rendering her unable to even hydrate. Shuei Yu relinquished her struggle. Is it still futile? No wonder he leads a band of Orochimaru-level monsters. I've done my best, but it's truly hopeless. Just as Pain was about to declare Shuei Yu and Ju Wu eliminated, his gaze fixated on the minute scratch upon his cheek. unaware of the pain. He had not immediately recognized the wound. It was the result of Shueiyu's final water iron cannon grazing him. This incident fundamentally altered Nagato's perception. Knowing that being struck would mean defeat, yet not forgetting to deliver a final blow, displays a rare quality. Their resolve to join Akatsuki is remarkably steadfast. Moreover, unlike the other members who pride themselves on their strength and act independently, their sense of cooperation is the most exceptional among all members thus far. Perhaps they are precisely the talents Akatsuki needs at this moment. Pain extended his palm, attracting the explosive knife, flying mist, embedded in the tower's pillar. Holding the mist, he approached Shueiyu and Juwu. Shueiyu's true nature emerged. Hey, don't do anything reckless. I am a direct subordinate of Lord Akatsuki. Clang. Pain positioned the mist before Shueiyu. Ōtsutsuki Shueiyu, Tenbin Juwu, from this day forth, you are official members of Akatsuki. With that, he turned and walked towards the tower, leaving Juwu and Shueiyu stunned in place. Recovering her wits, Shueiyu shouted, Hey, boss. Could you at least pull this rod out of me? At that moment, Conan descended to the base of the tower, confronting Pain. How did they pass? She had not noticed Shueiyu's final retaliation, which had grazed Pain's cheek. Pain replied, Akatsuki is in need of talent. And those brought by Madara are indeed not mediocre. We shall utilize them for now. I have plans in place. Conan, if you decide so, then it is well. Half a day later, the Akatsuki meeting reconvened. Deidara gazed at Akatsuki's projection. Akatsuki, where have you run off to? I thought you were dead. Akatsuki humorously replied, Deidara-senpai. Kakuza-senpai is truly terrifying. I feared that if I stayed there, he would eliminate me. Deidara, look at your pitiful self. By the way, where did Kakuza go? Is he busy making money? At that moment, Pain spoke gravely. Kakuzu and Haiden are dead. A moment of silence ensued. Kisame exclaimed, Ah. It seems that prophecy has come to pass. Then, as per tradition, the instigator this time is that one. Pain affirmed, Indeed, it is Uchiha Sasuke. Unlike the previous encounter with Sasori, this time we have precise eyewitness intelligence. Absolute, you may elaborate. Only the absolute truth was spoken. Uchiha Sasuke single-handedly vanquished Kakuzu and Haiden. Unlike the time he severely injured Deidara, Sasuke did not utilize his Sharingan this time. Yet he did employ the wood-release technique of the Senju. A profound silence enveloped the arena, lingering for an extended moment. Such an accomplishment, even the self-important members of Akatsuki could no longer dismiss lightly. Deidara exclaimed, That scoundrel. I shall make him experience my new art. Kisame remarked, Itachi, your brother is formidable. Perhaps soon, he will officially surpass you. Itachi's Sharingan remained fixated on the shadows. Yet his concealed hand seemed to clench quietly. Pain stated, Furthermore, the new members to replace Kakuzu and Haiden have been decided. Suddenly, two phantoms appeared. Suigetsu, the new trio of Akatsuki, and Ten, the new star of Akatsuki. Haiden said, I suppose that makes me a senior now. My adorable juniors. Kisame replied, Suigetsu, it's you. With Obito backing you, you appear unfazed. That voice belongs to Kisame. May I borrow your great sword, Samahata? Following a hearty laugh, Kisame ominously warned, If you have that idea, feel free to seek me out. I shall let you experience shark cuisine. Pain interjected, Enough idle chatter, during this assembly. I have a significant announcement. From this day forth, Akatsuki shall formally commence the tailed beast hunting plan. Deidara protested, Wait a moment. Isn't this nearly 3 years ahead of schedule? Leader, why the sudden change of heart? Pain replied, Plans are always outpaced by change. Deidara mused, like an explosion. You can never predict the shape of the next blast. Ah, now that is art. Obito silently pondered, Nagato, this time, you have not disappointed me. Kisame commented, Well, I believe it should be this way. Fighting for money always feels like wasting time. So, has the order and division of labor for the tailed beast hunt been decided? Pain stated, Beginning with Shikaku from Sunagakure, we shall hunt and seal them in order, concluding with the 9 tails of Konohagakure. Deidara exclaimed, Sunagakure, the homeland of the old Master Scorpion, deserves to be celebrated through art. Leave the one tail to me, leader. Yes, the one tail, being the weakest of the tailed beasts, is perfect for a debut performance. Under the watchful eyes of the Akatsuki members, Pain directed his gaze towards Suigetsu and Ten. Suigetsu, Ten. You two shall be responsible for the hunt of Shikaku. Do not falter. Chapter 34, Kaguya's Determination, Secrets of the Uzumaki Clan. On the island of Tsukigakure, that night, Kaguya, fully aware of everything, sought out Orochimaru in the early hours of the following day. She chose to implant the blood dragon eye, which harbored the malevolent deity. No one knew why Kaguya altered her resolve. However, Sasuke had reached an understanding with Orochimaru that the fate of these eyes was not for them to decide, but rather for Kaguya to determine herself. The transplantation was performed by Kabuto. Sasuke and Orochimaru awaited outside, with Sasuke's expression a tapestry of complexity. This is the choice made by Karen. Respecting it is the only course of action I can take. Yet, with this, my indebtedness to her deepens. How shall I repay it? Orochimaru placed a reassuring hand on Sasuke's shoulder, leaving behind a thought-provoking remark. Perhaps, Sasuke, you need not be excessively bound by the ties of your past life. The person you hold dear in your heart, is she from your former existence or this one? Contemplate this question carefully, and many matters will resolve themselves. As Sasuke pondered the profound implications of Orochimaru's words, Karin emerged from the room, accompanied by Kabuto, having completed her transplantation. The blood dragon eyes, in their dormant state, had not altered Karin's appearance or essence. Orochimaru chuckled, saying, "Your eyes were red to begin with. They harmonize unexpectedly well with these blood dragon eyes." Karin slightly closed her eyes, remarking, "For some reason, I do not feel the burden that these eyes are supposed to bring, nor the so-called power of the evil deity." Orochimaru, with an air of authority, clarified, "That is due to the existence of a seal. Once you officially activate these eyes, the seal will gradually loosen, and the burden of the evil deity's power will increase. However, this is not entirely detrimental. At the very least, to adapt to the weight these eyes impose, your Uzumaki lineage will accelerate in growth." "Is that so?" Karin fell into a contemplative silence. "Though I am aware that I am a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, I know little about my lineage." "Orochimaru, do I truly possess the potential you speak of?" Sasuke harbored no doubts regarding the potential of Karin, yet he was equally intrigued by the Uzumaki clan. Seizing the opportune moment, Orochimaru prepared to unveil the findings of his future research on the Uzumaki clan to the world. It is commonly acknowledged that the Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, a notion not entirely erroneous, yet lacking in depth. As far as I am aware, the Uzumaki clan indeed represents a branch of the lineage of the Sage of Six Paths. However, unlike the Senju clan, the Uzumaki's remarkably potent vitality does not originate from the sage himself, but rather from the Outer Path chakra fruit. Outer Path chakra fruit? What is that? Karin pondered in confusion. Yet, Sasuke found himself taken aback by this stunning revelation, his fists clenched tightly. He was all too familiar with the Outer Path chakra fruit, for it was the vessel of the Ten Tails. Orochimaru continued to elaborate. The Sage of Six Paths was once the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and the chakra fruit served as its shell, as a container that had long sealed away the Ten Tails. The genes of the Outer Path chakra fruit naturally intertwined with those of the sage. His second son, Ashura, possessed the latent Outer Path genes, which did not manifest until later, gradually appearing in his descendants. These descendants, inheriting the genes of the Outer Path, eventually became the Uzumaki clan. It is precisely from the genes of the Outer Path chakra fruit that the Uzumaki clan possesses an overwhelming capacity and affinity for the power of tailed beasts, making them even more suitable as vessels for tailed beasts than the Senju clan, who inherited the body of the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke suddenly realized, so that is how it is. Orochimaru smiled. Therefore, no matter how formidable the pressure from the malevolent deity, it pales in comparison to that of the Ten Tails. Thus, Xianglin, you need not doubt your own abilities. On the day your Uzumaki lineage fully awakens, you will master the power of these eyes with perfection. Although Xianglin still lacked many key pieces of information and was not entirely comprehending, she at least confirmed one thing. In this lifetime, she could do much more for Sasuke. Xianglin took out her glasses from her pocket, adorning them on her nose, playfully leaning against Sasuke's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with charm as she coquettishly said, "Hey, Sasuke, do you think my new eyes look good?" Sasuke appeared restless, his gaze flickering as he stammered, Well, it's not too bad, I suppose." "Hiki." In a somewhat mischievous manner, Kaguya observed Sasuke's reaction, fully aware of the underlying sentiments. With her doubts and inquiries diminished, she felt liberated to confront her true feelings with greater sincerity. "Sasuke, thank you. I do not require you to repay me in any way. Simply being yourself is sufficient." Yet, these words remained unuttered on her lips. The emotions of a young girl inevitably possess a self-serving aspect, which is precisely what renders them enchanting. After resting on Crescent Moon Island for several days, one morning, following breakfast, Orochimaru retrieved the scroll left behind by Kakuzu as he faced his demise. It was time to claim the wealth that Kakuzu had amassed. Regardless of past or present, Sasuke had never held an interest in riches. However, considering it pertained to Orochimaru's latest experimental apparatus, he inquired with curiosity, where did Kakuzu conceal his wealth? Orochimaru, with a hint of amusement, replied, "Sasuke, you would never guess. Why not take a shot at it?" Sasuke swirled his teacup, pondering without a moment's hesitation, "The land of lightning?" Orochimaru replied, "Not quite." Sasuke inquired, "The land of earth?" Orochimaru replied, "That is still incorrect." Sasuke shook his head, expressing his bewilderment at the thought process of such individuals. "Stop the suspense and speak plainly." Orochimaru revealed the answer. "Kakuzu has concealed the immense wealth amassed by the Akatsuki over the course of several decades, wealth that rivals that of nations. Hidden in the most desolate of lands, at the edge of the desert in the land of wind." Sasuke gently sipped his tea, remarking, "Indeed, there is a hint of dark humor in this." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, "This is quite fortuitous. We can conveniently fulfill the task of conveying Sasori's last wishes to Granny Chiyo, which was delayed due to the attack on the northern base." Orochimaru interjected, "Time is of the essence. Let us set forth without delay. Sasuke, am I also to go? Isn't this something you all can handle? Orochimaru, the third battle will take place in 20 days, Sasuke-kun. Prolonged tension in both body and mind is detrimental to your growth. Consider it a chance to take a breath of fresh air. What do you think, Karen? I truly wish to remain on this island with Sasuke. However, Orochimaru is acting in Sasuke's best interest, isn't he? Moreover, as long as I am with Sasuke, I would not mind traveling to the ends of the earth. Thus, with a face full of entreaty, Karen implored, Sasuke, let us go. Alas, I am truly at a loss with you all. Reluctantly, Sasuke drained his cup of tea. At that moment, none of the four could have anticipated that this journey to seek Kakuzu's legacy in the Land of Wind would lead to a monumental event that would alter the course of the Land of Wind, Sunagakure, and indeed, the entire ninja world in the future. Chapter 35, The Desert's Whirling Sands, Kakuzu's Hidden Treasure. Following the guidance of the scroll, Sasuke and his companions arrived at the treasure site deep within the desert of the Land of Wind. However, before them lay nothing but endless sands and barren lands, devoid of any facilities that could be deemed a treasury. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and made a reasonable conjecture. Surely, we are not being deceived? After careful consideration, Orochimaru replied, that seems unlikely. It is likely concealed by a clever mechanism. Karen, could you confirm this? Karen closed her eyes, raising 2 fingers before her chest. Kaguya's Byakugan. Whoosh. Indeed, she could sense a subtle wave of jutsu. However, as Karen opened her eyes and gazed at the desert beneath them, she remarked, it lies deep within the sands beneath our feet. That is likely beyond human capability. Orochimaru smiled. No matter, as long as it exists, it can be reached. He produced a blank talisman, biting his finger to draw blood upon it. Sasuke closely observed the intricate patterns drawn by Orochimaru, his curiosity piqued. This is an unfamiliar talisman. Is it a new technique of yours? Indeed, this talisman is named the 100. After meticulously inscribing the talisman, he bent down to place it at his feet. The onlookers prudently retreated to a safe distance. Orochimaru stood resolutely amidst the swirling sands, deftly forming seals. In this world, there exists an abundance of techniques. Even I would not dare to claim complete understanding. To address this, I have specifically developed the 100 to unravel those techniques beyond my experience. Any trickery, as long as it lies beneath the 6 paths, shall be dispelled upon encountering this talisman. Secret technique, 100. With a swift motion, the 100 ignited, countering the unknown techniques that Kakuzu had placed upon his concealed treasury. The earth trembled, and the yellow sands receded, revealing a large, deep gray structure that slowly ascended from the depths of the desert. Though vast, the building could hardly be described as magnificent. Calling it a treasury would be misleading. It was more aptly termed a storage facility. Kabuto approached, placing his hand against the wall. Discerning its solid texture, it was constructed entirely of cement, sand, and stone, sturdy and pressure-resistant, yet astonishingly cost-effective. The most expensive material in this structure was undoubtedly the door. Forged from alloy steel, devoid of any embellishments, epitomizing the essence of utilitarianism. Orochimaru stepped forward, peeling away the sealing talisman from the door. As it swung open, allowing the air to circulate, he was the first to enter. Moments later, his deep voice resonated, "Come in, everyone, but do prepare yourselves mentally." Sasuke, Kabuto, and Karen stepped inside. Kabuto and Karen were simultaneously taken aback. Wait, this must be a joke, right? Even Sasuke, who typically harbored little interest in wealth, was momentarily dazzled by the spectacle before him. The scene was nothing short of overwhelmingly striking. Within the expansive, nearly 10,000 square meter flat, gold bricks were stacked densely, reaching from floor to ceiling, leaving scarcely any room to navigate. Kabuto quickly approached, grasping a gold brick. Its substantial weight unmistakably indicated it was crafted from the purest gold. He was both astonished and curious. Why was he hoarding gold bricks instead of the circulating currency of the 5 great nations? What could be the purpose of such elaborate preparations? Orochimaru offered a unique perspective. The currency circulating within the ninja world was issued by the Exchange Bureau, supported collectively by the 5 great nations, and was intrinsically linked to their dominance. Perhaps to Kakuzu, nothing in this world is truly permanent, including the supremacy of the 5 great nations. Should the 5 great nations fall, that currency would merely become a pile of worthless paper. Thus, he had converted all his holdings into equivalent gold to safeguard against this almost unfounded risk. It is no exaggeration to say that this wealth could purchase an entire great nation without issue. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, now reflecting a golden hue, and remarked, Kakuzu's obsession with wealth is truly unparalleled. Sasuke, if we possessed such wealth, Sakura could greet our residence daily with her fists without a care. Karen, with such riches, one must constantly guard against the scheming of nefarious individuals, while also considering the inheritance issues for future generations. It is even possible that family members could turn against one another, leading to an increase in worries. Although the number of gold bricks is astonishing, it pales in comparison to the scrolls capable of containing an ocean of ninja tools. Orochimaru, with remarkable efficiency, gathered this treasure, enough to purchase an entire nation. Within merely half an hour, sealing it within the scrolls. Subsequently, he consumed the gold brick scroll, effectively locking away this fortune. Thus, the fruits of Akatsuki's financial endeavors belong to us. Let us search meticulously to see if anything has been overlooked. Sasuke, Kabuto, and Karen commenced their search within the vast, empty chamber. It was Karen who first made a discovery. As she stepped upon a particular tile, her keen senses detected an unusual sound. She promptly knelt down, pressing her ear against the floor, and tapped gently with her fingertip. The hollow echo that ensued revealed an underlying secret, prompting her to prepare to pry up the tile. Karen, do not move. There may be a trap mechanism. Allow me to take care of this. Sasuke stepped forward, grasping the Kusanagi sword, and pried up the cobblestone with ease. Although no traps or mechanisms were triggered, Sasuke's meticulousness brought a sense of warmth to Karen. Beneath the lifted stone lay a box, within which resided a scroll depicting a bat. Sasuke presented the scroll to Orochimaru for examination, who revealed a delighted expression. What a pleasant surprise. This is the highest secret technique, the technique of Earth Grievance, taken from Takigakure by Kakazu all those years ago. He glanced sideways and inquired, Sasuke-kun, are you intrigued? Sasuke reflected on the grotesque form of Kakazu, altered by the Earth Grudge fear. The unsettling seams and morbid aura were, to be frank, utterly discordant with his aesthetic of combat. He would likely never engage in battle in such a manner, nor would it be necessary for him to do so. However, it is essential to recognize that a practitioner is not synonymous with the technique itself. The application and potency of any jutsu are contingent upon its wielder. After careful contemplation, Sasuke accepted the scroll of the Earth Grievance technique from Orochimaru's hands. I shall ponder this when I have the leisure. After all, an abundance of skills is never burdensome, he remarked. Orochimaru chuckled. It seems we are ready to proceed to our next destination. With a resounding rumble, the forsaken structure once again sank into the depths of the desert. Amidst the swirling sands, Orochimaru gazed intently at the horizon's edge. This location lay within the abyss of the Wind Country's vast desert, and it was quite near the legendary ancient kingdom of Lulan. Sasuke reminisces. I recall the ancient kingdom of Lulan. It is a realm that has long since met its demise. Orochimaru interjects. Sasuke-kun, are you aware of the concept of the dragon vein? This notion is not an original creation of the author, but rather originates from the Naruto Shippuden, the Lost Tower movie. Sasuke remarked, the dragon vein. I have heard of it. It is the lifeblood of the earth, harboring chakra that surpasses that of any other place on the planet. However, if misused, it could potentially lead to the annihilation of the entire world. Yet, when I came to understand this matter, the dragon vein had already been sealed for many years. Orochimaru responded, after all, dear Sasuke, you did not directly partake in that chapter of history. Speaking of the dragon vein, your dear friend has a significant connection to it. Sasuke expressed his astonishment. Naruto, why have I never heard him mention this before? Orochimaru revealed a hidden truth. Due to certain circumstances, he was involved in sealing the memories of the dragon vein, which have been locked away. The purpose of this memory sealing is akin to the reason you once sealed the memories of Jiraiya and Naruto. Moreover, the location of the dragon vein lies within the remnants of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, and as for that seal, it is of little consequence. Sasuke gazed intently. So, are we to venture to the ancient kingdom of Lulan? However, how do you intend to harness the dragon vein? Orochimaru chuckled. Sasuke-kun, have you not always urged me to devise a means to prolong the duration of your Manjiki? To be candid, the solution lies right before us. Chapter 36. The Lulan Dragon Vein, a vision of a new era. The Lulan Dragon Vein possesses chakra of a magnitude rivaling that of tailed beasts. Why then has it not attracted the covetous eyes of various nations? The answer traces back to many years ago, when the fourth Hokage, Minato, enacted a seal upon the Dragon Vein. Although in a previous life, the rogue ninja from Sunagakure, 100 Legs, attempted to forcibly consume and exploit the sealed Dragon Vein, fate intervened, and ultimately, the Dragon Vein remained sealed by Minato, setting aside past lives and focusing on the present. 3 years prior to the defection of 100 Legs and his covetous gaze upon the Dragon Vein, it was Orochimaru who had already taken the initiative. As for Minato sealing the Dragon Vein, it presented no challenge to Orochimaru. Before the ruins of Lulan, Sasuke and his companions stood before the abandoned temple that sealed the Dragon Vein. Orochimaru's expression turned grave. Sasuke-kun, the blindness of the Manjiki Sharingan arises from the fact that its power wanes with use, leading to its eventual seal. The method to unravel this seal lies in transplanting another pair of Manjiki Sharingan from a direct descendant within 3 generations, merging them into an eternal Manjiki Sharingan. This is a choice you must confront sooner or later. It is time for you to confide in me. Will your eternal Manjiki be derived from Itachi's eyes? Sasuke articulated his intentions. This time, I shall not employ Itachi's eyes. In my youth, my ignorance could be excused, but if Itachi were still alive, I would neither wish to take his life nor deprive him of his sight. As anticipated, Orochimaru nodded and inquired, so what is your choice? Sasuke reminisced. Itachi had once shown me the memories of the night our clan was annihilated through genjutsu. My father, Fugaku, was also the awakener of the Meijiki Sharingan. Yet his eyes vanished after that fateful night. I must locate those eyes to forge a new eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Orochimaru affirmed this sentiment, stating, Indeed, Itachi's Meijiki is not your optimal choice. You both possess the shared ocular power of Amaterasu, which significantly reduces your possibilities. My intention aligns with this time. You shall inherit your father's eyes. Sasuke inquired, Do you know the whereabouts of my father's eyes? Orochimaru replied, At the very least. I can ascertain that they are not in Danzo's possession. In order to wield Izanagi, he procured the arm containing Hashirama's cells through me. I possess a comprehensive understanding of the quantity and intricacies of his eye collection. Sasuke clenched his fist gently. If it is not in Danzo's hands, then it must rest in Obito's. Compared to Danzo, the difficulty of obtaining my father's eyes through Obito is exponentially greater. Orochimaru remarked, Thus, whether considering the present or the future, this technique to extend the duration of your Meijiki's usage is indeed of utmost necessity. Sasuke, it is time you revealed the true nature of that technique to me. Orochimaru, are you familiar with the Ine sealing technique? Sasuke paused momentarily, stating, Of course. Back then, Sakura excelled in the forbidden medical techniques taught by Tsunade, which enabled her to wield the formidable strength and regenerative abilities of the 100 healings. Orochimaru smiled and replied, I wonder if you have noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Both immense strength and regeneration remarkably align with the powers of the Senju. The essence of the Senju's abilities lies in Waitan, known as Ine sealing. Yet the emphasis is predominantly on the force of Waitan. Sasuke, upon reflection, it indeed seems so. Orochimaru, the Ine seal was conceived by Tsunade, yet it is derived from the progenitor of the Yang seal. Yang seal, even with Sasuke's extensive experience. This technique was a novel revelation. After all, it dates back to a distant past, and its practitioner has long since faded from the annals of history. A solemn expression graced Orochimaru's face. The original creator of the Yang seal was Lady Uzumaki Mito, the long princess of the Uzumaki clan, the wife of the first Hokage, the inaugural host of the Nine Tails, and the quintessential embodiment of the Uzumaki lineage. The Yang seal, in contrast to the Ine seal, can extract spiritual energy, which is none other than Ine release chakra. I have amassed a wealth of literature from the Uzumaki clan to uncover the formulation of the Yang seal and have made enhancements to it. The traditional Yang seal requires the prolonged refinement of one's own Ine release chakra, a process that takes considerable time to manifest. However, my revised Yang seal allows for the external infusion of Ine release chakra, enabling the rapid generation of the Yang seal. Upon hearing this, Sasuke comprehended the purpose of their visit. He gazed upon the temple before him. So, the dragon vein is that external source? Orochimaru smiled. Indeed. The dragon vein of Lulan serves as a natural source of Ine release chakra. He and Sasuke ascended the temple steps side by side, with Kabuto and Karen trailing silently, listening intently to their conversation. In truth, I had long researched methods to extend the duration of the Meijiki Sharingan. Hashirama's Yang release power can mitigate the risk of blindness for a single Meijiki, yet for the dual Meijiki, especially when utilizing the power of Susanoo, Hashirama's Yang release proves to be rather ineffective. To resolve the issue, one must return to the origin of the Sharingan, which is Ine release. As they walked, Sasuke cast his gaze downcast. But what of Itachi's eyes? He lacks Hashirama's power and does not seem to manifest the traits of one who would wield the Yang seal. Yet he has prolonged the light of those eyes for such an extensive duration. Orochimaru fell into contemplation. That remains one of my few informational blind spots. However, I dare to entertain a conjecture. Sasuke's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. Do tell. Orochimaru replied. In the wet bone forest, the power of the slug sage, which contrasts with the sage power of the white snake in the dragon cave, emphasizes the strength of mental energy in ninjutsu. Theoretically, it can also effectively delay the closing of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Sasuke paused, inquiring, Is there a connection between Itachi and the wet bone forest? Orochimaru replied, Perhaps there is, though we remain unaware. Itachi has likely concealed it deliberately. Sasuke found himself lost in reminiscence. In his previous life, he had allied with Itachi, who was resurrected through the impure world reincarnation during their confrontation with Kabuto, who wielded the white snake sage technique. Indeed, Itachi had mentioned the wet bone forest. It seems that at that moment, Itachi's profound understanding of the power of sage arts was likely not merely a result of his vast knowledge. Sasuke clenched his fist, his heart trembling yet filled with delight. It seems that even at this moment, I remain unaware of the entirety of Itachi. He stepped forward once more. Orochimaru remarked, Indeed, I had contemplated taking you to the wet bone forest, but alas, the sage of slugs does not hold me in high regard. Without the necessity, I truly do not wish to demean myself by seeking favors. Hence, I resolve the matter in my own manner. Sasuke, this is acceptable. The Yang seal of the dragon vein can prolong my light. How long can it endure? Orochimaru pondered. At the very least, it should last through the 10 battles without issue. Sasuke declared resolutely, Enough. A year from now, I shall reclaim my father Uchiha Fugaka's eyes through Obito. With a decisive thud, the four halted before the grand altar that sealed the dragon vein. Let us begin. Chapter 37. The Lament of the Wind. Ode to the Delight of Stir-Fried Clams, exclusively sponsored. Orochimaru had meticulously arranged a complex trifold sealing technique around the altar enshrined with the dragon vein, a process that consumed a full 3 hours. Upon completion, Sasuke sat cross-legged atop the altar and inquired, "Orochimaru, must I remain still?" Orochimaru replied, "Not at all. While this dragon vein is indeed a vast reservoir of in-release chakra, it does not wholly equate to the Uchiha's in-release chakra in its nature. You must endeavor to refine and precisely align it to render it fully compatible with your eyes. This process demands exceptional finesse in chakra manipulation and mental fortitude, and I assure you, it will not be an easy task." "I understand." Sasuke closed his eyes, calming his mind as he prepared to confront the impending challenge. The microscopic manipulation of chakra was Sakura's forte, a skill I would have struggled to master in my previous life. Yet, after experiencing 2 lifetimes, I am confident that I will not be outdone by Sakura. Orochimaru gazed at the 3 overlapping seals surrounding the altar. These were the techniques for releasing the dragon vein seal, the connection of the yang seal, and the diversion technique, which I personally directed. They would channel the dragon vein chakra towards Sasuke, allowing him to refine it and complete the yang seal, a monumental and intricate endeavor expected to take 3 days and nights to accomplish. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. That's quite a lengthy process. If I'm not mistaken, the ritual to seal the tailed beasts also requires 3 days and nights, correct? Orochimaru replied earnestly. Once the dragon vein seal is lifted, the yang seal technique will activate immediately. However, the dormant energy of the earth, after years of silence, will surge forth, leading to unpredictable consequences. Thus, a powerful external force is required to suppress it. Kabuto, this task falls to you. Utilize Lord Hashirama's wood release to contain the tailed beast's power, and it shall be accomplished. Kabuto, feeling a twinge of uncertainty, asked, "Can I really manage that?" Orochimaru reassured him. "Do not fret. The purity of the Hashirama cells you possess far exceeds that of my previous test subject, Yamato. While it may not be sufficient to restrain the Nine Tails, it should be more than adequate for the dragon vein." Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto smiled. "In that case, I feel reassured." In frustration, Karen interjected, "What about me? Is there anything I can do?" Orochimaru pondered briefly. "Kabuto, Sasuke, and I will be entirely focused for 3 days and nights. Though the likelihood is slim, considering Lolon's affiliation with the Wind Country, we cannot rule out the possibility of curious sand shinobi arriving for sightseeing. Please use your sensory abilities to remain vigilant about any external movements." "Understood," Karen replied. Orochimaru redirected his attention, hands forming seals. "Then let us commence." Dragon vein seal, release. With a swift motion, the first layer of the technique flowed, converging beneath Sasuke, perfectly fitting the dragon vein sealing technique left by Minato, akin to a key unlocking a lock. The dragon vein seal was lifted. Boom. In an instant, the distinctive dark purple glow of the dragon vein chakra surged forth from beneath the altar, reverberating throughout the entire Lulon ruins. "Kabuto," Orochimaru urged. "Leave it to me." Kabuto, already prepared, clasped his hands before his chest. With a snap, 8 wooden pillars adorned with iron spikes and beast heads rose around the altar. Kabuto grasped his left wrist with his left hand, and the symbol for seat materialized in his right palm, aimed at the altar. Hokage technique, ear expansion technique, flowing ear entrapment. Boom. The dragon vein chakra, nearly bursting forth, stabilized swiftly beneath the suppression of wood release. Kabuto remarked, "The suppression seems manageable. The challenge lies in maintaining this technique for 3 days and nights. As the dragon vein was transformed, your burden would gradually lessen, providing an excellent opportunity for you to hone your wood release abilities." Orochimaru formed seals once more. The second layer of the technique activated. Dark purple patterns coursing up the altar, climbing along the outer sides of the arms, traversing the cheeks, finally converging at the forehead to form the core of the yang seal, the conduit for the dragon vein chakra to flow into the yang seal. After forming seals again, Orochimaru maintained the final Z seal. Whoosh. The diversion technique initiated, and the dragon vein chakra hidden beneath the earth flowed steadily into Sasuke's body under Orochimaru's precise guidance. With Sasuke's unwavering focus, it gathered at his forehead, at the hollow center of the converging veins. Once the sealing was fully realized, the legendary yang seal would manifest within that hollow core. Now, it was time for me to fulfill my duties. Karen's expression turned serious. Her fingers raised in focus as her sensory abilities activated. Kagura's hard eye. At that moment, as the 4 collaborated intensely to complete the yang seal, a visitor unexpectedly arrived from the distant sand village, 1,000 miles away from the ancient kingdom of Lulon, accompanied by an eerie vortex amidst the swirling sands. The barrier team and sensory unit of the sand village failed to detect his presence. Who else could it be but Uchiha Obito? With a swift glance around, he released the protagonist of this operation from the space-time continuum. Suigetsu and Jugo, now officially members of Akatsuki, had donned the crimson cloud cloaks. Suigetsu wore a ring on his left index finger, symbolizing the three of Akatsuki, while Jugo sported a ring on his left middle finger, representing the north. Recently, during a gathering, they received the mission to hunt the Shikaku of the Sans Jinchuriki. Due to their close relationship with Obito, they did not need to conceal their abilities this time, as he directly transported them to their destination, circumventing the cumbersome travel and infiltration stages. However, as they prepared to confront the Jinchuriki in a guest setting, both Suigetsu and Jugo felt a surge of anxiety, especially Suigetsu, who, during the Akatsuki meeting, had boldly declared that if he failed to capture Shikaku, he would bring his head. But now, as the moment approached, he felt as if his legs were turning to water. How foolish, had he known, he would have refrained from such bravado. Now, he had no choice but to steel himself for the confrontation. Jugo's anxiety stemmed from the thought of taking a life without cause. He had never imagined that Akatsuki was an organization dedicated to hunting tailed beasts. He had no grievances with the Sans Jinchuriki. If he did not actively release his killing intent, how could he bring himself to strike? Yet, if he were to unleash his killing intent, how could he find peace within himself? Observing the two, Obito sternly stated, "This is your debut in Akatsuki. Crucial not only for the smooth execution of our plans, but also for your future standing within the organization. Suigetsu, summon the courage and wisdom you displayed when facing pain. The Jinchuriki is merely a child. You should already possess intelligence regarding his abilities through the knowledge of our organization." Suigetsu replied cautiously, "I understand that. But this is still the Sand Village. If our battle attracts attention, we will undoubtedly find ourselves caught between enemies on all sides, making it difficult to escape." Obito reassured him, "Rest assured, we have anticipated such scenarios. Listen closely. Gaara, the Jinchuriki, is regarded as an ill omen by his village. Last month, the higher-ups of the Sand Village learned that he aspired to replace his father, the Kazekage, and faced unanimous opposition. In fact, he has already survived 3 assassination attempts this month." Suigetsu gasped. What on earth did this Gaara do to incur such wrath? If I were in his position, I wouldn't just aim for the Kazekage title. I would have dealt with these beasts and made my escape. Reflecting on the image of the golden-haired boy, Obito spoke solemnly. Such is the fate of a Jinchuriki. In the Sand Village, the only ones who might protect Gaara are his mentor, Kankuro, and his siblings, Temari and Kankuro. However, the higher-ups have dispatched them on missions to facilitate their plans against Gaara, and they are not expected to return for several days. Suigetsu responded, "Oh, I see." Obito continued, "Indeed, if your target is Gaara, the Sand Village would eagerly wish for this troublesome figure to disappear. While they may not assist you directly, they will certainly refrain from intervening." Suigetsu felt relieved. Then there's nothing to fear. Obito turned his gaze towards the furrowed brow of SH-Go. "SH-Go, do you believe that you have no enmity with the Jinchuriki, and thus cannot bring yourself to strike a lethal blow?" SH-Go clenched his fists. "Indeed, that is how I feel." A cruel smile curled at the corners of Obito's mouth beneath his mask. "Then you need not hesitate. For Gaara of the Sand is the very one who killed your former comrade, Karai Yoru Kunamaru." The scales of SH-Go's eyes narrowed in shock. "What did you say?" "Enough. The target is currently training alone in the Sand Village. Go. After the deed is done, bring him to the Akatsuki's rendezvous point to complete the sealing. Success is mandatory. Failure is not an option." With that, Obito vanished into the vortex of time and space. Chapter 38. The Akatsuki's Hunt. Suigetsu, SH-Go vs. Gaara of the Sand. In the Sand Village training ground, the wind swept the sand as the sleepless youth relentlessly pursued his goal of becoming the Kazekage. Nearly 4 months prior, the Sand Village, in collusion with Orochimaru, had launched an attack on Konoha. During his confrontation with Naruto, Gaara was moved and resolved to become a ninja whose ambition mirrored that of Naruto, aiming to protect his village as the Kazekage. Despite facing opposition and assassination attempts from those around him, his determination to become the Kazekage and safeguard his village remained unwavering. Swish, swish, swish. Surrounding the training ground, semi-automated puppets manipulated by talismans continuously released shuriken imbued with explosive tags. With a flourish, the sand, under Gaara's command, swiftly assembled a defensive barrier to thwart the lethal threat. Boom. The explosive tags erupted relentlessly, yet the sand provided flawless protection. Such a barrage of relentless attacks could be perfectly defended against. It was time to escalate the intensity. Just as Gaara prepared to replace the talismans on the puppets, he suddenly froze. To guard against high-ranking assassins within the village, he had set up the eye of sand around the training ground. He could detect anyone approaching in an instant. After a brief moment of silence, the sand surged back into his gourd. Outside the training ground, Suigetsu and SH-Go were about to force their way in when they spotted a boy with a gourd on his back, standing with his arms crossed before his chest. Emotionless as he gazed down at them. "You do not belong to my village, do you?" Suigetsu remained silent, merely scrutinizing the boy. With red hair, dark circles under his eyes, a perpetually expressionless face, and that sand gourd. He matched the description perfectly. Confirming the target, Suigetsu grinned. You must be the Jinchuriki of the sand, huh? Gaara replied without expression. What do you want? Suigetsu boldly declared. We are from the Akatsuki, sent to capture you. If you don't want to suffer, come with us quietly. Akatsuki? It seems you are not sent by the village, so I need not hold back. Boom. From Gaara's gourd, the sand surged upward. Swish. Suigetsu and Go hastily retreated. Sand shower. Gaara struck first, transforming the sand into bullet-like projectiles, shooting them at the two with incredible velocity. Go and Suigetsu, seemingly anticipating the trajectory of the sand bullets, deftly evaded with precision. Those flickering red lights in the eyes of the two as they moved caught Gaara's attention. The sand shower ceased, and as Suigetsu and Go regained their stance, Gaara exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, just like Sasuke, you possess the Sharingan. It must be said that although these eyes are unsightly, they are surprisingly effective. Suigetsu smiled, hoisting his explosive blade, unfurling the explosive tag scroll, which unfurled and extended towards the high wall where Gaara stood. Explosive blade technique. Destructive burst. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the entire wall of the training ground crumbled to ruins. In the cloud of dust floated countless grains of sand, with Gaara's sand shield standing resolute amidst the debris. Suigetsu, observing the spherical sand shield with his Sharingan, marveled at its formidable defensive capabilities. Enhanced by a significant amount of chakra. Great water arm technique. Whoosh. His arms expanded, swinging the explosive blade forward. With the Eye of Sand, Gaara confirmed Suigetsu's movements. Desert Wave. As Suigetsu approached with his blade, sharp sand spikes protruded from the smooth exterior of the sand shield, a defensive maneuver that was typically difficult to counter. However, Suigetsu, leveraging his Sharingan, halted and evaded just in time while fiercely striking with his explosive blade. Boom. The explosion engulfed the sand shield as Suigetsu maneuvered around it, launching a series of strikes from every angle. Boom, boom, boom. The extraordinary sequence of explosions inevitably drew the attention of the Sand Village ninjas. The first to assess the situation were the Umbu of the sand. Spotting the fire cloud cloaks worn by Suigetsu and Go, they immediately realized, intruders. When did they infiltrate the village? The Umbu rushed forward to encircle their prey, but they were halted by the perceptive Umbu captain, Yura. Wait. Let's see who they are fighting. The Umbu observed Gaara, who was defending himself against the relentless counterattacks of the two. It's Gaara. Yura's expression darkened. Let us first consult with the higher-ups. The Umbu acted swiftly, and 3 minutes later, a response from the higher-ups arrived. The directive was clear. As long as they were only targeting Gaara, they would turn a blind eye. Boom, boom, boom. The intensity of the battle escalated, awakening numerous Sand Village ninjas from their slumber, who flocked to the source of the commotion. Upon discovering that Gaara was under attack, they collectively observed with cold indifference. The intruders were indeed doing a great service, handling this menace for us. That ominous creature should not exist in this world. Eliminate him. Eliminate Gaara, the embodiment of Shikaku. Suigetsu sensed the presence of onlookers and felt a pang of sympathy for Gaara. What if they said was true? This fellow is utterly despised here. Yet, perhaps it was fortunate. Otherwise, we would not have enough lives to spare in this fight. Seeing the stalemate, Suigetsu seized the opportunity to attack. The sand shield dispersed, and the sand beneath Gaara transformed into a sand cushion, lifting him into the air. Suigetsu, unfazed, smirked. Unfortunately, we know your abilities all too well. We are aware of your aerial capabilities, and I would never be unprepared. With his unarmed left hand, he tugged, revealing a glimmering wire in the air. That light, could it be? Gaara realized that the sand cushion beneath him had been ensnared with steel wires without his knowledge. Swish. Suigetsu yanked the wire forcefully, pulling Gaara down from midair. Simultaneously, long blades concealed underground shot towards Gaara, piercing into his chest. Well done. Cheers erupted from the surrounding sand ninjas. However, as Gaara fell to the ground, his body disintegrated into sand. It was the sand clone. Behind Suigetsu, the real Gaara emerged. I have a general understanding of your abilities now. Quicksand waterfall. Whoosh. The sand in the battleground began to flow rapidly. The water moon found itself unsteady and slow in its movements. Many abilities rely on intelligence, yet cannot effectively respond. After all, the water moon lacks wings to soar. Gaara extended his palm forward, fingers curling slightly. Sand's binding coffin, using the external sand to restrict movement. The sand from the gourd swiftly spread, enveloping the water moon's form. The water moon, with its Sharingan, observed the entangling sand. Although you can freely manipulate external sand, to truly end your opponent, you must utilize the sand infused with high-intensity chakra from your gourd, correct? Even if you are aware, you cannot alter the outcome. I have confirmed with the Eye of Sand that you are not a mere clone. This ends here. Crack. Gaara clenched his palm tightly. Sand funeral. Crack. The sand covering the water moon immediately deflated under the terrifying compressive force, a pressure that no one could withstand except for Kimimaro, who amplified it with his cursed seal. Yet from the deflated sand came the water moon's cold laughter. Ah, regrettably, my ability is indeed your nemesis. Splash. A deluge of water surged forth from the sand. Gaara's pupils constricted. It's J-Go. The ever-glowering J-Go charged forward, cursed seals covering his body. Gaara was astonished. This is the same cursed seal as Sasuke and Kimimaro. Boom. The sand obstructed J-Go's cursed arm. Half of J-Go's face was shrouded in cursed markings, appearing half in light and half in darkness. He coldly inquired, "Did Kimimaro perish at your hands?" Upon hearing Kimimaro's name, Gaara was not surprised. He replied, "If one must say, then yes." J-Go frowned. "If one must say?" Gaara replied truthfully, "Had it not been for his severe illness, he would undoubtedly have perished by my hand." "So, you admit to killing Kimimaro." Exploding strike. Boom. His cursed arm shattered the approaching sand, his Sharingan swirling with a fierce killing intent. At that moment, the water moon, now entirely corroded by the sand-binding coffin, emerged, wielding an explosive blade and charging forward again. Realizing the imminent danger, Gaara immediately began to retract the scattered sand, including that which had been soaked by the water moon's water form. The sand shield reformed once more. The water moon's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The battle plan has succeeded. The sand I have contaminated has mingled with the sand he uses for defense, revealing the very breach in his absolute defense. J-Go, it's up to you now. Roar. Fueled by hatred for Kimimaro's death, J-Go unleashed his killing intent. The cursed seal enveloping his entire body, transforming his form dramatically, a gray-black carapace covering him, with eruptions of chakra bursting from his back, surpassing the second state. This was the cursed seal state 3, a form only accessible to him as the original of the cursed seal. In this state, even the Sharingan could not subdue the frenzied killing intent within. Ha ha ha, I will kill you, you emotionless fool, and offer your blurred flesh as a tribute to Kimimaro's spirit. Boom. As J-Go's maniacal laughter erupted, a terrifying chakra stream surged from his back. Boom. He crushed the ground, violently assaulting the sand shield. His Sharingan locking onto the weakened section eroded by the water moon's chakra, his arm striking out with full force. The spectators from Sunagakure shouted, "Eliminate him." Axe-shattering strike. Boom. His arm brutally broke through the weak point of the sand defense. Go. The flesh-like protrusions on J-Go's back writhed rapidly, converging into a cannon of chakra on his forearm. ZZZZ. Inside the sand shield, Gaara stared in horror at the golden chakra focusing almost at zero distance before him. It's over. Die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying chakra cannon of the cursed seal erupted within the confines of the sand shield. The shield reached its limits, swelling to the brink before cracking with a snap, heading towards collapse. Gaara slumped his shoulders, his expression despondent, as the sand armor on him began to peel away. Finally, his body swayed and fell onto the ground covered in scattered sand. Ha ha ha. Are you still alive? What a tenacious fool. I shall send you to meet Kimimaro. J-Go grinned wickedly, raising his arm to deliver a fatal blow to Gaara. Clang. The water moon dashed forward, placing its blade against J-Go's shoulder, locking eyes with its Sharingan. Hey, calm down. Don't forget, Ōtsutsuki wants us to bring him back alive. Ugh. The killing intent in J-Go's eyes swiftly receded, and the cursed transformation on his body rapidly dissipated. Ugh. For the first time using the Sharingan's hypnotic eye, the water moon supported itself with its blade, painfully clutching its right eye. Though the Sharingan was powerful, the burden it imposed was far from trivial. Nonetheless, this hunt was finally complete. Now, they just needed to bring back this unfortunate little brat, unloved by either uncle or grandmother, to report back. Boom. But just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that no one anticipated. Roar. Gaara unexpectedly stood up once more, and as he roared in agony, the sand on his body began to gather frantically. No way. J-Go hoisted the weakened water moon and quickly leaped out of the danger zone. Their gazes lifted with the rising sand. The water moon's expression shifted from grave to fearful, for the sand was forming the colossal body of a monster. The gathered crowd of Sunagakure stood in stunned silence. Could it be that he lost consciousness, allowing the Shikaku within him to break free? The very sand ninja who had cheered the loudest for their enemy now broke out in cold sweat, despair making their voice tremble. If that's the case, how do we stop that kind of monster from rampaging, especially after the previous Kazekage has already perished? A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the skies above Sunagakure. Chapter 39, Elegy in the Wind. Gahaha. Thanks to you two fools for taking down this little brat, the seal binding me has weakened. The Shikaku laughed maniacally, the winds howling fiercely. Boom. Its claws, composed of sand, struck towards the water moon and J-Go. Boom. The two barely managed to dodge the claw strike, yet were swept far away by the wind stirred up by it. The overwhelming power of the tailed beast left them utterly helpless. The water moon wailed, "Damn it. This situation was not anticipated in the prelude. How on earth can we fight against this?" In a previous life, after being severely wounded by Deidara, Gaara did not succumb to rage. Ultimately, 3 years later, the Gaara of my memories had matured into a beloved Kazekage, both in body and spirit distinctly different from this moment. Even in a state of injury, he exerted a restraining influence over Shikaku. However, the present Gaara is not so formidable, neither in body nor in spirit. How could he be oblivious to the fact that, while he finds himself ensnared, those he vowed to protect are secretly reveling in his misfortune? His body boasts the absolute defense of sand, but his heart does not share this fortitude. He has merely grown accustomed to masking his internal turmoil with a stoic facade. At the instant he falters, the cheers of the sand village resonate in his ears, pushing him to the brink of despair, thus granting Shikaku an opportunity to strike. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing the rampaging Shikaku, the people of the sand village are filled with resentment. Cursed be this wretched brat. Why must he unleash his fury at such a moment? Could he not hold on just a little longer until he was outside the village? The only force capable of subduing Shikaku was the magnetic release of Lord Raza's sand. Yet Lord Raza is no longer present. To confront Shikaku, we cannot fathom the toll and casualties that will ensue. Gaara, this demon, which only brings misfortune, should never have been allowed to stay in the village. And now, look what has transpired. He cannot control Shikaku, and we are left to bear the consequences. Under Shikaku's relentless onslaught, Mizuki and CHG can only flee in disarray. Mizuki faces reality. There is no way. We cannot contend with this. As long as we have breath, we can find another way. We have done all we can. CHG, prepare to run. CHG responds, I was just thinking the same. I doubt the sand village will spare him. This way, Kimimaro can finally avenge his grudge. Haha, two naive fools. You think you can escape my grasp? You shall join these useless sand villagers in hell, repenting for your insolence. Shikaka shrieks, its maw gaping wide, filled with sand-like fangs. Swish, dark chakra, adorned with 2 points of white light, rapidly converges into a catastrophe. The tailed beast ball is a gift inherent to all tailed beasts, and the one tail is no exception. Mizuki's Sharingan fixates on the terrifying chakra sphere that Shikaku is manifesting, cold sweat trickling down his face. Hey, that chakra. This is bad. Upon witnessing the tailed beast ball, the people of the sand village are plunged into despair. This is it, it's over. I don't want to die. Overwhelmed by the dread of death, many choose to turn and flee. Yet, there exists a faction of the so-called enlightened. Stop. Are we really going to abandon our post and allow that monster to trample our village into oblivion? But we must do everything in our power to thwart Shikaku's attack, at least long enough for the village's elite to come to our aid. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall bear the name of Sand Ninja with pride. Those who fled the sand village return, their faces etched with the resolve to face death, as if they were indeed heroes, nobly sacrificing themselves against evil. It is not to suggest they are cowardly miscreants or hypocrites. They merely overlook the root of the problem, reveling in self-satisfaction and the romance of heroism. Facing the impending explosion of the tailed beast ball, the heroes of the sand village form ranks, preparing to unleash their most adept ninjutsu in a united effort to intercept. One can only imagine that, regardless of their success, the sand village will be drenched in blood. But at the critical moment, Shikaku's poised stance falters. Crack, crack. Its sandy body begins to crumble. The sand villagers, trembling in fear, ask, has Shikaku's attack ceased? What is happening? Shikaku's still intact face, twisted with rage. Questions, you little brat. In your current state, you still wish to protect these people? Gaara's weak, yet resolute voice resonates from deep within. Shikaku, I will not allow you to harm my family. Shikaku retorts, family? How laughable. Do you truly believe this place is your home? Gaara replies, that guy, Naruto, he would say this, and he would indeed act on it. I aspire to be like Naruto. I do not wish to return to the solitude of hell. Crack, crack. The decay spreads across Shikaku's face, and the tailed beast ball he had gathered cannot escape its fate, becoming mere grains of sand. The sand villagers are left in shock at this spectacle. Thud, thud. Many collapse to the ground, gasping in a mix of fear and relief. Among them, a few enlightened souls sense the crux of the situation. What is happening? Gaara, could it be that he has, through sheer will, controlled Shikaku's rampage? How could this be? He had been deemed a failed experiment by the previous Kazekage. How could he possibly achieve this? Even if he could, what sustains him in this endeavor? He must realize the village will not extend its hand. Relying on Shikaku's fury is the only path to survival against those two. Does he truly wish to protect the village? Crack, crack. Shikaku's crumbling form disintegrates further. At last, a complex murmur escapes Shikaku. You foolish child. You will surely regret this. Boom. Amidst the scattering sand, with the last of his strength suppressing Shikaku, Gaara, now completely unconscious, plummets toward the ground. Though unaware of what transpired, it seems they have been saved. The shaken Mizuki rushes forward, catching Gaara with the shoulder of his hydro water arm. Shouting to CHG behind him, now's our chance, let us go. After regaining his composure, CHG retrieves Mizuki's drop-long knife, needle from the sand and follows suit. The distraught villagers of the sand village stand rooted in place, watching as the two intruders carry away the boy who sacrificed himself to save the village. Conscience-stricken, some ponder, perhaps that boy's ambition to become Kazekage was not to dominate this village, but rather to genuinely protect us. Yet, he is feared by all. What can we do? They waver, yet cannot act. In the swirling sands, atop the tallest structure of the sand village, Granny Chio and Grandpa I stand side by side, watching as Mizuki and CHG carry Gaara past them. Chiyo raises her hand, but hesitates, ultimately letting it fall. Grandpa eyes, his long eyebrows drooping, laments. Is this truly the right decision, sister? Chiyo's wrinkled face hangs low. She seems to feel that something is amiss. But after enduring countless tribulations, her heart has become hardened, and she cannot take the step toward change. What can we, these soon-to-die old folks, possibly do? Even if we save him, this ninja world will see no transformation. Thus, unbeknownst to them, Mizuki and CHG escape the final calamity, bursting through the gates of the Sand Village. At this moment, even the wind laments, singing a dirge. Chapter 40. The Visitors from Lulan. After successfully retreating from Sunagakure, Suigetsu and Jugo sped northward. The Akatsuki organization has established bases in various countries, and during their missions to capture tailed beasts, members responsible for the hunt escort the Jinchuriki to the nearest base. Subsequently, the leader, Pain, summons the Gedo statue to aid in sealing the tailed beasts. By dawn the next day, Suigetsu and Jugo arrived at the cave where Sasori and Deidara had previously taken Gaara. The cave entrance was blocked by an enormous stone, which bore a sealing symbol. Suigetsu removed the sealing symbol, and after forming hand seals with 2 fingers raised, the stone was lifted with a thunderous sound. Suigetsu and Jugo entered, and the stone fell back into place behind them. Upon receiving the message, Pain and the other members of Akatsuki awaited their arrival. Pain greeted them, saying, "Well done, both of you. You showcased an impressive performance, setting an example even for your seniors." Pain assigned Suigetsu and Jugo, the 2 newcomers, the task of capturing a tailed beast, not only because Shikaku was the weakest of the tailed beasts, but also to spur the older members of the Akatsuki. Imagine if these 2 newcomers succeeded, the proud veterans would be spurred into action. Kisame chuckled, "Humph, Suigetsu, I must say I've gained a newfound respect for you." Deidara chimed in playfully, "Oh dear, the pressure on us seniors is immense." Deidara emphasized, "But you joined the Akatsuki only a few days before them. How can you call yourself a senior?" Suigetsu scratched his head, "But I saved you, Deidara-senpai." Deidara retorted, "Hey, how long will you keep bringing that up? I'll repay you with my ultimate art." Suigetsu seemed unfazed by Deidara's dual nature, realizing he too had his own motives for joining Akatsuki. Seizing the opportunity to boast, he exaggerated, "Oh, esteemed seniors, you have no idea. This guy had Shikaku go berserk within him. We risked our lives to subdue Shikaku, escaping from the encirclement of thousands of Sunagakure shinobi amidst a hail of exploding tags. It was truly a life-or-death situation." Listening to this extravagant tale, Pain did not expose the embellishments, but simply stated, "In any case, you have successfully completed your mission. The Akatsuki will surely remember your contributions. Now, let us begin sealing the tailed beast." Pain formed hand seals, invoking the Gedo statue. With a resounding crash, the statue, chained and bound, rose from the depths of the cave. Suigetsu marveled, "So this is the vessel used to seal the tailed beasts? It's terrifying, even more so than Shikaku." Under Pain's guidance, all Akatsuki members placed their rings on the corresponding fingers of the statue. Suigetsu gazed at the empty position on the statue's left pinky, lost in thought. Pain inquired, "Suigetsu, do you have any questions?" Suigetsu replied, I'm just curious about that vacant spot." Pain explained, "The ring of the void, the left pinky of the Gedo statue, was taken by Orochimaru. Had he not defected, that spot would have rightfully belonged to him. Now, however, he is a sworn enemy of the Akatsuki, destined to perish at our hands along with Uchiha Sasuke." The expression on Itachi's face, on the statue's right ring finger, briefly flickered with a profound depth. Suigetsu acknowledged, "I see, I understand now. Let us begin. The sealing will last for 3 days and nights. Please ensure the safety of your bodies." Sealing technique, Phantom Dragon 9 seals. With a whoosh, the statue opened its mouth, absorbing the chakra of those present. A dense sphere of chakra formed in its throat, and moments later, 9 phantom dragons roared forth, lifting the unconscious Gaara from the cold ground into the air. Gaara screamed in agony as crimson chakra poured from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, flooding into the mouth of the Gedo statue. His life was now on a countdown. 3 days later, at the edge of the desert in the land of wind, elite Jonin Maki led Temari and Kankuro back from their mission. Unbeknownst to them, this task was orchestrated by the village's higher-ups to facilitate their plans against Gaara. Following the incident, they had received no communication from Sunagakure. Temari, still young, was filled with curiosity. She propped her closed 3-star fan under her arm, gazing at the horizon, and suggested, "Isn't that ancient city of Lulan not far from here? What a rare opportunity. Maki-sensei, let us go explore." Maki replied, "We need to return to the village quickly to report. Perhaps next time." Temari insisted, "Once Gaara becomes Kazekage, Kankuro, and I will be inseparable. Come on, sensei. You always tell us that as ninjas, we should broaden our experiences." Maki sighed, "All right, but I must warn you, Lulan is said to harbor dangerous dragon veins. You must observe from a distance and not approach." "Great. Let us hurry," Temari exclaimed, lifting her fan and setting off toward Lulan. Meanwhile, within the ruins of Lulan, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sasuke were nearing the completion of their yang sealing technique. The perceptive Karen suddenly alerted, someone is approaching. 3 individuals, their chakra levels are formidable, especially the leader, likely exceeding Jonin level. Orochimaru frowned, speaking in a low tone, we're just about to finish the yang sealing. We can't afford to be distracted right now. Karen, go stall them. Understood. Karen promptly set out. Outside the ruins, Temari was genuinely there to sightsee. This architectural style is ancient. It really makes me curious. What kind of civilization was Lulan? How did it fall? As Maki, serving as the guiding Jonin, prepared to showcase his vast knowledge, he sensed an unsettling chakra emanating from within the Lulan temple. This feeling of dissonance. Could it be? Temari, Kankuro, wait here. I'll go check the situation. Seeing Maki's serious demeanor, Temari and Kankuro immediately asked, is there a problem? Maki replied sternly, it seems we arrived just in time. Someone may be targeting the dragon vein sealed here. The dragon veins belong to the land of wind and cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, their curiosity now replaced with determination. We're going too. Maki, aware that these two were the children of the previous Kazekage and would soon be invaluable allies to Gaara, did not refuse. Then stay behind me, and be cautious. The 3 ascended the temple steps when a slender figure appeared at the top. Halt, intruders. Maki regarded the young girl, who showed no fear in the face of the 3, and questioned, who are you to dare trespass in our territory? Karen, who understood that combat was not her forte, cleverly replied, what proof do you have to show you're from the land of wind? Maki smirked coldly, pointing to his forehead protector. This genuine sand village forehead protector should suffice as proof. Karen shrugged, if a mere piece of metal is all it takes to prove one's identity, then anyone could impersonate a ninja. In any case, we're here on official business, so please leave. Maki's half-covered face revealed a cold smile. Oh, then I suppose I must see what official business you are conducting. With a swift motion, he brandished his blade like a tempest, charging towards the defenseless Xianglin. Chapter 41. The Sun Seal is formed. Maki dashed before Xianglin, his knife slicing through the air, but Xianglin, caught off guard, struggled to parry. Clang, clang. Yet, due to her inadequate martial skills, she failed to withstand the onslaught, and the weapon was sent flying. Seizing the moment, Maki delivered a powerful kick that sent Xianglin sprawling. Gasping in pain, Xianglin's back collided with a stone pillar of the temple. Maki swiftly advanced, gripping her throat with a cold gaze. After all this, is this your only effort? Speak, or the next strike will surely claim your life. Maki raised his finger, preparing to unleash his signature technique, Wind Release, Blade of Wind. He had previously used this very move to slay the eavesdropping Moonlight Gale during a joint assault on Konoha with Yakushi Kabuto. The essence of the Blade of Wind lies in creating a tumultuous vortex of air at close range, rendering it an unavoidable attack. Without a physique as formidable as Reikage's, one would either perish or suffer grave injuries. Sensing Maki's murderous intent, Xianglin's crimson pupils suddenly manifested horizontal stripes akin to those of a toad, a sign of her blood dragon eye activation. Maki's pupils constricted in alarm, halting his technique and retreating hastily. What was that gaze? In the fleeting moment we locked eyes, I felt as if my heart was being gripped. Before the temple pillar, Xianglin, with her eyes partially closed, staggered to her feet. With the blood dragon eye activated, her aura transformed, emanating an inexplicable sinister charm. She slowly retrieved the kunai that had been knocked away. This pair of eyes serves as a shrine to seal the malevolent deity, enabling the casting of death decree through blood via ocular techniques. Yet, as it was her first attempt, Xianglin remained uncertain if she had successfully established the connection. She raised the kunai towards herself. Maki, bewildered, thought, is she about to end her own life? With gritted teeth, Xianglin thrust the kunai forcefully into her shoulder. Crack. Instantly, a wound deep enough to reach the bone appeared. Maki's shoulder, clad in a ninja uniform, was immediately drenched in blood, the pain causing his arm to droop helplessly. His pupils trembled in disbelief. She has injured herself, and the repercussions are reciprocating upon me. Is this ability for real? Maki-sensei. Upon witnessing her teacher's injury, Temari panicked, sprinting forth as her fan unfurled, aiming it fiercely at Xianglin, who leaned against the stone pillar. Maki, horrified, shouted, "Stop!" But it was too late. Wind Release, Great Sickle Weasel. Boom. As the fan swept through the air, a weasel-shaped gust tore through, shattering the pillar and leaving Xianglin grievously wounded. Ate. She emitted a blood-curdling scream, colliding heavily against the outer wall of the temple amidst the debris. Ado. Then a horrifying scene unfolded. Maki's body began to sprout gashes seemingly out of thin air, blood gushing from his ninja attire, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson, collapsing into a pool of blood. Temari, finally regaining her senses, exclaimed, "How could this happen? Could it be that Maki-sensei's injury was also due to?" In the bloodied chaos, Maki, with half-open eyes, struggled to utter, "No, don't attack again. She has cast some technique upon me. Any harm inflicted upon her will be mirrored upon my body." The terror of such an extraordinary power caused Temari's grip on her fan to tremble. How do we contend with her? Observing Xianglin, who was laboriously rising while supporting herself against the temple wall, Maki realized, no, the greater danger lies not in attacking her directly, but in her ability to continuously inflict harm upon herself, thereby injuring me severely. True to the reputation of Tsunagekyu's mightiest jonin, Maki devised a viable strategy even while wounded. Kankuro, without causing her harm, use your puppet human body binding technique to restrict her movements, quickly. Snapping out of his shock, Kankuro charged forward recklessly. Chakra threads swirling about his fingers. I could feel the chakra emanating from my eyes threatening to tear my body apart. Xianglin pressed the kunai against her neck, threatening. Take one more step, and I assure you your teacher will be severed in two. Swish. Kankuro's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Seizing the opportunity, Xianglin meticulously analyzed the capabilities of her eyes, which harbored the malevolent deity. I have a rough understanding now. I do not require blood as a medium. Merely locking gazes can establish a connection for death decree through blood, but currently, it can only link to a single target. Furthermore, there is no need for a so-called ritual circle to inflict shared harm. One more crucial point, perhaps because I am not a devotee of the malevolent deity. I have not gained the naturally immortal body akin to that of Haiden. As Orochimaru had foretold, these eyes are likely tailor-made for me. Uzumaki Xianglin. I cannot allow Sasuke to witness my injured state. Crack. Xianglin bit down on her wrist. Physical healing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the heat enveloped her body, Xianglin's injuries rapidly healed, including the self-inflicted wound on her shoulder and the damage inflicted by Tamari's wind technique. However, the death decree through blood only shares harm, not healing. Thus, Maki remains the sole injured party. Maki gasped in shock. How can this be? Who is she truly? And what entity lurks within the temple coveting the dragon vein? Upon the temple altar, the last remnants of the dragon vein's natural chakra were refined into released chakra compatible with the Sharingan. Sing. From the core of her forehead, where the intricate patterns of the yang sealing technique intertwined, a dark red diamond-shaped mark emerged. Whoosh. The chakra connection initiated from the altar towards Sasuke's body rapidly contracted, merging into the mark on her forehead. The mark flickered several times before stabilizing completely. The yang seal is complete. Sasuke opened his eyes, their brilliance unprecedented. In the battle against Scorpion, his diminished vision had completely been restored, and the sensation of power within his gaze surpassed that of the past. The medical nin Kabuto, with the seat character fading from his palm, watched as 8 wooden dragons slowly sank into the earth. He lowered his arm, which he had held aloft for 3 days and nights, instinctively adjusted his glasses, and began to move his shoulders, allowing the blood to circulate freely, alleviating the sensations of soreness and numbness. Orochimaru set aside his hand, which had been maintaining the seal, wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, and smiled, saying, Sasuke-kun, you may comprehend the yang seal as an external source of chakra for your Sharingan. When you employ your ocular techniques, the power of the yang seal will be consumed first. However, this power is irreplaceable. Sasuke remarked, if it is truly irrecoverable. Then once the chakra of the yang seal, drawn from the dragon vein, is depleted, the seal will cease to exist, correct? Orochimaru responded gravely, after all, it is a matter of opportunism. This world is inherently just. All shortcuts possess their shortcomings. Should you ever require the power of the yang seal again, you must amass it independently. For now, the purpose of the yang seal is to reclaim your father's eyes from Obito, sustaining the brilliance of the Manjiki Sharingan amidst intense battles. Understanding this, Sasuke's eyes flickered with the hidden 3 tomo, rising from the altar where the dragon vein no longer existed. Karen has been gone for a while. Let us venture outside. Chapter 42. In full view. Outside the temple, Karen faced off against the Sand Village's Maki and her team. Maki, having regained her composure from the shock of Karen's abilities, felt a surge of determination. That woman, despite her terrifying power, lacks significant combat skills. Temari, Kankuro. Disregard my fate. Eliminate her and thwart the enemy currently seizing the dragon vein within the temple. Temari and Kankuro hesitated, but sensei. Maki, undeterred, declared, remember, you are ninjas. If we allow the dragon vein to be taken, you shall be deemed traitors of the Sand Village. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. The sound of approaching footsteps from the temple drew the attention of the trio, particularly Maki, who fixated on the darkness of the temple's entrance. Upon recognizing the first figure to emerge, her eyes widened in shock, bloodshot with disbelief. Orochimaru. The joint assault during the Ch-Nin exams had nearly ignited a war within the ninja world, a memory that felt like yesterday to Maki. Orochimaru greeted her with a disarming smile. It has been a long time, Maki. If I am not mistaken, the destruction of Konoha occurred 4 months ago? To me, it feels like 40 years. While Maki stood paralyzed in fear, Temari and Kankuro seethed with rage, for Orochimaru was the one responsible for the death of their father. The 4th Kazekage Raza. Orochimaru maintained his smile. Please do not regard me with such terrifying eyes, Temari, Kankuro. I regret your father's fate. Those who inflict harm ultimately suffer the consequences, myself included, though they harbor deep-seated hatred under Orochimaru's overwhelming presence. Temari and Kankuro found it difficult to even shift their stance, let alone confront him directly. Maki struggled to lift herself, Orochimaru. I hear you've had your hands sealed by the third Hokage. Is it true? Orochimaru chuckled. Compared to my hands, Raza, your injuries require prompt attention, otherwise, your life may be at risk. At that moment, Sasuke and Kabuto emerged from the shadows of the temple. Uchiha Sasuke, Temari, and Kankuro gasped in astonishment. Temari exclaimed, I never expected that merely 2 months after he allied with Orochimaru, he would be here. Kankuro added, Gaara nearly lost his life helping Naruto reclaim him. How could he brazenly join forces with Orochimaru in our wind country? Sasuke gazed at Karen with concern and inquired, Karen, are you unscathed? Karen, with a facade of indifference, retorted, do not underestimate me. I am not so easily injured. Sasuke gazed at the shattered steps and stone pillars, as well as the conspicuous bloodstains on the ground, which evidently did not belong to the same individual, lost in contemplation. Karen, dispel the blood dragon eyes. There is no need for battle at this moment. A warmth surged within Karen, causing the horizontal patterns in her pupils to vanish, followed by a wave of weakness that nearly caused her to falter. She clutched the wall tightly to maintain her stance, concealing her disarray from Sasuke. Silently, Sasuke averted his gaze, refraining from offering assistance. Not only was it an overly intimate gesture towards a woman, which he deliberately wished to avoid, but he also understood that at her core, Karen was a fiercely proud girl, and such unnecessary concern could be perceived as a slight. The seemingly mundane interaction between the two, in the eyes of an outsider, was laden with the ties of their 2 lives. Orochimaru broke the silence. Kabuto, please attend to our esteemed Mr. Maki's injuries. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied respectfully as he stepped forward. Maki, who was on high alert, attempted to distance himself, but his severe injuries rendered him helpless, forcing him to watch as Kabuto approached. Noticing Maki's tension, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, Mr. Maki, we were once partners. There is no need for such hostility, is there? A seasoned warrior, Maki understood the urgency of the situation and, considering the trials he had endured at the hands of someone as young as Karen, he realized the threat posed by Orochimaru and Kabuto was far greater. To take the lives of the 3 of them would be a trivial task. Prioritizing the greater good, Maki thought, my life is inconsequential. But I cannot allow Shikamaru and Kankuro to perish in such a manner. He wore a worldly smile, saying, then I leave it to you, Mr. Kabuto. Notably, Maki had not once met Sasuke's gaze, as he merely saw him as a puppet willingly manipulated by Orochimaru in his quest for vengeance. Maki jested, by the way, Mr. Kabuto, you wouldn't take the opportunity during treatment to strike me down, would you? Kabuto's glasses gleamed ominously as he replied, as long as you refrain from using your wind blade against me, I probably won't. Haha, indeed, we know each other too well, Maki remarked, eyeing Kabuto's right eye. That Sharingan, was it just transplanted? You've changed quite a bit. What brings you to this remote place? Disregarding Maki's probing questions, Kabuto crouched down. The green glow of medical ninjutsu enveloping his hands as he began to treat Arsasa's injuries. Arsasa, sensing Kabuto's silence and realizing he could extract no useful information, could only hope inwardly, I pray they do not exploit the dragon vein to undertake actions detrimental to the wind country. This is a critical period for Gaara to ascend to the position of Kazekage. Even with my and yours recommendations, there are still numerous obstacles to his acceptance by the higher-ups. 20 minutes later, a healed Arsasa rose from the dried pool of blood. Thank you, Temari, Kankuro. We should return to the village to report. Under Maki's persistent glances, Temari and Kankuro suppressed their impatience and followed closely beside him. Before departing, Maki advised everyone, you should leave soon. I understand your visit to Lulan is for sightseeing, but given the renewed diplomatic relations between Sunagakure and Konoha, your identities are rather sensitive. So it would be wise to avoid unnecessary complications. Orochimaru chuckled, Maki, to be candid, we actually need to pass by Sunagakure on our journey. Maki was taken aback. What did you just say? Orochimaru replied, meeting here saves us considerable trouble. After all, we ninjas adhere to a principle of acting openly and above board. Maki's expression hardened, give up. You may kill me openly, but to lure me into a trap, I would rather die by your hand. Orochimaru shook his head nonchalantly, you misunderstand. I am only interested in the truths of this world. The only truth about the wind country that has piqued my interest has already been collected. Maki exclaimed, the dragon vein has indeed been. Orochimaru asserted, I have urgent matters to attend to. We have been entrusted to visit your village's Chiyo. Maki's thoughts raced. Was it not an assault on the village? Though Orochimaru's words were merciless, he was indeed not one to beat around the bush. Maki inquired, by the way, who entrusted you? Orochimaru calmly turned and pointed at the silent boy behind him, stating earnestly, recently, the Suna trader Chiyo was killed by this Uchiha Sasuke. What did you just say? Chapter 43. Each holding a beacon, illuminating their path. What did you say? Gaara has been. Upon returning to Sunagakure that night, Maki and his group learned the devastating news that Gaara had been abducted from the village, his fate uncertain. Maki seized the collar of one of the Sand Shinobi, demanding, what are you doing? How could you allow criminals to run rampant in the village? The Sand Shinobi's eyes darted nervously. This is a command from the higher-ups. We are powerless. Higher-ups, Maki's eyes widened as realization dawned. Temari clenched her teeth in fury. I'm going to confront those higher-ups. Kankuro declared, I will go too. You too. Wait. Maki halted them. Temari, Kankuro, what do you hope to resolve with such actions? But, he is my brother. How am I supposed to accept this fact? Temari cried. Maki responded in a grave tone, it was my oversight. I should have anticipated that at this critical juncture, where we recommended Gaara for the Kazekage position, the higher-ups would assign us a long-term mission. We must remain calm. Acting impulsively will not solve anything. Temari and Kankuro, filled with anxiety, could only stamp their feet in frustration. At that moment, Sasuke, who had followed Maki, stepped forward and asked the Sand Shinobi being held. Tell me the characteristics of the two intruders. The Sand Shinobi, along with others present, cast dubious looks. Maki's gaze flickered. Having observed Sasuke closely since learning he had defeated the traitor Chiyo outside the Lulan Temple, he realized that Orochimaru and Kabuto treated him as the central figure. This revelation shook Maki, leading him to understand that Uchiha Sasuke was far more complex than he had initially perceived. He had intended to remain discreet, waiting until they returned safely to the village before devising a response to their subsequent actions. However, he never anticipated Gaara would be in peril. Although Maki could not ascertain whether Orochimaru and his companions were using the meeting with Chiyo as a pretext for some ulterior motive, he understood that they might be the only ones he could rely on at this moment. Fortunately, the present company consisted of Sand Shinobi newcomers who had not participated in the Konoha assault and were unaware of Orochimaru and Kabuto's identities. Thus, Maki had a sudden inspiration. They are from Konoha, here for a joint special mission, and therefore do not wear headbands. Let us inform them of the situation. Consequently, the Sand Shinobi present described the attire and appearance of the two intruders. The more they spoke, the more skepticism washed over Karen's face, and her gaze grew increasingly alarmed. Suigetsu and Jugo, could it be true? Have they really joined Akatsuki? Sasuke, of course, discerned the underlying tension, though he chose not to manifest his emotions on his countenance. Nevertheless, the hand clenched beneath his sleeve betrayed the tumult within him. He exchanged a glance with Orochimaru before turning his gaze towards Maki. Maki seemed to grasp the subtle implication and addressed the Sand Shinobi who had come to report. I am aware of the situation. Since this is the directive from the higher-ups, we have little room to contest it. Witnessing Maki's evident concern, likely due to Gaara's volatile temperament, the Sand Shinobi exhaled in relief and reassured him. Lord Maki, we comprehend your feelings. After all, it is our own disciple who is embroiled in this turmoil. It is no light matter for anyone involved. The village has dispatched a rescue team, and we will relay any news to you at the earliest opportunity. Please be patient. Once the Sand Shinobi departed, Maki could no longer contain his fury. He approached the sand wall and delivered a powerful punch, the sound echoing through the air. Blood trickled from the indentation left by his fist. As he turned away, his gaze regained its composure. I apologize for my outburst. It appears you are acquainted with the particulars of the intruder? Orochimaru replied, Indeed, it is the Akatsuki, the organization to which I once belonged. The Akatsuki gathers formidable rogue ninjas from various nations with the ultimate goal of hunting tailed beasts. Additionally, the deceased Scorpion of the Red Sand was also a member of the Akatsuki. Maki's expression shifted as he processed this information. I see. So, they have set their sights on Gaara, then? You eliminated Scorpion, a member of the Akatsuki, which leads me to infer that you are in opposition to them. Orochimaru smiled knowingly. There is no need for you to test the waters with your words. I fully comprehend your intent. However, the one who holds the authority is not me, but rather Lord Sasuke. Might we momentarily divert the conversation? Maki's countenance reflected shock. I never anticipated that Orochimaru would openly acknowledge his allegiance to Uchiha Sasuke. This is utterly unfathomable to me. Yet, it is clear that Sasuke is the one who can determine Gaara's fate, as well as the future of the sand. Please, Mr. Sasuke, I am willing to acquiesce to all your requests as long as it leads to Gaara's rescue. Maki bowed deeply before Sasuke, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and anxiety, his hands trembling in desperation. With no outsiders present, Orochimaru spoke candidly. Indeed, Suigetsu and Go were captured by Tobi and later joined the Akatsuki. However, I did not foresee that the Akatsuki's plan to hunt tailed beasts would be expedited by nearly 3 years, likely due to the collapse of their financial schemes. Sasuke remarked, The wheels of history have begun to turn more swiftly due to our actions. Orochimaru, with an unprecedented solemnity, replied, In the latter stages of the Ōtsutsuki plan, the power of the 10 tails is essential. Do you comprehend the implications of that, Sasuke? We cannot forever remain on the side of justice as defined by the mundane shinobi. Sasuke's gaze was profound. Indeed, I am aware that this is an inevitable choice I must confront. However, Gaara is Naruto's tether, and I shall eventually reveal the truth to him. As Naruto's closest friend, I must provide an explanation regarding Gaara's situation. In summary, while the One Tail may be temporarily seized by the Akatsuki, I am resolute in my commitment to rescue Gaara. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with scrutiny. The events unfolded shortly after we arrived in Lulan. I fear that the seal on the One Tail has entered its final phase. Sasuke remarked. Regardless of the circumstances, I must strive to pursue this. Are you aware of the location? Orochimaru replied. The Akatsuki's protocol entails sealing their prey at nearby outposts post-hunt. I have a rough idea of the sealing site. It lies within a linear gorge, approximately 300 kilometers away. Kabuto, can you teleport us? Kabuto shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, there are no established teleportation points in that vicinity. If we travel at full speed, we shall arrive in about 3 hours. Orochimaru's gaze grew serious. This is no jest. Prepare yourself mentally, Sasuke-kun. By the time we arrive, Gaara may very well have succumbed to death. The worst-case scenario would be the use of Edo Tensei, but that fundamentally differs from the presence of a living being. Sasuke clenched his fist tightly, exclaiming, I understand. As he listened to the conversation between the two, Kabuto's thoughts raced swiftly. Sasuke must ultimately harness the power of the Ten Tails to ascend to the status of Ōtsutsuki. In this regard, the one-tailed Shikaku, residing within Gaara, is indispensable. However, Gaara is also compelled to provide an explanation to Naruto, who is destined to grow in the future. This obligation may extend beyond mere accountability. As Gaara is intrinsically linked to Sasuke's past life, he must undoubtedly grapple with moral dilemmas, burdened by the repercussions of his own rebirth that alters the course of history, inevitably inflicting harm upon those he holds dear. The future that Sasuke bears upon his shoulders is already burdensome enough. It should not be further encumbered with unnecessary weights. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru retains the card of Edo Tensei for Gaara, yet is this the form of existence Sasuke wishes to behold in Gaara? So Kabuto, ponder this. Is there a way to reverse this situation, to devise a solution that Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru, and the future Naruto can all accept with equanimity? Based on my understanding of future intelligence and the possibilities at hand, the solution seems to point to but one course of action. Just as Sasuke and Orochimaru were finalizing a rescue plan, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a peculiar resolve glimmering deep within his reflective eyes. Lord Orochimaru, it may be somewhat untimely to speak of this, but it is time to fulfill your promise to Scorpion. Otherwise, it would tarnish your brilliance. I find myself unable to offer substantial assistance in aiding Gaara, so at the very least, allow me to help you resolve this matter. After a moment of surprise, Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon Kabuto and, after a brief contemplation, spoke in a low tone. Then, I shall burden you with this task, Kabuto. Chapter 44. Once upon a time, in the dim dawn of Sunagakure, Granny Chiyo gazed at the flickering light amidst the swirling sands. At that moment, she could have intervened, yet she watched helplessly as a young man, aspiring to become Kazekage, was led into the abyss of death. She did not believe she had erred, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she had been haunted by deep introspection in recent days. It was the inquiry of the ninja spirit, which had not decayed with the rotting of her body. Amidst the sandstorm, a figure approached. You are Granny Chiyo of Sunagakure, are you not? Chiyo turned her gaze, her eyes devoid of vitality. Who are you? The newcomer replied. I am Kabuto Yakushi, a former acquaintance of the Scorpion. Chiyo coldly retorted, acquaintance? My reclusive grandson hardly seems the type to make friends. You must be his enemy, come to seek vengeance against me. With a click, the mechanism of her puppet arm quietly activated, poised to unleash poison needles at any moment. As the figure emerged from the haze, clarity dawned. A young man with silver-gray hair and glasses that complemented his refined appearance. You misunderstand. I was once a subordinate of Scorpion, albeit under his manipulation through jutsu. That jutsu was undone many years ago. I have come today to convey Scorpion's last words. Scorpion's last words? Granny Chiyo's lifeless eyes narrowed sharply before dimming with sorrow. Over the years, having perceived the world's intricacies, she had awaited death in silence, yearning for but one last glimpse of her grandson. Little did she expect to receive news that he would never return. Has Scorpion died? Who was it that took his life? I can recount Scorpion's tale to you slowly. But may I request that you retract your puppet arm? A glint of sharpness flickered in Chiyo's gaze. This transformed puppet arm harbored secrets unknown to outsiders. It seemed he had come well prepared. Very well. She revealed her arm and deactivated the mechanism. Speak. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. The story is somewhat lengthy. Allow me to narrate it at my own pace. Akatsuki? Wasn't that the organization that originated from Amidst during the Second Shinobi World War? Thoroughly eradicated by Hanzo the Salamander? As a former nemesis of the legendary ninja Hanzo, Granny Chiyo could not help but interrupt Kabuto's account with a question. Kabuto replied, But the Akatsuki of today has strayed far from its original intentions. They now thrive as harbingers of terror within the ninja world, their ultimate goal being the hunting of tailed beasts. Granny Chiyo gasped in shock. Hunting tailed beasts. Could it be? Kabuto, pushing up his glasses, continued gravely. Indeed, it was the Akatsuki that abducted Gaara 3 days prior, attempting to seize Shikaku for themselves. This succession of blows left Granny Chiyo in a state of turmoil. You mean to say that the organization that took that child is the one Scorpion serves? Kabuto affirmed. Not only did Scorpion join the Akatsuki, but he also assassinated the former third Kazekage, turning many fallen shinobi, including the third, into human puppets. He even transformed himself into a human puppet. Chiyo staggered back, leaning against the wall, as if aged a decade in an instant. The grandson she had awaited for decades had concealed such atrocious deeds from her. She was engulfed in profound guilt and blame. It is my fault. I did not provide Scorpion with a complete childhood. If only I had been able to prevent his parents from going to war back then. That accursed Konoha White Fang. He ruined Scorpion's childhood and his future. Kabuto spoke with complexity. The past is immutable, yet the future remains malleable. Chiyo fixed her gaze upon the young man. What are you implying? Kabuto replied, though Scorpion may have strayed from the path, he has never forgotten sincerity deep within his heart. Before he met his end, he discovered his true eternal purpose. Scorpion's final words were a plea for us to ensure the legacy of the puppets of father and mother continues. Granny Chiyo's eyes widened. He still remembers that initial creation. Kabuto solemnly affirmed. He never forgot. Until the very end, Scorpion remained a child yearning for parental love. Even daring to reach out to the one who took his life, to convey his heartfelt message to you, whom he felt indebted to. Chiyo clenched her fists, her aged eyes glimmering with a hint of fierce resolve amidst her concealed sorrow. You have quite the audacity. You are the one who killed Scorpion, are you not? Kabuto replied calmly. I do not possess such great power. I can only tell you that the one who killed Scorpion is now stepping in to embrace this cold village, welcoming its future Kazekage. Granny Chiyo's expression froze in surprise, then she chuckled lightly. Ah, so you have come all this way to enlighten me on all this. What is your ulterior motive? You do not intend to take me along with you, do you? Kabuto recognized the moment had come. I am aware of your legend. You even developed a forbidden technique capable of resurrecting the dead, the one known as soul transfer. I implore you to impart this knowledge to me. As his words fell, Kabuto unexpectedly knelt before her. This took Granny Chiyo utterly by surprise, not because he knew of the technique's existence, but because he sought to acquire it, the technique that demanded a life as its price. Granny Chiyo responded, Young man, do you comprehend the weight of your words? I may have created that forbidden technique, but it demands a sacrifice of life. Kabuto declared resolutely, I am well aware. I have already prepared myself for the necessary sacrifice. Kabuto understood that he was a person of purpose, needed by Orochimaru and Sasuke alike. Until the grand undertaking was fulfilled, he must persevere. He had vowed to become the pillar that supports both Sasuke and Orochimaru, and thus, under any circumstances, he must endure. Therefore, he was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. To serve as a living vessel for the Edo Tensei, all in order to fulfill Gaara's fate, and, in turn, Sasuke's destiny. Chiyo the elder gazed in astonishment at the figure before her, not merely taken aback by the Sharingan in his right eye, but by the depth of his gaze. It was a look she had once possessed, now eroded by the passage of time, a gaze embodying the essence of a dedicator. For the sake of those dear to her, to uphold her beliefs in the way of the ninja, she would kneel and even sacrifice her own life. Chiyo pondered within herself, when did I abandon my own path as a ninja? Did White Fang truly slay my child? No. How many children have perished because of my existence? The one who has slain the desires of my heart is not anyone else, nor this ninja world, but rather, it is I myself. It seems I can no longer wait for death in silence. Chiyo did not inquire whom Kabuto sought to save. Perhaps she already harbored the answer in her heart. She inquired solemnly, Kabuto, I have heard of your name. You hail from Konoha and traverse the nations as a multifaceted spy, correct? Kabuto replied, to be recognized by an esteemed elder such as yourself is indeed a profound honor. Chiyo continued, thus, I am not entirely convinced by your words, nor shall I impart forbidden techniques to you until I have witnessed the truth with my own eyes. Are your companions genuinely endeavoring to rescue that child? Kabuto raised his gaze, asking, so what do you mean? With a swift motion, Chiyo removed her lavender headscarf, shaking the strands of her graying hair, and a long-lost bright smile illuminated her wrinkled face. Take me with you. Should your claims prove true, I will consider granting your request. Chapter 45, Uchiha Sasuke's Forceful Infiltration. Within the cave of the One-Line Gorge, the illusion dragon withdrew its last vibrant red, returning to the maw of the monstrous statue, which then fell into silence once more. Gaara, having fallen to the ground, as a Jinchuriki, exhibited no signs of life after losing the tailed beast. Kisame remarked, ah, such a monumental endeavor indeed. However, this marks a promising beginning for our tailed beast hunting plan. Boom. Pain's shadowy figure cast a spell, causing the monstrous statue to sink into the earth. Next up is the two tails from the land of clouds. He glanced at the unnamed finger of the statue's right hand and spoke gravely, Itachi, Kisame, it is your turn to take action. Itachi remained silent. Kisame replied, oh dear. It seems we cannot find a moment's peace. Well then, I eagerly await your good news. Next, I shall head to the One-Line Gorge to dispose of the Jinchuriki's body. Suigetsu, Jugo, remain here and await the arrival of your leader. You may leave thereafter. After issuing the orders, the members of Akatsuki vanished in succession. Suigetsu and Jugo stretched their weary, stiff limbs. Suigetsu gazed at Gaara's lifeless body and lamented. Although I feel remorse for this unfortunate boy, at least now we have secured our place within Akatsuki. Outside the One-Line Gorge, Sasuke and his companions, along with Maki and her team, are hastening towards their destination. Kaguya has sensed and confirmed the presence of Suigetsu and Jaegon's chakra within that cave. Sasuke's silhouette was shrouded in gloom. Is it just the two of them? Karen replied. Ah, this is how biometric identification works. Maki's expression darkened. Kankuro, in a fit of agitation, exclaimed, Hey, red-haired woman, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that Gaara is already dead? One must speak with accountability. Karen, displeased, retorted, I merely conveyed the results of my perception. If you were dissatisfied, you may ascertain it for yourself. Kankuro, you. Sasuke coldly interrupted silence. The chilling aura emanating from his back rendered Maki and the others mute with trepidation. Temari pondered in astonishment. Is he angered because of Gaara's safety? What is going on? They hardly share any camaraderie, perhaps even bearing a personal grudge. With that, they reached the entrance of the cave. Sasuke's double eyes illuminated with the six-pointed star, and the arm of Susanoo rose beside him, delivering a powerful strike. Boom. The cave, sealed by a colossal boulder, shattered beneath his fist. Maki and his companions were astounded. What sort of technique is this? Whoosh. As Sasuke descended, the Susanoo dissipated, and the Kusanagi sword was drawn from its sheath, as if a bolt of lightning striking into the lair. The commotion was anything but subtle. Upon hearing the unusual sounds, Mizuki immediately drew his blade in readiness. While beside him, CHGO unleashed his curse mark to confront the impending foe. Whoosh. The sound of wind slicing through the air approached rapidly. Mizuki, feeling the urgency, exclaimed, So swift. With a sudden lunge, Sasuke burst in and beheld two familiar figures. Tree sprouted from his left arm, unfurling and ensnaring the two without hesitation, prompting them to retreat hastily. Sasuke murmured, The Sharingan? It was Abido who manipulated you. Suddenly, at the ends of the trees, the chakra of Susanoo ignited, transforming into skeletal hands that tightly grasped the two individuals. Sasuke's gaze was heavy. You two truly are a source of incessant worry. In the palm of Susanoo, Suigetsu struggled desperately, attempting to escape with his water transformation technique, but was thwarted by the sudden emergence of lightning from Susanoo's hand, rendering him unable to successfully transform. What on earth is going on? This is utterly perplexing. However, now that I am here, I shall not allow the situation to spiral further out of control. For now, you shall both take a restful slumber. With that, Sasuke's fiercely aggressive gaze fell upon the Sharingan of Suigetsu and Jugo. The two had no room for resistance, succumbing to unconsciousness and plunging into a deep sleep. Upon entering the cave, Maki and the others were astonished to witness Sasuke effortlessly subdue the two Akatsuki members who had cornered Gaara. Yet, their foremost concern lay with Gaara's safety. Gaara, Temari and Kankuro rushed to Gaara's side, lifting him, and upon realizing his silence, they understood that Kankuro's earlier warning was not unfounded. Maki lamented, Have we arrived too late? Those two scoundrels shall pay for their lives. Kankuro's eyes blazed with fury as he rose, intent on exacting vengeance upon Suigetsu and Jugo. Sasuke remarked, These two individuals have a slight connection with me. You cannot harm them. Kanjiro, in a fit of rage, retorted, Are you here to assist us or them? Maki interjected sharply, Kanjiro, cease your words. Maki's gaze was heavy with sorrow as he continued, This is the calamity that Gaara is destined to endure, a burden that we, the Sand Village, are fated to bear. Had it not been for the villagers' indifference, those two would not have been able to take Gaara from the village in the first place. To recover his remains and allow him to return to the earth is, amidst misfortune, a stroke of luck. Temari and Kanjiro were overcome with anguish, for it was the first time in their lives they deeply felt the weight of an inescapable reality. While everyone was engulfed in grief, a white Zetsu, dispatched to handle Gaara's white clone, emerged from the mountainside, startled to see the group surrounding Gaara. Damn, how did this group end up here? Even Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke are present. I must not linger. I need to report this situation to Tobi immediately. Just as it attempted to withdraw, Orochimaru caught sight of it from the corner of his eye, a smirk playing on his lips. With a swift motion, a serpentine hand emerged from his sleeve, ensnaring the creature and pulling it from the mountainside. The white Zetsu writhed. Let me go? How did you discover my presence? Orochimaru chuckled. I have mastered the technique to sense you, the products of infinite Tsukuyomi, many years ago. Naturally, I have also acquired the means to sever your mental connection between clones. With a sharp snap, the fangs of the serpentine hand sank into the white Zetsu's neck. Secret technique, Yin-Yang severance seal. The white Zetsu was struck with horror. Damn it. I can no longer sense the other clones, nor can I establish mental contact. Our connection is maintained by the outer path's golem. How could he possibly sever it unilaterally? The serpentine hand dragged the white Zetsu before Orochimaru, who gazed gravely at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, this is an unavoidable circumstance. Let us settle for less, for there will be opportunities ahead. Sasuke's silhouette was shrouded in melancholy. I implore you. Orochimaru skillfully orchestrated the ritual, positioning the deceased Gaara and the recently captured white Zetsu with precision. Maki, filled with suspicion, pondered aloud. Could this technique be the infamous Edo Tensei, devised by the second Hokage? As Orochimaru commenced the hand seals, his long hair fluttered as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Sasuke's palm quietly clenched. Naruto, I apologize. I have done my utmost regarding Gaara. If you choose to hold me accountable in the future, I shall accept it. Just then, an ominous black vortex descended upon them. Chapter 46. The moment of resonance in each ninja's path. The newcomer was Kabuto, who had come in search of the cursed mark on Sasuke's body. Accompanied by Granny Chiyo. Maki, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, Lady Chiyo, what brings you here? Chiyo replied, this young man, named Kabuto, sought me out specifically. To ascertain the truth of his claims, I decided to accompany him and see for myself. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance. She is Chiyo, the elder of Tsunagakure who once fought alongside Sakura against the Scorpion. Chiyo surveyed the gathering, her gaze lingering momentarily on Orochimaru. Ah, some familiar faces indeed. It was you who guided Kabuto to seek me out, was it not? The one bestowed with the title of Sannin by Hanzo. Orochimaru inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect. This is Kabuto's own decision. It is not a directive I imparted. She then turned her eyes to Sasuke. As for you, you are the one who eliminated my grandson, the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Are you not? Sasuke nodded. It is I. Chiyo withdrew her gaze. I am aware of the circumstances. Scorpion's sins are profound, and his demise is of little consequence. I have come here to bring closure to this tragedy. She approached Gaara's lifeless body, her expression somber as she spoke. He was once chosen as a Jinchuriki, and I was instrumental in that selection. His fate, culminating in this outcome, was somewhat foreseeable. However, she recalled the events of a few days prior when Shikaku rampaged, and Gaara, with unwavering resolve, had fought against it to save the village. I truly did not expect that this child, who has known not love from a young age, would ultimately sacrifice himself to protect the village. Kabuto stepped forward. Since you have confirmed this, may I be entrusted with that technique? Chiyo cast a sidelong glance at him. Kabuto, I believe you are concealing certain matters from me, are you not? Kabuto was momentarily taken aback, adjusting his glasses as he steadied himself. You mean? Chiyo did not delve deeper, merely stating in a grave tone. Having witnessed the complexities of human nature throughout my life, I consider myself perceptive in understanding the world. If a person's character undergoes a significant transformation in a short span, it is likely due to undisclosed circumstances. Since you choose to conceal the truth, I shall not press further. After all, I am nearing the end of my days. The most I can do is leave behind a glimmer of hope for this ninja world. As her words fell, Chiyo raised her hands to form a seal. Vibrant azure life energy enveloping her aged palms. Kabuto was astounded. You. What do you intend to do? Chiyo intoned softly. This is not for you, nor for anyone else. I owe this life to him. I could have intervened to stop Akatsuki, but I chose to stand idly by, allowing him to be taken away. Thus, it is my duty to rectify this. This is the nature of cause and effect. Under the complex gaze of those around her, Chiyo's hands hovered over Gaara's chest. Pure life energy flowing into him continuously. Forbidden technique, self-revival. Kankuro exclaimed. Chiyo, what are you doing? Shinki's expression turned grave. Chiyo has long been conducting research to bestow life upon puppets, achieving success. This technique can even resurrect the dead, albeit at the cost of one's own life. Grandmother, you. Chiyo replied. Kankuro, do not wear such a sorrowful expression. This technique was originally intended for Scorpion's initial creations, father and mother. However, it seems I have found a more worthy purpose for it now. Therefore, I ask you to ensure that father and mother are passed down, infusing them with a significance that transcends mere existence, the power of heart, which is more vital to all puppet masters than chakra and skill. Kankuro choked back tears. What merit do I possess? As the life energy coursed through him, Gaara's halted heartbeat resumed, while the vibrancy in Chiyo's eyes continued to fade. Kabuto, I must regretfully inform you that I cannot impart this technique to you. You are still young, with a future ahead. Do not lightly forsake your own life. Kabuto felt a heavy weight in his heart, shaken by Chiyo's selfless act on his behalf. For the first time since he had descended into darkness, he felt the true weight of a ninja's responsibility, not from the likes of the director, Orochimaru, or Sasuke, but from her. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Lady Chiyo. I will forever remember your presence and words. Scorpion, before his death, had rediscovered his true heart. As his grandmother, I can at least say that I have accomplished something meaningful in the end, even if it does not atone for my past inaction. Having fulfilled her redemption, Chiyo closed her eyes forever, witnessed by a few. This time, there would be no Edo Tensei. For the greatest respect to the departed who have fulfilled their wishes is to not disturb their rest. As for Gaara, perhaps upon awakening in Tsunagakure, he will not be greeted with the flowers and applause of his past life. His path remains fraught with thorns, but it is a choice he has made, and he will not falter. After arranging Chiyo's remains and ensuring that the unconscious Shigure and Temari were secure, they bound the captured white Zetsu clone tightly with vines. The group gathered around Kabuto, and with a wave of his kunai, they departed for the outskirts of Tsunagakure. Well, Sasuke declared, lifting his white cloak. We have accomplished what we set out to do. It is time for us to take our leave. Kankuro rose. Forgive my earlier indiscretions, and thank you. Sasuke halted his steps and remarked, there is no need to thank me. I scarcely did anything. Temari embraced Gaara, exclaiming, "No, we must express our gratitude. Without your intervention, we might never have seen Gaara again." Sasuke slowly sheathed the Kusanagi sword, pondering, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then assist Gaara in becoming a ninja worthy of his illustrious name." Gazing at Sasuke's pale silhouette, Kenjuro remarked, "It seems this fellow has undergone quite a transformation. Yet the one constant remains, his penchant for showing off." Temari's cheeks flushed with youthful crimson as she mused, "If he were not a rogue ninja, becoming his woman might not be such a bad fate." Maki sighed deeply. "Indeed, I owe a significant debt of gratitude. I shall simply pretend I did not witness their appropriation of the dragon vein." On Tsukuyami Island, the whirlpool of time and space swirled. After an extended interval, the journey home was finally upon them. Four departed, but now they returned with 2 additional companions and 1 creature. "Sasuke, I imparted fragments of the future to Suigetsu and Jugo. They shall not awaken for a while. However, it appears you have brought back a trouble. Orochimaru, this white Zetsu holds another purpose for me. Sasuke, from now on please inform us beforehand when engaging in such matters. We must act as a cohesive unit, advancing and retreating together." Understood. "Sasuke, Karen, the side effects of your eyes have not yet subsided, have they? You should take a rest." Karen, "And what about you, Sasuke?" Sasuke's gaze was obscured as the preparations for the 3rd battle began. "Regardless of who the opponent may be, it seems that the day when I shall meet Itachi is drawing near." Chapter 47. The 3rd battle confirmed. Gateway of the Land of Thunder. Over 20 days have passed on the Isle of the Crescent Moon. Sasuke devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparations for the 3rd round of battle. Karen took charge of Sasuke's daily life. Suigetsu and Go remained in slumber. Black Zetsu wandered aimlessly in the dungeon. With financial backing, Orochimaru sketched the design for new experimental equipment, assigning Kabuto to liaise with skilled craftsmen from across the ninja world for its construction. Additionally, Kabuto bore another mission, to investigate the whereabouts of Sasuke's opponent in the upcoming battle. The disappearance of Suigetsu and Go did not hinder Akatsuki's pursuit of tailed beasts. In the Land of Lightning, at the Chinyan Mountain, the tumultuous clash that lasted for 3 hours finally reached its conclusion with a resounding crash of waves. Kisame Hashigaki emerged from the battlefield, a woman with chestnut-colored hair, slumped wearily against the blade of his sword. The two-tailed Jinchuriki, Kimura, accompanying Kisame but remaining uninvolved. Itachi awaited at the foot of the mountain. Upon returning to Itachi's side, Kisame unceremoniously tossed Kimura to the ground. Itachi remarked, "After all, she is a girl. It is best not to be too rough." Kisame replied, "If you only judge by appearances, you are gravely mistaken. This woman's fire rat jewel is quite formidable, and her cat-like claws are painfully sharp." Itachi turned. "The leader's message has arrived. We are to convene at our stronghold Heaven's Gate in the Land of Lightning. Another arduous 3 days and nights await, but luckily, the objective has been met, allowing us to rest and recuperate." As they passed a stack of hay, a small snake peeked its head out, flicking its tongue to observe the 2 figures. Suddenly, Itachi halted, casting a fleeting glance towards the haystack. The little snake quickly retreated. Kisame inquired, "What is it?" After a moment of contemplation, Itachi replied, "Nothing. Let us continue." 3 days and nights later, at Heaven's Gate, the sealing of the 2-tailed beast concluded. Kisame awaited Zetsu and was tasked with disposing of Kimura's remains before stepping out of the cave. The 2 new recruits were conspicuously absent this time, seemingly unknown even to the leader. It was indeed peculiar. Meanwhile, Itachi stood in the rain outside the cave, his silhouette appearing weary and somewhat lost. Kisame remarked, "Standing in the rain like this will only exacerbate your illness." Itachi responded, "I am fine, just for a moment." Kisame walked into the rain, standing beside Itachi. "I believe the disappearance of Suigetsu and Go is connected to your brother, though perhaps he is no longer your brother." Itachi's Sharingan shone with a profound calmness. "No, Sasuke remains Sasuke, but something has undoubtedly transpired beyond our comprehension." Kisame, having always trusted Itachi's judgment, spoke in a low tone. "If that is the case, you must exercise utmost caution. He possesses eyes akin to yours and wields the power of Senju Hashirama, seemingly mastering techniques beyond his years. If your health is intact, you might hold your own, but Itachi, being astute, understood Kisame's hesitation. The implication of but was clear to Itachi. At present, you may find yourself at a disadvantage against Sasuke. Itachi mused internally, to be honest. Dying at Sasuke's hands has always been the conclusion I have yearned for. To await Sasuke's arrival and meet my end honorably at his hand would be acceptable. Yet, what has transpired with him? What burdens does he carry? How deeply is Orochimaru involved in this? What are their demands? Without clarity on these matters, even death would not grant me peace. Thus, I can no longer engage in unprepared battles. I must push Sasuke to his limits to uncover the truth. Kisame, I have a premonition that our meeting with Sasuke is not far off. Therefore, I require some time to prepare. Let us part ways for now. Itachi's resolution, after deep contemplation, was anticipated by Kisame. Even you cannot face this calmly. Regardless, our mission for Ōtsutsuki is complete, and there will be no immediate matters for us. You may go. If the leader inquires, I shall say we have grown weary of each other and decided to separate to avoid internal strife. Thank you, Itachi replied, finally allowing a long-lost smile to grace his face, and cautioned, and Kisame, if you act alone, you must also be vigilant. It is entirely possible that Sasuke's target is all of Ōtsutsuki. At this, Kisame burst into hearty laughter. Ha, that would be quite welcome. I am rather curious about your brother's capabilities. Should we cross paths, and I am compelled to engage earnestly, you won't hold it against me, will you? Itachi offered no reply, turning away to pat Kisame's broad shoulder, saying with significant weight, take care. I hope that in the near future, we can both see our true selves. With a swift motion, the swirling temporal vortex enveloped Kabuto, returning him to the island of Tsunyue to report. The target's trajectory has been determined. In the vicinity of Heaven's Gate in the Land of Lightning, Itachi seemed to sense my surveillance but deliberately chose to evade it. Orochimaru pondered, this is indeed unexpected. In the third round of battle, we have accounted for Itachi's potential interference. Truly, he possesses intentions beyond our expectations. However, this is advantageous. With Itachi involved, the complexities of this third round will multiply, for he is the designated opponent for Sasuke in the fourth round. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. What is the progress on Sasuke's side? Let us proceed. On the cliff where Sasuke trains, the surface is riddled with pits, and terrifying spikes protrude from the rocks. Kabuto is astonished. Ah, is this the kind of Rasengan that once crushed two of Kakuzu's hearts? Orochimaru replies, the last time it was used unconsciously, its power was remarkable. Sasuke has decided to make it a regular technique. The Rasengan indeed possesses advantages that surpass the Chidori, especially when infused with various elemental transformations, resulting in unique effects. For instance, when merged with Hashirama's unique wood release. The White Rasengan, even in its incomplete form, boasts power comparable to Wind Release. Rasengan Shuriken. Kabuto exclaims, that's truly impressive, in the blink of an eye. He has advanced significantly. Orochimaru chuckles. Moreover, it seems Sasuke has also put considerable effort into the Earth Grudge Fear technique, which perfectly aligns with his combat style. Sasuke donned a pure white kimono, accompanied by Karin as he approached. Orochimaru, this time, your opponent is not a stranger to you. It's the Ōtsutsuki's Hashigaki Kisame. Sasuke's expression turned contemplative. Is it him? In a past life, we worked together due to certain doomed ties, yet I never witnessed his true power unleashed. Orochimaru remarked, that man, known as the Tailless Beast, is a formidable adversary who grows stronger in the face of challenges. Sasuke, do not underestimate him simply because he possesses both the White Curse Mark and the Yang Seal. Sasuke spoke in a low voice. Of course. How could I underestimate someone qualified to partner with Itachi? Orochimaru replied, let us proceed to the Heaven's Gate in the Land of Lightning to welcome our third confrontation. Chapter 48, the third confrontation, Uchiha Sasuke versus Kisame Hashigaki. In the Land of Lightning's Heaven's Gate. The mountain path is constructed like steps leading directly to a temple atop the mountain, where red torii gates resembling the Shinmei Gate are scattered across the stone steps. At the foot of the mountain, Kabuto, wielding a cloth blade, accompanied Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Karin. Once Karin activated her Kagura's hard-eye perception, she solemnly remarked, the chakra emanating from the target atop the mountain is astonishingly powerful. Orochimaru objectively assessed, even without the great sword Samahata, Kisame's chakra is immensely formidable, otherwise. That arrogant Samahata would not choose to accompany him. Kabuto surveyed the surroundings. This terrain appears to lack any advantageous vantage points for observation. Following Sasuke up the mountain seems ill-advised. Orochimaru smiled. In such moments, the abilities of our late teacher, Sarutobi, can prove invaluable. He has also grown during this time, and the usual abilities of several Hokage can be activated without the need for the reanimation of the Shinigami. Ninjutsu, telescope technique. Whoosh. A crystal ball materialized in Orochimaru's hand, revealing a scene from the mountain. The image conveyed an overwhelming sense of the everyday, almost impossible to associate with the extraordinary. A simple thatched hut stood atop the mountain, with a clothesline outside bearing a still damp fire cloud robe. Kisame sat under the sun, leisurely peeling a sugarcane with a small knife, savoring its taste. Kabuto adjusted his glasses that had slipped down his nose, exclaiming, this is quite a revelation. I find it difficult to reconcile this scene with that of the Ōtsutsuki members. Indeed, Kisame Hashigaki, the man who had just captured a tailed beast for the Ōtsutsuki, had commenced a solitary retreat at the very location where the beast had been sealed after parting ways with Itachi. Had it not been for their uninvited visit, this tableau would likely have remained forever unknown to the outside world. Sasuke felt no sensation regarding this matter. His entire being yearned for a fierce battle. I have departed. As Sasuke ascended the steps, his imposing presence transformed the previously languid atmosphere into one of urgency. In front of the mountain cottage, Kisame discarded the remnants of sugarcane peels to the side of Samahata. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His fish-like eyes lifted, fixating intently on the forest's exit. There, a young man clad in a white kimono approached with a steady gait, unabashedly revealing his Sharingan. After a moment of surprise, Kisame quickly deduced the identity of the individual. Itachi's younger brother? Sasuke, precisely. Kisame, have you come in search of Itachi? Sasuke, no, the person I am seeking is you. With a swift motion, the Kusanagi sword is drawn, and within his eyes burns an undeniable spirit of battle. It seems Itachi truly possesses an uncanny foresight. Kisame sighed in admiration before rising to his feet. This is merely a temporary dwelling I have recently constructed. Do you mind if we relocate? Sasuke, as you wish. Kisame removed the damp crimson cloud robe from the clothesline and donned it, lifting the large sword, Semihata, with his foot and resting it on his shoulder. Follow me, he declared with a grin as he dashed into the distance. Sasuke trailed closely yet at a distance, arriving at a clearing amidst the mountains. Kisame slowly turned around and said, I have heard that you single-handedly defeated Scorpion, Kakazu, and Haiden. Therefore, I must inquire about the recent disappearance of our two new recruits. Suigetsu and Jugo. Could their vanishing be connected to you? Sasuke's gaze darkened slightly as he replied, I do not recognize the two individuals you mentioned. Hoshigaki Kisame responded. Very well, my inquiries have come to an end. Sasuke, do you not inquire why I have sought you out? Hoshigaki Kisame chuckled. When a shark devours one of its own, it does not question the reason behind it. Only through combat will we discern who the true prey is. Clang. The immense blade of the shark fell to the ground from Kisame's shoulder, as he raised two fingers in a gesture before his chest. This was, in fact, a sign of opposition. Such a ritual is only employed when one regards their opponent as an equal in strength. Come now, Itachi's younger brother, allow me to witness your might. Sasuke responded with a gesture of defiance, his mind racing. In my past life, I had never witnessed Kisame unleash his full power. Yet I was aware of his prowess in swordsmanship, his ability to absorb chakra, and his formidable water release techniques that rivaled those of the second Hokage. It seemed an enduring battle was inevitable. He must have gathered intelligence about me through Obito and J-Bai. So I shall first deploy some bait to lure out the depths of the shark's abilities. With the Kusanagi sword plunged into the ground beside him, Sasuke clasped his hands before his chest. Bang. Would release. Birth of dense forest. Down the mountain, observing the scene through the crystal ball, Kabuto marveled. The opening move is Birth of dense forest. This does not seem to align with Sasuke's usual style. Orochimaru, with an air of authority, remarked. Sasuke-kun has long since transcended his past. He adapts his combat style flexibly according to his opponent. Furthermore, being acutely aware of Kisame's chakra, which is not inferior to his own, utilizing a conventional ninjutsu, such as Birth of dense forest applies appropriate pressure and expedites the assessment of Kisame's capabilities. Boom, boom, boom. Confronted with the tumultuous encroachment of the dense forest, the equally combative Kisame laughed heartily. Ha! What a uniquely invigorating greeting. Shark skin, flying chain slash. The hilt of his shark skin blade elongated dramatically, twisting like a chain, as Kisame, wielding his immense strength and swordsmanship, swung it like a tempest, as if truly grasping a blade several meters long, demolishing the advancing forest. Yet, Birth of dense forest is not a technique that can be simply countered with swordplay. At the climax of his slash, Kisame released his grip on shark skin, formed seals with his hands, and unleashed a torrential surge of water towards the ground before him. Water release, exploding water collide. Rushing forth, the water quickly inundated the area, transforming into a furious tide that surged towards the dense forest. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding impact officially heralded the commencement of this fierce clash. Kisame stood upon the undulating surface of the rising water, his hands maintaining the authentic seal. A battle-hungry smile adorning his face as he keenly observed the movements ahead. Boom. As the remnants of the dense forest dissipated in the tumultuous waves, a colossal dark purple figure emerged. In Kisame's wide, fish-like eyes, excitement ignited a fervent gleam. You truly have opened my eyes. There, surrounding Sasuke. The second form of Susanoo materialized, a purple arrow poised on a taut bowstring, aimed directly at Kisame. Divine artifact, heavenly Magatama bow. Whoosh. The arrow soared through the air. Come on, Kisame bellowed, raising the extended hilt of shark skin, channeling all his might to sweep forward. Clang. With a thunderous explosion. Shark skin was sent flying, yet the trajectory of the arrow was also deflected, piercing the earth beside Kisame with astonishing force, sending countless fragments flying. However, as Kisame attempted to reclaim shark skin, the second arrow was already knocked. Without granting Kisame a moment's respite, the second arrow followed swiftly. Boom! Kisame's form was pierced by the arrow, exploding into countless streams of water. Sasuke's gaze was profound. At least at the moment I released the arrow, I could ascertain that he was not a mere clone. In such a fleeting instant, could an extraordinarily high-level water clone technique be executed? Then the true body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, the earth where Sasuke stood, enveloped in Susanoo, began to tremble violently. Sasuke gazed intently. Earth release, No, this is Itachi's younger brother, truly captivating. With a resounding clap, the formidable Kisame, concealed beneath the earth, formed hand seals with determination. Water release, super water pillar. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, akin to a violent water vein, scattering soil and rock as it erupted from beneath Susanoo, propelling both Sasuke and Susanoo into the sky. Chapter 49, The Growth Method of the White Curse Seal. As the super water pillar elevated Susanoo into the air, Kisame, hidden underground, altered his hand signs. Water release, water shark bomb technique. With a thunderous impact, a water projectile shaped like a shark coalesced around Kisame himself, bursting forth from the ground, gliding upwards, and maneuvering directly above Susanoo. With a splash, the water shark bomb expelled Kisame, colliding forcefully against Susanoo. In a mid-air somersault, Kisame slashed downward with the shark skin, empowered by the super water pillar's immense lift below and the overwhelming force of his strike above. Mirroring the technique used by Danzo to breach Susanoo's defenses with wind release in the past. Clang. The shark skin struck fiercely, however. Susanoo astonishingly absorbed the impact with its muscular form. Indeed, Susanoo's resilience was extraordinary. Yet, shark skin, devouring slash. Kisame's arms bulged with veins as he summoned his monstrous strength, the spikes on his shark skin aiding in a vicious downward sweep. Creak. To Sasuke's astonishment, the surface of Susanoo's muscles was actually marred by the shark skin, leaving a jagged scar. At that moment, Sasuke noticed that the fragments shed from Susanoo transformed into chakra, which Kisame eagerly consumed. Kisame chuckled inwardly. While Susanoo exists in a physical chakra form and cannot be directly absorbed by my shark skin, through years of observing Itachi's battles, I discovered that when the shattered pieces of Susanoo vanish, they revert from a solid state to a fluid state in an instant. That changes everything. With a thud, Kisame landed atop the water pillar. The shark skin, now infused with Susanoo's chakra, gleamed with a purple blade armor. Sasuke, is it possible to do this? Kisame, indeed. This is it. The shark skin, infused with Susanoo's blade armor, executes the technique of shark skin, consumption slash. Boom, 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 boom. At the apex of the rising water column, Kisame continuously swings the shark skin, imbued with Susanoo's blade armor, in conjunction with the consumption slash, relentlessly inflicting damage upon the Susanoo. As more shards are produced and absorbed, the Susanoo's blade armor on the surface of the shark skin grows increasingly robust and sharper with each attack. Boom, boom, boom. With each successive strike, the force intensifies, causing the Susanoo to revert from its muscular form back to its skeletal state. Roar, 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 roar. Kisame unleashes a powerful blow, wielding the shark skin, which has swelled to a scale comparable to the Susanoo's normal great sword, preparing to utterly shatter the Susanoo's defenses. Yet, little did he anticipate that at that moment, Sasuke would unexpectedly dispel the Susanoo. Whoosh! He aimed his full force slash at the Susanoo, only for it to miss its mark. Despite sensing the impending danger and exerting all his strength to retract his blade, a gap inevitably revealed itself. Kisame, struck with astonishment, thought, this kid feigned being suppressed by the Susanoo, merely to exploit this opening for a counterattack. Was he? Sasuke's gaze was calm, his thoughts swirling. Do you know? The strengths of the dry persimmon ghost shark can also transform into weaknesses. You have followed Itachi and have become accustomed to Susanoo being employed as a trump card. However, I choose to take a different approach. Indeed, Susanoo can also serve as a feigned attack. As Sasuke lowered his center of gravity, his torso advanced slightly, and with a swift motion, his right palm formed a pristine white spiral sphere that struck Orochimaru's abdomen with precision. Crack, crack, crack. Following the spiral's trace left upon Orochimaru's midsection, terrifying wooden spikes, stained with crimson, erupted from various parts of his body. Orochimaru plummeted from the water column, teetering on the brink of demise. Crack. Sensing his master's peril, the Susanoo chakra enveloping Orochimaru shattered, urgently surging forward. The skull-adorned hilt of his weapon softened, coiling around Orochimaru's wrist, channeling the red chakra from the tailed beast into his being. Howl! Orochimaru bellowed, utilizing the tension of his muscles to expel the wooden spikes from within, accepting the chakra transmitted by the Susanoo, swiftly mending the damage to his body and organs. Rising after his wounds healed, the parts that had undergone restoration exhibited a stark contrast to his pale blue skin, taking on a grim hue. Due to the effects of the white spiral, dark patches marred Orochimaru's body, nearly covering a third of his skin. He felt a pang of dread. Had it not been for the residual chakra absorbed from the two-tailed Jinchuriki during their recent battle, I might have truly perished here. Uchiha Sasuke, regardless of your illustrious past, I never truly equated you with Itachi. However, in that fleeting moment, I realized you possess a combat awareness and clarity of mind that rivals Itachi's. I shall not grant you another opportunity. I will create an environment most advantageous to me and crush you without mercy. Snap! Orochimaru released the Susanoo, embracing his chest with both arms. From the onset of battle, he unleashed his ultimate technique, a display of the audacity and confidence only a man known as the Beast without tails could muster. Water release, Great exploding water colliding wave. At the foot of the mountain, Orochimaru's expression turned solemn. It is coming. The most terrifying and nearly infallible combat method of Kisame Hashigaki. Boom. In an instant, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, engulfing the battlefield where he and Sasuke clashed, expanding into an ellipsoidal water prison that threatened to inundate the surrounding forests. Sasuke felt a sudden haze before him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared within an inescapable water prison. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed a technique of water release so formidable that it astonished the senses. Sasuke instinctively held his breath, his mind racing. He gazed at the surface of the water above, where a faint glimmer of light penetrated. Yet, the presence of light suggested that this technique was not overwhelmingly vast in scale. However, this immersive water prison exerted a pressure far superior to that of a typical water cell, rendering movement nearly impossible. The sheer threat of asphyxiation alone could spell doom for anyone trapped within. Urgency dictated that he must escape swiftly. With a resounding crash, Sasuke activated his Susanoo once more, harnessing its weight to counteract the buoyancy and allow his feet to touch the bottom. He then braced himself against the pressure of the water, maneuvering toward the edge of the sphere. Yet, that elusive glimmer of light remained frustratingly distant. Sasuke pondered, could it be that this water sphere is dynamic? Does it move in accordance with the wielder's movements? Suddenly, a figure surged forth, crashing against the Susanoo. With the keen insight of his Manjiki Sharingan, he discerned the silhouette in the darkness. It was a merman. Even though its appearance and chakra had transformed, there was no doubt. It could only be Kisame Hashigaki. The Susanoo was not entirely sealed. Under the immense pressure of the water, streams continually infiltrated its confines. Sasuke covered his mouth and nose. I have heard of the great blade of the shark's skin, possessing the ability to merge with its master. This must be it. Boom, 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 boom. The demon shark, fused with the shark's skin, traversed the water with astonishing speed, repeatedly crashing into Susanoo. Fully aware that it could not break through, the demon shark relentlessly continued its assault. Sasuke. At the foot of the Tianin Gorge, Xianglin gazed at the crystal ball, her heart racing for Sasuke. Yakushi Kabuto, having witnessed grander spectacles in previous battles, remained remarkably composed. The tactic employed by the demon shark now mirrors that of Scorpion from before. Orochimaru nodded. Indeed, the demon shark aims to force Sasuke into a state where he cannot dispel Susanoo, accelerating his physical exhaustion under the threat of drowning. It is crucial to note that even with the Yang seal, which alleviates the burden on the eyes caused by ocular strain, it does nothing to diminish the toll on physical stamina. Fortunately, at this moment, Susanoo temporarily shields Sasuke from the most terrifying ability of the demon shark in its melted form, the capacity to directly absorb the opponent's chakra through physical contact. A formidable force even Jinchuriki struggled to resist. The once perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki barely escaped this technique when the shark's skin rebelled. Orochimaru's gaze darkened. However, the maintenance of Susanoo is closely linked to the user's condition. Kabuto, much like your White Rage technique in Sage Mode, which inflicts physical pain upon the victim, ultimately preventing the sustenance of Susanoo, prolonged suffocation will have a similar effect. As the sensation of suffocation intensified, Sasuke found it increasingly difficult to uphold Susanoo. The onslaught of water pressure rendered him immobile. The demon shark's collisions grew even more ferocious at that moment. Sasuke. My chakra is depleting at an alarming rate. The loss of chakra exacerbates physical exhaustion, which in turn intensifies the agony of suffocation, creating a vicious cycle that renders Sasuke in utter torment. Observing the one-sided battle reflected in the crystal ball, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and inquired, is there no method to counter Kisame's water release? Certainly there is. Orochimaru replied with clarity, let us discuss methods below the 6 paths level. The clever counter involves the hungry ghost path of the Rinnegan, spatial abilities, or powerful sealing techniques. However, Sasuke presently lacks these. As for brute force, a fully realized Susanoo or complete tailed beast transformation could achieve that. Kabuto's heart sank, but doesn't Sasuke lack those capabilities at this moment? Not quite. Orochimaru shook his head. Sasuke has mastered and created numerous potent jutsu. Yet they require chakra to sustain. His only path to breaking the deadlock is to unleash his hidden power. If my conjecture is correct, it is the strength he reserved for his battle with Itachi. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk. However, the 10-man battle demands surpassing one's limits. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Is my consciousness beginning to fade? It seems I have underestimated Kisame after all. There is no choice. The state I preserved for Itachi shall be unleashed at this very moment. As for the potential leak of information, it is of little consequence. In this third confrontation, all that matters is breaking through to new limits. In the second battle, when Sasuke was injured by the blood of the dead, he absorbed the full power of the first state of the White Curse seal in an instant. What he absorbed was his own strength, allowing him to continue releasing the White Cursed seal on his body, while simultaneously increasing his capacity to endure its power. By absorbing what he had released and converting it into his own, he could unleash a force even more formidable than before. creating an almost grotesque method of growth for the White Curse Seal. At this moment, what he was about to release was the second state of the White Curse Seal. Chapter 50, White Curse Seal State 2, Self-Adaptive Transformation. The White Curse Seal was unleashed without a moment's hesitation, transforming Sasuke's skin into a lustrous silvery hue, while his hair also turned silver, becoming sharper and more rigid. Outside the Tenmin Gorge, the crystal ball displayed Sasuke's new form. Kabuto remarked, "Is that the second state of the White Curse Seal? It appears more streamlined than the previous version, lacking the wings for flight." Orochimaru replied, "This White Curse Seal is an evolution derived from Sasuke's former Heavenly Curse Seal, representing a comprehensive upgrade. Do you think evolution would eliminate advantageous elements?" Kabuto questioned. Could it be that the release is not yet complete? Orochimaru smiled and shook his head. No. After all, wings are not what one needs underwater. Just watch closely. At that moment, Sasuke's facial features began to shift, revealing gill-like cursed seal patterns that were white, albeit lighter in shade than the rest of his form, allowing for recognition. Although resembling gills, they function like those of a fish, enabling him to breathe underwater. Observing the bubbles rising around Sasuke's guild markings, Kabuto was astonished. What on earth is happening? Did you foresee that he would engage in underwater combat and specifically grant him this ability in State 2? Orochimaru simply smiled. The battlefield is ever-changing. Focusing on just a few elements won't resolve everything. Thus, adapting to the environment as it shifts is essential, much like a chameleon. The White Cursed technique, self-adaptive transformation, incorporates means to adapt invisibly to nearly all environments, including my soft body modifications. With the sensation of suffocation lifted, Sasuke regained his clarity. He tore off the upper garment of his white kimono, revealing a fin akin to a blade sprouting from his back, allowing him to glide freely in the watery realm. Much like the fusion with the shark-like Kisame, Kabuto marveled, "This surpasses the realm of Senju Hashirama's power, doesn't it?" Orochimaru chuckled. Hashirama's power is the core of the White Cursed Seal. Steadfast and unyielding. The extension can fully unleash my initiative, can it? Kisame, sensing the changes in Sasuke through the water, thought, His chakra was nearly depleted, yet he suddenly became even stronger. Not just slightly stronger, but significantly so. More importantly, I can feel the current of the water. That guy is charging at me like a flying fish. With a sharp sound breaking the surface, a white shadow darted forward. The white Chidori lightning danced upon his palm, dispelling the darkness. Kisame exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Sasuke, fully aware of Kisame's absorption abilities, struck back with his own technique. As they clashed, Kisame's right arm transformed into a massive shark fin blade, swinging towards Sasuke. However, in the fleeting moment of their encounter, Kisame felt a sudden lightness in his arm. Seconds later, the agonizing pain surged alongside the spurt of blood, and he finally realized what had transpired. His blade-like arm had been severed. Was there no absorption? He caught a glimpse of the disappearing white lightning behind him. No, it indeed was absorbed. His lightning release technique's cutting speed was faster than my absorption. Watching from the sidelines, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. I have a question. Once Sasuke completely absorbs the White Curse Seal, will he still be able to use the powers beyond those of Hashirama? Orochimaru smiled. Kabuto, do you think I would engage in a losing investment? Absorbing the core means that the extension will transform into part of the user's abilities. The White Cursed techniques derived from it will certainly be preserved. Kabuto regarded him with utmost respect. Lord Orochimaru, I truly admire you. Orochimaru asserted, my future research is solely for Sasuke. Only he can most perfectly manifest the fruits of my labor. Rather than saying I accomplished his greatness, we achieve greatness together. Therefore, do not revere me. Sasuke is the true hope. As they conversed, Karen had been silently monitoring the battle, not through the crystal ball, but via chakra perception. She had sensed a hidden power within Sasuke from the very beginning, which is why she remained calm when he faced peril. However, it was precisely because of her that she noticed something even Orochimaru and Kabuto had missed. Sasuke, the Akatsuki member known as Kisame, appears to possess another chakra within him. I am certain it does not originate from a tailed beast, and it must be the chakra he absorbed from Sasuke. What could that possibly be? Suddenly, Sasuke turned coldly, reigniting the lightning in his palm. Under the blood-stained water, Kisame clutched his severed shoulder, retreating hastily. In his withdrawal, his bloodied left hand and right hand formed seals. Summoning technique, 1,000 feeding sharks. With a resounding explosion of bubbles beneath the water, thousands of giant sharks opened their enormous jaws, surging toward the beleaguered Sasuke. Is it possible to summon over 1,000 sharks in an instant? It appears this truly is his domain. Watching this unfold, Sasuke calmly dissipated the lightning in his hand. Let us use that technique. His eyes ignited with brilliance, and with a thunderous roar, Susanoo was unleashed once more. Its skeletal and muscular form rapidly materialized. Clad in heavy armor, it was the most potent manifestation of the Manjiki Sharingan, the Yada Susanoo. Susanoo raised its right palm, forming a sphere of black flames that drew near its helmet. With a resounding crack, the helmet of Susanoo opened, allowing a mighty gust to enter. The ball of black flames rapidly expanded underwater with terrifying speed and pressure. Kabuto gasped in awe, that is. Orochimaru gazed with keen eyes. Has that technique been unleashed? Inspired by Kaguya's expanding truth-seeking ball, utilizing the black flames shaped by the earth release, and employing the formidable wind release through Susanoo to achieve the expansion of fire release, perfectly harnessing the characteristics of both arts. Has Sasuke-kun's original secret technique finally been executed in the state of the White Curse Seal? Scorch Release, Sculpting Flame Domain. Chapter 51, the climax of the third battle. That person, at last. Scorch Release, Sculpting Flame Domain. With a whoosh, the black flame sphere, expanded by the force of the wind, annihilated the encroaching schools of sharks from all directions, even threatening to boil the entire water sphere. A terrifying heat wave approached, flames that could not be extinguished by water. Amaterasu. I had confirmed long ago that while the flames of Amaterasu are a phenomenon triggered by chakra, they fall beyond the absorption capability of the shark skin. Unstoppable, unabsorbable. Kisame could only retreat in a panic. The massive water sphere, propelled by the explosive water surge, advanced along with Kisame's retreat. Sasuke, through the sudden shift in stress from the water, discerned the movements of Kisame. He immediately conceived a more effective method of escape than merely breaking the formation. With a swift motion, he plunged the sword of Susanoo into the ground, counteracting the inertia that the water was imparting to him and Susanoo, propelling them forward. In this manner, the macrocosm of the battlefield transformed, rendering Sasuke and Susanoo immobile, while the black flame sphere continued to expand, eroding the water sphere. As Kisame maneuvered the water sphere backward, it is not difficult to envision the ensuing scene. Gurgle, gurgle. The back of Susanoo made contact with the boundary of the water sphere and swiftly withdrew. Thus, Sasuke liberated himself from the confines of the overwhelming tidal wave. Sizzle. The spell marks, a result of the second state of the White Curse Seal, which adapted to the underwater environment, retreated simultaneously. Crack. Susanoo withdrew the colossal sword embedded in the ground. At this moment, before Sasuke lay a half-realm of flames and a half-sphere of water. If the realm of flames were to continue expanding, it would undoubtedly engulf the water sphere. However, Sasuke refrained from such an action, for it was not an energy-efficient strategy. Sizzle. Sasuke's right eye activated its ocular power, focusing on the fireball before him, which had nearly swelled to a size comparable to a miniature celestial explosion. With the power of the earth, he unleashed it. Whoosh. The fireball transformed into a free-floating flame, entwining itself around the great sword held in Susanoo's right hand, transmuting it into an even more terrifying flame arrow. Simultaneously, in Susanoo's left hand, the heavenly bow, a monomai kaguruma, materialized, stringing an arrow aimed at the water sphere. Burn to ashes. Susanoo, dark flame arrow. Boom. That massive water sphere was pierced by the flame arrow, erupting into a shower of meteoric flames, scattering across the mountains and forests within a 10-mile radius. Each falling ember served as a spark, capable of igniting all combustible materials, and even those deemed incombustible. Boom, 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 boom. Where the embers landed, flames surged upward, intertwining and resonating with one another, transforming the Tianmen Gorge into an inferno of black flames in the blink of an eye. The only area spared from the wrath of the firestorm was the clearing where the two combatants clashed. Protected by the water sphere, Kisame ultimately escaped death by arrow. But the moment the flame arrow detonated, the heat transmitted through the water inflicted severe burns upon him. The injuries were grave enough to sever his fusion with the shark skin. The shark skin channeled its remaining chakra, striving to heal its master's burns. Sasuke unleashed Susanoo. Yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from exploiting the opportunity against Kisame Hashigaki. Down below, Orochimaru remarked, the great exploding water colliding wave has been dispelled, signifying that this battle has lost its suspense. From here on, it remains to be seen how Sasuke-kun will manage the aftermath against Itachi's partner. Once Kisame's injuries were fully healed, Sasuke approached, inquiring, Kisame Hashigaki, what motivated you to join Akatsuki? Kisame's thoughts drifted back to the Blood Mist era. Recalling the moment he personally killed his superior, the esteemed Fuguki Suikazan, and seized the legendary sword, Samahata. He vividly remembered the figure that emerged behind the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, who spoke to him of the world he envisioned. From that moment on, Kisame developed a fervent yearning for the world described by that individual, leading him to resolve to fight for such a future, thus joining Akatsuki. Returning to the present, Kisame, wielding Samahata, rose and chuckled. Your question sounds more like a declaration of victory. Do you truly believe you hold the upper hand? Sasuke raised his hand, embracing his chest. It seems that you must endure some hardship. Would release, Flower Tree World. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of towering trees emerged, adorned with flowers competing in their splendor, blossoms that symbolized hope yet exuded the deadly pollen of doom. Within this forest of despair, Kisame found himself ensnared, suffering the torturous agony of drowning and suffocation. The effects of the poison were immediate. Kisame's strength waned, his consciousness blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. I cannot die. He struggled to retrieve a scroll. The scroll contained the technique for a trigger-type water prison trap, designed to ensnare any unwary foe who dared to unravel it. Kisame opened the scroll, utilizing the water prison technique on himself. It seemed a desperate choice, yet it was a moment of brilliance in his dire predicament. The water prison would obstruct the lethal pollen. Within the confines of the prison, he regained a modicum of strength and formed hand seals. Water release, water shark bomb technique. Boom. The water prison enveloping him transformed into a shark-shaped water projectile, launching him from the encirclement of the flower tree world, soaring swiftly toward the horizon. He had no reason to engage Sasuke in a relentless struggle, nor to be slain by him. Therefore, upon realizing his disadvantage, he made the wisest choice to flee. Seeing this, Sasuke leaped into the sky, the white cursed seal manifesting into white cursed wings to pursue him. Amidst the water shark bomb, Kisame gazed down at the endless expanse of black flames. The inferno spread across the mountains, and he thought, Itachi, your brother is truly remarkable. At that moment, Kisame glanced back at the relentless Sasuke. Itachi, it seems I must forge ahead of you. However, without a fight, who can predict the final outcome? With a sudden flourish, Kisame turned within the water shark bomb, channeling his chakra with all his might. His hands met, fingers interlocked, palms open wide, and he thrust forward with tremendous force. Water release, great shark bomb technique. Boom. The tail of the water shark bomb, a colossal chakra-infused shark projectile, opened its massive jaws, surging forth with an awe-inspiring momentum. The great shark bomb could absorb all chakra-based attacks, rendering it an indomitable technique in the realm of ninjutsu. It was said that even Might Guy, in his prime, could only counter it using the signature taijutsu of the seventh gate, Daytime Tiger. Sasuke, oblivious to the true nature of the great shark bomb, was consumed by his desire to pursue the enemy. He had no intention of engaging in a battle of ninjutsu. Instead, he summoned Susanoo, wielding a colossal sword to intercept the attack. Boom. Crack. Under the explosive strike, the great shark bomb was obliterated. Yet the formidable wave crashed against Susanoo, stalling its momentum and preventing Sasuke from closing the distance effectively. The ghost shark glanced back, contemplating, at this range, as long as he remains vigilant of Susanoo's arrows, I shall remain untouchable. Click, click, click. Muscular patterns coiled around the right arm of Susanoo's skeletal form. The ghost shark mused. Ah, that form. He intends to employ arrows, does he? He was already poised to adjust the trajectory of the water shark bomb to evade the arrows. However, to his astonishment, Susanoo clenched his right fist, gathering strength in his arm. The ghost shark thought, at this distance, does he dare to strike with his fist? Sasuke, you cannot escape. Orochimaru smirked. Is that technique about to be unleashed? Susanoo, the wrath of the earth. Boom. The fist of Susanoo detached from the wrist, drawn by the purple tendrils that shared its essence, launching towards Kisame with explosive force. Kisame was taken aback. The fist of Susanoo can be fired like that? Boom. The water shark bullets surrounding him were shattered by the mighty punch as Susanoo's hand opened to seize Kisame. Following this, the fist retracted, reconnecting with the separated wrist. The cursed mark's wings vanished, and as Sasuke landed, the black flames parted to make way. Gazing at Kisame, now grasped firmly within Susanoo's palm, Sasuke issued his final ultimatum. Answer my previous question. Kisame chuckled. To fall by your hand, I harbor no grievances. Do as you wish. I had given you a chance. The hand of Susanoo tightened with ferocity. Whoosh. Yet, at that critical moment, a dense, inky mist seeped through the gaps of Susanoo's grasp. Karui, the chakra hidden within Kisame has emerged. Caw. From the black mist, crows continuously emerged, coalescing in the sky to form a figure. As Sasuke beheld this apparition, Susanoo gradually relaxed its grip. An array of intricate thoughts surged within his eyes. Itachi. Chapter 52. The conclusion of the third battle, Itachi's invitation. As Kisame fell from Susanoo's hand, he looked up at the Itachi clone formed by the gathering crows. Itachi's chakra had been left within me, triggered just as I was about to be slain. But when did this occur? In his troubled contemplation, Kisame recalled the details from the previous day, when Itachi had bid him farewell in the rain, his hand seemingly resting casually on Kisame's shoulder. Was it then? Itachi foresaw that Sasuke would come for me, hence he prepared this contingency. Itachi's crow clone, witnessing the entire course of the third battle from Kisame's perspective, gazed upon his younger brother enveloped in Susanoo, familiar yet strange, and sincerely marveled. Sasuke, you have truly grown stronger. Sasuke's heart was similarly a tumult of emotions. After his rebirth, he had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with Itachi, yet he never anticipated that it would occur at this moment, and in such a manner. He had an abundance of words he yearned to share with Itachi, but not now, and certainly not in the presence of a mere clone. Thus, Sasuke clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling within him, and in as calm a tone as possible, he inquired, Itachi, your manipulations on Kisame should elicit more than just this exclamation. Shouldn't they? Itachi remarked, you have truly changed, Sasuke. Even in this situation, you can restrain your murderous intent and refrain from striking down this clone of mine. Sasuke clenched his fist tighter. If you do not speak up soon, I shall truly take action against your clone. Itachi replied with gravity. 1 month from now, come alone to the Uchiha stronghold. There, our grievances will be resolved once and for all. However, as a condition for my attendance, I hope you will agree to one request of mine. Sasuke, what is it? Itachi, before we reach a resolution to our grievances, I implore you to cease any further actions against Akatsuki. Sasuke inquired, what if I refuse? Itachi responded, if you choose to refuse, it would indeed align with my desires. You have grown powerful enough to make me feel the looming threat of death. Sasuke remarked, such ambiguous rhetoric is futile, Itachi. This time, I shall not allow you to have your way. Itachi smiled enigmatically. The fact that you can awaken eyes akin to mine signifies that you have, in your life's journey, intimately experienced the anguish of loss. However, even with identical eyes, the vistas one perceives can be starkly different. Just how far can your Sharingan see now? In a month's time, let me witness it with my own eyes. As he spoke, Itachi's form dissipated into a shroud of inky darkness. Sasuke bowed his head, a profound sigh escaping his lips, burdened by an endless sorrow. Itachi, your once-held ninja way is, from my current perspective, something I cannot endorse. However, I have never repudiated it. For you are my dearest elder brother, Uchiha Itachi. I could choose to confront you directly, but that would equate to denying all that you have endured in this lifetime for the sake of the shinobi world, for our village, for our clan, and for me. Thus, I shall once again muster all my strength to engage you in battle, defeating you honorably. I wish to show you that the fledgling you once protected has now matured into a formidable ninja, and that all your efforts in both this life and the past have not been in vain. Then, we shall sit together as brothers, sharing stories of my previous life as casually as one would engage in everyday conversation. At that moment, regardless of the path you choose, I will smile and say to you, brother, in this life, it is my turn to protect you. Returning from his reverie, Sasuke raised his gaze to the man before him, poised for confrontation. Kisame, you may leave. As Kisame hesitated, the black flames behind him had already forged a path to freedom. Regaining his composure, Kisame replied solemnly, do you truly believe that I, Kisame Hoshigaki, am someone who requires the mercy of an adversary to grant me a way out? Sasuke spoke calmly. This is not an act of charity. My acceptance of Itachi's challenge is tantamount to agreeing to his additional conditions. Until I reach a formal conclusion with him, I shall refrain from targeting any members of Akatsuki, including yourself. However, should you choose to come to me, I shall not turn you away. Kisame, not one to overlook the obvious, was unafraid of death, yet did not recklessly seek it. Uchiha Sasuke, you are somewhat different from what I had envisioned. I shall await the outcome of your battle with your brother a month hence. Until then, farewell. Kisame sheathed his great sword, Samahata, and, at a leisurely pace, walked towards the horizon engulfed in flames. In the end, it seems I owe this to you, Itachi. As he watched Kisame depart, Sasuke's Susanoo dissipated, reverting from the second stage of the cursed seal. Breathing a sigh of relief, a swirling vortex of blades appeared at the shore. Kabuto and his companions approached Sasuke. Karen stepped forward, presenting the Kusanagi sword that Sasuke had inadvertently left behind during their skirmish, which he had plunged into the ground and had not reclaimed. Sasuke accepted the Kusanagi sword and expressed his gratitude with a gentle thank you. Orochimaru inquired, what are your thoughts? Sasuke remarked, the third battle has yet to reach the intensity required to absorb the second state. However, I seem to have become more adept at this state. In the upcoming confrontation with Itachi, I may advance even further. Orochimaru chuckled. I inquired about your impressions upon encountering Itachi. Sasuke remained silent, slowly sheathing the Kusanagi sword. Let us return, he said. With a swift motion, the four of them were drawn back to the Crescent Moon Island through the swirling vortex of the Kanai. However, before departing, Orochimaru cast a discreet glance towards the depths of the black flames. Soon after, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, none other than Kaguya's manifestation. Uchiha Sasuke's power had grown at an astonishing pace. Had he even utilized the flower tree world in this encounter? The method he employed to harness the black flame suggested that the white curse mark bestowed upon him by Orochimaru harbored profound secrets. Yet, judging by his current display, he was not yet formidable enough to warrant my intervention. Inyang release, absorption. With a fierce rush, the rampant black flames engulfed the skies above the Heavenly Gate Gorge, swirling into Kaguya's form. I appreciate your hospitality. A month from now, I will closely observe your battle against Itachi. Consider it an entertaining diversion at the conclusion of this millennia-long blood feud. In a realm shrouded in mist, Itachi paused after an indeterminate period of travel. Before him lay a pink slug, nearly 10 meters in length. Itachi's gaze softened. You have grown, my mai. The slug replied with a giggle. Hee. If you hadn't saved me from that wicked serpent 2 years ago, I wouldn't be who I am today. Itachi, didn't you say after our last tea that you probably wouldn't return? Itachi's expression grew serious. Indeed, this visit is compelled by necessity. Please take me deep into the Wetbone Forest. I wish to pay my respects to your mother, the master of the Wetbone Forest, the Sage of Slugs. Chapter 53. Itachi's Journey to the Whetbone Forest. Itachi's connection to the Whetbone Forest began 2 years prior, when he inadvertently rescued the sluglet Mai Mai from the serpent's jaws. Mai Mai was the offspring of the Sage of Slugs, known as Living Slug. While still a child, the Living Slug lacked a mate, a phenomenon attributed to its unique ability for self-reproduction beyond mere division. In his quest to return Mai Mai home, Itachi ventured into the Whetbone Forest. Yet, the ancient Living Slug, having lived for over a millennium, was not easily persuaded of Itachi's intentions, suspecting him to be like previous visitors, coveting the forest's sage powers. However, Itachi ultimately returned her child, and instead of ending his life, the Living Slug devised an illusionary trial for him. Through this trial, the Living Slug utilized the sage technique of mind reading to uncover Itachi's past, including the truth behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan and the heavy burdens he carried, which deeply moved her. Thus, a profound friendship blossomed between Itachi and the Living Slug. Itachi vowed to keep his visit a secret, and the Living Slug promised not to disclose the truth about him, which is why their connection remained unknown to the outside world. When Itachi and Sasuke teamed up to combat Sage Mode Tobi, Itachi inadvertently mentioned Whetbone Forest and Dragon Cave. The Living Slug, upon noticing Itachi's affliction, had offered him a place to recuperate, but Itachi's resolve lay elsewhere. He had pledged to the third Hokage to act as an undercover agent against Akatsuki and intended to perish in battle with Sasuke, allowing his brother to inherit his eyes and attain eternal light. After expressing his determination, the Living Slug chose to respect his wishes, providing him with medicine to delay the progression of his illness and a potion to stave off blindness from his Meijiki Sharingan. This explained why Itachi's vision remained intact until his confrontation with Sasuke, showing no apparent decline. Despite his close bond with the Living Slug, Itachi had never studied the sage techniques of the Whetbone Forest. Guided by Mai Mai, he approached the Living Slug's true form. Acknowledging their bond, Itachi performed a deep bow. Respected Living Slug, I humbly apologize for my sudden visit. The Living Slug's true form was even larger than a complete Susanoo, an overwhelming sight, making communication cumbersome. Thus, the Living Slug transformed into the form of a young woman, reminiscent of the White Snake Sage, gracefully landing before Itachi and supporting him as she smiled. It brings me great joy that you have come, Itachi. After taking a seat, the Living Slug inquired, has your condition worsened? Have you been overburdened with worry lately? Itachi confessed, to be candid, my brother has been involved in matters beyond my comprehension. The Living Slug responded, Sasuke then? This must be the work of Orochimaru. Next time we meet, I shall dissolve him with my acid. Itachi's gaze darkened. The issue likely extends beyond Orochimaru. The Living Slug asked, could you elaborate? Itachi recounted Sasuke's actions after his defection from Konoha and the terrifying feats he had accomplished. After listening, the Living Slug fell into contemplation, then appeared bewildered. I still find it puzzling. If I could bring him before me, perhaps I could discern the truth using mind reading, but that seems unrealistic. Itachi stated, thus, my resolution with Sasuke must be expedited. I have extended an invitation for a month from now. The Living Slug remarked, a month? That is indeed rather urgent, and from your description, it seems his power surpasses yours. Itachi replied, dying at Sasuke's hands is a possibility I must accept, yet I must understand the changes he has undergone in this battle. The Living Slug inquired, Itachi, please, speak plainly. Is there anything you require my assistance with? Itachi earnestly requested, please, impart to me the power of sage techniques. The Living Slug, having anticipated Itachi's intentions, was not taken aback. She rose and paced, turning her back to him. The essence of sage techniques lies in the balance of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy. Each of the three great sage families emphasizes different aspects. My Boku Mountain focuses on natural energy, being the most balanced, hence it is called harmonizing sage techniques. The Dragon Cave emphasizes physical energy, resulting in pronounced transformations during activation, leading to heightened emotions, thus termed dynamic sage techniques. Our Whetbone Forest sage techniques are the antithesis of the Dragon Cave, focusing on mental energy, particularly the mastery of the heart. When activated, mental energy reaches unprecedented heights, entering a state of tranquil clarity, hence called silent sage techniques. The Living Slug turned to face Itachi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you possess abundant mental energy and an extraordinary mindset, qualifying you to learn silent sage techniques. However, sage techniques ultimately embody the art of balance. Your physical energy is your weakness, preventing you from mastering silent sage techniques entirely like the late Mito, but you may grasp it to a certain extent. Itachi responded, of course. I do not aspire to reach the achievements of Lord Mito Uzumaki. Obtaining even half of the sage power would be immensely valuable to me. The Living Slug said, follow me, Itachi. I shall take you to the meditation grove, where you will undergo the initiation ceremony for silent sage power, and from there, it will depend on your own efforts. Understood. Itachi resolved that should he fail to unravel the myriad mysteries surrounding Sasuke through their confrontation, he would employ the left eye left by Shursui to unleash the most potent illusion, Koto Amitsukami. to prevent Orochimaru from manipulating Sasuke into actions that could endanger him. Although he was deeply resistant to this approach, Itachi, by infiltrating the organization, became acutely aware of the profound darkness that shrouded the ninja world. Despite Sasuke showcasing his prowess and surpassing him, Itachi harbored a genuine fear that Sasuke might falter at a critical moment, leading to irrevocable consequences. With meticulous arrangements in place, Itachi ensured that after his demise, Sasuke would live in accordance with his expectations. Yet, deep within, Itachi harbored a conflicting hope that Sasuke would utterly shatter his anticipated reality. He pondered, every individual navigates life relying on their own knowledge and perception, yet they are simultaneously ensnared by it, often deeming it as reality. However, knowledge and perception are nebulous constructs, and reality may merely be an ephemeral illusion. Sasuke, who resides within his own self-awareness, can you transcend my reality? If so, even in death, I shall take pride in you. Thus, Itachi and Sasuke, each bearing thoughts and convictions unprecedented in their past lives, found that a month swiftly passed like the snap of fingers. Chapter 54, The Fourth Battle, The Brotherhood Clash. During the month that Sasuke and Itachi prepared for battle, the Akatsuki successfully hunted down the Three Tails. At that time, the fourth Mizukage had already passed away, and the Three Tails returned to its wild state. Residing deep within the lakes of the Land of Water, Deara and Tobi ventured forth to capture it, sealing it at a nearby outpost. The 6 members involved in the sealing were Pain, Konan, Deidara, Tobi, Kisame, and Zetsu. Kisame refrained from discussing his battle with Sasuke, but when Pain inquired about Itachi's whereabouts, he replied, Itachi and Sasuke are about to clash. For now, we cannot concern ourselves with the Akatsuki. Zetsu remarked, with one less person involved in the sealing, we will merely be more fatigued. If Itachi can eliminate the troublesome Sasuke for us, that would be a commendable feat. Deidara interjected, hey, I've stated countless times that Sasuke is my quarry. Tobi added, after all, it's a matter of personal vengeance. Deidara, dismissive of Tobi's comment, turned to Kisame, hey. Kisame, tell me where they will battle. I must intercept Sasuke. Kisame stood motionless at the tip of the golem, hands maintaining the hand seals. His gaze somber as he stated, Deidara, it's not that I underestimate you, but I advise against seeking your own demise. Deidara, unable to tolerate such condescension, retorted, my art has reached new heights. This time I will surely send Uchiha Sasuke to his end. Kisame simply closed his eyes, ignoring Deidara. Upon seeing this, Deidara turned to Pain, leader, I have completed my mission for the Akatsuki. May I resolve my personal matters? Pain replied, the Akatsuki will not interfere in your private grievances. Deidara protested, but that guy Kisame knows where Sasuke is headed and refuses to share the information. Pain commanded, Kisame, disclose to Deidara the location of their battle. Reluctantly, Kisame revealed, the western region of the Land of Fire, the Uchiha stronghold. Deidara laughed, haha, wait for me, Uchiha Sasuke. I shall let you experience my brand new art. Kisame cautioned, a fool's errand, don't blame me for not warning you. Kabuto had already scouted the area around the Uchiha stronghold, leaving extensive markings for future reference. However, when departing from the Crescent Moon Island, Sasuke requested Kabuto to drop him off at a more distant marker, choosing to make the journey on foot. As he traversed the forest, the 3 behind him kept their eyes fixed on the white cloak fluttering behind him. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, expressing concern. I worry that in facing his beloved brother, Sasuke-kun may not seize the opportunity to strike with all his might as he did in previous battles. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered. Whether Sasuke-kun can strike with lethal intent depends on his trust in Itachi. Kabuto, puzzled, responded, trust is what allows one to strike hard? That seems contradictory. Orochimaru spoke softly. Indeed, it is precisely because of trust, believing that Itachi can withstand his full assault, that he can unleash his attacks without reservation. Kabuto lowered his gaze. To achieve that is indeed no small feat. Orochimaru's eyes grew distant. Itachi of years past likely harbored a similar mindset. Thus Sasuke must tread the same path as in his previous life, striving to align himself with his former self. For he understood that this was not merely a conflict between brothers, but also a prelude to the impending clash of destinies. A race against time to swiftly absorb the White Curse Seal, as part of the 10-part battle known as the Fourth Battle. The shadows of the trees blurred past as Sasuke steadfastly gazed ahead. Even though he walked the same path as before, his heart was filled with the image of you sitting on the cold, dark stone chair, yearning for me, Itachi. Perhaps it is only now that I understand the resolve you held when you perished in our conflict. It is because of this that I must fully return your determination. Just then, from above the treetops, an uninvited guest descended. From the back of a soaring white bird, Deidara shouted, Uchiha Sasuke, face me in battle. Sasuke, unwavering, summoned Susanoo. And with the hand of the Earth Grudge Fear, he seized Deidara, yanking him from the bird. What? I've never seen such a technique before. The arm of Susanoo spun above like a propeller. Uchiha's throw. Whoosh. Deidara soared through the air in a graceful arc, flying towards the horizon. Boom. Simultaneously, the white bird crashed into the trees, erupting into a firework display. Behind the forest, Tobi lamented, Deidara-senpai, as Sasuke brushed past him. The Sharingan hidden beneath his mask keenly observed, and Toby's lips curled into a faint smile. Ah, a fine gaze. Just what I need. Someone who could eventually replace Nagato. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Karen swiftly passed by. Kabuto remarked, he has also arrived. Orochimaru replied, as anticipated. Karen questioned, that guy named Toby, he won't interfere, will he? Orochimaru warned, if he does interfere, Karen, let him experience what true heartache feels like. Zing. A crimson stripe flashed across the pupil. Karen declared, I am ready. The shadows of the trees receded, revealing towering mountains. The Uchiha crest loomed atop the peaks, reaching for the heavens. Orochimaru solemnly stated, well, we shall halt here. From now on, it will be Sasuke's battle alone. With a flourish, the white cloak billowed as Sasuke ascended the steps of the mountain. Sitting on the cold, dark stone chair, Itachi slowly opened his eyes, the crimson hue of his Sharingan glistening. You have arrived. Sasuke stood in the hall, his Sharingan gleaming with intensity. You remain unchanged, he remarked. In the next moment, Itachi's robes fluttered as he swiftly moved from the stone chair to Sasuke's side. So, Sasuke, how far can your Sharingan see now? Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced through his chest, and blood erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Do you wish to know what appears in my eyes? Itachi inquired with a smile. Could it be the sight of my demise? In an instant, a great sword of purple Susanoo descended from the ceiling, impaling both Itachi and Sasuke. Their forms vanished, and as the sword dissipated, it was as if nothing had transpired. Itachi remained seated upon the stone chair, while Sasuke continued his ascent on the steps below. Both their lips curled into faint smiles. It seems we have both grown. Chapter 55, A Toast with Dual Goblets. Exclusively sponsored by Wujisan. At the base of the stone steps, Sasuke gently lifted his white cloak, shaking off the dust accumulated during his ascent. Before the stone wall adorned with fox symbols and Magatama, Itachi, seated in the stone chair, slowly withdrew his left hand from the collar of his fiery cloud robe. Their reunion was marked by silence. One was at a loss for words, while the other was uncertain of how to begin. After a prolonged 10 seconds of silent confrontation, Itachi finally broke the stillness. Sasuke, since our parting at the Konoha Inn, you must have encountered various experiences in my absence. Please, share them with me, as if this were our last mundane conversation before the battle. Sasuke's gaze lowered slightly, his voice resonating with a somber tone. Indeed, I have endured much. It cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words. Itachi adjusted his posture, intertwining his fingers. Then allow me to rephrase my inquiry. Sasuke, what is your true intention? Is it merely to take my life? Sasuke raised his gaze, posing a profound question. Itachi, what does your clan mean to you? What does our village signify? And what is the bond between you and me as brothers? Itachi smiled gently. You have changed. You now understand the art of reverse questioning to seize the initiative. Sasuke remained composed. No. It is merely a fundamental truth that before urging others to divulge their innermost thoughts, one must also engage in sincere honesty. Honesty, indeed? Itachi slowly rose from the stone seat. A clan is a shackle of ambition. A village is an obstacle to progress. As for the bond between you and me, brother, now that you can unleash the Manjiki Sharingan and awaken Susanoo, you must be fully aware of the curse that these eyes bear. Am I not correct? Hence, there is no need for me to elaborate further, is there? Indeed, we are each other's counterparts. With a swift motion, Itachi formed hand seals. With your eyes, liberate me from the shackles of our family's destiny and grant me eternal light. This is the fate of the Uchiha clan, the destiny of brothers. Fire release, peony blossom crimson. The spinning shuriken, enveloped in flames, unfurled like the brilliant crimson petals of a peony. Clang. Sasuke, wielding the Kusanagi, swiftly sliced through the shuriken before him, uttering, you've grown stronger, you've matured, yet in the blink of an eye, you mock others as if they were mere children. Itachi, this truly infuriates me. With a rush, Itachi, rendered speechless, closed the distance in an instant, launching a kunai towards Sasuke. Clang. Sasuke blocked with his blade, while simultaneously delivering a kick. Thud. Itachi raised his arm to defend, and as he was sent flying, he deftly hurled the kunai from his hand. Clang. Sasuke wielded his sword, cleaving the oncoming kunai with precision, forming a hand seal with 2 fingers before his chest. He unleashed the fire style, great dragon fire technique. In an instant, a ferocious fire dragon surged forth. Itachi's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the right eye bleeding as he focused on the dragon's head. Amaterasu. In a flash, the black flames consumed the dragon's head, swiftly spreading to engulf it entirely. Sasuke's eyes likewise shifted to the kaleidoscopic pattern, his right eye locking onto the black flames released by Itachi. The power of Kagutsuchi. To his astonishment, Itachi found that the black flames he had released were now turning back upon him. Startled, he realized there was nowhere to retreat, as behind him loomed the stone chair connected to the ground, alongside the wall adorned with the fox symbol. The crimson Susanoo skeleton rose to shield him from the encroaching black flames. Itachi sighed, acknowledging, your ability to manipulate black flames is not merely confined to those you release. Your Kagutsuchi technique effectively renders my Amaterasu futile. Sasuke gazed at the brilliant crimson Susanoo that stood upon the steps. How effortlessly you summoned Susanoo. It appears that during this month, you have truly prepared yourself well. With a resounding crash, his dark purple Susanoo rose majestically, its violet membranes entwining and swiftly transitioning into a muscular form. Upon witnessing this, Itachi's gaze sharpened slightly. Engaging in a frontal clash of Susanoo within this confined space seems rather impractical. Nevertheless, the red membranes began to unfurl around the exoskeletal structure of Susanoo. Sasuke's Susanoo, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow. Itachi's Susanoo, the Magatama in hand. The arrow of the heavens. The 8-span jewel. Boom. These two formidable long-range artifacts clashed fiercely at a minimal distance. One could only imagine the intensity of that collision. The ground before Sasuke crumbled, its damage rivaling that of the Raikage explosive attack from years past. While the steps before Itachi also collapsed. Even the backlash from the shockwave caused the back of Susanoo to crash into the stone chair behind it. Boom. At that moment, Sasuke launched a surprise attack, transforming his Susanoo from its muscular form directly into the Tengu shape. Swish. The greatsword forged from the black flames of Amaterasu lunged forward. Kagutsuchi, the fire flow, was unleashed. Crack. The greatsword mercilessly pierced through Itachi and his Susanoo, embedding itself in the fox talisman on the wall behind. Itachi let out a heartfelt exclamation. More genuine than ever. Sasuke, you have truly grown stronger. It seems this time, it will be quite difficult for me to take your eyes. Yet Sasuke replied. You haven't even utilized the Yata mirror, and you dare to say such things? It is still too early. Itachi paused, then understanding dawned upon him. Ah, so you are aware. The secrets of my Susanoo. Orochimaru must have uncovered them through some clandestine means and relayed them to you. Sasuke gazed at the shadow behind Itachi, saying, It's about time you revealed your true form, isn't it? Itachi smirked. Have I ever concealed anything from your perceptive eyes? With a chilling caw, Itachi's pierced body transformed into a flock of crows, scattering into the air. Simultaneously, his hidden true self began to rise gracefully from the shadow. Sasuke gazed intently. Pondering, concealing one's true form within the shadow of a clone bears a striking resemblance to the toad shadow manipulation technique once employed by Naruto. Were it not for the proximity, even my keen eyes would struggle to discern it. Ten-fist sword. Boom. Itachi's Susanoo assumed the form of the crow Tengu. As a fiery red great sword extended from the gourd, mercilessly piercing through both Sasuke and his Susanoo. Whoosh. Sasuke's Susanoo transformed into fluid, accompanied by the black flames, coursing into the sword's body, sealed within the gourd. As the Susanoo extinguished, Itachi gazed at the shattered ground, observing the decayed wood. His gaze shifting toward the shadows cast by the temple's stone pillars. To speak of concealing one's intentions, are you not the same, Sasuke? There, clad in a white cloak. Sasuke approached with a steady stride. If you can see through this wood clone, Itachi, it attests that your perception has indeed transcended the limits of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Since you have not attained eternal enlightenment, there is but one possibility. You have been to that place. Itachi lamented, pondering how much you have gleaned about the true nature of the ninja world from Orochimaru. Indeed, I have been there. Sasuke proclaimed with fervor, let me witness your true, unrestrained power. In an instant, he unleashed the might of White Curse Seal, level 2. Itachi smiled, his eyelids gently closed. Very well, I shall reveal it to you, he declared, activating the Sage Mode of the Wet-Bone Forest. Chapter 56. The Sage Mode of the Wet-Bone Forest is initiated. A dark crimson hue enveloped Itachi's eyes, expanding downward to merge with the tear marks beside his nostrils. In a flash, Itachi's fire cloud robe became imbued with fiery red sage chakra, its crimson clouds appearing almost alive. As he opened his eyes, Itachi's gaze transformed entirely. The Sage Mode of the Wet-Bone Forest is now in effect. In the state of clear mind and still water, he remained impervious to unnecessary emotions and distractions, maintaining absolute composure during battle, which ensured he would not miss any opportunity to strike. Sasuke's gaze was intensely fixed, unlike Naruto and Kabuto when they employed Sage Mode. He felt no emotional fluctuations emanating from Itachi. Could this be the very essence of the Wet-Bone Forest Sage technique? Crack. The Chidori's lightning surged from Sasuke's right palm, merging with the power of the White Curse Seal, transforming into a more penetrating white lightning. Combined with the dramatically increased speed of his second state, he launched a thrust towards Itachi. White Chidori. Whoosh. Yet, astonishingly, Itachi evaded the impact in the very moment he was struck, vanishing to the ceiling. Such instantaneous speed, indeed, could only be achieved through Sage Mode. Sasuke abruptly halted his steps, his hand conjuring a bolt of lightning that sharpened into a spear, which he thrust with a crack, piercing the ceiling. Itachi, evading once more with astonishing swiftness, materialized before Sasuke, seizing the opportunity as Sasuke retracted his attack, delivering a powerful palm strike to his chest. The living snail palm. Bam! Sasuke was driven back to the shattered steps, poised to make a move when, all of a sudden, he was immobilized by a resilient object that erupted from his body, shimmering in a blend of white and blue. Sasuke recognizes the true form of that entity. A slug has emerged from my body. Itachi, upon joining Akatsuki, once clashed with the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, and fell victim to his coral palm, rendering him immobilized and nearly succumbing to the tailed beast bomb. This technique, the living slug sage palm, is an even more dreadful immobilization technique than the coral palm, for the slug emits corrosive fluid, capable of dissolving the immobilized opponent entirely. Hiss, 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 hiss. Sasuke was enveloped in a seething haze, accompanied by searing pain as his flesh rapidly disintegrated. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively activated his life-preserving ability, self-modification, serpent transformation. With a resounding tear, a new incarnation emerged from the gaping wound in his back. As he landed, his serpentine tail morphed into legs, and he gazed at the remnants of his dissolved body, lost in contemplation. It struck him that Itachi's ruthless resolve had suddenly sharpened. Was it a result of the sage's absolute composure? Or was it something else entirely? In the midst of his thoughts, Itachi had already leaped from the void above. What purpose did he have in venturing into the outside world? Sasuke immediately leaped into action. Before him, Itachi swiftly formed hand seals, summoning flames that nearly engulfed the sky above, transforming into an enraged fire raven, its scorching waves sweeping in all directions. Sage art, fire god raven. Ka. The fire god raven descended with a piercing cry. Sasuke immediately formed hand seals. Fire style, flame dragon. This was a unique ninjutsu he had previously employed against his opponent, capable of absorbing flames to enhance itself, rendering it invincible in the contest of fire style techniques. However, Itachi's subsequent actions were even more astonishing. He raised 2 fingers, and the descending fire god crow was unexpectedly enveloped by the crimson armor of Susanoo. Bestowing the divine art of fire style with the protection of Susanoo's exterior? Boom. The absorption of the flame dragon proved utterly futile as it was effortlessly dispersed by the fire god crow, as Sasuke's double Meijiki Sharingan shone brilliantly. In the instant the fire god crow approached, the Kagutsuchi Susanoo was unleashed. With a mighty black flame sword in hand, it pierced through the armor of the fire god crow. Boom. The fire god crow exploded violently, shattering the Susanoo armor clinging to it, with debris penetrating into the core of Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke's left arm was pierced and severed by the shards of Susanoo, falling to the ground as blood gushed forth. Enveloped by flames, the battered Susanoo bore witness to Sasuke clutching his severed limb. It was revealed that the purpose of adorning Susanoo with fire techniques was not merely to enhance its defensive capabilities, but rather to employ the explosive remnants as a true means of assault, effortlessly shattering even the formidable defense of the Yata mirror form of Susanoo. Itachi, adept at maximizing the limited chakra at his disposal, had elevated his prowess to an entirely new realm after mastering sage techniques. Sasuke picked up his severed arm, aligning it seamlessly with the clean cut on his shoulder. The healing power of the white curse mark activated, swiftly reconnecting his dismembered limb. Though he could not shake the lingering fear, had the shard struck not his arm but his neck, he would have surely met his end. Even Itachi could not have predicted the trajectory of the shrapnel following the explosion. This implies that the technique he employed moments ago was executed with the knowledge that it could lead to my demise. Thus, Sasuke's suspicions were further solidified. Yet, he felt compelled to validate his theory further. With a decisive clap, he summoned the wood release, flowering tree realm. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of towering trees descended, their exotic blossoms unfurling, releasing toxic pollen that rapidly enveloped the mountaintop platform. Observing this, Itachi unleashed the Tengu Susanoo. The gourd of the Tin-Fist sword in Susanoo's grasp unexpectedly opened without the blade being released, generating an immense suction that drew in all the dispersing toxic pollen. 10 fists, swordless ceiling. However, the essence of the flowering tree realm is an upgraded version of the tree realm's descent, and even though the toxic pollen was absorbed, the tree realm itself remained a formidable threat. Boom, boom, boom. Susanoo boldly wielded the 10-fist sword, cleaving through the encroaching trees. Sasuke maintained his hand seals, while Itachi struck at a tree, causing 10 trees to respond in kind. In no time, Itachi's Susanoo was ensnared tightly by the formidable trunks of the trees. Sasuke's left eye, focusing on the tree realm. Fire release, black tree realm. With a swift motion, the black flames ignited the tree realm, instantly engulfing the entire Susanoo in a sea of black fire. Sasuke, poised and waiting, declared, Itachi, even in sage mode, you cannot maintain the form of the Susanoo for an extended period. When the Susanoo falters, you will be unable to evade the lethal grasp of the black flames. Within the confines of the Susanoo, Itachi's expression remained eerily tranquil. He slowly raised his hand, forming a seal previously unseen. Sasuke, it seems you are still incapable of shattering my reality. Sage art, ice release, flame ring. With a crackling sound, the chilling aura emanating from the Susanoo's armor encased the entire forest in the black flames and ice. The reason for this, I trust you are now aware. After Sasuke's pupils constricted, he closed his eyes. Indeed, is this how it is? In the forest, the trio observed a strikingly different scene within the crystal orb before them. In the shattered hall, with broken walls and steps, Itachi and Sasuke were silently confronting each other in place. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. From the moment Itachi activated Sage Mode, the two had remained motionless. Was this a battle of illusions? Karen, acutely sensing the situation, felt cold sweat trickle down her face. It is astonishing. Although it appears to be a contest of genjutsu, their chakra feels as though it is engaged in a genuine struggle. Orochimaru maintained his hand seals, his eyes tightly shut. He was, in fact, utilizing a unique technique to directly intervene in the illusion for real-time observation. Within the genjutsu, the black flames were frozen. Indeed, Itachi had mastered that technique and applied it in a singular manner. Sasuke opened his eyes. Indeed, it is Tsukuyami. Itachi, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, Sasuke. Even if you recognize this as Tsukuyami, you are fated to be unable to escape. In that moment, amidst his astonishment, Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Itachi, you have truly caught up to my pace. Upon Sasuke's forehead, the seal of the yang began to expand, radiating intricate patterns. Yang seal, release. Crack, crack, crack. Itachi observed as the liberation of the mark on Sasuke's brow caused the external ice crystals of Susanoo to tremble violently, threatening to shatter. Itachi pondered. The seal on Sasuke's forehead not only sustains the potency of his ocular powers but can also amplify them? This illusion has begun to destabilize. Sasuke raised his 2 fingers, proclaiming, break the illusion. A decisive crack echoed through the air. The scene shifted back to the Grand Hall, where both sides stood in a tense standoff. Itachi covered his left eye, retreating a few steps. You have disrupted my Tsukuyami, he murmured, addressing Kaguya. This is troubling. Sasuke's chakra has suddenly surged. Kabuto observed, yet those two remain utterly motionless. Orochimaru remarked, Itachi, you truly. Chapter 57. Tsukuyami, the Inner Illusion. Sasuke shattered Itachi's Tsukuyami. He gazed upon the feeble and exhausted figure of Itachi, who had even withdrawn from the sage mode. Sasuke's expression was intricate. Itachi leaned against the wall behind him, struggling to rise. Sasuke, your strength is truly beyond my imagination. Sasuke, have you reached the limits of your sage mode? Itachi, mastering sage mode is not a simple feat. I have only grasped half of its essence. To reach this level is already an extraordinary accomplishment. Sasuke remained silent as Susanoo ignited outside his body. Is this truly your limit? Allow me to gauge it. Fire release, fire flow 1 continuity. The great black flame sword surged forward with ferocity. Ugh, Itachi clenched his teeth, activating Susanoo, barely maintaining its muscular form, and unleashed the Yata mirror. Clang. Upon striking the Yata mirror, the black flame sword immediately shattered into black flames, reflecting off the mirror's surface. Sasuke, at last. I have unleashed the formidable defense of the Yata mirror. It appears your words hold true. Itachi, with great effort, straightened his posture and remarked with a smile, this alone, I possess absolute confidence in. It shall not be shattered by you. Sasuke pondered. Yet, that mirror can only encompass the front of your Susanoo, correct? Itachi glanced back. Are you implying that you intend to attack from behind Susanoo? Wrong. Suddenly, beneath Itachi's Susanoo, the stone slab shattered, and a massive purple sword thrust through Itachi's abdomen. Ugh. Itachi expelled a torrent of blood, causing his Susanoo to dissipate. Concealed beneath the earth with subterranean voyage, Sasuke's wood clone emerged, bearing the Susanoo, as the great sword lifted Itachi into the air. Sasuke, every technique possesses its weaknesses. If your ocular power has diminished, then this would release clone will be imperceptible to you. Injured and on the brink of death. Itachi's expression is one of despondency. Sasuke, it seems that in the end, this battle is indeed your triumph. As brothers, before I depart from this world, could you share a few truths with me? Sasuke's true self strode forward with measured steps, his demeanor unflinching. If you have any questions, speak freely, he said. Itachi replied, please tell me about your experiences after our parting at the Konoha Inn and the role Orochimaru played in it all. Sasuke's gaze was heavy with melancholy. Did you not repeatedly proclaim that you intended to treat me as an accessory to your vision? You, liberated from the fate of our clan, should express concern for my well-being. It seems you are contradicting yourself, Itachi. In response to Sasuke's probing inquiry, Itachi smiled enigmatically. Human beings are inherently contradictory creatures. It is only in the moments preceding death that one can truly discern their authentic self. At the very least, allow me to care for my brother in this final, unavoidable moment of demise. Is that not permissible? Sasuke remained silent, his head bowed. Itachi continued, Sasuke, does my demeanor lead you to believe that I am insincere? Sasuke, no, Itachi. I have always maintained that to elicit honesty from others, one must first be sincere oneself. A look of surprise flickered across Itachi's near-death visage. Sasuke, you. Sasuke slowly lifted his head. Itachi, the illusion you have woven, I have already seen through it. As the seal on Sasuke's forehead further liberated, spreading across his entire cheek, the surging power of his eyes caused the false world of illusion to shatter like a mirror. With a crack, the fractured realm came into being. Sasuke returned to reality. Facing Itachi, who was still in the initial stages of sage mode, Itachi smiled, partially closing his left eye, and remarked, remarkably, you have seen through me. Sasuke pondered. Was Itachi's recent Tsukuyami an attempt to provoke me into revealing my innermost thoughts through a fade of weakness? Were it not for my profound understanding of Itachi, I might have fallen prey to his ruse, for he would never exhibit such a feeble countenance. However, it appears I have encountered a dual Tsukuyami. Itachi, with a profound significance in his inquiry, asked, Sasuke, in the recent Tsukuyomi, you have confirmed the state of my demise. Have you not? Sasuke responded intriguingly. What? Do you truly wish for me to turn that demise into reality? Itachi, with a smile, answered evasively, I wonder if you've noticed. Although we are engaged in a battle of illusions, your chakra is undeniably waning. Indeed, as Itachi remarked. Yet, contrary to his assertion, Itachi's chakra not only remained intact but had grown even more formidable compared to its initial state. Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Have you absorbed all the chakra I expended during our illusionary clash? Itachi's lips curled into a subtle smile. In this exchange, one rises while the other falls. Do you truly believe you still stand a chance? With a swift formation of hand seals, he unleashed Senjutsu, Fire God Crow. Boom. This time, the Fire God Crow descended directly from the external realm, clad in the armor of Susanoo, crashing through the ceiling and unleashing a torrent of searing heat that cascaded down like a purifying wave. Once again, the same technique was unleashed. Sasuke has become acutely aware of the terror of the Fire God Crow. In his retreat, he desperately strives to create distance, simultaneously invoking the Susanoo's Earth Grievance Fist. With a thunderous impact, the fist unleashed by Susanoo strikes the outer shell of the Fire God Crow, sending it hurtling away. The creature bursts in midair, showering countless fragments downwards. With a swift movement akin to a shifting shadow, Itachi approaches rapidly. The Susanoo ignites around him, a series of crimson tomo igniting behind him, entwined with the flames produced by the explosion of the Fire God Crow. The eight-span Jewel's Phoenix Bellflower Claw. Amidst the thunderous roar of the exploding flames, the very hall collapses. Within the ruins, Sasuke's Susanoo lies in tatters. Itachi strides forth, adorned in his crimson cloud robe, the fiery essence of sage energy swirling around him. His eyes ablaze. Sasuke, your power akin to that of Senju Hashirama arises from the white curse mark upon your nape, does it not? You cannot deceive my gaze. The strength you can currently wield is but a mere fraction of that curse mark's potential. Should that mark's power be fully unleashed, you would attain strength equal to that of Senju Hashirama, which is precisely what Orochimaru desires to witness, is it not? Sasuke, with a profound tone, retorted. Do you not wish for me to become that way? Or are you fearful that I might unleash that power to obliterate Konoha and incite chaos within the ninja world? Suddenly, Itachi's steps came to an abrupt halt. In the external realm, Kabuto inquired, Lord Orochimaru, what exactly is the nature of the technique you mentioned? Orochimaru replied. The sage art of the wet bone forest focuses on spiritual energy, thereby giving rise to some unique methods, among which the most representative is the illusion known as inner illusion that can be created within Genjutsu. Kabuto questioned, inner illusion? Orochimaru explained. The condition for triggering inner illusion is that at the very moment the Genjutsu is dispelled, the opponent is immediately ensnared in a deeper layer of illusion, unbeknownst to them. If they fail to perceive this instantaneously and mistakenly believe they have broken free, they will be met with catastrophic consequences. Kabuto exclaimed, that is utterly terrifying. Orochimaru continued, furthermore, Itachi has mastered inner illusion and has applied it to Tsukuyomi. Kabuto gasped, a dual Tsukuyomi? Observing the hidden intricacies within the Genjutsu, Orochimaru's gaze grew somber as he stated, no. This inner illusion is likely a triplet. With his steps halted, Itachi posed the question, why do you speak in such a manner? Sasuke struggled to rise, asking, you have been testing me until this very moment, Itachi. Can you answer me? What exactly are you probing? Itachi's fist clenched quietly beneath his sleeve. The one truly testing is you, isn't it? What has Orochimaru divulged to you? Crack. The 10th fist sword pierced through Susanoo, embedding itself in Sasuke's chest. Ugh. Itachi issued his final ultimatum. If you do not wish to be forever lost in this dreamlike realm, then confess the truth to me. Whoosh. The blade of the 10th fist sword began to drag Sasuke towards the gourd. Itachi commanded, speak quickly. Sasuke contorted his form, yet at that moment, a subtle smile graced his lips. Itachi, you have effectively confessed without a fight. After all, in every conceivable sense, you have been driven to a dead end. It's quite a trial for you, resorting to such means. However, thanks to you, I have transcended my own limits within your triple rhapsody. The curse mark on Sasuke, known as State 2, rapidly dissipates. Yet, it does not vanish. Rather, it is absorbed by Sasuke, transforming into his true power. Whoosh. Everything before him freezes in time. Zzz. Sasuke's left eye was shrouded in a web of crimson threads, quivering violently. Amaterasu. With a flash, the world before him froze, engulfed in black flames, burning like parchment until it was utterly consumed. Yaoshirdo gasped, it moved. The still figure of Itachi within the crystal orb took a step towards Sasuke, who stood frozen in place. Yaoshirdo's expression turned pale. Isn't it a triple illusion? Orochimaru unveiled a chilling truth. The meaning of the triple illusion does not refer to 3 layers of Genjutsu, but rather an illusion within an illusion, totaling 3 layers. Which equates to 4 layers of Genjutsu, does it not? At that moment, Itachi stood before Sasuke, raising his hand towards Sasuke's eyes. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is reality. Chapter 58, A Gluttonous Feast. Crack. Itachi's hand plunged into the eye socket, violently extracting the Sharingan. The anguished scream of Sasuke echoed, heart-wrenching and soul-rending. Witnessing this scene through the crystal orb, Do was frantic. Sasuke. He immediately attempted to forcibly teleport himself to Sasuke, using the cursed seal mark on him. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. Orochimaru. Calm down, Do. Do abruptly regained his clarity, observing that the figures of Sasuke and Itachi and the crystal orb remained motionless. What is happening? Orochimaru explained. Itachi has not fully mastered the sage mode of the wet-bone forest. His third-layer Genjutsu is insufficient to ensnare Sasuke deeply once more. Instead, he redirected that illusion back onto us, the spectators, using his sensory perception in sage mode. Do glanced aside, noticing that Karen remained with her eyes tightly shut, fully immersed in sensing the chakra of the two combatants. Possessing the power of the evil deity, she was unaffected. Returning his gaze, Do questioned, "Why is Itachi doing this?" Orochimaru replied, "Unable to acquire information directly from Sasuke, he employs our actions as spectators to indirectly verify his intentions." At that moment, the crystal orb revealed Sasuke and Itachi both moving simultaneously, crouching on the ground, gasping heavily. Do's heart raced. Could this also be an illusion? He fumbled in his ninja tool pouch for a kunai, poised to pierce his throat in a desperate attempt to break the illusion. Orochimaru seized his wrist. This is the most terrifying aspect of a layered illusion. It blurs the line between reality and fantasy, even when situated in reality. The mere thought of "am I still trapped in an illusion" can severely compromise one's judgment, leading to hesitation and exposing vulnerabilities. Itachi was aware from the outset that with Sasuke's current strength, he could shatter the layered illusion. Thus, he meticulously laid the groundwork through the first two layers of illusion to destabilize Sasuke's resolve. The layered illusion is a technique capable of plunging one into complete delusion. Those who have previously endured its torment often succumb to madness. This is a well-documented phenomenon. Do trembled, but Lord Orochimaru, I truly cannot distinguish. Orochimaru calmly replied, Do you not trust yourself, or me? Do you believe that with me by your side, you would fall into an inescapable illusion? His words dispelled Do's inner turmoil, restoring his capacity for rational thought, and his trembling hand gradually steadied. Orochimaru released Do's wrist. It appears that although you are aware of the future, your lack of experience has left you with a fragile heart. Seek an opportune moment to visit the Dragon Cave, for I have yet to make formal acquaintance with the White Snake Sage after my convergence with my future self. Do adjusted his glasses, more than my own concerns. I worry for Sasuke. If he truly falls prey to the layered illusion and loses his judgment, he may find himself at a disadvantage in his impending battle with Itachi. Orochimaru's gaze deepened, perhaps. Yet, Sasuke possesses a fundamental criterion for judgment, that is Itachi. Under no circumstances would Itachi ever truly wish to kill him. However, Orochimaru left the latter part of his statement unvoiced. Ultimately, Itachi retained the trump card of the Kodo Amatsukami illusion, a technique that, given Sasuke's current capabilities, he could not hope to counter. Sasuke, you are undoubtedly aware of this, so what will you choose to do? Within the temple, Itachi and Sasuke rose simultaneously. The contest of Genjutsu had concluded, yet its repercussions were far from over. As Orochimaru had predicted, deep within Sasuke's subconscious, an unavoidable self-suggestion had taken root. Perhaps this was still an illusion. Despite his experiences, this self-suggestion was not as pronounced in him as it was in Do. If I remain ensnared in an illusion, unless my white curse seal can unleash state 3, breaking free will be utterly impossible. Yet, I have yet to reach that third state. Therefore, if I am still trapped in an illusion, it would undoubtedly signify Itachi's victory. Should I act openly and still not match Itachi, then that outcome is regrettably inevitable. To be defeated by Itachi would not bring me shame. However, Sasuke clenched his fist. At any moment, and for any reason, there exists no excuse for retreat. If this is an illusion, then I shall immerse myself within it and give my all, in the name of Itachi's brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi gazed intently at Sasuke, fully aware that he had unleashed every illusionary technique at his disposal without reservation. This was Sasuke's final stand. Let me witness your true power. Sage art, Fire God Crow. Boom. The descending Fire God Crow shattered the ceiling, affixing itself to the armor of Susanoo. Having absorbed the second state, Sasuke's strength ascended further, and his countermeasures were markedly different. Even in the realm of illusions, employing the same technique thrice is tantamount to underestimating one's opponent. Fire style, flame-wielding ascending dragon. Boom. A powerful, rigid column of flame erupted from his mouth, colliding with the imposing Fire God Crow, astonishingly remaining intact, and propelled it skyward. Boom. Susanoo ignited, launching a great arrow that obliterated the Fire God Crow mid-air. By directing the explosive flames outward, he thwarted Itachi's potential to leverage the explosion's fire to initiate the troublesome Yata mirror, F-Senka no SH. Simultaneously, he could harness the inferno of the Fire God Crow's explosion to incinerate the atmosphere, creating an updraft. Itachi lifted his gaze towards the vast open sky above the hall. Observing the rapidly forming cumulonimbus clouds, his expression sharpening. The explosive force of the fire release was so immense that the casting of Kirin was significantly accelerated. Thunder rumbled. In mere moments, a natural thunderstorm roamed among the clouds, more ferocious than ever. Kirin, a technique of lightning created by Sasuke in his past life, had already been unleashed against the Red Sand Scorpion in this current battle, and it was combined with the Susanoo seal to summon the White Kirin. Yet, Sasuke had no intention of employing the Kirin above him for further endeavors. His thoughts were straightforward and forceful at this moment. Itachi, this place is far too confined for us to fully unleash our abilities. Crackle. Lightning crackled in his palm, channeling the heavenly thunder into the furious form of Kirin, hurtling down. Lightning style, Kirin. Indeed, as such, Itachi's gaze remained calm as ever, activating Susanoo. The entire mountain that served as the Uchiha stronghold was instantaneously reduced to ruins, clearing the path for the imminent final confrontation between the two. Sasuke took a deep breath, clasping his hands tightly over his chest. Having absorbed the essence of the White Curse Seal's second state, he was finally ready to manifest. Would release. Would dragon technique? Chapter 59. That's enough, brother. Would release. Would dragon technique. Boom. A colossal wooden dragon rose from the ground, charging towards Itachi with astonishing force. In the shadows, another observer, Black Zetsu, gasped in astonishment. In the previous battle, it was the Flower Tree realm. Now, he has actually unleashed the Wood Dragon technique. The White Zetsu, fused with Black Zetsu, inquired, previous battle? When? The Flower Tree realm? I don't recall Sasuke utilizing that technique in any fight aside from with Itachi. By the way, you left my side a month ago. Where did you go without inviting me? Black Zetsu snapped, silence. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. White Zetsu retorted, I refuse. I must speak. That is the Wood Dragon, you know? It was once used by Hashirama Senju to bind the Nine Tails, a technique that even Madara found quite troublesome. Faced with the advancing wooden dragon, Itachi swiftly summoned the Yata mirror of his Susanoo and executed a shield strike, repelling the onrushing beast. Clang. However, the force of the wooden dragon was immense, and it was not deflected far by the Yata mirror. Regaining its balance, it surged forward with renewed vigor. Clang. Itachi once again employed the Yata mirror to block, but this time, while the dragon's body was halted, its head lunged down to attack. Snap. The helmet of Itachi's Susanoo was shattered in an instant. Seeing this, Itachi swiftly retreated with Susanoo, his right hand grasping a large crimson sword from the gourd, igniting its blade with fiery intensity. Crack. He thrust it directly into the dragon's throat. Yet, unexpectedly, at the moment of the strike, the dragon's head severed from its body, sacrificing itself to endure the sealing. The headless wooden dragon twisted and coiled around Itachi's Susanoo, and as it reached the point of decapitation, a new dragon head formed, viciously biting down on Itachi's wrist that wielded the sword, rendering it immobile. In the midst of the fray, Kabuto remarked, that wooden dragon exhibits such remarkable agility in its summoning and retraction. Orochimaru replied, the ability to transform is one of Sasuke's strengths. Not only with lightning release and fire release, but with any technique he employs. Noticing Sasuke regain the upper hand, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and mused. However, Itachi could emulate Sasuke's strategy from his battle with Kisame and dispel his Susanoo. Orochimaru chuckled, that is not an option. Kabuto, taken aback, asked, what do you mean? Orochimaru explained, the physical manifestation of Susanoo's chakra, while not directly absorbable by the wooden dragon like tailed beast chakra, creates a chakra confinement effect. Unless he can break free through sheer force, he cannot dispel it and then reactivate it. Kabuto enlightenedly replied, I see. Sasuke understands that Itachi's ten-tailed sword is the only means to counter the wooden dragon. Thus, by biting down on his wrist, Itachi's Susanoo is effectively rendered powerless. Orochimaru concluded, next. The task is to extricate Itachi from his Susanoo. As for the method, Sasuke is well versed in it. Sasuke activated his Susanoo in its muscular form, his right arm piercing directly into the ruins before him. His entire arm transformed into the purple tendrils of the earth's resentment, extending from beneath the ground to the feet of Itachi's Susanoo. Upon witnessing this, Itachi had no choice but to leap away from his Susanoo. His Susanoo remained immobilized, ensnared by the wooden dragon, and Itachi was unable to activate another Susanoo. Just as Orochimaru had stated, he was utterly incapacitated. After landing, Itachi chuckled, Sasuke. Achieving such a level of mastery within the illusion is indeed quite impressive. Sasuke remained silent, dispelling his Susanoo as white lightning enveloped his right palm once more. This time, he deliberately infused Amaterasu's black flames into it before launching a fierce assault towards Itachi. With the power of the White Curse Seal combined with Chidori, he had finally resolved to end my life, hadn't he? Swish, swish. Itachi's shuriken flew like rain. Sasuke, in a full-speed dash, exerted himself to evade. Yet Itachi's mastery of shuriken technique rendered the trajectory unpredictable, with projectiles even striking from blind spots. Sasuke exhibited an astonishing lack of evasion, allowing shurikens to graze his skin, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. His gaze was solely fixed upon Itachi. Itachi, with a focused stare, pondered whether Sasuke, emboldened by the healing prowess of Hashirama, felt invincible. In a swift motion, Itachi skillfully dodged Sasuke's frontal assault, bending down to extend his palm. Sasuke, having mastered Orochimaru's substitution technique, should not have been harmed. The technique known as the living slug sage palm seemed to vanish from his form. Although it appeared to be absorbed, could he still employ such a shedding technique? At the moment Itachi's palm made contact, he hesitated, resulting in a missed opportunity. With a sudden shift to the side, Sasuke unleashed a streak of lightning. Itachi, bending to his limits, felt the arc of lightning sever the braid at the back of his head. In a moment of urgency, he formed hand seals and struck the ground, summoning slug impact. Boom! The slug emerged from the earth, forcefully propelling Sasuke into the air. Bang! The slug vanished in a cloud of smoke. This could not continue. Itachi formed hand seals once more. Sage technique. Suddenly, Itachi's expression stiffened. His hands parted as his right hand firmly clutched his chest, while his left hand covered his mouth and nose. Retreating a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Zing! The sage mode eyes on his face disappeared, and the radiant power of the sage robe dissipated alongside it. Within the tumult, Kaguya opened her eyes. The chakra of Uchiha Itachi was plummeting drastically. Orochimaru murmured solemnly. Enduring sage mode in that frail body was nearly an act of self-destruction. The Susanoo, held aloft by the wooden dragon, continued to drain his strength. Most critically, at the final juncture, Itachi's mind was in disarray, preventing him from accurately gauging his own condition. Itachi coughed violently, blood seeping continuously from the gaps between his fingers as he covered his mouth and nose, staining his fire cloud robe a vivid crimson. As Sasuke landed gracefully from his aerial maneuver, his gaze was imbued with a complex array of emotions. "Is this also your illusion, Itachi?" he inquired. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the chakra of the caster was depleted, leading to the disintegration of the Susanoo ensnared by the wooden dragon. Yet, the colossal form of the wooden dragon began to dissipate, gathering around Sasuke's Susanoo like a protective embrace. With labored breaths, Sasuke's Susanoo unraveled, and the returning remnants of chakra caused Itachi immense physical agony as he rose. The skeletal remains of Susanoo ignited around him, barely maintaining his arms in a muscular form as he clutched the Yata mirror, standing resolutely alone. Sasuke's Susanoo, with the wooden dragon perched upon its shoulder, once again lunged forward, colliding with the Yata mirror to engage it in a direct confrontation. Sasuke, enveloped in his Susanoo, darted around Itachi's own Susanoo, drawing back his bow and meticulously adjusting his aim. Itachi, employing the Yata mirror to fend off the wooden dragon, remained acutely aware of Sasuke's movements. At the very moment the arrow was released, Itachi swiftly tore away his fire cloud robe, concealing his form. The arrow pierced through the side of Itachi's Susanoo, penetrating the fire cloud robe. As Itachi's Susanoo dissipated, a swarm of ebony crows took flight, swirling across the horizon. With the Susanoo fading from sight, Sasuke turned his gaze towards the remnants of a fox emblem wall, where Itachi, having narrowly evaded the arrow with a crow substitution, leaned against the wall, his expression vacant, barely able to sustain his Sharingan. In his hazy vision, he beheld the approaching Sasuke, who advanced with determined strides, and a profound sense of oppression flickered in Itachi's eyes. He could only resort to his final technique, crow hunt. The sky erupted with the cacophony of crows as they descended in a frenzied assault. Sasuke's gaze was unwavering, his strides resolute, as he wielded the Kusanagi sword with precision. Amidst the anguished cries of the crows, black feathers lay scattered across the ground. Stepping over the lifeless bodies of crows, Sasuke approached Itachi. Unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the chaos of crows, the last raven silently perched upon the wall's edge, its left eye adorned with the four-pointed shuriken of the Sharingan, fixated intently on Sasuke. With a sharp caw, the raven descended from the wall, poised to breach Sasuke's line of sight from an unexpected angle. Within that eye resided the most formidable genjutsu, the Kodo Amitsukami. Sasuke grasped the Kusanagi sword and surged forward. Itachi, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, managed a faint smile, contemplating that this was it. Yet, he could not have anticipated that what awaited him was not a blade piercing through his chest. The caw of the crow abruptly ceased. Itachi's expression froze. Filled with disbelief, "Sasuke, you." With Itachi cradled in his arms, Sasuke leaned close to his elder brother and spoke softly. "It is enough now, brother. I am fully aware of everything that transpired." Chapter 60, the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, a heartfelt revelation. Itachi, on the eve of the Uchiha coup. You were commanded by the police force to infiltrate Konoha as a spy, while also receiving directives from the village's higher-ups to act as an insider for your clan, thus becoming a double agent. You endeavored to mediate and resolve the discord between the village and your clan, but ultimately, your efforts ended in failure. Uchiha Shursui lost his right eye to Danzo. After entrusting you with his left eye at the South Shrine, he took his own life, solidifying your resolve to sacrifice your clan and yourself for the sake of peace. On the eve of the coup, you received orders from Danzo to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Your condition for negotiation was to spare my life. With great inner turmoil, you bore the weight of sorrow, killing your parents and clan members, earning the title of traitor, and vowing to perish in the battle between us, allowing me to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, and, with your eyes, grant me eternal light. Am I not correct, Itachi? Sasuke calmly articulated to Itachi in his embrace. Itachi, however, was far from tranquil. Who was it that divulged such matters to you? Orochimaru, or perhaps? Sasuke reassured. Rest assured, at the very least, it is not Madara. Itachi was profoundly astonished. You have reached such an understanding? Sasuke declared. However, I did not act in accordance with your expectations. After my defection from Konoha, I awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and have consistently surpassed your predictions. As you sensed your rhythm being disrupted and understood that the day of our confrontation was imminent, you began to make alternative preparations. During our encounter, you attempted to probe through various means, seeking to uncover the experiences I have endured. Should your efforts prove futile, you intend to employ Kodo Amitsukami against me. Am I correct? Sasuke raised his arm as a swirling crow descended upon his shoulder. You have seen through all the illusions I have crafted, Itachi remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Each individual relies on their own knowledge and understanding, yet they are simultaneously constrained by it, often referring to this as reality. However, knowledge and understanding are nebulous concepts. Perhaps reality itself is merely an ephemeral mirage. Humanity exists within the confines of self-awareness. Sasuke successfully shattered Itachi's reality. And even in death, he could finally close his eyes in peace. However, deep within Itachi's heart, after feeling pride for Sasuke's growth, an overwhelming sense of desolation and regret soon followed. Sasuke gazed upon the tears at the corners of his brother's eyes. Itachi, do you feel remorse? Itachi finally revealed his innermost thoughts. Sasuke, unbeknownst to me, you have evolved into a ninja surpassing my own capabilities. I am genuinely proud of you. Yet I lament my own impotence. I never considered that beyond those extreme measures, there could have been better alternatives. If, at that time, I had opened my heart to you, had we discussed a more favorable path, perhaps our parents would not have perished, and our clan could have thrived. Sasuke had long since made peace with the past, yet his brother's tears still stirred his emotions. He recalled that the last time Itachi shed tears was an eternity ago, so distant that he nearly forgot the face filled with uncertainty. Itachi, this is not your fault. It was I who was too weak to inspire hope within you. No, it is my arrogance that blinded me, living in my own world, believing I could control everything while failing to acknowledge you. Sasuke, I thank you for teaching me this valuable lesson in the end. I do not have long to live, but my regrets have been resolved. Guide me to another realm. If I am deemed worthy to meet them, I shall confess my transgressions to our father, mother, and kin, and then tell them that you have grown into a great ninja worthy of the Uchiha name. In response to this farewell declaration, Sasuke suppressed his sorrow and solemnly stated, No, Itachi, death is ultimately but an escape. It is through living that one seeks redemption. You possess unparalleled vision yet remain shackled by the past's love and hatred. It is time to bid farewell to the past and focus on the future. Itachi, the past, the future. Sasuke. Before your very eyes stands a figure from the abyss. Just then, a dark vortex stirred the void, and a masked man clad in a robe of fiery clouds descended without warning, extracting the Kusanagi sword that Sasuke had plunged into the ground. This outcome was as I anticipated. However, Sasuke, Itachi's eyes cannot be so easily claimed by you. You must go through me to obtain Itachi's ocular power, and then they shall serve my purpose. He approached Sasuke from behind, raising the blade in his hand. Whoosh. At that moment, the black vortex churned the air once more, and from it emerged. Obito narrowed his eyes. Is that so? You scoundrel. Step away from Sasuke, will you? Karen furiously hurled her kunai. Whoosh. The kunai pierced through, and Karen entirely passed through. Such ability, whoosh. Obito turned, thrusting the Kusanagi sword backward. Wood release. Thorned killing technique. Kabuto unleashed vine-like wooden tendrils from his hand, ensnaring Obito the instant he materialized, while wooden pillars rose around him, preventing any reckless movement. Obito glanced toward Kabuto. Oh, not only the Sharingan, but you have also mastered wood release, I see. Orochimaru stood behind Sasuke, facing Obito, and spoke in a low tone. I know not what schemes you are plotting, nor do I wish to know, but at this moment, I shall not permit you to approach our jewel so easily. Obito's Sharingan beneath the mask gazed intently at him. Jewel? So, it seems your recent actions concerning Akatsuki are indeed. Orochimaru offered no reply. The unwelcome guest interrupted Sasuke's intent to confide in Itachi. Yet Itachi, observing the formidable reinforcements behind Sasuke, fell into contemplation. Itachi, do you not wish to know what has transpired with me? And the roles these individuals play? I can reveal everything to you, but before that, please rest well. Itachi ceased his bravado. Then I entrust this to you, Sasuke. If you desire that sword, take it. Sasuke assisted Itachi to his feet, casting a sidelong glance behind him. However, that mask, when do you intend to don it again, Uchiha Obito? In the astonishment of Obito's masked visage, whoosh, the five vanished into the vortex of the blade's sacrifice. Crack. With sheer force, Obito broke the wooden restraints binding him. Drip. Suddenly, a crystalline droplet fell into his palm, causing Obito to freeze momentarily. Sweat? The torrential rain cascaded down, cleansing the remnants of the fierce battle between the Uchiha brothers, which had turned their stronghold into ruins. No, is it rain? Obito murmured, slowly lowering his hand. Indeed, how could I? Uchiha Madara shed tears over mere words of bravado from a trifling Uchiha descendant. He cast a sidelong glance and spoke in a deep voice. You're here, aren't you? Show yourself. Amidst the ruins, the black and white figure of Kaguya rose. Black Zetsu darkly inquired, what are your orders? Obito tightly gripped the Kusanagi sword, replying in a low tone. Keep an eye on Danzo's movements. I must retrieve Uchiha Shirsui's right eye. Chapter 61. Sasuke and Itachi, A New Path. Sangyue Island, Riverside Cottage. Sasuke stood vigil by Itachi's bedside as Orochimaru conducted a thorough examination of Itachi's physical condition. Sasuke inquired about Itachi's condition. Orochimaru replied, he has taken my special medicine, which has managed to stabilize his condition for the time being. However, for a complete recovery, he must consume the elixir crafted by the Sage of the White Snake from the Richi Cave. In his previous life, Sasuke, being a prodigy in the ninja world, inevitably interacted with the mystical beings. Notably, his summoning beast, the Green Snake, is also one of the local spirits of the Richi Cave. Thus, he had heard of the elixir from the cave. It is said that this elixir can cure all ailments and maladies of the mortal realm, not only alleviating symptoms, but also fundamentally enhancing one's constitution to ensure the absence of diseases. Due to its rarity, it takes a century to concoct a single vial of this precious elixir. Sasuke pondered thoughtfully, feeling somewhat troubled. The White Snake Sage? He doesn't seem like someone who would be easy to negotiate with. Orochimaru replied, indeed. Once, when Kimimaro was afflicted with a terminal illness, I didn't even consider seeking medicine from him. Sasuke's gaze was calm, yet resolute. Regardless of whether I must kneel or toil, I shall beseech her for the medicine. If these measures prove futile, I will have no choice but to resort to force. Orochimaru, with a faint smile, shook his head. It should not come to that. One must cater to others' preferences. At this moment, seeking the medicine would yield no results. Once I have prepared an appropriate gift, I shall pay her a visit. After 3 days of recuperation, Itachi was able to rise and move about. That night, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Karen instinctively kept their distance. Beneath the azure moonlight by the lakeside, a bonfire was lit, with game and fish caught by Kabuto roasting over the flames, alongside the wine brewed by Orochimaru during his leisure. The two brothers, once at odds, finally found themselves seated together. Itachi reflected deeply. I never imagined that we, as brothers, could sit together like this again. I recall the last time we were in such a position, sitting on the corridor before our home, gazing at the moon, when you were weeping incessantly. Sasuke pondered in confusion. Why do I have no recollection of this? Itachi smiled as he reminisced. Of course, you were still in your cradle at that time. Sasuke's gaze lowered slightly. Indeed, since my earliest memories, Itachi has borne the title of genius, clad in the family's uniform, wielding bow and sword, ever prepared to meet the expectations of those around him. I admired Itachi, thus I embarked on a relentless pursuit of his footsteps. For us, the essence of our daily lives lay in the guidance and training conducted within the forests beyond the mountains or at the family training grounds, was it not? Now, you no longer need to chase behind me, Itachi remarked, as he filled his cup with wine. Sasuke murmured, is your body truly able to withstand the effects of alcohol? Moreover, if my memory serves me right, you are still under the legal drinking age, are you not? Itachi gently swirled the wine cup, observing the ripples within, as if traversing through the 16 years of his existence. For the past 16 years, I have diligently strived to embody the essence of a ninja, adhering strictly to the rules without daring to deviate in the slightest. In truth, deep within my heart, I have grown weary of this existence. Therefore, on this night of reunion with my brother, I shall indulge in a momentary breach of the so-called ninja taboo regarding alcohol. With that, Itachi tilted his head back and consumed the contents of his cup in one swift motion. The initial spiciness gave way to a lingering sweetness that startled him. Sweet wine? Pouring himself another glass, he retrieved a perfectly roasted fish from the fire. Noticing Itachi's elevated spirits, Sasuke refrained from voicing any objections. After several rounds of drinks, Itachi casually shifted the conversation to a more serious topic. Sasuke, would you share your story with me? Sasuke raised his gaze to the moonlit sky, as if seeking those who were forever out of reach. It is a lengthy tale, and I wonder if you might grow weary of it. Itachi pinched a handful of ash and soil, letting it fall into his cup of wine. If it is your story, even if it proves difficult to swallow, I shall drink it down in one go. With that, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. To be honest, I am not particularly adept at storytelling. Where should I begin? Sasuke poured himself a glass of wine, its sweet and spicy notes intermingling with the myriad flavors of life, stirring emotions long buried deep within, accompanied by memories that surged forth, rendering the ambiguous clear. Indeed, let us begin with the valley of the end, as the saying goes. Every ending is but a new beginning. However, this is not the valley of the end from 4 months ago, but rather, from 4 years prior. Itachi listened intently, unaware of how many refills he had savored, oblivious to the countless pauses of the hand that replenished his glass, and utterly unaware of the myriad flashes of blade and blood, the fervor of love and hate, that flickered behind his seemingly deep and tranquil gaze, as well as the poignant sighs and heart-wrenching emotions that filled the air. The wine had run dry, yet the tale continued unabated. The fire had died, yet the tides of emotion still surged within. Regardless of how many times he hesitated to speak, he never once interrupted Sasuke's narration. The cerulean moonlight gradually yielded to the faint glow of dawn. As Sasuke recounted the tale of his past life, though narrated entirely from an outsider's perspective, Itachi understood that it was, in essence, Sasuke's own story. Rising slowly from beside the extinguished fire, Itachi turned towards the pristine lake. Sasuke, the burdens I once boasted of bearing pale in comparison to the weight you carry on your shoulders. Beneath the sleeves of his robe, Itachi's fists clenched and relaxed, then tightened once more, his shoulders trembling in response. Although you have endured a bleak future, I must express my profound relief. How wonderful it is. Two ethereal tears cascaded down the hollows of Itachi's cheeks. It is truly wonderful that you have returned alive. As he beheld Itachi's tear-streaked figure, Sasuke found himself echoing Obito's profound words from years gone by. For Itachi, Sasuke's life held greater significance than the safety of the village. In retrospect, this sentiment scarcely encapsulated Itachi's feelings for Sasuke. Indeed, to Itachi, Sasuke's existence was even more precious than the future of the ninja world itself. Sasuke clenched his fist, realizing that he too had his own burdens to bear. Therefore, this time, he was determined to protect the ninja world that Itachi inhabited. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Karen stood atop a high vantage point, gazing at the sun rising in the sky, reflecting upon the figures of the two brothers. While they rejoiced for the brothers, a sense of pragmatism was inevitable. Kabuto inquired, Itachi will stand by us, won't he? Orochimaru replied, that is a certainty. Kabuto continued, and what of Itachi's eyes? If they are indeed Mangeki, they will inevitably lead to blindness. Orochimaru smirked, isn't there a pair readily available? Kabuto, puzzled, asked who? Orochimaru smiled, the eyes of Uchiha Shisui. Kabuto exclaimed in shock, but Itachi and Shisui are not blood brothers. Their eyes are destined never to merge into the eternal Mangeki, are they? Orochimaru, with a wry smile, replied. Then let them become brothers, and all will be well. Chapter 62, The Prelude to the End of Darkness. In the woods of Tsukigakure Island, a house belonging to Itachi was newly established. Shedding his Akatsuki cloak, he was no longer the fiery phoenix of the organization, symbolizing a departure from his commitments to Konoha. As he aligned with the future, his vision and spirit underwent a profound transformation. At that moment, he held but one identity, that of Sasuke, Uchiha's elder brother and comrade in arms. With the truth now unveiled, the next step was to consider their relationship. In the ninja world, life was not solely comprised of battles. Human emotions and relationships also flourished. That evening, after dinner, the residents of Tsukigakure Island gathered together. Mr. Orochimaru, I apologize for my previous assumptions about you. Furthermore, regardless of the past or present, your care for Sasuke deserves my utmost respect. On the tatami, Itachi unexpectedly bowed deeply to Orochimaru. Oh no, please, you mustn't. Orochimaru quickly assisted Itachi, taken aback not by mere politeness, but by the genuine respect he held for Itachi, which had remained unchanged through the years. Itachi, the honor is truly mine. Your ability to set aside past grievances and treat me with such camaraderie is a privilege. Orochimaru humbly added, I am but a humble man, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Itachi nodded with a smile and turned to Kabuto, saying, as you are a few years my senior, I shall refer to you as Brother Kabuto from now on. Kabuto, flustered, exclaimed, that is absolutely out of the question. In terms of vision, strength, and experience, I am far beneath you. Moreover, you are Lord Orochimaru's esteemed companion and Sasuke's respected elder brother. I cannot bear such an honor. Itachi chuckled, in that case, let us continue to address each other by our names. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, visibly relieved, that would be perfect. Itachi then turned his attention to Karen, who, at that moment, was shyly lowering her head, even removing her glasses, her fingers fidgeting nervously. I am Karen Uzumaki, a friend of Sasuke's for many years. Itachi, I once held many misunderstandings about you, but now I see that you are a caring brother to Sasuke. I hope to have your guidance in the future. Sasuke thought to himself, indeed, Kinyu has already figured it out. Itachi, however, smiled enigmatically. Miss Kinyu, I appreciate your patience and care for my younger brother. From now on, I hope you two can get along well. After this exchange of pleasantries, Itachi had somewhat integrated into the group, and they began discussing serious matters. Orochimaru stated, Itachi, I believe you are already aware of Sasuke's 10 battles planned to absorb the White Curse Seal. The opponents he faced previously, Akatsuki's Chiyo, Haiden, Kaku, and Kisame were chosen based on Sasuke's current strength. With you, this is the 4th battle. Of course, you are not the only candidate for this position. But the bond between you brothers is, after all, a matter of the heart. It is essential to resolve it early so that Sasuke can fully immerse himself in the upcoming conflict, and fortunately, everything is progressing smoothly. Itachi nodded silently. Orochimaru continued, since you have joined us, I will be forthright with you regarding your future. After Sasuke's 6th battle, we will head to the Reno D to seek the Sage's medicine from the White Snake Sage to cure your ailment. Following that, like Kabuto, I will facilitate the transplantation of a suitable amount of Hashirama's cells. Itachi inquired, Is the transplantation of Hashirama's cells truly necessary? Orochimaru replied, indeed, it is essential. The dual eyes that are soon to be compatible with you require Hashirama's cells for support. The outcome of the Meijiki Sharingan is blindness. And the only pair of eyes capable of preventing such fate is the eternal Meijiki. I am aware of its origin, yet its current location remains unknown, and locating it requires fortune. Thus, the conventional method of integrating eternal Meijiki Sharingan is the proper course. The eyes I have selected for you belong to Uchiha Shisui, which harbor the power of Kodo Ōtsutsuki. Itachi did not display excessive surprise. Shisui and I are not directly related by blood. Since this proposal comes from you, Orochimaru, I assume you have devised a solution? Orochimaru nodded. Yes, I have developed a technique called kin transfer by blood, which allows for the conversion of blood relations among family members, thereby breaking the barrier that mandates transplantation must occur within 3 generations of blood relatives. Itachi contemplated. Kin transfer by blood means this technique requires blood, does it not? Or perhaps it necessitates life essence akin to Edo Tensei. Since Shisui is deceased, I would be the only suitable recipient for this technique. Orochimaru smiled appreciatively. It is impressive that you reached this conclusion so swiftly. However, the completion of this technique necessitates fulfilling 2 conditions. First, locating the remains of Uchiha Shisui. And second, retrieving Shisui's right eye from Shimura Danzo. Itachi lowered his gaze. I see, so that is the case. Orochimaru continued. The second task is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in the first. Therefore, I must seek your opinion, Itachi. Are you willing to accept my proposal to choose Shisui's eyes as the necessary component for merging into the eternal Meijiki? I will fully respect your decision. Itachi fell into deep contemplation. Truth be told, he harbored an inner resistance to this method of attaining eternal sight. Yet, he understood that having a powerful ally by Sasuke's side was indispensable for his arduous journey. This was no longer a mere matter of love and enmity. Itachi said, I accept. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Then, our next step is to search for Shisui's remains. To be frank, this is quite a headache. In the future, I will have to scour for the remains of renowned ninjas for the Edo Tensei, but even I have not been able to locate Uchiha Shisui's body. Itachi responded, of course, you would not find it, for I have hidden Shisui's remains. This unexpected revelation left Kabuto in shock, while Sasuke looked on in astonishment. And only Orochimaru maintained a knowing smile. Itachi continued, Shisui's Kodo Ōtsutsuki is powerful enough to alter the ninja world. And one cannot dismiss the possibility of someone like Kabuto from my past attempting to exploit that power to disrupt the world. Hence, I discovered Shisui's remains downstream of the Nanha River and concealed them. Just as I thought, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. This simplifies matters considerably. We need only focus on one task, retrieving Shisui's right eye from Danzo. At that moment, Sasuke silently set down his teacup. Chapter 63, The Hunt for Danzo, The Fourfold Frenzy. Danzo had previously maintained close ties with Orochimaru for the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, with Kabuto acting as an intermediary. After agreeing to take action against Danzo, Kabuto immediately leveraged his identity to commence operations. The method was straightforward and blunt, baiting Danzo into a trap. In a dimly lit room at the headquarters of Konoha's root organization, Danzo perused Kabuto's missive. To Lord Danzo, from Orochimaru, the experiment to enhance Hashirama's cells has been successful. Would you like to be the first beneficiary? Not only can it mitigate the risks associated with Hashirama's cells, but it may also extend your use of Izanagi. I trust you have no reason to refuse. Please meet me at our previous rendezvous. Sincerely, Kabuto, a loyal member of Root. After reading, Danzo rolled up the letter and ignited it in the candle's flame. His left eye reflected the flickering light, revealing a contemplative expression on his face. Orochimaru's recent behavior had been unusual. Not only had he disbanded all outposts, but he had also dismissed all extraneous personnel, adopting an air of retirement. Yet, how could Orochimaru truly retire? He must have a grander scheme in mind. Furthermore, the Akatsuki's recent activities had been frequent, with the Jinchuriki from Tsunagakure and Kumogakure, as well as the 3 tails from Kirigakure, all falling into their hands. Although it was merely rumor, the accelerated movements of the Akatsuki were likely connected to Orochimaru, and thus, I must remain vigilant. That night, at the agreed meeting location, Danzo approached with the aid of a cane. Kabuto greeted him warmly. Lord Danzo, it has been a while. Danzo's voice was low. Where is Orochimaru? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, subtly moving closer. He awaits your esteemed presence at the new base. He recalled Orochimaru's instructions. Kabuto knew that once Danzo activated his Izanagi, all means would be futile against him. Hence, the optimal solution was to seize his right eye before he could activate it. As they stood before Danzo, Kabuto placed a hand on his shoulder. Lord Danzo, allow me to escort you to Orochimaru. Suddenly, that hand slid upward, moving toward Danzo's bound wrist. Danzo sensed something amiss and swiftly pulled away. Kabuto smirked. Having already marked Danzo's right shoulder, the technique activated. With a whoosh, Danzo was instantly transported back before Kabuto. What? Danzo exclaimed in astonishment as Kabuto's hand shot forward like lightning. Crack. Aya! My eye! My eye! Danzo screamed, clutching his bleeding right eye. Kabuto looked at his hand, but his smile froze on his face. That was not a Sharingan. It was an utterly ordinary eye. At that moment, as Danzo clutched his injured eye, a knowing smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, my concerns were not unfounded. In the next moment, he seized a kunai and swiftly slashed his own throat. Kabuto approached to investigate. A substitute, and not merely a transformation technique. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting with a harsh light, and gravely remarked, "It appears he sought someone with a similar physique and appearance, utilizing medical ninjutsu to alter their visage." Subsequently undergoing training to mimic Danzo's demeanor. Even amidst excruciating pain that his body could scarcely endure, he referred to himself as this old man rather than I. Truly alarming. With this living substitute, Danzo signifies that he never intended to take the bait. Has the plan been foiled? In the forest beyond the Leaf Village, Danzo awaited news from his subordinates. One has been eliminated. Danzo's grip tightened around his cane. Return. Just then, a swirling vortex of darkness stirred the void, and a man donning an orange mask descended. "Oh, Danzo, it has been quite some time." Danzo frowned. "Who are you?" It was not only Orochimaru who had set his sights on Danzo after the Fourth Great Ninja War. Obito had instructed Zetsu to monitor Danzo's movements. Upon Obito's arrival, he wasted no time and lunged at Danzo. "Protect Lord Danzo." The root members present surged forward. But how could they match Obito? Swish, swish, swish. Obito's form dashed through them effortlessly. The root members were horrified. What manner of being is this? Observing this, Danzo lowered his cane and raised his hand to form a seal. Not so fast. Whoosh. Wood spikes shot forth from Obito's sleeve, piercing through Danzo's chest. Obito performed the hand signs. Wood release. Cutting technique. Crack, crack. The grotesque wood erupted from Danzo's chest and back, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Obito efficiently dispatched the remaining root members and approached Danzo's body, removing the ribbon that obscured his vision. His gaze hardened beneath the mask. For it was not the Sharingan that lay beneath, but a living substitute. He grasped the ribbon tightly. Have I been outwitted? At the root headquarters in the Leaf Village, 2 subordinates reported, Lord Danzo, 1 and 2 have lost contact. In the dim candlelight, Danzo partially closed his right eye. Is that so? It seems this was indeed a trap, aimed at acquiring Shirsue's right eye. For a time, I cannot leave the village. Henceforth, even root members shall not meet with me directly. You two shall be fully responsible for conveying my orders. Understood. Just as the reporting root member was about to rise, suddenly, one beside him plunged a kunai into his back. Thud. The man collapsed in a pool of blood, while the assailant grinned maliciously and charged at the astonished Danzo. Swish. The candlelight extinguished, and a torrent of blood splattered against the door behind. Danzo met a gruesome end at the threshold. The root member discarded the kunai and removed his mask, revealing the visage of White Zetsu. He stepped forward to claim the spoils, but his expression shifted dramatically. Is this also a deception? The black vortex swirled, and Obito appeared beside Danzo's corpse. White Zetsu seethed. He even used a substitute at the main base. This old fool. His paranoia has reached new heights, yet it is precisely this paranoia that has saved his life. Obito clenched his fist, surveying the lifeless root member slain by Zetsu. He mentioned 1 and 2, so this Danzo substitute must be designated as 3, correct? But we engaged with 2 and 3. Where has 1 gone? To meet whom? Could it be that the one targeting Shirsue's right eye is not merely myself? Could it be Orochimaru as well? Let us depart. It appears we must alter our strategy. Whoosh. The black vortex swirled, and he vanished with White Zetsu into the depths of root. Then, the root member who had been killed by Zetsu rose to his feet. He removed his mask. Who else could it be but Danzo? So it is. Orochimaru and Akatsuki have simultaneously launched their operations against me, and they seem to be staging a contest, acquiring such crucial intelligence with merely 1 eye. How remarkably advantageous. With a flick, he closed the eye in his palm, the one used to activate Izanagi. Danzo clenched his fist. Haha, with this intelligence, I too can maneuver within the game. Who shall emerge as the ultimate victor? Let us allow our eyes to converse. He removed the ribbon that bound his vision, the kaleidoscope swirling with brilliance. On Tsukiyomi Island, Kabuto returned in despair. Lord Orochimaru, I apologize, the mission has failed. Orochimaru replied calmly. If it were that easy to ensnare him, he would not be worthy of the title the Dark Shadow of the Ninja World. Kabuto continued. We have already raised alarm, and luring Danzo out now will be even more challenging. Orochimaru smiled slightly and rose to exit. Accompanied by Itachi, Kabuto, and Karen, Sasuke emerged into the outside world, where he beheld Orochimaru sketching an unprecedented jutsu in a clearing. The intricate patterns of the technique were remarkably unique, with the core evidently resembling a summoning technique, yet interconnected by numerous chain-like formations. Moreover, these patterns exuded an aura reminiscent of the Shiki Fujin, the dead demon consuming seal. Danzo had previously acquired Hashirama's cells through us, and as a precaution, I preserved his life essence. With my past abilities, that essence could only serve for a reanimation via impure world reincarnation, but times have changed. Orochimaru retrieved Danzo's life essence and placed it at the core of the formation, entering the state of the death god. This summoning technique within the Death God formation was known as the Soul Lock. As Orochimaru transitioned into this state, he deftly formed hand seals, his long hair flowing elegantly. Sasuke-kun, brace yourself. Consider this a warm-up for the impending 5th battle in half a month. I shall summon Danzo directly. Deadly technique, Soul Lock. With a swish, a beam of black light descended from the heavens, striking the center of the formation. The black light dissipated into a swirling mist, revealing none other than the embodiment of darkness in the shinobi world, Danzo Shimura. This was unexpected. As anticipated, Danzo was taken aback by this unforeseen situation, his face a portrait of shock. As the black mist cleared, he surveyed his surroundings in confusion. He recognized Kabuto, the unfamiliar red-haired girl, the recently defected Sasuke, and even the very Itachi he had long sought to eliminate, whom Sasuke had betrayed Konoha to ally with. This absurd scene, defying all logic, led him to question whether it was a mere illusion rather than reality. In a moment of desperation, he drove a kunai into the back of his hand. The accompanying pain, mingled with blood, rendered the illusion even more tangible. With a swift motion, he withdrew the kunai, allowing his arm to fall limply as his gaze darkened. This was not a dream. It was a reality more surreal than any dream. Gazing down at the mysterious jutsu beneath him and tracing the chain-like patterns, he spotted a man clad in an ethereal white haori with 2 horns protruding from his head outside the formation. Despite the altered appearance and chakra that felt like a different person altogether, Danzo recognized him instantly. Clenching his bleeding hand, he seethed, "Orochimaru, is this your doing?" Orochimaru slowly lowered his hands from their seals and returned to his normal state from the Death God mode. "Danzo, you have been overly cautious. I had no choice but to resort to this measure." Danzo forcefully suppressed his unease and demanded, "What is your purpose in summoning me here?" Orochimaru replied, "Do not feign ignorance. Hand over Shirsue's right eye." Danzo retorted, "Shirsue's right eye? I have no idea what you are talking about." At this moment, Itachi clenched his fist and spoke gravely, "Danzo, do not deny it. Shisui himself stated that you deceived him and stole his right eye. To prevent you from acquiring his left eye as well, he chose to take his own life." Faced with this revelation, Danzo displayed no shame and instead countered, "Itachi, you traitor. You had promised Hisashi to act as an insider within Konoha, monitoring Akatsuki's movements. Why, then, do you find yourself here, scheming against me alongside Orochimaru?" Sasuke's gaze turned icy, ready to strike, yet Itachi pressed his hand upon his shoulder and declared, "I have resolved to bid farewell to the past. Danzo, you are, for now, a senior of Konoha. Leave Shirsue's right eye, and I shall beseech Orochimaru to grant you your freedom." "Huh? Do you truly believe I would fall for such Navi utterances?" Danzo scoffed as he tore away the silk ribbon binding the cursed spirit. "You fear the threat of Koto Ōtsutsuki, which is why you do not rise against me in unison, correct?" In a swift motion, he formed the hand seals for Izanagi, thoughts racing in his mind. Regardless of Orochimaru's summoning techniques, the greatest threat in terms of combat lies with Itachi. First, I shall utilize Koto Ōtsutsuki to turn him to my will, and then my escape will be far more assured. Beside Itachi, Sasuke spoke, "Brother, your intentions are noble. Yet the recipient shows no gratitude. You are still recovering. Allow me to take over." Understanding the futility of further dialogue with Danzo, Itachi cautioned Sasuke, "Be exceedingly careful." "Sasuke, in my previous life, I confronted Danzo. The only distinction this time is that his Koto Ōtsutsuki is not on cooldown, as Orochimaru aptly remarked. It serves as a fitting warm-up before the 5th battle." Danzo, observing Sasuke as he stands resolutely in front of Itachi, muses, "Uchiha Sasuke, he is reconciled with Itachi. Has Itachi revealed the truth to him? Humph. How blind I have been to entrust the weighty task of annihilating the Uchiha clan to Itachi. Nevertheless, it matters not. If your beloved brother, Itachi, falls into my grasp, you shall comply, won't you?" Yet, what unfolds next is an astonishing spectacle that Danzo could scarcely fathom. Sasuke unexpectedly retrieved a black ribbon, binding it around his eyes. Covering his eyes? Was it to guard against the other gods? Boom. In the next instant, a dark purple chakra manifested outside of Sasuke, forming a skeletal figure. Danzo's pupils constricted. That is. Boom. The heavy fist that struck forward smashed Danzo, who was momentarily paralyzed with shock, into a bloody pulp. The activation of Izanagi turned Danzo's death into a fleeting dream, allowing him to resurrect in an advantageous position for a counterattack. Is this the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, known as Susanoo? Danzo pondered briefly, not long ago. Kakashi Hatake had been ambushed in the Vortex Clan's meeting hall, and Sasuke Uchiha had already awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. This was his most recent intelligence. Yet, he never expected that merely 6 months later, Sasuke could master this technique so proficiently. 2 months prior to the start of the Ten Tails battle marked an initial adaptation period for the Cursed Seal, hence, the story had unfolded for half a year, rather than 4 months. However, the method of covering one's eyes to guard against the other gods seemed clever, but in reality, it was a foolish strategy. Sacrificing the invaluable insight of the Sharingan, akin to choking oneself on food. Furthermore, a cold smile crept onto Danzo's lips. "Why should I entangle myself with you?" He actually attempted to bypass Sasuke's Susanoo, advancing directly towards Itachi. Unflinching, Itachi stood his ground, fully trusting in Sasuke. Sensing the direction of the wind, Sasuke discerned Danzo's intention. Crack! Flesh and muscle rapidly enveloped the skeletal frame of Susanoo, drawing back the bow and releasing an arrow that shot forth behind him. Boom! The massive arrow pierced through Danzo, embedding itself into the ground. Danzo was aghast. He covered his eyes, yet could still ascertain my position. Then he used the arrow launched by Susanoo to strike me. Whoosh! Izanagi was triggered once more, and Danzo attempted the same trick again, only to be thwarted once more by Sasuke's arrow. Orochimaru marveled. Indeed, he possesses a profound understanding of Danzo's Izanagi characteristics. Blindly pursuing the scale of attack is utterly meaningless. By maintaining a precise and powerful barrage of arrows, he exerts lethal pressure. This can be considered the most energy-efficient combat strategy. With Sasuke's current chakra, shooting 100 arrows is well within his capability. However, Danzo must have realized who his true adversary is. After being thwarted 3 times by the massive arrows, Danzo finally grasped the situation. He gazed in horror at the youth standing resolutely within Susanoo, a lone warrior guarding the gate. Uchiha Sasuke. How has his power grown to such an extent in such a short time? Whoosh! The second eye on his wrist closed. Like a startled bird, Danzo dared not recklessly advance or retreat. Damn it, now I am at a disadvantage. Without even mentioning Itachi, his brother has also grown stronger, along with Orochimaru and Kabuto. The other gods can only be activated once. Before the remaining 8 eyes and the 8 minutes of Izanagi are exhausted, I must escape. It seems that the presence of the hunter has caused Danzo to hesitate, rendering him unable to confront Sasuke with full force. Thus, Orochimaru declared, Danzo, if you can surpass Sasuke, I will let you go. Danzo's expression shifted. Do you truly mean that? Orochimaru chuckled. You have no choice. You must trust and pray that I am not a despicable pawn like you. Very well. Danzo's lips curled into a sinister smile. He no longer hesitated, turning to face Sasuke. Within Susanoo, the black ribbon bound around Uchiha Sasuke, his white cheek remained as tranquil as a still pond. Danzo's gaze darkened. He can accurately capture my movements through the sound of the wind. Then I shall use the wind to obscure his perception. He drew blood from the back of his hand before activating his Izanagi and formed a series of seals. Summoning Technique. Chapter 65. A world where only Danzo is wounded. Boom. With a massive cloud of smoke, a gigantic creature known as Dream Baku, with an elephant's trunk and tusks, descended. Its trunk releasing a gust of air that resonated like a train whistle. Boom. The Dream Baku opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful vacuum of wind that immobilized Susanoo, while the howling wind also disrupted Sasuke's ability to discern sounds. Whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo circled to Susanoo's rear, forming seals and combining his strongest wind technique with the Dream Baku's formidable suction. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Boom. The wind sphere, as powerful as a rocket, crashed into the back of Susanoo, creating a gaping hole instantly. The flaw in Susanoo lay here. Danzo surged forward. Sasuke, enveloped in the protection of his Susanoo, possessed a profound understanding of Danzo's maneuvers, owing to his past life experiences. This strategy, could it be the dreaming demon? I once had it roast a fire for me, but this time, I wish for you to meet a different demise. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands before him. Would release, flower tree world, descend. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous trees burgeoned around the Susanoo. As Danzo approached, he found himself ensnared by 2 towering trees, rendered immobile. Danzo's eyes widened in shock. Would release. Has he transplanted the cells of Hashirama? To think he could even utilize the flower tree world. Crack, crack. The twin trees clasping him unveiled their budding blossoms, exuding a potent vitality that pierced through Danzo's abdomen and erupted from his lower back, releasing a cloud of pollen. What in the world? It's the flower tree world, Ag. The golden pollen, cascading from the blossoms sprouting from his back, appeared from the spectator's perspective as if Danzo were expelling foul air from his loins. Karen instinctively covered her mouth and nose, despite the pollen being unable to reach her standing area. Orochimaru, with unrelenting sarcasm, remarked, Danzo, you claim to protect the roots of Konoha, yet you parasitize its flowers, continuously emitting corruption into the shinobi world. Your current disgrace is quite fitting. Coincidentally, the flower that pierced Danzo was but a mere anomaly within the flower tree world. Across the realm, dozens of blossoms simultaneously released toxic pollen. The poisonous pollen, drawn in by the dreaming demon's voracious winds, coalesced into a yellow torrent, surging into its gaping maw. Whoosh! The inhalation abruptly ceased. The dreaming demon's eyes rolled back, its colossal form collapsing with a thud, lifeless. Kabuto stared in astonishment. The summoned beast, slain, yet did not vanish? This peculiar phenomenon caused Orochimaru's gaze to deepen in contemplation. To my knowledge, only the 3 legendary summoning beasts do not vanish upon being defeated. Could it be related to the environment of Tsukiyomi Island? The incident with the dreaming demon did not disrupt the duel between the 2 combatants. Danzo, reborn from his Izanagi, emerged beyond the flower tree world, gazing at the obstructing thickets, his countenance ashen. The same ninjutsu, wielded by different users, determines its potency. This flower tree world, though not as grand as when employed by the first Hokage, still possessed considerable might. Why could this mere child command the formidable cells of Hashirama? Danzo clenched his fist, cursed Orochimaru. His letter claimed he had modified the Hashirama cells. Surely, there is substance to it. If this were not a fatal trap, how splendid it would be. My power could ascend to unprecedented heights. He cast a glance at his arm, his Sharingan wide open, still possessing 5 eyes. 5 more minutes? He observed Sasuke, who was panting within the Susanoo. Outside, Kabuto remarked, "Hey, has Sasuke begun to feel fatigued? With his chakra, that shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the exhaustion from his battle with Itachi still lingers? But that was over half a month ago, wasn't it?" This notion left Karen with a look of suspicion. Itachi, concerned, clenched his fist. Yet when he glanced at Orochimaru's almost smirking visage, a thought struck him. Could it be that Sasuke intends to? Within the battleground, Danzo chuckled. It seems, after all, you are merely a child. The continuous use of Manjiki Sharingan techniques and would release has begun to take its toll, hasn't it? Sasuke bellowed. Silence. I shall demonstrate to you the true power of the Uchiha. The Susanoo once again manifested a bow and arrow, aimed directly at Danzo's position. Boom. Danzo was pierced through, only to be reborn instantaneously. I shall see just how many of those arrows you can still unleash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The great arrows were fired in succession. And as time progressed, the eyes upon his arms began to close one by one. Only 3 remain. Whoosh. This time, the arrow narrowly missed Danzo's arm, embedding itself into the ground. Observing this, Danzo's smile widened. Your aim has waned. It appears your stamina is nearing its limit. 3 minutes, entirely feasible. I shall press him relentlessly. As Danzo maneuvered, he continuously unleashed powerful wind techniques, bombarding the Susanoo. Roar, do not underestimate me. Sasuke roared, his hands embracing one another as the realm of trees surged once more. With a fierce countenance, he manipulated the colossal tree, crushing towards Danzo's position amidst the howling winds. Danzo thought to himself, excellent, he has lost his ability to assess the situation calmly. Those remaining 2 eyes will suffice. He took advantage of Sasuke's precautions against the Kodoame Tsukumi, employing the black rods of the GJ to launch a diversionary tactic, further disrupting Sasuke's judgment and leading him to recklessly squander his chakra. Nevertheless, even then, Danzo dared not hastily release the Izanagi. At last, the final eye entered a countdown. Huff, huff, huff. Within the desolate realm of trees, Susanoo vanished. As Sasuke knelt with one hand on the ground, clutching the black rods. Swish, swish, swish. Shuriken, infused with chakra, rained down from all directions, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing wind, severing trees and timber alike. Utilizing the cover of the trees, Sasuke evaded with great difficulty, yet ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. The last eye of Danzo closed with a finality. Now was the moment. Danzo surged forward at full speed, unwrapping the black cloth that ensnared his eye, ready to cast Kodoame Tsukumi, intent on rendering Sasuke utterly his puppet. Thus, neither Itachi nor Orochimaru would dare act recklessly. Master Sasuke, exclaimed Kabuto. To his astonishment, it was Itachi who held Sasuke's shoulder. Itachi, you, Kabuto began. Itachi smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, everything is within Sasuke's control. As he ran, Danzo unveiled the white satin ribbon binding his right eye, revealing the Manjiki Sharingan with its 4-pointed pinwheel design. At that moment, Orochimaru revealed the truth. Even if the eye on his arm was depleted, Danzo possessed another option. He could utilize Shursue's right eye to activate Izanagi, rendering their plan to seize the eyes utterly futile. How could they prevent Danzo from taking this step? Indeed, it was through feigned weakness, allowing Danzo to perceive a glimmer of hope. However, if this pretense were to occur at the last critical moment, Danzo would undoubtedly harbor suspicions, drastically diminishing their chances of success. Thus, Sasuke began to feign weakness mid-battle, perfectly embodying the image of a combative yet proud youth, fighting valiantly even as his chakra waned. Kabuto remarked, so those blustering claims from Sasuke were merely a ruse. Orochimaru smiled knowingly. After all, Sasuke is still but a child. Children must exhibit childlike behavior, allowing Danzo to lower his guard. Karen suddenly understood. Now it makes sense. No wonder Sasuke's chakra showed no signs of depletion, yet he appeared in such distress. With a swift motion, Danzo rushed before Sasuke, tearing away the black cloth that obscured his Sharingan, revealing it was shrouded by a layer of black cornea. Orochimaru explained. The self-modified serpentine transformation employs the cornea of a snake to shield the eye. Even without the ribbon, it can defend against Kodoame Tsukumi. Indeed, that ribbon was merely a distraction, designed to lure Danzo closer. Then, at the very moment Danzo attempted to activate Kodoame Tsukumi, through the snake's thermal perception, they identified the hottest point of chakra, the position of the right eye. With a swift motion, Sasuke's right hand ruthlessly pierced through Danzo's right eye. Crack! Orochimaru marveled. From the very beginning, Sasuke had orchestrated everything, masterfully controlling the tempo and steering the battle towards its conclusion. Truly remarkable. Oh, my eye, my eye. Danzo cried out in despair. With a laugh, Orochimaru remarked, see? It was quite simple, wasn't it? Only in a world where Danzo is injured can one achieve this. Thus concluded Chapter 66, The Death of Danzo. Sasuke retrieved a porcelain vial he had long prepared and placed the right eye of Shursui into the nurturing liquid. With a hiss, the serpent's cornea receded, and Sasuke's eyes shimmered with the brilliance of the six-pointed star. Danzo knelt on the ground, clutching his gushing right eye, while his left eye fixated on the vibrant youth before him, who exhibited no signs of battle fatigue. In astonishment, he exclaimed, You deliberately feigned a weakness, luring me into a vulnerable position before you. Sasuke coldly remarked, Danzo, all your sinister tricks appear as mere child's play in my eyes. How infuriating. How utterly detestable. He unleashed, would release, great destructive tree. Danzo roared as a monstrous tree erupted from his right shoulder, advancing menacingly towards Sasuke to constrict him. Sasuke nonchalantly evaded, his left eye gently focusing. Amaterasu. Whoosh. The black flames surged up the tree, engulfing Danzo's body. Ah! He writhed on the ground, howling in anguish, the terror of death rendering his defiance futile. I, an old man, have already surrendered Shursui's right eye as per our pre-battle agreement. Itachi, hurry. Stop your brother. At this moment, Itachi stepped forward slowly, his expression one of deep compassion, his words heavy with gravity. Danzo, it is wise not to judge a person based solely on appearances and assumptions. You believe me to be kind-hearted and indecisive, one who would repeatedly plead for your sake for the village, but you are gravely mistaken. It is precisely because you have miscalculated your own capabilities and underestimated Sasuke's potential that you find yourself in such a pitiful state. The opportunity was given to you, yet you failed to cherish it. Now, no one can save you. Crack. Danzo roared, snapping the branch of a tree with his right arm, charging towards the seemingly weakest among them, Karin. His intention was as before, to seize Karin as a hostage to threaten Sasuke and Orochimaru. Yet, he remained oblivious that Karin was no longer the Karin of yesteryears. Eye technique, bloodline of death. Sing. The streaks of the blood dragon eye flickered in Karin's gaze, and the red spike that fell from her sleeve was thrust into her own chest. Thud. The sudden excruciating pain in her chest twisted Danzo's features, causing him to stumble helplessly to the ground, blood staining his garments and the earth beneath him. Physique restoration. Crack. Karin withdrew the spike, biting her wrist, as the wound on her chest rapidly healed. Sasuke clenched his fist. The piercing anguish of the spike through his heart and the searing flames engulfing him left Danzo in utter despair. How infuriating that I, a man destined to become Hokage and alter the ninja world, should perish in such a place. At this juncture, Orochimaru spoke. Sasuke-kun, extinguish the black flames. I have something to inquire of Danzo. Sasuke nodded slightly, his right eye narrowing as he extinguished the black flames with his jutsu. Danzo, his body charred and mangled, still clung to life, albeit barely. Orochimaru stepped forward. Danzo, the ancestor of Uchiha Shursui, known as Uchiha Kagami during the Second Shinobi World War, served as the Uchiha clan leader and captain of the police force. Was he not your contemporary? In Danzo's silence, Orochimaru continued, during that time, Kagami was renowned as a genius, unparalleled since Madara, his brilliance rivaling that of his descendant Shursui. He possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, yet such a man was assassinated by enemy forces during the Second Shinobi World War. I find it hard to believe, do you not agree? Danzo replied. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Orochimaru halted before Danzo. You orchestrated it, did you not? Kagami regarded you as a close friend. Thus he would not have been on guard. Your objective was to acquire Kagami's eyes, not only to prevent your own Sharingan from going blind, but to restore the vision of those eyes bound in sealing. Theoretically, this would allow for the infinite continuation of Izanagi, the most formidable auxiliary ocular technique, Tengaku Mimi. Danzo sneered. It's quite impressive that you are aware of such confidential matters. Orochimaru responded. Kagami did not die directly from Root's assassination. He succumbed to his injuries when discovered by the direct ANBU of Lord Hiruzen. Yet, Kagami's eyes have vanished. Danzo, while it seems unlikely, I still wish to know, are those eyes in your possession? Danzo chuckled coldly. If I had obtained those eyes, I would have used them myself long ago. How could I meet my end in such a manner? Orochimaru smiled. That is indeed true. Your obsession with Izanagi has reached a state of madness. Furthermore, even if I knew, I would not share it with you. Struggling, Danzo rose, his unfocused gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. You and Akatsuki are blights upon the ninja world, detrimental to Konoha. I can no longer survive, at the very least. Let me accomplish one righteous act before I depart. With a sudden motion, Danzo ripped open his chest garment, revealing the intricate sealing technique of the four symbols. For the sake of the ninja world, for Konoha, I shall confront you here. Boom. Sasuke decisively interrupted Danzo's incantation with a swift kick, sending him flying like a severed kite, crashing into the lifeless form of the dream beast. A resounding thud echoed within the confines of the four-symbol seal. Dark veins erupted, enveloping the corpse of the dream beast and transforming it into a black orb. Curse it. In the end, I have not become Hokage. How bitterly unsatisfying. Hiruzen, open your eyes and witness. The Uchiha you indulged in has personally extinguished the hope for the future of the ninja world. I, Shimura Danzo. With a whoosh, The black orb contracted, and the dream beast's corpse vanished without a trace. In the bowl-shaped depression of the earth, Danzo's life force had dissipated. The five gathered at the edge of the pit, witnessing the fall of Shimura Danzo, a man infamous for his dark reputation in the ninja realm. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and murmured, "Did Danzo ever know the whereabouts of the Mirror Eyes?" Orochimaru responded in a low, somber tone, "The answer has become irrelevant. Izanagi breeds a dangerous overconfidence and excessive reliance, leading to the degradation of combat instincts. Once Izanagi is lost, one becomes mere prey, a notion thoroughly validated in Danzo's case. In essence, Izanagi is but an illusion, self-deception, and the deception of others." Reaching the bottom of the pit, Orochimaru produced a vial and poured its contents over Danzo's remains. With a hiss and the rising of scorching smoke, Danzo's body was entirely consumed. "Thus, Shirsue's eyes are now within our grasp," Orochimaru declared. "Itachi's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has a destination. Sasuke, you may now prepare earnestly for the Fifth Great War." "Sasuke, I had the same intention." Orochimaru turned his gaze and smiled, saying, "This time, I can inform you in advance about your opponent in the fifth battle. He is a man who is both familiar yet unfamiliar to you. And that man is the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya." Chapter 67, The News of Heroes. Prior to the fourth battle, Deidara, who attempted to intercept Sasuke but was ultimately defeated, unleashed his pin-up fury on the path ahead. He returned to his homeland and defeated the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura. That was originally Kisame's assignment. So Kisame also took the opportunity to hunt down the Five Tails, which belonged to the same village. Following the loss of two significant tailed beasts, Inoki, the Tsuchikage who had once utilized Akatsuki during the war, announced a split from Akatsuki. On another front, while Danzo perished on the isolated Tsukigakure Island, the disappearance of the cursed seal of the root served as indirect evidence of his demise for the root members. The news was promptly conveyed to Obito through Zetsu. In the current shinobi world, only a select few possessed the capability to eliminate Danzo quietly. Since it was not Akatsuki who struck, Obito naturally thought of the boy who, with Orochimaru's backing, had already defeated 5 Akatsuki members. It was likely that Shirsue's right eye had also fallen into Orochimaru's hands. They had preempted him once more. This time, Obito appeared particularly restless. Although Akatsuki had successfully hunted and sealed 5-tailed beasts, the unease that lingered in his heart could not be dispelled. He sensed that Orochimaru must have significant plans involving Sasuke. If Sasuke were to implant Itachi's eyes and unlock the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, his power would undoubtedly escalate. And the means to ensure Sasuke's allegiance, the Kodo Amatsukami, had not yet been acquired. Should Orochimaru's intentions indeed conflict with Akatsuki's interests, it would present a formidable threat ahead. Perhaps it was time to speak frankly with that individual. During Akatsuki's assembly to seal the tailed beasts, Kisame had received word of Itachi's defeat at Sasuke's hands. After the sealing was complete, he wandered alone along a winding mountain path, his silhouette radiating despair. Kisame-senpai, may I have a word?" However, since earlier, there had been an insistent follower behind him. Kisame halted his steps, striving to contain his impatience. "Obito, I'm not in the best mood right now. Could you keep your distance?" Obito slowly lowered his hand, which had been suspended in the air without purpose. He slightly bowed his head, and beneath the mask, a tone of seriousness emerged, contrasting sharply with his usual comedic voice. "To think that even you, who are closest to me, have been kept in the dark." Kisame turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Obito. Obito raised his left hand adorned with a jewel ring and removed his mask. The face revealed before Kisame caused his bulging, fish-like eyes to widen in shock. Instantly, all the doubts swirling in his mind dissipated. He erupted into a laugh of realization. "Ah, so it is you, Obito. This certainly makes my actions within Akatsuki much more convenient. Former Mizukage." "No, Lord Madara." Obito replied in a low tone. "I trust you will take good care of things from now on, Kisame. A significant change has occurred, and I wish to accelerate our pace. The 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, I aim to secure these 3-tailed beasts within the next month." Kisame calmly inquired. "That is indeed a formidable task. Are the other members not prepared to lend a hand?" Obito candidly confessed. "Deidara is a ticking time bomb, unreliable. As for Zetsu, he is not a combat type. Nagato and Konan have their own agendas. They just haven't shown their true colors yet. Ultimately, Kisame, you are the only one I unconditionally trust and have entrusted with this important task." Kisame declared with conviction, "It is truly my honor. I will do my utmost. However, it seems your assignment does not include the 9 tails? That Jinchuriki is merely a child. It should not be difficult to deal with. Is there something unspeakable behind this?" Obito responded. "The 9 tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, is currently under the constant protection of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya. At that time, Pain Nagato will take action himself. If, by any chance, even Pain cannot subdue him, I will intervene." Kisame nostalgically recalled. "The legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya? Not long ago, I had the fortune to meet him. Before that, I also encountered Hatake Kakashi and that rare beast of Konoha. The legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya, is a being even Itachi would avoid. In just a little over half a year, Everything has changed. Obito's eyes flickered with an imperceptible darkness as he tightened his grip on his mask. In the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, there will be no hatred or love, no pain of separation. That world is not far from us. On Tsukigakure Island, Kabuto's operations prior to the third battle had yielded feedback. With the design blueprints and financial support provided by Orochimaru, the first batch of experimental facilities had arrived. Orochimaru specifically brought Itachi to observe. This is the processing center required for rapid cloning, which is closely linked to my new experimental equipment and is also the simplest to operate. After all, cloning technology has already become quite advanced in the future. Even my child was born through cloning techniques. Itachi inquired, "Is it that child named Sasuke? Do you wish to recreate him?" Orochimaru gently shook his head. Even if I were to recreate him, Sasuke would no longer be Sasuke. He would be a new life form resembling Sasuke. If I were to welcome this child's birth with a sense of loss, it would only lead to emptiness and be irresponsible to this child. Therefore, Sasuke belongs to the past. I will remember him, but I will never attempt to recreate him. These transcendent words struck a chord with Itachi, who shared a high level of consciousness. Orochimaru then shifted the topic. White Zetsu, a special life form born from humans trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi, was once used by Kaguya Ōtsutsuki as soldiers against her clan. The essence of the infinite Tsukuyomi technique is to gradually assimilate human and divine tree powers. According to this principle, White Zetsu's combat strength should be exceptionally formidable. Unlike in his previous life, I traced the origins and found two reasons. First, Kaguya's divine tree was of poor quality. Second, Kaguya's methods of nurturing White Zetsu were flawed, ultimately leading to a significant reduction in White Zetsu's combat capabilities. The only successful specimen was a unique White Zetsu named Obito. In this world, whether as experimental subjects or in response to the needs of war, White Zetsu is an indispensable material. Itachi understood. So you intend to utilize inhumane cloning techniques to achieve the mass production of White Zetsu? Orochimaru chuckled. Indeed, my technology no longer requires humans as experimental subjects. Thus, I will proceed with White Zetsu. In the dungeon, just a wall away from the laboratory, was imprisoned the White Zetsu captured during the rescue of Gaara. Orochimaru folded his sleeves and stood shoulder to shoulder with Itachi in front of the cell. After the fifth battle concludes, I shall commence the mass cloning of White Zetsu, establishing our own intelligence network, thus sparing us from sending Kabuto on endless errands. Whoosh. At that moment, a black vortex began to swirl. Orochimaru remarked, "Oh, Kabuto, you've arrived just as I was mentioning you." Kabuto landed and, looking weary, said, "I finally located that lord's whereabouts. It was truly elusive." Orochimaru replied, "Oh? Where is it? I would like to know as well." Do adjusted his glasses and solemnly declared, "The ruins of the Uzumaki clan, the land of whirlpools, have been obliterated for many years." Chapter 68. The Fifth Battle, the Land of Whirlpools, an era-defining encounter. It was a fortnight ago that Jiraiya and Naruto visited the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. Their training journey had extended almost 7 months. Amidst the harsh winter of the 61st year of Konoha, through the Uzumaki clan's hidden hall, Kakashi's ambush confirmed Sasuke's prowess. But Naruto's resolve to retrieve Sasuke remained unwavering. Consequently, Jiraiya had to abandon his initial intention of compensating for Naruto's childhood through this journey and instead dedicated himself to relentless, grueling training. As a result, Naruto's strength surged dramatically. Within merely 3 months, he mastered the Great Ball Rasengan, a technique that had previously taken him 3 years to learn, and had begun training in the nature transformation of the Rasengan. Fearing that training a new technique using the multi-shadow clone jutsu might cause the Nine-Tails chakra to run amok, Tsunade, upon learning of this, summoned Yamato and assigned him to assist Naruto in his training endeavors. In the training area, iron-spiked wooden stakes stood erect, with Yamato supporting his right wrist with his left hand, the character seat facing forward. He had maintained this position for quite a while, and his stamina was beginning to wane. Initially, he thought it would be an easy task, but upon inspection, he realized it was anything but. Just like that, I seem to have found the trick. Curse it. Yet again I have failed. Come on, Dad. Let us try once more with vigor. Little Naruto, along with thousands of his shadow clones, trained vigorously in the frigid landscape, their fervent energy swirling the air, almost thawing the ice and snow. Yamato, struggling, remarked, Naruto, training requires a balance of effort and rest. Let us take a break." Through their interactions, Naruto and Yamato formed a commendable bond, and Naruto was quite considerate of his instructor. Thus, after half an hour, Naruto concluded his training session. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clones dissipated, and all experience and fatigue surged back to the original body. Naruto lay on the ground, breathing heavily yet feeling fulfilled. Phew, I made further progress. If I continue like this for another half-month, I'll have mastered this technique. His azure and pure eyes gazed at his battered right hand, which he clenched tightly. I can hardly wait to see Sasuke's shocked expression when he witnesses my new technique. Ha. Will he be so frightened that he gives up the struggle and obediently returns to the village with me? That would be somewhat anticlimactic. Observing Naruto's innocent yet resolute gaze, Yamato felt a pang of emotion but reminded him, Do not be blindly optimistic. The current Sasuke is not so easily dealt with. It is said that even Kakashi-sensei has suffered at his hands. Mastering a new technique alone is insufficient. You must enhance your ninja qualities as a whole to ensure the technique has full efficacy. Ha ha ha, I am well aware. Thus, I shall strive to grow to the level that the perverted sage anticipates, so I can journey to the sacred land he spoke of, known as Mocha Mountain. Naruto laughed heartily, springing up with a fish-like bounce, his fist striking his palms. All right, let us continue our training. Yamato chuckled wryly as he prepared to resume. Hey, I understand your enthusiasm, but could you please consider my feelings a bit? And so, Naruto's training proceeded with fervor. The ruins of the land of whirlpools were built underground, safeguarded by a barrier that preserved the library from the ravages of war during the nation's downfall. Jiraiya successfully breached the barrier and entered the library. However, the purpose of his visit wasn't merely to train. He had come with a specific objective. Before embarking on this training journey with Naruto, he had visited Kakashi at the Konoha hospital. Aside from the peculiar enhancement of Sasuke's strength, Kakashi provided another crucial piece of information. He revealed that Sasuke had deliberately infiltrated Konoha, risking everything to retrieve a mask from the Uzumaki clan's hidden hall. It was evident that the mask held significant importance. Jiraiya had etched the mask's image into his mind through the transmission scroll Kakashi provided. By associating the elements of Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru, and Shiki Fuin, dead demon-consuming seal, Jiraiya boldly speculated that the mask was connected to Orochimaru's sealed hands. This was indeed the purpose of his visit to the land of whirlpools. Initially, he harbored little hope. However, upon examining the Uzumaki clan's documents regarding Shiki Fuin, which detailed the method to lift the seal, he found that the mask serving as a medium bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Kakashi remembered. It was precisely as he thought. Jiraiya clenched the scroll tightly. At this juncture, he finally understood that Sasuke's retrieval of the mask was intended to assist Orochimaru in reclaiming the hand sealed within the Shinigami. If it were merely a matter of allowing Orochimaru to reclaim his hands, that would be one thing. What truly astonished Jiraiya, causing him to break into a cold sweat, was another line recorded in the scroll. As a synchronous medium for the Shinigami, the sacrifice must pay the price of life to release all souls sealed within the Shinigami's belly. The sacrifice must pay with their life. Orochimaru would not personally assume the cost of his own life. Who could it be? Could it be Uchiha Sasuke? If Sasuke were to perish, how would Naruto react upon discovering this reality? To release all souls sealed within the Shinigami's belly. Only Minato and Sarutobi-sensei had utilized the Shiki Fuin. Yet the Shinigami's belly contained not only Orochimaru's hands, but also the souls of the fourth Hokage and the other half of the Nine Tails. Given Orochimaru's ambitions, would he merely settle for reclaiming his hands? The worst-case scenario would be that all four Hokage souls were harnessed by Orochimaru. Jiraiya understood the implications of such a development. If he were to manipulate the four former Hokages and the other half of the Nine Tails to launch an assault on the village once again, Konoha would inevitably face utter devastation, plunging the entire ninja world into chaos. It seemed Naruto's training must temporarily conclude. He needed to return to Konoha personally to report this situation to Tsunade. Rolling up the documents, he tucked them away and hoisted the enormous scroll onto his back. Leaving the Uzumaki clan's library, he intended to return with Naruto immediately. Whoosh! But at that moment, the biting cold of the snowstorm raging across the land of whirlpools intensified. The sound of wooden sandals came to an abrupt halt as the white-haired youth in the snow turned his powerful frame. When a ninja's strength reaches a certain level, they can influence their surroundings through sheer presence. A figure approached, clad in a white cloak blending seamlessly with the snowy backdrop. It was Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Wasn't he it? In a calm inquiry, the youth slowly removed his hood, shaking off the snowflakes clinging to his hair. Jiraiya widened his eyes in disbelief. The youth, composed and respectful, stated, "I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I wish to seek your guidance." Chapter 69. The Fifth Battle, Sasuke vs. Jiraiya. In the midst of the wind and snow, Jiraiya's thoughts whirled. Uchiha Sasuke specifically sought me out, undoubtedly under the influence of Orochimaru, or perhaps he himself is Orochimaru. However, I am well aware that Orochimaru would never address a peer with such sycophantic honorifics as you. A smile crept upon Jiraiya's lips. How wonderful it is, Naruto, that the person you so desperately wish to find still exists in this world. With his smile fading, Jiraiya spoke in a grave tone. Uchiha Sasuke, your request for guidance perplexes me slightly. Are you inquiring about something specific? Sasuke stated, there is no need for excessive interpretation. To put it simply, I wish to engage in a duel with you. After a moment of surprise, Jiraiya erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! Once his mirth subsided, he spoke with gravity. Even jesting has its limits, young one. You are a cherished friend of my beloved disciple. Therefore, the matter at hand is of great significance. I implore you to answer me earnestly. Is this challenge you present of your own volition, or is it the directive of Orochimaru? Sasuke lowered his gaze. Contemplating earnestly before he spoke, it encompasses all. Jiraiya stared intently, realizing that he was serious. If Orochimaru were aware of his actions, It would indicate that Orochimaru had acknowledged his capability to contend with me. Over half a year ago, I heard that you had caused your mentor, Kakashi Hatake, to stumble. Allow me to personally ascertain your progress since then. Jiraiya formed hand seals. Fire release, fireball jutsu. With a swift motion, he transformed chakra into oil, igniting it with fire release to unleash a fireball forward. In the face of the searing heat, Sasuke remained composed, forming a sign with 2 fingers. Fire release, flame dragon. The dark red, refined flames morphed into the shape of a dragon as they erupted. A thunderous clash ensued as the 2 flames collided, sending a wave of heat that dispersed the wind and snow. Jiraiya was astonished. Oh, to release fire release chakra in a highly refined form, it can match the fireball? In the next moment, the fireball began to wane, while the flame dragon's size rapidly expanded. Jiraiya gasped in shock that fire release absorbed the fireball. Could it be a ninjutsu that assimilates the same medium? Boom. After engulfing the fireball, the now magnified flame dragon soared into the sky, descending with lethal intent. Jiraiya bit his finger and struck the ground. Bang. A loud explosion followed, and white smoke billowed forth, accompanied by rising flames. Just before the fire erupted, he beheld the silhouette of the frog leaping into the sky. Sasuke reminisced. That was the giant toad of Mount Myoboku, not only possessing immense strength but also the ability to soar through the skies. I once witnessed its prowess alongside Jiraiya during our battle against Pain. Upon the back of the giant toad, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. With that recent display of fire release, he could almost guarantee an invincible position in the clash of flames. Engaging him with long-range fire release would not be a wise course of action. A smirk graced his lips. Then let us proceed in that manner. Whoosh. The giant toad glided forth, and Jiraiya leaped from its back, launching a spiraling sphere attack from midair. Swish. Sasuke's eyes, adorned with the 3 tomo, shimmered as he deftly evaded, unleashing a burst of lightning from his palm that sliced through the air. Swish. Jiraiya, bending low to evade, realized that the insight granted by the Sharingan was not easily overcome. Wild Lion's main technique. Crash. Jiraiya's white hair surged wildly, transforming into the shape of a lion's head, ensnaring Sasuke within its grasp, while a Rasengan struck forth. Sing. Sasuke's eyes transformed into the mesmerizing Manjiki, emanating a dark purple chakra that coalesced into a skeletal form. Breaking free from the lion's mane, Jiraiya, taken aback, halted abruptly, his wooden sandals striking the ground as he retreated swiftly. The colossal fist of Susanoo followed in a relentless succession. Jiraiya retracted his Rasengan, striking the earth with force. With a resounding clang, a toad emerged from the billowing smoke, its armored arms raised to shield against the oncoming blow of Susanoo's fist. Sasuke gazed intently at the formidable iron-bodied toad of Myoboku Mountain, renowned for its extraordinary defensive capabilities. Jiraiya, observing the purple skeletal structure surrounding Sasuke, remarked, "That is the Susanoo, the tangible manifestation of chakra that Kakashi once mentioned." The iron-bodied toad exclaimed, "Hey Jiraiya, hurry and stop this thing. I can't hold on any longer." Apologies, I'll take care of it," Jiraiya declared as he leaped into action, unleashing a torrent of toad oil that drenched the Susanoo's exoskeleton, accompanied by the flames of fire release. The Susanoo transformed into a fiery skeleton that crackled audibly in the heat, yet remained unscathed. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. With this intensity, even the great toad might struggle to burst through it in one go. However, with that technique, Jiraiya swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Gugu. The mire surged beneath Sasuke's Susanoo. Is this the earth release? Hell of the Yellow Springs? Jiraiya's hand signs transformed rapidly. Now's our chance, iron-bodied toad. Retreat. Be careful. The iron-bodied toad vanished amidst a cloud of white smoke, summoning the destruction of the stage. With a resounding crash, a colossal toad descended from the heavens, landing atop the blazing Susanoo like a mountain, forcing it deep into the mire of the Yellow Springs, though it did not shatter under the weight. Ow. My rear end burns. The fiery toad leapt 3 meters high, disappearing into the white smoke. On the periphery of the Yellow Springs mire, Jiraiya formed another set of seals. Sealing technique, the binding of the earth. Crack. The mire solidified, the soil beneath coalescing into an impenetrable layer of rock. Jiraiya affixed a sealing talisman at the center, and as he completed the hand signs, the sealing pattern spread out, forming a closed loop. Rising to his feet, Jiraiya declared, "You shall remain here obediently for a while. I will release you before you suffocate." Suddenly, a massive purple sword cleaved through the sealing talisman. Jiraiya instinctively withdrew. The half-formed Susanoo burst forth, sinew and muscle entwining around its skeletal frame. Jiraiya's expression grew severe. This form is a level beyond the previous skeletal structure, having broken free from the binding of the earth. Within the Susanoo, Sasuke's gaze was dark and menacing. Your strength should not be limited to this level, should it? What I seek is not a mere child's game of back and forth. Or are you hesitant to kill me, intentionally holding back? You need not worry. I come with sincerity to learn. Within the Susanoo, Sasuke clasped his hands before his chest. Would release. Birth of the forest world. Boom, boom, boom. An intricate forest erupted, breaking free from the earth's constraints, dancing wildly like a swarm of demons. The scale was so grand that Jiraiya did not even attempt to evade. His expression turned utterly grave. Orochimaru, what have you done to this child? With a twang, the Susanoo drew back its bow, aiming at the man firmly ensnared by the massive trees, releasing a deadly arrow. The great arrow pierced through. Jiraiya's figure vanished amidst the white smoke. Shadow clone technique. With a calm gaze, Sasuke displayed no signs of surprise. He slowly shifted his attention to the ground scorched by the flames of the fire-wielding serpent. It was revealed that the moment the serpent descended, Jiraiya's clone had leapt with the assistance of the great sage frog to divert attention, while his true self utilized earth style to burrow into the ground. Initially, Jiraiya had anticipated Sasuke to be the vanguard of Orochimaru. Perhaps he had overestimated the situation. But in order to safeguard Naruto, he resolved to summon the two great sages and enter sage mode. The disappearance of the clone informed Jiraiya of the dire state of affairs above. This was not good, exceedingly troubling. Uchiha Sasuke's current prowess had surpassed my typical capabilities. It was not that I doubted Naruto, but the gap had widened too significantly. It seemed that, at this juncture, I must personally address this troublesome matter. At that moment, Jiraiya, his face adorned with a red mask, raised his gaze with grave intensity towards the great arrow poised above the pit. Summoning the two great sages would require some time, during which my hands would remain bound. That Susanoo arrow had to be dealt with somehow. With a decisive leap, Jiraiya's wooden clogs struck the ground, his hair swirling in the air. Barrier. Heavenly covering formation. He could only extend his perception through the barrier to evade as much as possible. Whoosh. The great arrow was released, and Jiraiya hastily veered to the side. Boom. Despite his expanded perception, Jiraiya ultimately could not evade the arrow. Swift as a thunderclap, struck by the great arrow, he transformed into a cloud of white smoke. The binding he had woven with his foot was not merely for sensing the barrier, but also for the shadow clone technique. Sasuke murmured, gazing at Jiraiya, who was sprinting with fervor while keeping his hands clasped together. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, they were a pair of master and disciple, sharing the same disposition. However, the adversary in the Fifth Great Ninja War was none other than Jiraiya in his sage mode, and without his appearance, the conflict would lack significance. Perhaps I shall merely pursue him as a symbolic gesture. Sasuke, clad in Susanoo, relentlessly pursued Jiraiya, who evaded with great agility, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of massive arrows. Jiraiya's expression bore a hint of doubt. Was he losing precision amidst the rapid chase? Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. Even summoning the Great Toad to delay the inevitable would likely be futile against the arrows of Susanoo, potentially costing him his life. In another part of the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, Orochimaru, Itachi, Kabuto, and Karen were observing the unfolding events through a crystal ball. Kabuto remarked, "It differs somewhat from my expectations." Itachi replied, "This is likely related to the activation of Sage Mode. Had we informed Lord Jiraiya about this battle beforehand, he would have entered the state sooner and avoided such dire straits." Orochimaru interjected, "However, that would have made it exceedingly difficult for Jiraiya to resolve the situation, straying from the original intent of our plan." Karen noted, "Two unusual and powerful chakra signatures are approaching from afar." A shimmering, translucent aura appeared around Jiraiya's clasped hands. "Is it here?" he exclaimed, invigorated. Chapter 70, Jiraiya, Sage Mode, Activate. "At last, you have summoned me to a fitting location. However, you ought to learn to enter Sage Mode on your own, young Jiraiya." The two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, greeted him in their own distinctive manner. Jiraiya apologized. "I am truly sorry. At my current level, I cannot achieve what you both can. Please lend me your strength." Fukasaku inquired, "Who is it that compelled you to summon us to enter Sage Mode?" Jiraiya pointed ahead, saying, "Please look." Fukasaku and Shima beheld Sasuke, standing on a distant mountain, one hand resting on his waist, his feet surrounded by the swirling purple flames of Susanoo. Fukasaku exclaimed, "What a mere child." Jiraiya cautioned, "If you regard him as just a child, you are gravely mistaken. He has been chosen by Orochimaru as a vessel for reincarnation. At such a young age, he has awakened the rare Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and more significantly, he has acquired the wood-release powers of the Senju." Shima responded, "Oh, the combination of Uchiha and Senju powers indeed reveals a hidden malevolence in those eyes." Jiraiya continued, "He is a dear friend of my disciple, but it seems he has not grown in the manner one would hope." Fukasaku remarked, Naruto, their relationship resembles that of you and Orochimaru." Shima asserted, "The blossom of evil must be crushed in its infancy. The entanglement of the younger generation cannot be compared to the safety of the ninja world. He must be eliminated here to prevent future calamities." A bitter smile graced Jiraiya's lips as he reflected, "I have come to understand this. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you." Sasuke scrutinized Jiraiya, who had entered Sage Mode. Unlike Naruto from his previous life, Jiraiya's Sage Mode exhibited a pronounced amphibian transformation in both his facial features and limbs. This was a true reflection of the imperfection inherent in Sage Mode. Nevertheless, Jiraiya's Sage Mode possessed equally commendable strengths. The two great sages of Mount Myaboku perched upon his shoulders, assuming the responsibility of replenishing natural energy during combat. thereby overcoming the limitations of the brief activation duration of Sage Mode. Unless forcibly disrupted by external forces, this Sage Mode could potentially endure indefinitely. Moreover, the two great sages were well versed in a plethora of Sage techniques, serving as formidable allies in battle, harmoniously collaborating with the practitioner to create a triad of offensive and defensive prowess. Indeed, this was a worthy adversary to contend with. Sasuke revealed a satisfied smile as he faced the sage Jiraiya, forming the opposition seal. A flicker of doubt crossed Jiraiya's eyes. What message was he trying to convey with that seal? Boom. Susanoo instantly ignited into its muscular form, drawing back like a full moon, and a colossal arrow shot forth. Boom. Jiraiya's figure flickered as he evaded the massive arrow that fell harmlessly to the side. Sasuke, with great delight, exclaimed, "Excellent." The perception of natural abilities, combined with the enhancement of physical prowess through sage transformation, will allow me to evade the arrows of Susanoo. With a resounding thud, Jiraiya steadied himself, discarded his wooden clogs, and, with limbs poised against the ground, transformed his hands and feet into those of a frog, propelling himself forward with explosive force, shattering the earth beneath him. Sasuke, remarkably swift. He has adeptly harnessed the imperfect Sage Mode transformation, augmenting his explosive power. Even Naruto in his past Sage Mode did not possess such velocity and intensity. Sage Art, Raging Lion's main technique. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya surged forth, his white hair billowing around him, completely enveloping the Susanoo. Sasuke struggled in vain to manipulate Susanoo. In his Sage Mode, the growth and resilience of his hair were drastically different from before, capable enough to completely bind the muscular form of Susanoo. The wild hair tightened ferociously, rubbing against the surface of Susanoo, producing a series of cracking sounds. Was it ultimately unrealistic to expect that mere wild hair could tear through it? Boom. Jiraiya leaped into the air, his right hand thrusting forward, as the Sage Chakra was released in a frenzied rotation and expansion. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. Boom. That heavy chakra, combined with the explosive rotation, tore through the muscular surface of Susanoo amidst thousands of frictions per second. Crack. Crack. Under the immense force of propulsion. Even the bones beneath could not withstand the burden and shattered. Sasuke exclaimed, "Indeed, it is a sage technique, Amaterasu." With a whoosh, black flames ignited at the base of the massive Rasengan, rapidly being drawn into its rotation and transforming into a dark fireball. Jiraiya, observing the bloodied left eye of Sasuke, gasped, "Is his left eye imbued with the same Amaterasu as Itachi Uchiha?" With a determined leap, he discarded the Rasengan, propelling himself backward with the aid of Susanoo. However, the spreading black flames from the Rasengan swiftly engulfed his wild lion's mane. Jiraiya exclaimed, "This is bad. My hair is ensnared by Susanoo, and it has been turned against me." It is often said that the fire sealing technique is the nemesis of Amaterasu, yet activating the fire sealing technique requires time, which is not a luxury in a moment of peril. Sage Art, Water Slice. Deep Zaku, having formed the hand seals, unleashed a powerful wave of water, severing Jiraiya's tangled hair from the proximal end with a crisp snap. Deep Zaku swung his head, the high-pressure water slice, fueled by sage power, cleaved through Susanoo's exposed exoskeleton entirely. Gazing at the neatly severed surface, Sasuke mused, "Undoubtedly, this sage technique, water release, surpasses the destructive force of the Red Sand Scorpion's scroll technique." Boom. The explosion of the black flames engulfed the remnants of Susanoo, and Sasuke swiftly leaped away. Jiraiya cautioned, "Amaterasu is exceedingly dangerous. We must remain vigilant." Deep Zaku remarked, "Since it is a visual technique, let us attempt to obscure the line of sight, utilizing Sage Mode's perception to seize the initiative. Kid, employ that technique." With this intention in mind, the Sage Toad, Shima, formed the seals once more, her throat swelling. Sage Art, Wind Release, Sand Dust. Whoosh. The swirling sands, amidst the snowstorm, obscured the vision over a wide area. Boom. Confirming Sasuke's position through Sage Mode's perception, Jiraiya charged fiercely into the sandstorm. Thud, thud, thud. Then, within the sand, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as the taijutsu clashed. Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage. The weight of the situation was unprecedented, as he had never before experienced the formidable force of Sage Mode's physical prowess. The swirling dust obscured the view of the battle for Kabuto and his companions. Through keen perception, Karen confirmed, they were engaged in a high-speed clash of physical techniques, with Sasuke clearly on the losing end. Orochimaru was not surprised, after all. In his previous life, Sasuke's first opponent in Sage Mode was Kabuto, whose fighting style did not heavily rely on physical techniques. By the time Sasuke faced an opponent endowed with Sage power again, he had already acquired the Six Paths power, thus lacking a true measure of that strength. Such rapid progress was indeed questionable. This time, Sasuke needed to proceed with caution. Boom. In the midst of their intense skirmish, Shinsuke remarked, "Hey, did you feel that? Little Jiraiya?" Jiraiya responded, "Even with limited visibility, his movements are far from sluggish. It seems that under Orochimaru's tutelage, his ninja skills have become nearly impeccable." With a powerful kick, Jiraiya sent Sasuke flying. Crash. Sasuke's back slammed against the mountainside, rocks tumbling down around him. The agonizing pain jolted his spirit. Indeed, Madara was right. The blood coursing through him was what true combat felt like. Wiping the blood from his lips, Sasuke clasped his hands before him. Would release, flower tree world. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Massive trees erupted from the mountainside, converging and blooming, releasing toxic pollen that surged towards Jiraiya. Detecting the danger, Jiraiya hastily covered his mouth and nose. Leaping back with remarkable speed. It's the first Hokage's flower tree world. That pollen is poisonous. I fear I might not be able to get close. The sage, Shima, coldly remarked, poisonous, you say? Then let him experience something even more toxic. Crack. Shima formed a hand seal. Shinsuke protested, old woman. This technique will cause extreme environmental destruction. The old man expressly forbade its use. Shima retorted, to hell with that foolish old man. As a housewife, I just want to hurry home and prepare delicious bug cuisine for the children. Shinsuke sighed, fine, do as you please. After all, this is a desolate wilderness. It doesn't seem like anyone lives here. Suddenly, the sky above the battlefield was cloaked in dark green clouds. The earth was drenched in a merciless acidic rain. Sage art, acid rain. In the deluge of corrosive rain, the flower tree world succumbed to decay and withering, while the mountainside and ground became marred and pockmarked. Acid rain. Sasuke immediately summoned the skeletal form of Susanoo, gazing at the skeletal remains that were gradually dissolving under the corrosive acid rain. Was the acidity even surpassing the dissolution of the old Mizukage? He lifted his eyes to the murky green sky. Was the problem hidden within that cloud? Crack. The melting skeleton was reforged, tendons and muscles entwined, and armored anew. The Yatagarasu Susanoo. With a whoosh, an arrow of black flames was drawn taut, releasing a fiery projectile that pierced the clouds. Upon breaking through the clouds, the flame arrow erupted into an endless curtain of black flames, annihilating the clouds that incessantly generated acid rain. Emerging from the swirling dust, Jiraiya's expression was grave. Was that form truly the authentic visage of Susanoo? Sage Shima remarked, if we do not eliminate him here and now, it is likely that no one will be able to stop him in the future. Jiraiya replied, indeed. I share that sentiment. Sage Fukasaku added, young Jiraiya employs oil, the child's mother wields fire, and I harness the wind. Sage technique, 5 right gates. The fierce oil, swift winds, and raging flames, under the enhancement of sage power, transcended into flames capable of boiling mountains and seas. Sasuke formed a hand seal. Fire style, flame-wielding serpent. In an instant, the formidable flame-wielding serpent, renowned for its ability to absorb flames and enhance its own power, was unexpectedly engulfed in the fiery abyss of Goemon. Sasuke. Indeed, the ninjutsu version of Flame Beast, which possesses the ability to absorb fire, proves ineffective against sage art. Fire release, unless I also master sage techniques. Boom. A sea of flames surged forth, the armor of Susanoo flickering with the intense heat waves, yet it did not truly melt. Jiraiya. With a grave expression, I never anticipated that this form of Susanoo would possess a defensive power that even Gyumen could not directly dismantle. I must devise a strategy to overcome that layer of armor. Boom. Jiraiya interrupted the eruption of oil, leaping atop the sea of flames with a frog-like jump. Whoosh. With his right palm extended, he unleashed an enormous Rasengan. Shinazuki interrupted with wind release. Young Jiraiya. You, Jiraiya. The nature transformation of the Rasengan is something that not even Minato, let alone myself, has mastered. Naruto has discovered his unique method but has yet to succeed. Just now, when Sasuke ignited the Rasengan with Amaterasu, it sparked an idea within me. If I cannot actively manage the nature transformation, then I shall employ the physical properties of the Rasengan to achieve it. Assist me, both of you. I intend to harness the rotation of the Rasengan to concentrate the firepower dispersed by Gyumen. Shinazuki. In that case. Whoosh. With the assistance of Shinazuki and Shinazuki, the sea of flames produced by Gyumen was violently absorbed by Jiraiya's sage art, Super Rasengan, swelling in scale several times over, transforming into a pale golden fireball resembling a miniature sun. Haha, this feels quite overwhelming. Boom. Jiraiya, cradling the Rasengan, landed and leaped with all his might, striking it forcefully towards Susanoo. Indeed, this is it. Sage art, super explosive flame, great Rasengan. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. This is not good. Fire release, flame armor. With a swift motion, black flames enveloped the exterior of the Susanoo, forming an additional layer of armor. Jiraiya remarked, that black flame armor outside the Susanoo represents a transformation in form. This implies that his ability to manipulate black flames surpasses even that of Uchiha Itachi. Shinsaku interjected. This is dire, Jiraiya. That layer of black flames severely counters our techniques. Jiraiya, resolute, declared, at this point, we cannot afford to hesitate. I shall relinquish this left hand. With that, a sealing character manifested prominently on Jiraiya's left palm, which he thrust directly into the black flame armor. Sage art, fire sealing technique. In an astonishing turn, the fire release armor enveloping the Susanoo was forcibly stripped away and sealed within Jiraiya's left hand. The cost, however, was grave. Jiraiya's left arm was severely burned. rendering it incapable of further movement. Sasuke, Ayaha. Jiraiya's right arm thrust forward with fervor. Sage art, super explosive flame Rasengan. Boom. The Tengu Susanoo of the crow was violently thrust into the mountainside. Crack, crack. After merely 3 seconds of stalemate, the armor shattered, crumbled, and exploded. Even the mightiest of defenses succumbed, and the same fate awaited muscles and bones, breaking in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru expressed satisfaction. Jiraiya has indeed grown stronger in this battle. Boom. The Susanoo was utterly destroyed, and with no retreat left and no evasion possible. Sasuke was struck squarely by the spiraling sphere. This technique, if ensnared, would spell doom. Crack. In a moment of peril, his back ruptured. And from the fissures of the mountainside, a brand new self, adorned with white cursed wings, emerged with a flourish. Jiraiya, what is that? Shinsaku, little Jiraiya. Retreat quickly. Jiraiya leapt away as the ground shook violently. The fiery spiral unleashed devastation, a terrifying inferno that razed the mountain to the ground. With scorching gusts of heat melting the ice and snow of the world, gazing upon the ominous clouds gathering, the boy with white wings soared above. Jiraiya, those troublesome abilities aside, he even masters Orochimaru's shadow technique. Shima, hey, old man, little Jiraiya, have you noticed? The natural energy has suddenly turned ferocious. Shinsaku, could it be? Boom. Above Sasuke's head, the tempestuous lightning converges, transforming into the fearsome form of the Kirin. Shinozaki remarks, is this a technique that employs fire release to scorch the atmosphere, thereby conjuring a natural thunderstorm? The prior use of the black flames to strike the heavens was the precursor to this technique, and our fire release has been utilized as well. Jiraiya exclaims, this is dire. If it is indeed a lightning strike, even in sage mode, evasion may not be guaranteed. Shinozaki responds, that is of little concern. The sage arts of Myobokuzen enable us to intervene and manipulate external natural energies. Even if we cannot evade, we can mitigate much of the impact. Of course, some injuries are unavoidable, and it appears that this technique is not one that can be employed repeatedly. Sasuke assessed the form of the Kirin. In my battle with Itachi, I gleaned some experience, which provides an opportune moment to experiment. Sasuke's eyes shimmered intensely. With a crackle, the body of the Kirin, enveloped in the formidable armor of Susanoo, manifested before him. It barely managed to cover him. Jiraiya's gaze trembled violently. Cold sweat streaming down his face. To what extent has Uchiha Sasuke truly grown? Itachi interjected. Ah, that technique emulates my Yatagarasu. Orochimaru remarked, he has truly mastered it. Itachi added, I am pleased with Sasuke's advancement, yet I harbor some concerns for Lord Jiraiya. Orochimaru merely smiled in silence. Sasuke lifted his palm, crackling with lightning. His gaze flickering slightly. What shall I name this technique? With the descent of his hand, the formidable Kirin roared down. Thunderous Raijin. Chapter 72. Intensification and Thunderous Raijin. The mighty Kirin struck the earth with a cataclysmic force. Boom. The Susanoo armor shattered, scattering lightning in all directions. Similar to Itachi's ninjutsu fire god crows, this technique also utilized the fragments of Susanoo for secondary damage. Although it lacked the explosive propulsion of flames, it bore the terrifying cutting and penetrating power due to the infusion of lightning. Within the tempest's reach, no flesh and blood could survive. After the storm subsided, the earth lay scarred, with fragments of Susanoo jutting out, some even embedded 100 meters deep underground. Among the ruins, Jiraiya's presence was nowhere to be found. In the far distance, Keirin remarked, Jiraiya and the two-toed chakra have vanished from my perception. This suggests. Orochimaru interjected. He would not be so easily disposed of. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, so he might have utilized reverse summoning to escape, just as Sasuke did against Deidara's self-detonation. Orochimaru continued. There is another possibility, within the barrier known as Frog Song Prison. The Frog Song Prison, a barrier inherent to the gourd toad of Mount Myoboku, isolates its occupants from the outside world, akin to an alternate space. In his previous life, Jiraiya had dragged Pain's animal path into it to eliminate him, and even Nagato could not perceive those within. Jiraiya could have escaped through the gourd toad, yet he bravely faced death to confirm his intel. As Sasuke summoned Susanoo's Kirin, Jiraiya invoked the gourd toad, and, in the moment the Raijin descended, engulfed himself within, evading annihilation. Within the Frog Song Prison, the sage sat deeply, a lingering anxiety in his heart. It was hard to believe things had escalated to such a degree, if that technique were to be repeated, even in sage mode. One could perish here, Jiraiya lamented. I am truly sorry for placing you in danger. Please, allow me to disburden your shoulders. Fukasaku replied. What are you saying, young Jiraiya? The situation is not yet so dire. While that boy's abilities are troublesome, they have not reached a level beyond our control. Shima added. Indeed. We still have the option to retreat and seek reinforcements from Konoha. Jiraiya chuckled. If Naruto were to discover that the village had defeated Sasuke, I wonder what he would think. I would rather have Naruto hate me than hold a grudge against the village. Fukasaku warned, it is premature to discuss such matters. There is one technique that, if successful, could turn the tide. Jiraiya inquired. Ah, could it be what you speak of? Shima exclaimed. Are we finally going to perform the frog song after all this time? Fukasaku teased. old lady. Didn't you always find it embarrassing to sing in front of others at your age? Shima retorted, what else can be done? Since young Jiraiya has brought it to this point, I shall not be finicky. Let us quickly deal with that boy and return to cooking. Jiraiya expressed his gratitude. I am truly indebted to you both. Fukasaku declared, we shall complete the chanting preparation within this barrier, and once we emerge, we shall deliver a grand surprise. Fukasaku and Shima clasped their hands together, their cheeks puffing. 5 minutes later, a kilometer from the site of the lightning strike. In a pond melted by the heat of battle, the gourd toad surfaced, plop. The cork from its mouth popped open, and an arm reached out. Jiraiya rose from the water's surface, gazing at the white silhouette suspended in the air. Enchanted frog song. The two great sages began their incantation. Ribbit, ribbit. The penetrating croaks of the frogs drifted far into Sasuke's ear. Was that coming from there? Sasuke turned his gaze towards the distant pond, fixating on the figure standing like a matchstick. Suddenly, with a swift movement, his white cursed wings unfurled as he dove downwards. The toad song must resonate completely with the opponent, and at this distance, it should be feasible. The crystal ball displayed the scene of the toad's performance. Itachi furrowed his brow. Could it be that technique? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. The greatest trial Sasuke must face in this fifth battle has arrived. The most potent illusion from Myoboka Mountain, the toad song. Kabuto remarked. As for illusions, Sasuke possesses the ability to perceive even the depths of Tsukuyami. At this moment, Itachi interjected. Tsukuyami is a visual illusion. Due to Sasuke's formidable ocular prowess, he is highly resistant to visual illusions. However, the toad song is an auditory illusion, and since Sasuke has never experienced this technique, he may very well be unable to resist it. Orochimaru replied, it is not merely a matter of being unable to resist. The toad song can only be truly immune to those at the level of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. As he dove, the toad's croaks grew increasingly distinct, causing Sasuke's vision to suddenly blur. This sensation, could it be? Just as he sensed it. It was too late. His Sharingan was spinning erratically within his pupils. In the next moment, he found himself ensnared in the realm of illusion. In every cardinal direction stood a formidable toad warrior wielding a knife. In between their webbed hands, a purple barrier confined Sasuke's spirit. This illusion I have never seen Naruto employ. It is indeed a powerful restraint, utterly impossible to break free from. Have I then succumbed? In reality, Sasuke's wings of the white curse mark shattered, collapsing onto the frigid earth. Jiraiya, wielding a broad-bladed sword, approached Sasuke yet hesitated to strike. Shinzo remarked, little Jiraiya. There may not be another opportunity to ensnare him in illusion. If you do not act now, regret will be inescapable. Ah, I understand. With a steely resolve, Jiraiya raised the blade high and plunged it into Sasuke's heart. Ugh! Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he spat forth a torrent of blood. Jiraiya lamented, your potential, if directed towards righteousness, could herald a new dawn for the ninja world. Alas, it cannot be salvaged. Cough, cough, cough. Shinzo and Shima erupted into violent fits of coughing. Are you both all right? Shinzo rasped. It is nothing. The burden of this frog song weighs heavily on the throat. A few days of rest will suffice. Oh, I too must contemplate how to relay this matter to Naruto. Jiraiya turned somberly. Orochimaru interjected. For the current Sasuke, anything short of decapitation does not constitute a fatal wound. As a ninja who adheres to the path of humanity, Jiraiya would never resort to executing his opponent in such a manner. Itachi questioned, so, you are at ease allowing Sasuke to endure this technique? Kabuto added, however, in terms of outcome, it appears Sasuke has already suffered defeat, has he not? Orochimaru replied, in the 10th battle, victory and defeat are of little consequence. Indeed, growth is paramount. The visceral experience of defeat imparts a profound impact on both mind and body. After the 4th battle, it is only natural that the dormant power within Sasuke should awaken. Jiraiya, you have a tendency to leave your vulnerabilities exposed to others. This is not a prudent habit. Upon hearing a low murmur from behind, Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock as he abruptly turned to see Sasuke, who should have been lifeless in a pool of blood, rising to his feet. He withdrew the blade from his chest, the fatal wound at his heart rapidly healing. Jiraiya gasped, you. Sasuke cast the bloody blade before Jiraiya and smiled, saying, you are a person of integrity. I shall never strike at one such as you from behind. Therefore, let us engage in a fair and honorable confrontation. The outcome is of little consequence to me. I merely wish to unleash this power within me. Zzz. After Sasuke entered the absorption state of the 4th Great Ninja War, the long-dormant white curse seal surged forth, ready to release. Orochimaru solemnly declared, indeed, the next phase of the white curse seal, the penultimate stage, has finally arrived. It's time for the release. White Curse Seal, State 3. Chapter 73, White Curse Seal, State 3. Bloodline Harmony. The white seal did not alter Sasuke's appearance as in State 2. Instead, it manifested around him, forming a robe reminiscent of the power wielded by his past incarnation, Obito, when he commanded the Ten-Tails. Orochimaru exclaimed, behold, the unique cursed robe of White Curse Seal, State 3. The back of the cursed robe displayed a deeper shade, revealing the clan symbol of the Senju, beneath which lay the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. The collar bore a similarly colored, foxfire-shaped magatama. The enhancement of power, under the perception of Sage Mode, was undeniable. Shinsuke remarked, his chakra feels entirely different from before. Shima warned, at this rate, we are doomed. We must use the frog song once more to eliminate him. Just then, Jiraiya interrupted the two sages. Little Jiraiya. Jiraiya had sensed something amiss. He approached me, initiating combat, and I hastily assumed he was acting on Orochimaru's orders to engage in nefarious deeds. Yet, upon reflection, he had never displayed genuine intent to kill during battle, recalling the numerous arrows that had nearly struck me before I entered Sage Mode. Was their inaccuracy merely due to chance? Furthermore, his consistent use of formal address use starkly contrasted with the Sasuke I knew. If this is taken into consideration, the two fingers he raised at his chest upon my entering Sage Mode might not have been a hand sign for jutsu, but rather a sign of opposition in the etiquette of ninja combat. More crucially, he had clearly had the opportunity to attack me from behind, yet chose to speak those words of honor and fairness. Such perplexities demanded an urgent response. Jiraiya clenched his right fist and bellowed, Uchiha Sasuke, what is your true objective? Sasuke smiled. At last, have you realized it? However, the fifth battle is far from over. Sasuke, shaped by the experiences of his previous life, established an unspoken rule for himself. Conversation shall only commence after the battle has concluded. Is that so? Jiraiya chuckled, bending down to retrieve the blade that Sasuke had discarded, along with the immense scroll behind him. His left arm, marred by burns, hung limply, while his right hand raised two fingers to his chest, forming the opposition seal. What's the meaning of this, Jiraiya? Questioned Shima. Perhaps I made a grave misjudgment from the very beginning. The bias of preconceived notions can be detrimental to oneself and others, Jiraiya replied. Are you suggesting that Sasuke Uchiha is not an accomplice of Orochimaru? Shima inquired. Perhaps. But regardless, this battle is far from over, though it has transcended mere life and death struggle. Sasuke closed his eyes, feeling an exquisite sensation as he sensed the 7 elemental chakras, yin, yang, earth, wind, water, fire, and wind, colliding and intertwining within him. This sensation was reminiscent of the moment he first acquired would release. Yet now it felt even more boundless and profound. So this is what Orochimaru inscribed as white jutsu for this third state. With a smirk, Orochimaru declared, White Curse Seal, State 3, also known as the Sorcerer form, grants the unique ability of bloodline selection, allowing one to freely combine chakra attributes and create new elemental transformations. Of course, at this stage, it is limited to the bloodline limits. Kabuto was taken aback. Does that mean? Orochimaru smiled. Indeed, not only would release, but also all techniques of the bloodline limit class can be restored using bloodline selection. Naturally, given Sasuke's discerning eye, he may not value these techniques highly, nor change his combat style specifically for them. However, possessing an additional ability offers more options at crucial moments. These techniques, previously unmastered in his past life, might lead to miraculous outcomes. Sasuke had witnessed most of these techniques, but to execute them personally would undoubtedly be a refreshing experience. He must be eager to try them out. Kabuto sighed. Sasuke-kun has taken another step forward. Meanwhile, from the moment Jiraiya formed the contradictory seal, Itachi's tense expression relaxed as he extended his left hand from the sleeve of his collar, fully embracing the role of an observer. Sasuke closed his eyes, reflecting upon the encounters from his past life with those ninjas possessing the bloodline limit abilities. The power of the Sharingan, which allows one to remember everything at a glance, enabled him to recall the hand seals even after many years. Whoosh. He formed the hand signs. Liquid release. Liquid monster technique. Whoosh. Sasuke unleashed a torrent of orange acidic mist, enveloping the ground where Jiraiya stood. Is this the Kekkei Genkai of lava release? Swiftly, Jiraiya retreated, bracing himself with one hand on the ground. Multiple earth-style walls. Boom, 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 boom. Layers of formidable walls ascended before him, only to be obliterated by the encroaching acidic liquid. Sasuke leapt to intercept the final earthen barrier of the dissolving monster, forming hand seals in midair. Wind release. Gale-severing lock. With a whoosh, an array of lasers erupted from the circular formation generated by Sasuke's hands, shooting forth with incredible velocity. Is this the wind release? Jiraiya exhaled flames of grandeur. Yet, the wind release lasers twisted and turned, evading the fireballs and converging upon Jiraiya's figure. With no other option, Jiraiya drew the massive sword from his back, swinging it with great speed to deflect the lasers. However, the lasers were too numerous and swift. He could not shield both his back and chest with a single blade, and soon he was struck by one on each side, blood gushing forth. Clang. Jiraiya propped himself up with his sword, gazing at Sasuke who stood before him. And with a smile, he urged, continue. As Sasuke formed the seals once more, his fingers pointed towards the earth. With a rustling sound, black sand iron particles swiftly converged in his right hand, taking the shape of a razor-sharp katana. A leaf fluttered by, landing upon the blade, and was instantly cleaved in two. Jiraiya exclaimed, is this a magnet release technique, with the sand iron coalescing into a chainsaw-like form? The Kusanagi sword has been taken by Obito, Perhaps this can serve as a suitable substitute. Sasuke charged forward with his sword drawn, while Jiraiya brandished his blade to meet him. Clang, clang, clang. The brilliance of their weapons was truly dazzling. With a swift motion, Jiraiya deftly evaded the sharp edge. Sasuke, with a playful demeanor, wielded his blade. It can be utilized in such a manner. With a swift motion, the sand-iron blade in his hand abruptly scattered, bending and extending into an irregular, elongated form. Enveloped in lightning chakra, it surged forward with a formidable cleave. Clang. Jiraiya raised his sword in defense, only to hear a resounding crash as the massive blade in his grasp shattered into 2 pieces. Sasuke smiled with a sense of satisfaction as the iron sand blade dissipated in his hand. Jiraiya discarded his broken sword, observing with a hint of amusement. You appear as if you have discovered a rather delightful toy. Sasuke solemnly remarked, everyone possesses a childlike heart. Had you not been my opponent, I might have concealed it completely. Jiraiya responded, although you are well acquainted with the hand signs, the bloodline limit you just employed was your first usage, correct? Sasuke, there is still much to convey. If expressed all at once, it would become rather verbose. Jiraiya, then let us unleash a decisive trump card that can bring this battle to a conclusion. Sasuke, as for my trump card, to be honest, I've utilized nearly all that can be employed against you. Let us not just any longer. Jiraiya's smile gradually shifted to a serious demeanor, given your current condition. I am well aware of the caliber of your chakra. It is not merely sage mode, it surpasses it. Very well, if we are to speak of a trump card, there is indeed one. Snap. Sasuke clasped his hands together. Boom. The wooden dragon rose beside him, and before Jiraiya could express his astonishment, the black flames of Amaterasu ignited upon the dragon's body, burning like scales. Jiraiya was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Is this a fusion of fire release and wood release? No, the fire release would not harm the wooden dragon. It appears to be more than a mere combination of ninjutsu. Sasuke lowered his hands from the seals and remarked, it is rather embarrassing to admit, yet this is attributable to the bloodline selection of the white curse mark, which allows seemingly conflicting ninjutsu to be harmoniously integrated. This technique will conclude our 5th battle. Wood release, Great Fire Dragon. In Chapter 74, the curtain falls on the 5th battle, as heroes reflect upon their past. The wooden dragon, rooted in the earth, initiates its assault by extending its form, but upon merging with the fire release, it transforms into a magnificent fire dragon. Through the directed flow of the black flames, the wooden dragon is granted the ability to move freely. Boom. The method of attack is straightforward yet brutal. As the dragon, cloaked in black flames, crushes its opponent, Jiraiya deftly evaded the onslaught. Even with enhanced mobility, such a massive form is ill-suited for confronting smaller, more agile targets. Sasuke, it seems, you may have miscalculated this time. Sasuke smiled in silence, his right hand extended with 5 fingers, each igniting a cluster of flames that struck the ground. The Uchiha Fire Barrier. Boom. A deep purple flame barrier materialized, marking the territory with its formidable presence. Jiraiya remarked, this barrier, though its origin remains unknown, its hue alone signifies a strength surpassing the 4 purple flames formation. Is it intended to restrict our movements? Boom. A wooden dragon, serpentine in form, launched another assault. Such rapid attacks would prove futile, no matter how many times they came. Jiraiya deftly evaded with an air of nonchalance. But soon his expression shifted. The path traversed by the wooden dragon left behind black flames. Sasuke spoke in a low voice, you are indeed correct. The fire dragon torch is more suited for dealing with large targets. Once ensnared, it can absorb or bind chakra while simultaneously incinerating the opponent with black flames. However, every technique requires a strategic application. Although my approach may be somewhat roundabout, achieving victory is what truly matters. Boom, boom. As the wooden dragon writhed, the black flames rapidly spread within the confines of the sealed barrier. Jiraiya finally grasped the gravity of the situation. So it was. Even if we evaded the wooden dragon's direct assault, the black flames, continuously expanding across the battlefield as the dragon moved, would constrict our range of motion. Then let us attempt to slay the dragon, shouted Shinzo. Sage Art, Water Slash. With a powerful incantation, Shinzo unleashed the Sage Art Water Slash. But the moment it struck the wooden dragon, it was severed by the encroaching black flames. Is that ineffective? Asked Shima. Breaking the barrier and attacking the user is no easier than confronting the wooden dragon itself. As they darted back and forth, they watched the black flames spreading further alongside the wooden dragon's movements. Jiraiya added, moreover, there is a most dreadful aspect. His right eye, which controls the black flames, can directly utilize the spreading flames as both an offensive and defensive weapon. At this rate, we are left with no viable options. Shima, somewhat defiant, remarked, are you conceding? Jiraiya? We have yet to attempt the fire sealing technique. Jiraiya sighed and shook his head. The fusion of the wooden dragon and black flames is not merely physical. I suspect that even if we seal the black flames on the exterior of the wooden dragon, new flames will continuously emerge. Shinzo expressed genuine admiration. The integration of flame release has transformed the seemingly rigid wooden dragon into an endlessly mobile incendiary device. Truly, the world of ninjas is filled with exceptional talents. Cornered at the edge of the barrier, and aware that the outcome was already decided, Jiraiya came to a halt. Boom. The fire dragon torch ceased its movement. The black flames extinguished, and the golden light in the dragon's eyes dimmed as its form gradually sank into the ground. Within the black flames, a passageway emerged. Sasuke strode purposefully towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya inquired, "Sasuke, now that the battle has concluded, may you reveal your intentions to me?" Sasuke's gaze was contemplative. In his past life, he and Jiraiya were like strangers, yet the latter was one of the few individuals he genuinely admired. As Naruto's mentor, Jiraiya imparted to him something far more precious than mere ninjutsu, the ninja way. Perhaps in an era rife with chaos, Jiraiya's prowess was not particularly remarkable. But his indelible contributions to the ninja world are beyond dispute. If the will of fire truly exists, then Jiraiya is undoubtedly its rightful representative. Even without the Fourth Great Ninja War, Sasuke would have sought out Jiraiya. He intended to prevent Jiraiya from journeying to Amidst and, in turn, reveal everything concerning the future to him. As for Jiraiya's actions upon learning the truth, that was not something Sasuke intended to interfere with. Due to the events of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Sasuke found himself standing before Jiraiya sooner than anticipated. Yet, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, accompanied by an inescapable sense of dissonance. He cast his eyes downward, his fists slightly clenched. It was not for me to say. The bond between Orochimaru and Jiraiya seemed to mirror the connection I shared with Naruto. The ties of the previous generation ought to be resolved by those who belong to it. Just as I had witnessed the final moments between Madara and Hashirama, this time, it should be left to them. This must also be Orochimaru's desire. Sasuke lifted his lowered gaze and spoke, "Jiraiya, there is someone more suited to converse with you than I." Jiraiya's eyes widened as he realized, "Are you referring to me?" Suddenly, a whirlwind of blades surged forth. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Karin, and Itachi arrived on the scene. Jiraiya had anticipated that Orochimaru would make an appearance, but the presence of Itachi Uchiha, who should not have been here, took him by surprise. "Uchiha Itachi, it has been a while," Jiraiya remarked. "It seems I have truly fallen out of touch with this world," Jiraiya mused. Having always believed that Sasuke's ultimate goal was to avenge the brutal massacre of his clan by his brother, Itachi, and that Orochimaru's aim was to exact revenge on Konoha for the loss of his parents. However, the stark reality appeared to shatter his previous perceptions. After a momentary lapse of dismay, Jiraiya solemnly stated, "You two sages should return for now." "Hey, these fellows are." Shima began. "Leave this to little Jiraiya," Fukasaku said, patting Jiraiya on the shoulder and whispering, "In fact, the old toad has fallen into a deep slumber again 6 months ago." Jiraiya was taken aback. "Ah, the great sage toad, he. You know, little Jiraiya, every time the old toad slumbers, it heralds a brand new prophecy." Jiraiya pondered. Could it be that the great sage toad's slumber coincides with Sasuke's defection from Konoha? Is there a connection between the two? Could it be that this time, the child of prophecy? He glanced at Sasuke. In terms of actions, speech, demeanor, and maturity in battle, he was not exhibiting the traits expected of Sasuke at this stage. I once told Kakashi that while strength can be gained in a short period, a commanding presence takes years to cultivate. Initially, I had assumed that Sasuke's body had been usurped by Orochimaru. Yet now, the true answer seemed to beckon. Jiraiya clenched his right fist. Uchiha Sasuke, for some reason, has shattered the shackles of time and space and returned from the future? Chapter 75, Old Friends Like Fine Wine. Orochimaru and Jiraiya. As the Uchiha fire formation dissipated, the black flames extinguished across the land. Karin gazed at her homeland, a melancholic expression crossing her face. As one of the few surviving members of the Uzumaki clan, this land was laden with sorrowful memories. Even though she was very young at the time, she hoped to remember the day their nation fell and the sight of her clansmen fleeing in despair. Sensing Karin's turmoil, Sasuke approached her and said, "Karin, let us return." Karin nodded obediently. On Jiraiya's shoulder, the two great sages had already returned to Mount Myoboku. Even though he had come to a conclusion in his heart, he resolved to accompany Orochimaru, not only to uncover the truth, but also to ascertain Orochimaru's current stance. Kabuto quietly informed Sasuke, "Naruto is in a valley 5 kilometers away." Sasuke inquired, "Are you alone?" To which Kabuto responded, "Yamato is by his side." Sasuke understood. "Kabuto, shall we not go and pay a visit?" Sasuke's silhouette appeared somber. Now is not the time for a reunion. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, contemplating silently, refraining from further inquiries. With a swift motion, the group returned to the island of Tsukigakure amidst the swirling vortex of the fabric blade. Jiraiya gazed up at the azure moonlight above. "You choose to conceal yourselves in this secluded haven, utilizing space-time ninjutsu to come and go. It is no wonder that after months of searching, I have found no trace of you." Kabuto spoke. "Lord Orochimaru, I wish to return to the land of whirlpools to retrieve the documents stored there." Orochimaru replied, "I am already well versed in the literature of the Uzumaki clan. It is unnecessary." Kabuto countered, "That may be true for you, but I aspire to acquire as much knowledge as possible. Moreover, the documents contain numerous secret techniques, and should they fall into the wrong hands in the future, it would spell trouble." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Be swift in your endeavor." The unfamiliarity in Orochimaru's demeanor left Jiraiya feeling unsettled. Orochimaru chuckled. Old friend, do not regard me with such scrutiny. Have you not yearned to reclaim me over these years? Jiraiya sighed. I have relinquished that desire. Orochimaru smiled. Thus, as spring brings forth new growth, many matters flourish when left undisturbed, often aligning with your aspirations. Jiraiya, with a hint of resentment in his tone, retorted, are you suggesting that all my efforts have been in vain? Orochimaru gently shook his head. No, without the former you, there would be no present me. Everything is interconnected. Deep within your heart, you must already possess the answers. If you wish to delve deeper into the truth, follow me. As he beheld his once dear friend, familiar yet foreign, Jiraiya felt a tumult of emotions within. He took a step forward, choosing to follow. Sasuke, Karen, and Itachi refrained from interrupting the reunion of those two old friends. In a cozy dwelling, Orochimaru spoke in a calm tone about the future and the events unfolding around him. Jiraiya came to understand the conclusion of the epic tale of past heroes, the prologue of Naruto Uzumaki's story from a previous life, the transformation and ascension of Orochimaru in that bygone era, and the silence that enveloped the final act. Although the journey was more stirring than he had anticipated, and the outcome more disheartening than he had expected, he had foreseen it all. Ultimately, it is the return of Uchiha Sasuke's rebirth, the saga of beginnings. This is the truth of Sasuke, my truth, and the truth of the future. After a prolonged contemplation, Jiraiya posed an unprecedented question. If Sasuke forcibly aligns you with the future, then are you truly the present you, or the future you? Orochimaru's pupils narrowed slightly. This matter was one he had intentionally avoided discussing with Sasuke, for it was deemed inappropriate. Yet, confronted with Jiraiya's inquiry, he finally unveiled his innermost thoughts. Although I have inherited memories, knowledge, and emotions from the future, I am not entirely equivalent to my future self. My future self has never contemplated erasing my past self. Rather, he desires for me to validate everything through my own journey. To employ a rather unsuitable analogy, I am akin to a suspended being, half in the future, half in the past. This encapsulates my present self. Jiraiya remarked, I must admit, I am quite surprised that you would willingly share this with me. Orochimaru replied. Itachi once expressed his regret for not consulting Sasuke, which led me to ponder whether I too should avoid repeating the same mistake. Jiraiya inquired. So you orchestrated the confrontation between Sasuke and me, intending to create an opportunity for us to sit together? Orochimaru clarified. No, the 10 battles are a serious matter. Your strength is categorized within the 5th battle. That is the genuine reason you are here. Everything else has merely unfolded in accordance with circumstance. Jiraiya remarked. You have truly changed, Orochimaru. Orochimaru countered. Isn't this precisely what you have always wished for? Why then do you exhibit some discontent? Jiraiya fell silent, clenching his fists. It was not through me that you have transformed, which perhaps brings a certain sense of defeat. Maybe I am not as upright and grand as everyone perceives. Orochimaru stated. You have finally voiced your thoughts. Only those who dare to confront their innermost selves can be deemed brave. No one is flawless. After all, those who appear virtuous cannot pen such poignant novels. Jiraiya exclaimed. Ah, have you read my works? Orochimaru replied. I have, particularly the romantic series. Jiraiya nearly spat out his tea in surprise. However, Orochimaru maintained an unprecedented seriousness. Jiraiya, in my past life, I had a child. You may find this hard to believe, but it was after reading your works that I desired to personally experience the feelings of parenthood. Jiraiya set down his teacup. Is that true? I have never been a parent, so I fear my writings lack authenticity. Orochimaru smiled. Perhaps it is that elusive beauty that ignited my longing. Jiraiya endeavored to evoke a sense of emotion but was overwhelmed by embarrassment, tugging at his white hair in frustration. Ah, I cannot endure it. Orochimaru has become so sentimental. This was a side of Jiraiya that neither Naruto nor Kakashi, nor even Tsunade, had ever truly witnessed, revealing that perhaps the lecherous sage was simply an extreme of the elder figure, behaving like a capricious child. Orochimaru rested his chin on his hand, smiling. What must I become for you to be satisfied? Jiraiya pondered earnestly before breaking into a relieved smile. No, what others perceive of oneself ultimately serves merely for self-satisfaction. Orochimaru, just be yourself. Face me as your true self. Is that truly what you seek? Orochimaru's gaze deepened. As Jiraiya gazed out the window, lost in thought, Orochimaru set down his teacup, rose, and approached Jiraiya from behind, a ghostly smile gracing his lips. He crouched down, hands together, fingers forming the tiger seal. Konoha's secret body technique, 1,000 years of pain. Chapter 76, a shocking transformation. Following the 1,000 years of pain, Orochimaru personally attended to the burns on Jiraiya's left arm, who was half-seated in his chair. Speaking of Naruto, what are your intentions regarding that boy? Orochimaru finally broached the future-laden topic. To speak frankly, the gap between him and Sasuke has grown so vast that mere effort or instruction cannot bridge it. Jiraiya's expression darkened, clearly feeling lost in this regard. Orochimaru continued. There are essentially 2 paths, to withhold the truth from Naruto or to reveal it to him. If you choose not to disclose it, there are 2 further options. First, you could return as if nothing has happened, allowing him to chase after Sasuke and grow naturally. Second, You could take it further and pretend to have died at Sasuke's hands, with reasons you understand. Jiraiya protested. How could that be acceptable? To motivate a child's growth through deception is not the way of a parent or mentor. That child has already lost so much. I do not wish to strip him of his only source of trust. Orochimaru countered. However, the future is exceedingly cruel. And history has proven that relying solely on Naruto's ninja way cannot save the ninja world from divine intervention. Jiraiya retorted, the future is the future, and Naruto is Naruto. One cannot generalize. Orochimaru quipped, if your muscles are so tense, I cannot stitch up your wounds. Sighing, Jiraiya relaxed his muscles and stated seriously, that future cannot be altered by anyone's ninja way. Naruto's philosophy is not flawed. We suffered from a lack of information. Our misunderstanding of the enemy led to an improper response. Orochimaru tied off the bandages, cleaning the blood from his hands. Therefore, you choose the first option, to reveal the truth to Naruto. Jiraiya affirmed, indeed. Deliberately concealing the truth to manipulate someone's growth along a predetermined path is a common narrative device in novels, but reality is not fiction. We must adopt a more robust approach. That Ōtsutsuki named Kanshiki will awaken in 30 years, correct? Pessimistically, we have only 30 years left, but optimistically, we still have 30 whole years. As long as we can unite everyone, consolidate all resources and channels in the ninja world, and present a united front, we will surely find a solution. Orochimaru remarked, that is an exceedingly challenging endeavor, verging on arrogance. In another sense, it is akin to an infinite Tsukuyomi. Jiraiya asserted, if one does nothing yet expects to obtain desired results, that is true arrogance. Thus arose the divergence in philosophies. Orochimaru chuckled, very well. Let us refrain from discussing the world's issues for now. Concerning Naruto, should you decide to reveal the truth, be prepared for the consequences. Only through personal experience can one achieve awakening. With awakening comes the ability to act accordingly. Otherwise, even if one knows the future, it remains mere knowledge and will not ascend to the level of awareness. Even with deliberate effort, there will always be a sense of misalignment. Jiraiya, the only ones who have personally experienced the future are Sasuke and you, who have connected with the future through special means. Are you suggesting that apart from the two of you, others, even if they are aware of the future, cannot take action based on it? Orochimaru smiled, not at all. Enlightenment comes in two forms, sudden realization and gradual understanding. Ultimately, one must possess something grounded in the present reality to inspire change within oneself. Take Kabuto, for instance. Upon knowing the future, he devoted himself wholeheartedly, motivated by his admiration for me. Karen, on the other hand, acts out of love for Sasuke, while Itachi is driven by his affection for his brother. However, the transformations of these three individuals share a significant prerequisite, an unwavering belief in the future we envision, which is no small feat. The reason I achieved sudden enlightenment in the present lies in that awareness, which was graciously bestowed upon me by my future self. Having surmounted this formidable hurdle, I can now act as I do. Can you deny this, Jiraiya? Even at this very moment, there remains a flicker of doubt within your heart. Indeed, if you were to reveal everything to Naruto, he would trust you unwaveringly due to his admiration, gradually evolving like Kabuto and the others. But can you escape the interrogation of your own heart? Would you wager the life of your disciple on a future you are not entirely convinced of? If you could, then you would no longer be the Jiraiya I once knew. Sighing deeply, Jiraiya mused, as long as one's heart is directed towards the light, there will always be a way. I shall refrain from disclosing the truth to Naruto for now. Concealing is preferable to deceiving. In the time to come, I will devote myself even more diligently to guiding Naruto in his training. Orochimaru chuckled. By the way, I have implanted Hashirama-S cells into your left arm. You. What did you say? Jiraiya gaped at Orochimaru. Why did you not inform me of such a significant matter beforehand? Orochimaru replied with a grin. If I had told you, you would have surely refused, wouldn't you? Consider this my indulgence. Jiraiya, placing his right hand on the bandage of his left arm, could only smile wryly. How infuriating. You have truly outsmarted me this time. Orochimaru then added with a serious tone. Now, as a reference for your upcoming training with Naruto, let us observe Sasuke's training. They arrived at the valley where Sasuke was training. There, Sasuke stood at the bottom of the valley, surrounded by 8 high platforms, each occupied by a clone of Sasuke. Jiraiya remarked, is the main body battling with shadow clones? I do not mean to boast, but Naruto is currently utilizing over 1,000 shadow clones. Orochimaru clarified, those are not shadow clones, they are would-release clones. Do you know their purpose? Suddenly, the 8 would-release clones of Sasuke simultaneously activated Susanoo, entering its muscle form, drawing their bows and aiming at the valley's bottom. At that moment, Sasuke's main body, situated at the valley floor, pulled out a black ribbon and covered his eyes. Hey, this is utterly reckless. Jiraiya instinctively rushed forward to intervene, but Orochimaru restrained him by the shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 arrows were launched simultaneously, and Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Would release, all bag technique. Crack, 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 crack. 16 wooden hands rose around him, merging in pairs to securely catch the 8 large arrows between their palms. Jiraiya crouched, frozen in astonishment. Orochimaru withdrew his hand from Jiraiya's shoulder. This is the weight of the future. Do you feel its tangible presence now? In the underground archives of the Land of Whirlpools, Kabuto meticulously organized the documents stored there. With these resources and diligent study, I could accomplish even more for Lord Orochimaru and Sasuke, couldn't I? He remained oblivious to the shadow that suddenly loomed behind him. The shadow grinned menacingly, its hand piercing through Kabuto's chest. Thud, thud. The scrolls containing the documents fell to the ground, darkness spreading over Kabuto. Kabuto gasped in horror. You, Kaguya? Kaguya cackled. At last, I've caught you, little flea darting about everywhere. Let me see the truth behind Sasuke's sudden strength through you. Inyang release. Heart communication. Chapter 77. The Night Unfinished. Kabuto's memories were synchronized with Kaguya's, including the projection of his past life that Sasuke had cast upon him. Kaguya extracted the critical information, barely concealing her astonishment. Oh, this is... The soul of the feathered garment still lingers in this world. It has aided,